Chapter 567, Journalist and Hashtag 039, Yes Actions. When Han Lu saw Professor Yuan nodding, she also took a deep breath. After doing commentary for so many years, she no longer knew what nervousness was, but today she experienced the feeling of nervousness again. The time soon reached 6 o'clock, and the interview started on time. And this interview naturally attracted a lot of people's attention. News reporters of all sizes, like cats smelling fish, sat in front of the TV with laptops ready in front of them. The purpose is to write down the first information and send it to the internet after the interview. This is Professor Yuan Qinghua, who never accepts interviews. If he can be the first to send out his own information, to a certain extent, he will be the first to gain traffic. As the interview begins, everyone starts tapping a Y at the keyboard. Record some important content so that you can capture the key elements when writing the article. Interview room. The interview has been going on for some time. Han Lu looked at Yuan Qinghua and said politely that I heard that Professor Yuan has just finished a trip to the countryside to promote agricultural knowledge. I wonder if Professor Yuan encountered any damage to crops on his way to the countryside, that if so, I wonder if Professor Yuan can explain it. Just a moment. Well, we did encounter crop damage in the way to the countryside, and there were many more. Some of them were serious and could affect crop yields. Others were just caused by improper planting, causing minor crop damage out of lesions. However, those minor lesions, if not treated properly or encounter the right environment, are likely to deteriorate rapidly. Yuan Qinghua spoke slowly and briefly explained the problems he encountered during his trip to the countryside. I didn't expect Professor Yuan to encounter so many crop problems during his trips to the countryside. I wonder if Professor Yuan has any methods to solve this problem or to reduce the probability of problems. Han Lu continued slowly according to the rhythm of the interview. By this time, the interview was almost coming to an end. The solution to this problem is very simple. That is to popularize agricultural knowledge. Many of the problems encountered in going to the countryside are common problems in agriculture. As long as the agricultural knowledge is improved and crops are planted according to the plan, those common diseases or problems will be solved. It will be greatly reduced. Yuan Qinghua spoke slowly, with a hint of hope in his eyes. So Professor Yuan went to the countryside to promote agricultural knowledge, just to improve farmers' agricultural knowledge, that we are grateful to Professor Yuan for his actions. Han Lu looked at Professor Yuan with gratitude in her eyes. Professor Yuan waved his hand slightly when he heard this, that I am not the only one who is going to the countryside. There are also several other teams going to the countryside. They are all doing their part for agricultural development. However, although going to the countryside can spread some agricultural knowledge due to time issues, there is no way to spread it across the country. Moreover, going to the countryside cannot spread all agricultural knowledge to one place. First, there is not so much time. Secondly, the villagers do not have such a deep understanding, and without practical operations, it is difficult for the villagers to digest all the agricultural knowledge. If this is the case, then how can we popularize agricultural knowledge? Does Professor Yuan currently have a plan? Han Lu spoke calmly after hearing this, that I don't have any plans, but I can recommend a short video, a boring short video, in which many talented students from agricultural universities live broadcast. They all have rich agricultural knowledge. If you really encounter problems with crops, you can go to the live broadcast room to solve your doubts. Yuan Qinghua said with a smile on his face that his purpose of coming here was finally achieved. Boring short video? I don't know what kind of short video platform this is. Can Professor Yuan introduce it to me? Han Lu continued to ask. Boring short video, as the name suggests, is a short video platform. But this short video platform is different from other short video platforms and live broadcast platforms. All the live broadcast content on this short video platform is mainly to impart knowledge, and it has an extremely strict inspection team. If you want to be a host on it, you must pass the professional knowledge assessment, so the accuracy of the knowledge imparted is important. Basically, there is no problem. Agricultural live broadcast is one of the live broadcast sections of this short video platform. The inspection team is composed of and several agricultural professors who are similar to me, so there is no need to worry about the professionalism of the anchors who spread agricultural knowledge. Yuan Qinghua patiently explained some things about the boring short video platform. It turns out that this boring short video platform has so many advantages. Friends in front of the TV. If you have questions about agriculture or other teaching questions, you can download boring short videos and see where you can get answers. Okay, that's it for today's interview. I would like to thank Professor Yuan again for participating in this interview, and also thank Professor Yuan for his contribution to agriculture. Han Lu turned to the camera and ended today's interview. As the interview ends, the news reporters on each TV set were jumping on the keyboard quickly, and everyone's face showed excitement. He and Yang sat in front of the computer, took a sip of coffee, and his eyes were full of excitement. He found many topics in this interview, and each of them could attract a wave of traffic as long as he wrote an article. This is luck this year? First, he wrote a review of The Legend of the Demons, which gained a lot of traffic and increased his fans. And film reviews are just his side job and hobby, and journalists are his main identity. But today's interview has given him a great opportunity. Before the interview started, the official had already promoted it.s. Oh, there must be many reporters paying attention to this time. So he wants to grab more traffic from the articles published by so many reporters. The only way is to win by quantity. If one article doesn't work, then he will write a few more articles, and there are many topics in this article, so he can write them all. Thinking in his heart, his hands have begun to jump on the keyboard. Soon it was 12 o'clock, and the figure in front of the computer was still typing quickly on the keyboard, and from time to time, he took a sip of coffee. In this way, time passed bit by bit. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Yin Liang stretched himself, looked at his computer screen, and smiled. After such a long time of rushing to finish the manuscript, he finally wrote 4 articles that he sent out each chapter of these 4 articles after writing them. In fact, he still had some articles and opinions that he had not written. For example, was Yuan Qinghua suddenly promoting boring short videos also corrupted by interests? Was Yuan Qinghua promoting boring short videos for his own selfish reasons? And so on. However, he did not write these. Although these contents can attract more people's attention, he felt that writing these contents would be a bit insulting to Professor Yuan's personality. Chapter 568 Changes in Boring Short Videos Tomorrow Group. Boring Short Video. In the subject live broadcast office, Yang Yao and Lu Weiwei looked at the data in front of the computer in shock, with deep disbelief. Yao, what's going on? Why did the number of downloads of boring short videos suddenly increase so much? What happened? Or is there an error in the data in the background? Lu Weiwei's eyes were fixedly waiting for the data on the computer screen to change, and her lips could not stop trembling slightly. She didn't know what happened. Overnight, the number of downloads of boring short videos increased by nearly 1 million. In the past, the overall download volume of boring short videos was only more than 500,000, but now it has become more than 1.5 million, and it is still growing rapidly. Yang Yao listened to Lu Weiwei's words, reconfirmed the background data, communicated with the company's technical department, and finally shook her head lightly. There is no problem. There is no problem with the data in the background. The increase in downloads is real. While talking, the two looked at each other, and the shock in their eyes gradually turned into joy. Ecstasy. The number of downloads of boring short videos has increased, which is a good thing. During this period, Li Shun and Wei Yu left, so they needed to pay attention to the overall background data of boring short video at all times. However, what they did not expect was that a background data of boring short video yesterday was still very normal. This morning, why have there been so many changes? After a while, Yang Yao and Lu Weiwei gradually regained their composure. Look at these new users. They're choosing which section of the live broadcast to watch. Looking at the background data of the boring short video, Lu Weiwei slowly spoke that no matter what, the 1 million new downloads of boring short video means there are 1 million more users. Then it is natural to pay attention to the distribution of these 1 million new users. Yang Yao nodded, controlled the mouse to click on the computer, and soon entered AtoZ data interface. The two looked at it carefully and found that among the 1 million new users, more than 800,000 were interested in agricultural live broadcasts. More than 550,000 were interested in subject live broadcast. STS, and about 200,000 were interested in other categories of live broadcasts. Some of them follow the live broadcasts of 2 sections at the same time, such as the agricultural section and the subject section. Of course, some people pay more attention to the live broadcast section. However, looking at this data, we also know that most of the users who download boring short videos go straight to agricultural live broadcasts. However, agricultural live broadcast has always been tepid. How could such a change suddenly occur? There must be some change that they don't know about. Yao Yao, what on earth do you think happened? Lu Weiwei looked at Yang Yao in disbelief. The number of downloads increased by 1 million overnight. Even if she spent money to promote it, it would not have such an effect. Yang Yao didn't answer when he heard this, but took out his phone and searched it. It didn't take long for him to show a clear expression, and then handed the phone to Lu Weiwei, who was standing aside, that you'll know just by looking at this. Upon seeing this, Lu Weiwei took the mobile phone handed over by Yang Yao. Her eyes fell on the mobile phone, and she saw that the interface of the mobile phone at this time was very thin. Meeker? Lu Weiwei looked surprised, but soon noticed the hot search rankings. I saw several hot searches about boring short videos about appearing on the hot search list. What's going on? Could it be that Mr. Chun bought the hot search? Lu Weiwei guessed, but after seeing the content of the hot search, she changed her mind. Professor Yuan was interviewed for the first time and actually promoted a short video platform. Hashtag boring short video. Professor Yuan is devoted to agriculture, serves the country and the people, and is a national scholar. What on earth is there about boring short videos that can make Professor Yuan so popular? Hashtag boring short video. Looking at these hot searches, Lu Weiwei's eyes widened. She did not expect that the person promoting the boring short video was actually Professor Yuan. Although Professor Yuan doesn't know much, she still knows some things. This is a professor who is dedicated to serving the country and the people. She didn't expect that such a professor would promote their boring short video. This was something she didn't expect at all. Looking at the hot searches on the hot search list, Lu Weiwei curiously clicked on a hot search to take a look. Only hot searches. Unexpectedly, Professor Yuan actually participated in the interview. This is probably Professor Yuan's first time participating in the interview. Support Professor Yuan. Do you know what short video platform boring short video is? Why have I never heard of it before? I have never heard of it, and I don't even know there is such a short video platform. I just checked in the software store, and there is indeed this short video platform. It is being downloaded that I will come back to evaluate it later. I have finished downloading it and took a look at the content inside. It is similar to what Professor Yuan said. The live content inside is all for teaching purposes. It is a very practical software. If you don't understand anything, you can go to it. Go check it out. I've been studying painting recently and have been looking for a painting class. However, I watched the short video of boring. There was a teacher teaching painting in it, and the things he taught were very edible. I've decided not to find a painting class, that I will go to boring first. Learn on your own through short videos. Have you all downloaded it? Are there any extra ads or anything? Download it. The only shortcoming of the short video platform is that there are no beauties. The anchors who conduct live broadcasts are all original cameras, that if you want to see beauties, there is no need to come to this platform. This platform is suitable for people who want to learn something. The anchors on this platform are really dedicated to teaching, and their professional skills are very good. You just know this live broadcast platform, that I have known it for a long time. My brother watches live broadcasts on this live broadcast platform every day. There is a subject-based live broadcast section, and there are many teachers in various subjects, and their teaching abilities are very good. Now my mother is on hand to guide her children in their studies, which makes it a lot easier. If you don't understand something, you can always ask. The anchors in the live broadcast room have very good attitudes and will patiently explain every question. I hate this short video platform. My mother bought a lot of review questions on this short video platform. I can't finish them at all, that I like this live broadcast platform very much, especially the agricultural live broadcast section, that my family is from a rural area and my parents work in farming. I often hear my parents say that crops often get sick. I have already planned to recommend this short video platform to my parents. I hope they can learn more about agriculture through the agricultural live broadcast section off this live broadcast platform. Speaking of which, is this boring short video reliable? Is the content in it reliable? Why is it so unreliable? This is what Professor Yuan promoted, I believe Professor Yuan. Look at the hot searches. Yao Yao, This boring short video is going to be a big hit. Chapter 569, Mr. Chen's Original Intention. Yang Yao Yao nodded in agreement. She thought to herself, how can it not be popular if a professor of agricultural veteran level helps to promote it? Now, because of Professor Yuan, boring short video has also been brought to hot search, and the download volume in just one night is more than 1 million. This is just the beginning. As time goes by, the download volume of boring short video will definitely grow rapidly. Although the final download volume is unknown, with the blessing of this wave of hot searches, the download volume is definitely a terrifying number. This matter is not a small matter, reported to Mr. Lee. Young Yo spoke slowly. Now that the traffic has increased, boring short video must make some responses. After all, the sudden surge in so many users will definitely have an impact on the platform. Although Mr. Lee Chun gave them some of the decision-making power when he left, they can make decisions directly without reporting. But now this matter is too big. It is better to report it. Yeah, Lu Weiwei nodded in agreement. In the impoverished mountainous area, Li Shun had just walked out of the home of a poor elderly man when his cell phone rang. That he took out his cell phone and took a look. He found that it was Yang Yao Yao who called, so he connected the phone directly. Mr. Lee, is the boring short video popular? As soon as the call was connected, Yang Yao Yao's voice came out of the phone. What does the boring short video mean? Li Xin didn't understand what Yang Yao Yao meant for a while. That it's like this, Mr. Lee, the boring short video directly increased the download volume by more than 1 million overnight. Yang Yao Yao's voice came again. Full of joy in her tone, what's the situation? Li Xin was shocked. 1 million downloads can be said to be a very high download volume for the current boring short video. But it's because Professor Yuan participated in a livelihood interview program and promoted our boring short video in that program. Now this matter has been on the hot search, and the boring short video has also been on the hot search. Yang Yao no longer kept it a secret and simply told the general situation. Professor Yuan participated in a livelihood talks how and promoted the boring short video in the show. Therefore, it became a hot search. Li Xin simply summarized Yang Yao Yao's words. With shock in his eyes, he did not expect that Professor Yuan would actually promote the boring short video on the talk show. This is a decision that shows great trust in their boring short video. You know, Professor Yuan's reputation is already very good. If he continues to maintain this, he will definitely be praised by people. But Professor Yuan promoted the boring short video at this time. This is risky, that if the boring short video gains a large number of users after Professor Yuan's promotion. These people are all downloading for Professor Yuan's reputation. That if the boring short video suddenly has some errors in the future, Professor Yuan is likely to be implicated and his reputation will be damaged. Okay, I know about this matter. Is there anything else? Li Shenshin took a breath and spoke slowly. There is something else. Currently, the number of users of boring short video has increased by more than 1 million that we need to make some responses. I would like to ask for your consent. You say, now that the number of users of boring short video has increased, the server's carrying capacity must be strictly monitored to avoid a surge in users and cause the platform to crash. In addition, boring short video has just been trending and there will definitely be more downloading users in the future. I suggest adding a few more servers to avoid the problem of insufficient servers. Also, the number of followers of Teaching Live broadcasts has increased directly from 190,000 to more than 550,000 to then, the anchors of subject-based teaching live broadcasts may not be enough. An effort should be made to recruit new anchors. Yang Yao Yao carefully recounted the whole story. This was the place she carefully sorted out before calling and needed to be adjusted immediately. Li Xin listened to Yang Yao Yao's words with admiration in his eyes, that he thought of so many problems caused by the increase in the number of users so quickly, and gave corresponding solutions. This is definitely a talent. Before, Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei directly solved the problem of academic live broadcast promotion, and he knew that Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei were talented. But today, after hearing Yang Yao Yao's performance, he found that he had underestimated the ability of Yang Yao Yao and the others. The ability to quickly find solutions to problems is definitely not something that ordinary talents can do. Mr. Chun is Mr. Chun. He never misses the way he looks at people. He secretly admired Mr. Chin in his heart. And then he slowly spoke. Well, I'm still outside, and I can't always follow up on the current situation of the company. So you and Lu Weiwei can be responsible for these things, and the method is to do it according to Hat Y. Oh, you just said? In addition to the above arrangements, agricultural live broadcasts also need more attention. In the past, because there were relatively few people watching the agricultural live broadcast section, there were no agricultural-related products on the shelves. Now that the number of people watching agricultural live broadcasts has increased so much, plus Professor Yuan's matter, those who watch agricultural live broadcasts still have a high degree of trust in agricultural live broadcasts. You can just use this time to send a team out to inspect the agricultural products of various brands, select the items with good quality, and discuss cooperation. Also, if you can't make up your mind about quality control, you can go to the agricultural anchors in the live broadcast room. They're all very good anchors and consult them. In short, remember one thing, that is, the agricultural items put on the live broadcast platform must be 100% confirmed to be of good quality. Any uncertain items do not need to be put on the shelves. Li Shin spoke slowly. If Boring Short Video wants to make a profit, it must go the e-commerce route. However, in order to ensure the reputation of Boring Short Video, quality control must be strictly controlled, and no defective items are allowed to appear on the Boring Short Video platform. Especially in agriculture, this is very important. If there is really an error in an agricultural product, then the yield of crops will be affected. For example, seeds that if there is a problem with the quality of the seeds, the emergence rate of the crops finally grown will be extremely low, which is a big blow to farmers. After all, the yield of crops is related to farmers' income. So he doesn't allow any mistakes in terms of quality. Especially after traveling to so many poor mountainous areas, he attaches more importance to this. He doesn't have as much assets as Mr. Chun to help so many poor elderly people. But he can ensure that every agricultural product sold by Boring Short Video is of guaranteed quality and quantity, so that farmers will not worry about the quality of agricultural products when sowing. He has no way to help so many poor elderly people, but at least he can prevent those who use agricultural products produced by Boring Short Video from reducing crops and reducing income due to quality problems. And this is also the original intention of Mr. Chun to establish Boring Short Video. Chapter 570 News. As he followed Mr. Chun for a longer time, he discovered the greatness of Mr. Chin's establishment of Tomorrow Group. Others set up companies, but that was to make money. But Mr. Chin was not like that. Mr. Chin's ultimate goal was charity. Judging from the current development status of various companies, this is the case. Layphone Foundation, Orphanage, Pet Park, Poor Elderly, Nursing Home, Non-Hickoffy's charity business, taking over unfinished buildings, taking over disaster-stricken orchards, and various benefits for group employees. All these things show that Mr. Chin's ultimate goal is charity. Otherwise, why would the president of such a large group still live in a rental house, and the car he drives is only a car worth more than 1 million? Such a configuration is not in line with the identity of a group's president. But Mr. Chin doesn't care about these at all. As the president of the group, he never does those luxurious things, just to have more funds to do charity. This is the greatness of Mr. Chen. Lishin couldn't stop sighing in his heart. After explaining the matter, he hung up the phone directly to "What's wrong, Brother Shin?" Wu Yu, who had been watching from a distance, saw Lishin's expression and asked with some concern. Yeah, brotherly, did something happen? Hang Tao and Su Jingming also walked over from a distance. After so many days of contact, they have already become friends. Maybe because they were all Mr. Chin's company, everyone helped each other, but so many days of picking up and dropping off poor elderly people in poor mountainous areas can be regarded as a test together. It's okay. Lishin looked at the concerned eyes of the three people and smiled slightly. Just now, it was a call from the Boring Short Video. The Boring Short Video was because Lishin simply recounted what happened just now and also recounted his feelings just now. Listening to Lishin's narration, Hang Tao and the other two also showed expressions of emotion. Wu Yu, Mr. Chin's pattern is not what we can imagine. Su Jingming, Mr. Chin, is a great love. Hang Tao, Mr. Chin is like this, and we are also one of the sponsor people. Okay, don't be sentimental here. There are 3 poor elderly people waiting for us today. We are all beneficiaries, so we should work harder to make Tomorrow Group bigger and stronger and fulfill Mr. Chen's ideal. Lishan looked at these people and fell into emotion, shaking his head helplessly. The three of them were silent for a moment when they heard Lishan's words, but soon they regained their spirits and showed unprecedented fighting spirit on their faces. Then let's work together to protect Mr. Chen's ideal. Several people looked at each other and laughed. At this moment, their state of mind seemed totally changed. They knew to work hard before, but they just felt that they should do so. But at this moment, they had a belief. Chen by Jin Yuan. In the evening, two figures, one big and one small, were standing in front of the TV, jumping non-stop. And there were two characters in the TV, following the actions of the two people and making the same actions. Not long after, the big figure collapsed directly on the sofa. No more playing, too tired. As the big figure slumped on the sofa, the small figure also stopped moving and turned to look at the big figure. Brother Chun, you should exercise. Exercise another day. Chen Mo watched young Duo jump for more than half an hour, still not tired at all, secretly sighing that children are full of energy. Brother Chun, are your legs sore? Let me rub them for you. Young Duo looked at Chen Mo's thighs that he had been tapping and said with her head tilted. No, if you still want to play, you can switch to playing alone, that I'll take a break. Chun Mo waved his hand and casually opened the tablet next to him to watch the video. But soon he saw a video about food safety. A blogger secretly visited several canning factories and found that all the industries inside were very irregular. The production environment was full of flies, and there was no management at all when they landed on the cans. Many canned fruits are rotten fruits, and then they are made through special processing. Then there was canned meat, where no one knew where the meat came from, and it exuded an unpleasant odor. And because of this blogger's revelation, many similar things broke out. After seeing these, some people said they would never eat canned food again. Looking at these contents, Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh. There are really fewer and fewer things that can be eaten safely. After simply watching the video for a while, young Duo was taken back by Sister Hong, and he went into the bathroom to take a shower and went back to the room to sleep. The next day, clearly, Chen Mo sat comfortably in the boss chair, and a cup of brewed coffee was placed on the table. The temperature was just right, and it was the degree that it could be drunk directly. Looking at these, he shook his head helplessly. He was basically satisfied with what Chenro had done since she joined the company. Every morning, she brewed a cup of coffee in advance, went to the cafeteria to get food, knew his taste, and had some habits that he himself had not noticed. The only flaw was that he was stabbed in the back twice, especially this recent one, which directly caused him to lose a way to quickly increase his personal assets. Why? After thinking for a long time, he finally sighed helplessly that he had no choice but to pay more attention in the future, but thinking of more and more names in that notebook gave him a headache. Why are there so many old men? Can't you just settle down like Wei Yin? After such a long time, Wei Yin was the only one who gave him some comfort. The once most rebellious boy was now the most peaceful one. He looked at the coffee in his hand and took another sip. Just open the game icon on your computer. Don't think about it so much, just play games and relax. Just as he entered the game, he saw Chenro walking in quickly with an excited expression on her face. What's going on? Seeing Chenro's excited expression, Chenma's heart tightened. Having been the president for such a long time, he is very sure of one thing. That is, as long as it is something that makes employees happy and excited, 90% of it is news that he does not want to hear. Mr. Chun, this is the report from Boring Video. Please take a look. Chenro slowly placed the report in her hand on the table in front of Mr. Chun, unable to hide the smile on her face. She also saw this report while it was being printed. The number of downloads of Boring Short Video increased by more than 1 million overnight. Now, after a day of fermentation, the number of downloads has reached 3 million, and it is still growing rapidly. This is a great joy. Now here at the Tomorrow Group building, Sunzhua Games has entered a profitable state early, with more than 100 million monthly income, which almost supported the development of the group from the beige, Ning. The first movie of Blue Film and Television immediately became a hit, with a box office of more than 3 billion. Currently in the Tomorrow Group building, only Boring Short Video has been losing money. This is certainly not a pity, but the changes in Boring Short Videos now gave her an opportunity to turn losses into profits. Chapter 571 Superstition is not advisable. Chinma looked at Shinro's expression, and the uneasiness in his heart became more intense. He reached out and slowly picked up the report on the table. I slowly opened the first page and read it carefully. But just after reading the first page, my body couldn't help but tremble. The number of downloads of boring short videos skyrocketed by more than 1 million overnight last night. And after one day yesterday, the number of downloads has reached more than 3 million. What on earth is going on? Shinro looked at Mr. Chin's nearly trembling body, and a smile on her face became even wider. Boring short video has been established for more than 10 months, because in order to meet the comprehensive teaching content of boring short video, a large number of anchors were recruited from the beige inning. However, because boring short video has not been promoted enough, there are very few users of boring short video. If a short video platform does not have many users, it means that there is no way to make profit. Although subject-based live broadcasts later added a certain amount of users and generated a certain amount of revenue, the income from subject-based live broadcasts and the consumption of the entire owing short video were simply a drop in the bucket. It can be said that boring short video has become a huge money-burning machine in the early days of its establishment. Nowadays, the number of users of boring short video is increasing, and there is a great opportunity to turn a profit. How can it not be exciting? When she just saw the content of this report, her body was almost trembling with excitement. As the president of the group, Mr. Chun does not behave strangely and does not have any strict requirements for boring short videos. But deep down, I must have worried a lot about the situation of boring short videos, otherwise why would I feel depressed from time to time? Mr. Chun. Chinro saw that Mr. Chun's body was shaking due to excitement, and she even shouted worriedly. She was worried that Mr. Chun would faint from excitement. She had seen this kind of thing in the news. When Chinmo heard Chinro's call, his body paused slightly and gradually stopped trembling. His eyes slowly looked at Chinro, and his lips moved slightly to go and do your business. Okay, Mr. Chun. Chinro nodded and quickly turned around and walked towards her office. Seeing Chinro leaving, Chinmo took a deep breath and looked at the report in his hand again. However, the report at this time was crinkled by him uncontrollably. This is the first page. It just writes that the number of downloads of boring short videos has increased, but it does not explain the reason. Everything happens for a reason, that he didn't believe that boring short videos would have so many downloads for no reason. Turn the report over and look at the content on the second page. Time passed slowly, and the office was silent. Snap. A clear sound suddenly sounded. Chun Mo slammed the report on the table. He had just read all the contents in the report and knew the whole story. A well-respected agricultural professor helped promote the short video, and it also became a hot search. It's hard to think whether this boring short video will become popular. Li Shun. Good on you, Li Shun. Not to mention the damage to the corner pet park, even the boring short videos made me laugh. And Wu Yu. These two are in the same group. From the content of this information, it is clearly written that it was Professor Yuan Xinghua who Li Xin visited for the agricultural section of the boring short video, that if Li Xin had not visited Professor Yuan would not have promoted boring short videos. When I think that the boring short video now has more than 3 million users and the number of downloads is still growing, I feel bad and my eyes flash with anger. If looks could kill, then Li Shun would have died many times. This is a short video platform. In the current internet era, if boring short videos become popular, how much revenue will it bring? Chin Mo sat back on his seat weakly. The report is very detailed. Even the number of followers of each live broadcast section is recorded in great detail. I thought about it and looked at the report on the desktop again and found the detailed interface for recording the number of followers of the live broadcast section, which was recorded. The agricultural live broadcast section has 2.3 million followers. The subject live broadcast section has 1.7 million followers, and the technical live broadcast section has 950,000 followers. One of them is paying attention to multiple live broadcast sections at the same time. There are 2.3 million people following the agricultural live broadcast section. This is not surprising. After all, the person promoting this time is Professor Yuan, which naturally attracted many people who pay attention to agriculture to watch that he didn't care much about it. What he cares about most right now is the 1.7 million people who follow subject-based live broadcasts. In the past, when there were only more than 100,000 people on the subject live broadcast, it had a strong monetization ability. Now the number of people following it has reached 1.7 million, so the monetization ability must be even stronger. This information also introduces previous subject-based live broadcasts. The average monthly consumption power of each person is around 80. Now there are 1.7 million people, each of whom consumes 80 yuan per month. Then the revenue from subject-based live broadcasts for 1 month is. Chinemo casually took the computer nearby and started calculating quickly. Soon the final number was displayed on the computer. 136 million. According to the current share, their boring short video can get more than 80 million. Looking at the numbers on the computer, Chinmo's expectations were instantly shattered. More than 80 million has directly turned boring short video from loss to profit. And 1.7 million is not the final number of followers of subject live broadcasts. Now boring short video is still on the hot search, and the number of downloads of boring short video is also increasing. Although it is not known how many people will eventually follow subject live broadcasts, according to the current growth rate, there is absolutely no problem for the number of followers of subject live broadcasts to increase to 2 million. Then the monthly revenue of boring short video has exceeded 100 million. Another company under his company has exceeded 100 million in revenue. Chinemo silently pushed the computer aside, and a feeling of powerlessness came to his mind. Now among his companies, there are already 2 months of revenue exceeding 100 million. Sunshua Games, boring short video. There is another company that is Blue Film and Television. The hit movie, The Legend of the Demons, directly made the box office break through more than 3 billion yuan. According to the calculation of 1 year, the average monthly income is also over 100 million. Chinemo thought about these 3 companies in his mind, and suddenly found that these 3 companies are all in the Tomorrow Group building. Thinking of this, Chinemo couldn't help but stand up from his chair, slowly came to the French window in front of the reception room, overlooking most of Jiangxing City and the winding river in the distance. Didn't it say that the companies that worked here before didn't last for more than half a year? How come more than 10 months have passed for me? There is no state of not being able to persist. On the contrary, the 3 companies working here have turned losses into profits, and the monthly revenue has exceeded 100 million. It turns out that superstition is not advisable. Chapter 572, Canning Factory. Chinemo looked at the scene outside the building. After a while, he sighed slowly and turned back to his desk. Now that things have happened and he has no way to change them, he should figure out how to spend the money. And fortunately, among boring short videos, only subject-based live broadcasts can be monetized at present, and other live broadcast sections do not yet have the ability to monetize. Otherwise, the agricultural sector also has the ability to monetize, and there are more than 2.3 million people who follow agricultural live broadcasts. I don't know how much money will be liquidated. Chinemo comforted himself a little. But before that, he took out a notebook from the drawer. He directly found the page where Li Shun and Wu Yu were written and drew a very big cross on it. Especially Li Shun. The fork on it almost cut the paper in half. I put away my notebook again, opened my phone, and took a look at Weibo that I paid attention to the popularity of boring short videos. When I saw that there were several hot searches related to boring short videos, Chinemo has given up completely. With such popularity, it may be difficult for boring short videos to be removed from the trending search in a short time. After thinking for a while, he called Shinro over .mr. Chin, what are your plans? Shinro looked at Mr. Chun with a smile. Well, how is the investment plan from the investment department? Chinemo looked up at Shinro with calm eyes. Mr. Chun, because the channels for obtaining investment plans were so popular in the past, the current investment plans are very messy. Some plans are not investment plans at all, so the investment department has been selecting suitable plans. Shinro quickly replied, well, you go over there and tell the people in the investment department that there is no need to select investment plans. Also, take all the investment plans collected during this period, good or bad. Chinemo warned emphatically. He was worried that if he didn't warn Shinro, Shinro would directly take over the good investment plans he picked out. How could he choose the money-losing plan? Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded turned around and walked out of the office. After about 10 minutes, Shinro came back with another stack of plans. Mr. Chun, these are all the investment plans that the investment department has received recently. Please take a look, Shinra said and slowly placed a stack of investment plans on the desk. Go and do your business. Shin moved his hand and directly brought the investment plan on the table in front of him. Ignoring Shinro, he opened the top plan and slowly read it. Time passed little by little. During this period, Shinro came in once, made a cup of coffee, placed it gently beside Shinamo, and left quietly. Shinamo really looked at every investment plan. Those that were obviously profitable were thrown to the farthest end and dealt with directly when the time came. Some of the less confirmed ones were placed a little closer to be determined. He would only put it aside if there was a clear industry that could lose money. However, he had been looking at it for a while and had not picked out one yet. Shinamo rubbed his swollen brows, reached for the coffee beside him, took a sip, and then continued reading. Now that there is another money-losing industry, there is an urgent need for a new money-losing industry. The pile of investment plans on the table was getting smaller and smaller. Some were simply thrown away, and some were put aside. About 2 hours passed. Shinamo threw the last plan on the table in the distance. His eyes saw the 2 plans at hand, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The investment department that has been established for so long has finally been used for a while. Slowly pick up the plan at hand. One is a really good can. This plan is not an investment plan, but this company. Due to some reasons, the capital chain was broken, and the boss and his sister-in-law took the money and ran away. The boss's wife wanted to continue running the company, so she made a plan and invested it in his investment department to attract investment. He also knew the reason for the rupture of the capital chain. It is the sanitary problems in canneries that have been reported recently. However, during this period, the sales of cans have dropped a lot. So many canneries have been affected by this. And this really good cannery was also filmed by its own workers, revealing the environment in which they produce cans. Although the production environment of those factories that have not been reported as bad, the environment is not very good either. This was just when the cannery was being questioned. Such revelations directly caused people who saw the video to stop buying really good cans. And as the popularity explodes, more and more people are boycotting the really good cans. No one buys really good cans, which means there is no income, and the capital chain will naturally break. But what's more, the owner of the cannery probably saw the fate of the cannery and ran away with his money. The reason why he chose the location of this cannery was that the reputation of this cannery was already bad. Even if it produced cans, no one would buy it. Doesn't this fit in with his plan to lose money? He took over the cannery and then continued to let the reputation spread without solving the reputation problem. Then no one will buy the cans he produces in the future, that if no one buys them, they will have no income. Isn't this a sound money-losing plan? And this is a real industry, which is what he values most. He plans to make this cannery similar to Chongfang Garment Factory in the end. Replace new production equipment, build office buildings, employee dormitories, employee activity rooms. These are all very capital-intensive. And he found that the 3 companies with the most income at present are Sangshui Games, Willing Short Video, Soon, and Lantian Film and Television. These 3 industries are not real industries. So choosing to take over the cannery is also Avery's safe behavior. Chunimo looked at the investment plan in his hand and directly decided to invest in this cannery. He looked at the other plans on a table and threw them directly into the trash can under the table. Then he called Chun Ro over. Mr. Chun. Chun Ro came in. Go contact this cannery and explain to them. I will go to the cannery tomorrow to inspect it. If it is suitable, I will consider investing in the cannery. Chunimo said, and he had already handed the plan in his hand to Chun Ro. Okay, Mr. Chun. Chun Ro took the plan handed over by Mr. Chun and carefully opened it to take a look. After a while, she looked at Mr. Chun with some hesitation. Or Chun. The news about the cannery's production safety issues has spread on the internet that it's not a good idea for us to invest in the cannery at this time. And the brand of this cannery has already become stinky. Chapter 573, Reputation Ruined. Chun Ro looked at Mr. Chun and reminded him carefully. Recently, the hygiene problems of canning factories have been widely reported and she naturally knows something about it. Chun Imo shook his head indifferently after hearing Chun Ro's words. It doesn't matter. Don't think only of the bad side of things. Maybe this canning incident may be an opportunity for us. Opportunity. Chinro listened to Mr. Chin's words with a puzzled look. Yes, it is an opportunity. Now that all kinds of negative news about canning factories have been exposed online, many small and medium-sized canning factories have been affected and some canning factories have even closed down. Chinimo asked. Yes. Chinro nodded. Because the exposure of the hygiene problems of canning factories has indeed caused many canning factories to close down. That's right, you only see the canning factories closing down such a bad scene. But have you ever thought about what the closing down of those canning factories means? Chinimo continued to ask. What does it mean? Chinro was still a little puzzled. The closure of the cannery means that competition has decreased. For example, there were originally 100 people to share a big cake. Now 20 people died of a disease, which means that there are 20 fewer people to share the cake. And the situation of the cannery is the same. The cannery at this time is like a disease. As long as we take over the cannery at this time and survive, we will have the opportunity to share more cakes. Chun Imo spoke slowly. But this cannery has a bad reputation. If we take it over, it will have a very significant impact in sales. If Mr. Chin really wants to set up a cannery, he can build it himself or find a cannery with no negative impact. In this way, at least there will be no impact on reputation. Chinro is still a little worried. What Mr. Chin just said does make sense. The closure of many small and medium-sized canneries has indeed reduced competition. But this is competition, not a piece of cake. How much cake you can get in the end depends on your competitiveness. But how competitive can a cannery with a bad reputation be? Obviously not much. Chin Imo listened to Chinro's persuasion, looked at Chinro seriously, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. This Chinro was influenced by those old six after all. She was such an obedient assistant before, doing whatever he asked her to do. At this time, he just invested in a cannery and started to provide advice like this. Mr. Chun, do you have any questions? Chinro saw that Mr. Chin looked at her seriously, but didn't say anything, which made him a little uneasy. Chinimo came back to his senses after hearing the words, looked at Chinro, and spoke seriously that of course there are problems. Why do you ask me to take over a canning factory at this time? It's because it's the easiest to take over canning at this time. Take this Chun Hao canning factory, for example. The investment plan has already stated that as long as we can invest and ensure that the canning factory can survive, they can accept any conditions. Can you do this before the canning factory has any problems? Chinro shook her head when she heard this. If the canning factory had no problems, it would definitely not be easy to take over a canning factory. It would probably take a long time to negotiate the price alone. But Mr. Chun, this cannery has a reputation problem that if we take it over, it will be a big problem for our future sales. You don't have to worry about this. Reputation is nothing more than a problem of hygiene in the cannery. Some of the materials used to make canned food are not very healthy. When we accept it, the hygiene will be improved and all the materials used to make canned food will be the freshest. Isn't this a problem? Okay, let's just settle this matter. You go and contact the person in charge of the cannery. We will go to the cannery for inspection tomorrow. Chun Imo waved his hand with some tiredness and decided the matter directly. Okay, Mr. Chun. Seeing this, Chinro knew that Mr. Chun had made up his mind and realized that she had just said too much. With Mr. Chin's vision and pattern, how could he not see the problems of those canneries? It's nothing more than Mr. Chun has his own response policy, and his reminder, just now, is undoubtedly unnecessary. Thinking in his heart, he quickly turned around and returned to his office. Seeing this, Chinimo also sat back at his desk and rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. It's a good canning factory. The boss's office in the office building. A middle-aged woman looked at everyone in the office. Because of the reputation of the canning factory, no one cares about us whether it is sold or attracted investment. This is not a solution. The employees in the factory also need to work and make money. If it continues like this, they can't wait. So just disband the canning factory. I still have some savings in my hand. Give some compensation to the employees in the factory. Yes, the middle-aged woman spoke. She took out a bank card and put it on the table. She felt very bitter in her heart. She didn't expect that she would be betrayed by the two people closest to her. One is her husband, and the other is her sister. She couldn't figure out why this happened. This canning factory was started by her and her husband, and they built it up bit by bit. The canning factory has been very profitable in the past 2 days, and it has made some money. She took her sister over and did a clerical job in the factory. It's not so much a clerical job, it's basically just recording attendance in the factory. There's no problem watching TV and playing games in the office every day. But she didn't expect that her sister and her husband were hooking up, and when the canning factory had problems. Her husband took her sister away, and of course took most of the money. Now in the canning factory, because all the money was taken away by her husband, and there were some problems with the reputation of Shin how can food can't be sold at all. If the canned food can't be sold, there will be no revenue, and without revenue, there will be no way to pay the workers. Now, because of the lack of funds, the canning factory has been shut down for a week, but those workers still have to work to make money. If it continues to be shut down, it will not be a problem. As time went on, the workers would definitely not be willing to do so. So she had no choice but to call some of the factory management and preparito use her savings to compensate the workers. Chapter 574 Development Model Sister Hong. Is this really necessary? Our factory environment only looks unsanitary, but the canned food we produce is all qualified. Although the materials are not the best, they are at least qualified. They are completely different from those canned food made of garbage meat and bad fruits on the internet. If it doesn't work, we can just make the factory environment better. A middle-aged man with short hair said unwillingly. As the director of the production department of the factory, he has been working here since the factory was built, and he has worked his way up from an employee to the position of director. Now that the factory can't be opened, he is naturally reluctant. There is no way. We have no way to solve the public opinions on the internet. So even if we improve the factory environment, no one will buy our brand of canned food under the influence of those public opinions. Meng Shilhong shook her head helplessly. If she still had funds in her hands, she could still hold on, but the funds in her hands were not sufficient, and there was no way to support the factory to continue. Now disbanding the factory and giving some consolation money to those workers is the best solution. As Meng Shilhong finished speaking, there were sighs of helplessness in the office. Damn it, Lee Cohen, that bastard, ran away with the money without caring about the life and death of the factory. Keep your voice down, Sister Hong is still here. Why should I keep my voice down? I mentioned it a long time ago that the factory environment is a bit shabby and can be improved, but that bastard was worried about the cost and refused directly. Otherwise, this would not have happened that I in the office. Several managers were discussing in a low voice. Meng Shilhong looked at the managers who were discussing in a low voice. Although they had lowered their voices, some of the words they discussed still reached her ears. However, she did not dislike this. She also hated Lee Cohen. This canning factory was jointly established by her and Lee Cohen, and at this time, Lee Cohen actually ran away with the money because of a little problem in the canning factory. Of course, what made her miserable was that her sister also ran away with Lee Cohen. Being betrayed by two of her closest people at the same time, she lives in pain every day. She doesn't know what she did wrong and why things have developed head to this point. She took a long breath and looked at everyone in the office. Well, things are. Just when she was about to settle today's affairs, the phone at hand suddenly rang. She picked up the phone in confusion, looked at the unfamiliar number, hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call. Hello. Soon a female voice came from the phone. After a while, Meng Shilhong slowly put down the phone, her eyes full of disbelief, looking at the managers who were still discussing in the conference room, and slowly spoke. Maybe things haven't reached the worst point yet. I just received a call saying that they have some ideas about our canning factory and are preparing to come over to inspect it tomorrow. Sister Hong, is this true? The factory director looked up at Meng Shilhong with a look of surprise that it's true. The time has been set, but the people over there said they were just coming to visit and it hasn't been fully confirmed yet, so we must work harder tomorrow to try to satisfy them. Also, call all the employees who are resting at home. Since they are coming to visit, they must also see our production process, so in order to ensure that our cannery is taken over, we must show the best side of our cannery. Meng Shilhong said seriously that this visit is their best chance. Otherwise, the cannery will really declare bankruptcy. All employees will be disbanded, and they will find their own way out again. We know, Sister Hong, we will make good arrangements when we go back and show the best side of the cannery. Many managers in the office were excited when they heard this. If the cannery can be retained, they will most likely retain their original positions. If the cannery goes bankrupt, they may not be able to become managers if they go to other places. After all, some of them are not management talents. They can become managers in the cannery only because they have worked here for a long time. Well, then you go and deal with it. Meng Shilhong nodded. Several other management staff also stood up and walked out quickly. They had to hurry up to arrange the reception for tomorrow. The next day. It's really good to be in front of the canning factory that a black G-Class slowly stopped. Mr. Chun, this is it. Chinro quickly got out of the car and opened the door, looking at Mr. Chin in the car and slowly speaking. Well, Chinimo nodded, got out of the car, and looked at the surrounding environment. This canning factory is also in the suburbs. If calculated by distance, it is only a few kilometers away from Chongfang Garment Factory. However, this canning factory is not in the industrial park, but a factory area of its own. My eyes fell on the plaque of the canning factory. That IT was not very old and looked like it had been there for some time. Well, after taking over this canning factory, this plaque must be replaced. It is too old and too small. That IT must be as big as a garment factory. Thinking of this, Chinamo suddenly felt a little emotional that he remembered that when he took over the garment factory, his first thought was to change the plaque. Now a year and a half has passed, and he has a lot of industries. Some industries have begun to make profits. He calculated it yesterday. After such a long time, the place that lost the most money is still Chongfang Garment Factory. Although pet clothing has made some profits at present, it costs a huge amount of money to rent an entire industrial park and rebuild the garment factory. And it is nothing but a foolish dream to earn back these funds by relying on pet clothing. And when the garment factory is expanded, it will definitely expand its scale and continue to recruit new employees that in this way. The monthly daily expenses of the garment factory and the salary and benefits of employees will also be a very large expense. Not bad. After taking over the cannery here, it will follow the development model of the garment factory. In this way, it will definitely ensure that the cannery continues to lose money. Chun Mo's mouth curled up slightly, as if he had seen the emergence of an industry similar to the second garment factory that AS expected. If you want to make a loss, this kind of physical industry is more reliable. While thinking, the door of the cannery in front suddenly opened, and a group of people quickly walked out from inside, with a middle-aged woman in the front. Welcome, Mr. Chun, to the cannery. Meng Shihong took the lead and walked to the front, looking at the young man in front of her, and said respectfully. She was slightly surprised in her heart. She didn't expect that the boss who came here today was so young. Chapter 575, Meng Shihong. Well, you are the person in charge of the cannery, Meng Shihong. Chinmo also looked at the woman in front of him. When she came over, Chinro had already introduced the current basic situation off the cannery. Yes, Mr. Chun, please come with me. I will take you to visit our cannery. Meng Shihong spoke respectfully, then turned and walked towards the cannery. When Chinmo saw this, he followed with Chinro. Soon entering the courtyard of the cannery, Chinmo looked around and soon noticed a 3-story building on the right, with 2 words, shabby dormitory, on the door. Dormitor. This is a place where big bucks are spent. Mr. Chun, the factory is in front, and over there are the staff dormitories. Seeing Chinmo stop, Meng Shihong hurriedly introduced him that I know. Let's visit the staff dormitories first. Chinmo stared at the employee dormitories in the distance, and he was already making plans to spend money. Meng Shihong was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Mr. Chun would actually want to visit the employee dormitories. This was not part of their plan at all. She still had some idea of what the staff dormitories looked like. Turning around to look at the factory director, he saw the factory director shaking his head slightly. She understood that the other party did not arrange the dormitory. After thinking for a while, he spoke slowly. Mr. Chun, the staff dormitory is a collective dormitory. That IT is a bit messy, and most of the people living there are boys. There will be some smell in it that I am worried that it will affect Mr. Chin's sense of smell. It doesn't matter that if I want to take over the cannery, as the new boss, I will naturally have to get to know the working environment of the employees. Chun Mo waved his hand indifferently. He didn't care about the working environment of the employees. Anyway, after taking over, it would definitely change. but you still need to understand it before doing that. According to the current plan, we can improve it first, and then look for opportunities to directly knock down the cannery and rebuild it. However, according to the regulations of the system, the cannery cannot be shut down for too long, so the method of demolishing and rebuilding must also follow the strategy of the clothing factory. However, there is no rush for this. The current cannery is to be taken over first, then make some money changes based on the current situation of this cannery. For example, the environment of the dam, employee dormitories, employee meals, working environment, production equipment, etc. Meng Shilhong felt cold when she saw Mr. Chun insisting on visiting the staff dormitory. Mr. Chun must not have wanted to take over their cannery after seeing the bad environment in the staff dormitory. But Mr. Chun had already requested it at this time, that if she didn't take him to visit, I'm afraid she wouldn't even think about talking about it, that I felt helpless. But I had no choice but to take the lead towards the staff dormitory. Mr. Chun, please come with me. Chun Mo and Shinro follow behind and soon entered the staff dormitory. As soon as they entered, their vision dimmed. The lights in the corridor of the staff dormitory were very weak. Only one of the 5 lights was on at this time. Looking at the lights in the corridor, Shinmo turned to look at Shinro beside him. The lighting in the corridor is too dark, please record it. Okay, Mr. Chun. Shinro nodded quickly and then recorded what Mr. Chun just said. Meng Shilhong and the management of several canneries around her couldn't help but become even more uneasy when they heard this. Continuing to walk towards the dormitory, he casually opened a door inside, and soon a faint smell of sweat hit his nose. Meng Shilhong frowned slightly when she smelled the smell and turned to observe Mr. Chin's expression. I was slightly relieved when I found that Mr. Chin was not too disgusted. Shinamo ignored the reactions of Meng Shilhong and others and carefully looked at the staff dormitory inside, which was about 10 square meters. There were 5 bunk beds inside, and each bed was covered with messy quilts. The quilt has even turned black. In front of the window of the dormitory, there was a clothesline which was already covered with clothes, pants, socks. The whole dormitory gave him the feeling of being crowded and messy. Record the environment here. After speaking to Shinro beside him, he turned around and walked towards other dormitories. Come around in a circle. The layout of each dormitory is basically the same. The only difference is the hygiene of the dormitory. Some dormitories are relatively cleaner, and the cleaning is very hygienic, but a space of more than 10 meters has 10 people living there. Even if no matter how much you clean it, it will never be tidy. Of course, the unhygienic dormitory is also very excessive. There is already a pile of garbage behind the door, but it is not cleaned up. Leave the staff quarters. Mr. Chin stood outside and took a deep breath of fresh air. That I have to say that the smell in the dormitory is indeed a bit unpleasant. Mr. Chun, shall we visit the workshop? Outside the dormitory. Meng Shilhong looked at Mr. Chun and spoke tentatively. Chinemo nodded when he heard this. He already understood the accommodation environment, so let's learn about the working environment. Soon, several people entered the workshop. Mr. Chun, this is our workshop. The reports on the internet are actually too one-sided. They say that our working environment is not good. It's just that the walls around the workshop are a little black, but this will not affect the quality of the cans. It's just that the factory has been built for too long and has been neglected in management. It has become like this, and our production process is strictly implemented. Although the materials are not the best, they are all qualified products, so Mr. Chin doesn't have to worry about the quality of the cans we produce. After entering the workshop, Meng Shilhong pointed to the blackened wall in the distance. Chinmo looked at the blackened wall in the distance and didn't say anything, that he didn't care about the blackening of the wall or the quality of the cans produced. What he cares about most is that the cannery currently has a bad reputation. Only if it has a bad reputation can he not sell the cans and lose money. And if he builds a factory by himself according to the rules stipulated by the system, it is impossible to create a workshop with a bad environment or products that do not meet the quality standards. So it is still difficult for him to have a bad reputation if he builds a factory by himself. And at this time, this cannery fully meets his requirements. Looking at the working environment of the cannery and some marks on the machinery, it was obviously newly cleaned. They should have done a general cleaning because they knew he was coming to inspect. Many workers were busy in front of the machines, and occasionally looked at him with curiosity. Chunmo ignored it and continued to walk in the workshop. The lighting in the workshop is too dim. There is no air conditioning, the floor is not smooth, the machines are a bit old, and the working environment is too bad. Chunmo followed Mr. Chun and took notes quickly. Meng Shilhong and others followed behind, their expressions full of trepidation. Not long after, the workshop tour was over. Meng Shilhong came to Chunmo and spoke carefully to him. Chun, I wonder what you think of our cannery. Are you willing to take over? As Meng Shilhong asked, several managers of the cannery also showed nervous expressions. Just now, Mr. Chun mentioned many shortcomings of the workshop which made them very worried. Chapter 576, Dream Love Factory. The cannery is great. Of course I want to take it over. Chunmo looked at Meng Shilhong with a satisfied look on his face. He had just walked around the workshop, and he had already seen many places where he could spend money. In addition, the cannery's reputation was in trouble, and the cans had no sales. There are many places to spend money, but no money. This is simply his dream love factory. Okay, Mr. Chun. Meng Shilhong was stunned for a moment, and then showed an expression of surprise. Then, Mr. Chun, please come to the office with me to discuss it. Chunmo nodded and followed Meng Shilhong into the office building nearby. Entering an office. Mr. Chun, please sit down. Meng Shilhong pointed to the seat in front of the desk respectfully. Chunmo was not polite when he saw this. He sat down directly and pointed to their seats in the office. Everyone, take a seat. After hearing this, Meng Shilhong and others looked for seats and sat down. Chunro stood quietly behind Chunmo and did not take a seat. Chun, if we take over the cannery, I hope that we can retain all the current employees of the cannery. If they leave here, it will be difficult to find jobs. Meng Shilhong looked at Mr. Chun and asked carefully. It's easy to talk about employees' problems. As long as there are no major mistakes, they can stay. Various positions will not change. You are the person in charge now, and you will be the person in charge in the future. But my only request is that the orders I give must be strictly implemented, and there should be no arbitrary decisions. Chunmo looked at Meng Shilhong and said, this matter is very important. He had already been given enough headaches by the old men in the group, so he wanted to emphasize this matter in the early stages of taking over the cannery. But he didn't know what the effect would be. Because when he was in the group, he also emphasized it, but the understanding skills of those 6 formers were so poor that every time they understood the orders he gave, they deviated from his idea. He was also a little helpless about this. Now that the group has developed so much, he simply can't pay attention to everyone's thoughts. Mr. Chun, don't worry. We will strictly implement whatever arrangements you have. Meng Shilhong breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Mr. Chun's words. What she was most worried about before was the arrangement of the employees after the cannery was taken over. Now that the other party agreed to retain the employees of the cannery, she finally relaxed. As for executing the order, this is what they should do. After all, after the cannery took over, she was no longer the boss here. This is best. Chunmo nodded with satisfaction. Meng Shilhong's attitude just now made him feel slightly relieved. Then when will we go through the formalities? Seeing that the decision had been reached, Meng Shilhong said anxiously. What's the procedure? You could do it any time, just contact me, assistant. When Chunmo heard this, he pointed at Shinro behind him. Mr. Meng, this is my business card. Just contact me for formalities. Shinro took out a business card from her arms and handed it to Meng Shilhong. Okay. Meng Shilhong quickly took the business card and put it away carefully. Although it has been settled now, she can only relax after all the procedures are completed. Seeing that Meng Shilhong had put away her business card, Chunmo continued to speak that let's not talk about the formalities for now. There are still many other problems that need to be improved in the cannery. These things need to be fixed during this time. As he spoke, he raised his arms slightly and stretched it to Shinro. Seeing this, Shinro quickly took out the notebook that had just recorded the situation in the cannery, put it in Mr. Chen's hand, and at the same time found the page she had just recorded. Chunmo took the notebook and looked at the contents on the notebook. The first point is about the staff dormitories. The current staff dormitories are definitely substandard and need to be completely renovated. A dormitory for 10 people is too crowded and needs to be changed to a dormitory for 2 people. and the building must be fully furnished. Washing machines, TVs, refrigerators, air conditioners. All electrical appliances must be from big brands. Small brands are not allowed, and accidents may occur. Mr. Chin, if this is the case, if the dormitory is renovated, the employees who live in the dormitory will have no place to live. Meng Shilhong looked confused. Shinamo smiled slightly when he saw this. This is easy to solve. There are many residential areas for rent in the 4th Ring Road. You can go there to rent houses for employees. You can arrange 2 people in 1 room. It doesn't take much. Also, since we live in a community, there is still a certain distance from the cannery, so getting to work is also a problem, so we need to buy a shuttle bus. Meng Shilhong's eyes were shocked when she heard Mr. Chin's words. She rented a building outside for employees to live in and equipped it with washing machines, refrigerators, televisions, air conditioners, and other electrical appliances. This treatment is too good. She has visited many factories, but this is the first time she has seen a factory with such treatment. Other management personnel, sitting in the office also, showed surprised expressions after hearing these words. Meng Shilhong took a serious look at the young man in front of her. If she hadn't known that the young man in front of her was a president of Tomorrow Group, she would have thought he was joking. But she quickly thought off a question. Mr. Chin, if it is renovated, the dormitory building is so big. No matter how renovated it is, there will be no room for 2 people in 1 dormitory. Chinamo frowned slightly when heard this. If he just renovated the dormitory building, it would not meet his requirements at all, did I in this case. Chinmo's eyes flickered, and he suddenly thought of the large vacant land next to AtoZ Cannery when he came here. It was tens of thousands of square meters. If he took that piece of vacant land, wouldn't he just rebuild a larger employee dormitory and all the problems would be solved? Thinking of this, he looked up at Meng Shilhong, who was sitting in front of him. The dormitory is a problem. I want to know what the situation is with the vacant land next to the cannery. Mr. Chen, the vacant land next to it was originally a picking garden, but it was closed last year, so the land was vacant. However, the land has been put up for bidding, but no one has ever bid for it. Meng Shilhong explained. Is that so? Then let's take that piece of vacant land. Our cannery will definitely have plans to expand in the future. Now let's take that piece of land first, and then build a large employee dormitory on that vacant land. Of course, the location of the dormitory must be selected well. It is best to make a plan for the expansion of the cannery first. Then build the employee dormitory according to the plan. As for the land bidding, you know about it, so you can handle it. Chinamo looked at Meng Shilhong. According to the original plan, the cannery will definitely expand in the future. If the land is rented in advance, it will be much more convenient when it is expanded in the future. Meng Shilhong listened to Chinmo's arrangement, and the shocked expression that had just dissipated reappeared. The reputation of the cannery has not been solved yet, and Mr. Chun is going to start considering the expansion and directly taking over tens of thousands of square meters of land. This is too big. Chapter 577, Is This Person Reliable? Mr. Chun, I have written down these things. Is there anything else? Meng Shilhong also found a notebook and wrote down what Mr. Chun had just arranged. Of course there are. The next is the workshop. The environment of the workshop is too bad and needs to be renovated, including the floor. The uneven cement floor needs to be replaced with floor paint and needs to be re-leveled. There is also the issue of the workshop temperature. It is already October. Although the current temperature is very suitable, the workshop does not even have an air conditioner. It will definitely be hot in summer, and the upcoming winter will definitely be very cold in the workshop. In this case, how can employees concentrate on their work? In order to provide employees with a comfortable working environment, air conditioners still need to be installed in the workshop. There are also the machines in the workshop. I just observed that the machines in the workshop are too old and can no longer be used. Now most workshops and factories have begun to automate, so we have to keep up with the times and replace all the old machines with new automated machines. There is also the issue of employee salaries. Since I took over the cannery, in order for employees to work with peace of mind, the salaries of all employees will be increased by 30% on the original basis, and the salaries will be paid in advance. There are also some welfare issues. Chinamo talked about all the arrangements. Of course, these arrangements have one thing in common, that is spending money. Meng Shilhong listened to Mr. Chen's words. and her expression gradually became numb. She no longer knew what shock was. For the things that Mr. Chen said, a factory that can complete one is already a very good factory. M or Meng, what's the problem? Chen Mo looked at Meng Shilhong with a faint smile on his lips. Hearing Mr. Chen's question, Meng Shilhong quickly came back to her senses. M or Chun, I want to know how the advance expenditure is advanced. This is very simple. That is, the salary of the next month is paid in advance in the current month. Are there any other questions? Chen Mo explained. No more. Meng Shilhong shook her head. In that case, then do what I say, but before doing it, make a budget report and send it to me. Chun Mo really spoke, and the budget report was naturally to prevent Meng Shilhong from wanting to save money. He spent so much effort. Didn't he just want to spend a little more money? If a lot of money was spent less because of this negligence, it would be a big loss. Okay, Mr. Chun, I will finish the budget report as soon as possible. Meng Shilhong nodded quickly. Well, if there is nothing else, I will go back first. For the formalities, just ask my assistant. Chen Mo stood up from his seat and walked out of the office. Chenu followed closely behind him. Seeing this, Meng Shilhong and others hurriedly followed. Mr. Chun, if you have time, how about going out for dinner later? Meng Shilhong said to Chenu's side. No, I have other things to do. Chen Mo shook his head lightly. He had no idea about eating. After all, the cafeteria of Tomorrow Group is full of chefs from star-rated hotels. It is better to eat in a cafeteria than to eat outside. And going out to eat with Meng Shilhong's nothing more than some polite words which he doesn't like. When he came to the door of the cannery, he looked at the old plaque and suddenly remembered that he had forgotten this matter. So he pointed to the plaque above. This plaque is a bit old. Let's change it to a new one, and it should be bigger as long as it is at least 3 times the size of this one. Okay, Mr. Chin. Meng Shilhong looked at the plaque at the door. This plaque was made when the factory was built, and it was indeed too old at this time. Chen Mo did not stop after hearing this, and got on the black G-Class parked at the door directly. It's great. At the cannery door, Meng Shilhong and others watched the black G-Class disappear from sight. Sister Hong, do you think this Mr. Chun is really reliable? The factory director on the side looked into the distance and said with some concern. It's not that he doesn't trust this investor. It's really that the benefits offered by Mr. Chun are too high, and there is also land to rebuild employee dormitories. All these things add up. Even if there is no detailed calculation, it will cost a huge amount of money. It is really unreasonable to invest such a large amount of money in a brand with a bad reputation and no guarantee of whether it will make money. If it were any other boss, I might be suspicious, but I'm not that worried about Mr. Chin. Meng Shilhong smiled slightly. After receiving the news of the inspection yesterday, she carefully checked the details of Tomorrow Group. Although she didn't know much, but she found out one thing, that is, the Chongfeng Garment Factory, which is a few kilometers away, is actually a company under the Tomorrow Group. If nothing else, the reputation of Chongfeng Garment Factory in the vicinity is not ordinary. The treatment and benefits there are envied by all the employees nearby, and there is no employee who doesn't want to join Chongfeng Garment Factory. But fortunately, the number of workers recruited there is limited. Otherwise, I don't know how many employees will switch to Chongfeng Garment Factory. Even their canning factory has many employees who want to switch jobs. But even if she knew the origin of Tomorrow Group, she didn't expect that Mr. Chen would give such a big benefit when he just took over. But compared with Chongfeng Garment Factory, it seems reasonable. Sister Hong, what is the origin of this Mr. Chen? The factory director was a little confused that he didn't expect Sister Hong to trust Mr. Chen so much. The other managers also looked at Meng Shilhong with curiosity. Hearing this, Meng Shilhong turned her head and looked at the managers of the cannery around her. You may not know that this Mr. Chen is the president of Tomorrow Group. Of course, you may not know much about Tomorrow Group, but you must know Chongfeng Garment Factory. Chongfeng Garment Factory. Sister Hong, you said that Chongfeng Garment Factory is related to Tomorrow Group. Several exclamations came out. Yes, Chongfeng Garment Factory is one of the companies under Tomorrow Group. Now you know why I believe it so much. Meng Shilhong smiled. I see. Then doesn't it mean that in the future, our cannery may also get the same benefits as Chongfeng Garment Factory? What do you mean in the future? Aren't the benefits that Mr. Chun just mentioned the same as those of the garment factory? That's right. Chongfeng Garment Factory is expanding and Mr. Chun has also made an expansion plan. After learning that Changfeng Garment Factorius, a subsidiary of Tomorrow Group, several managers of the cannery who originally had doubts showed excitement. And there was a hint of expectation in our eyes. Chapter 578 Planning. If that's the case, then it makes sense. The director of the cannery couldn't help but laugh. Changfeng Garment Factory is affiliate to Tomorrow Group, so they are really lucky that the cannery gets the same salary and benefits. That isn't that normal? Okay, now the employees in the workshop are also in a state of anxiety. Tell them about the current situation and let them rest assured. Meng Shilhong also smiled. The cannery was taken over, and those employees also kept their jobs. She was relieved of a lot of pressure, but she couldn't relax. After all, even if the cannery had sufficient financial support, there was still a reputation problem. That if the reputation problem could not be solved, the cannery would not last forever. After all, if the reputation problem was not solved, it would be difficult for the cannery to make a profit. And she didn't think that President Chun would continue to invest in a factory that could not make a profit. But the top priority now is to handle the procedures first and then make a budget report. Meng Shilhong thought in her heart and walked back to her office quickly. She is now seizing every moment, and being busy can also make her forget the pain in her heart. During this period, because of the affairs of her husband and sister, she seemed to have not changed in the eyes of outsiders, but only she knew how painful it was to be betrayed by two close people. At the same time, and the way to relieve her pain a little is to keep herself busy and not think about those things. 2 days later, Tomorrow Group. President's office at M.R. Chun. This is the budget report I made. Please take a look. Meng Shilhong carefully pushed the budget report to Chinemo, secretly looked at the layout of the office, and secretly admired it in her heart. As expected of the president of the group, the decoration of this office is expensive. Chun Mo's eyes were surprised. He didn't expect that the other party would directly prepare the budget in 2 days. He took the budget report curiously and opened it to read. Not long after, he put the budget report directly on the table that he was very glad that he had explained that he wanted to see the budget report. The budget report made by Meng Shilhong was much lower than he expected. Well, this budget report needs some adjustments. Mr. Chun, is there any problem? Meng Shilhong showed a nervous expression. Overall, there is no big problem. What needs to be adjusted are some details. The first point is the selection of electrical appliances. Although the electrical appliances you choose are also considered brands, they are very different from big brands. So these electrical appliances need to be adjusted and replaced with big brands. That it's the same with buses. A good bus can also ensure the safety of employees, so when choosing buses, you should also buy better ones. There is also the renovation of the workshop. The coating of the floor paint is very important. If it is not good, it will emit a lot of gas, which will affect the health of employees. And those machines, my requirement is to replace them all with automated machines. You still have a few machines left. What do you mean? Chinimimo looked at Meng Shilhong and pushed the budget report back. Let's adjust this budget again. Okay, Mr. Chun. Meng Shilhong took the report back and couldn't help but marvel in her heart. When she was making this budget, she was a little worried that if she made it too high, it would make Mr. Chun unhappy, but now it seems that she was just overthinking. By the way, Mr. Chin, if the workshop is renovated, there will be a problem. That is, those workers will not be able to work, how to arrange them, how to calculate their wages. Naturally, all employees will be on holiday for the workshop renovation. As for the wages, it is easier to say. The holiday is our decision, and the employees are forced to take a holiday, so the wages will be paid as usual. However, there are many home appliances, furniture, and other items arranged in the rented building, and they must need help. During the holiday, they can go there to help. Those who go there to help will all receive double wages. This is not mandatory, and they go there voluntarily. Chun Mmo spoke quickly that he would naturally not miss this opportunity to spend money. That I know, Mr. Chun. Main Shohom nodded to AT this time. She once again appreciated Mr. Chin's care for his employees. That I heard some rumors about Chongfang Garment Factory before, saying that during work, helping the boss lift chairs will get extra money rewards. When she heard it, she didn't believe it at all, thinking it was exaggerated. But now she heard what Mr. Chun had just arranged. She finally believed it. renting a building as a dormitory for employees, moving home appliances and furniture into it, cleaning the house, these things, even if the employees were not paid, the employees would not say anything. Gee, after all, those houses were the houses they were going to live in. Well, is there anything else? Seeing that everything was almost arranged, Chen Ma looked up at Main Show Home. Yes, Mr. Chen, there are some other things, that is, the future development of the canning factory and the current reputation of ours and how canning outside. Main Show Home's eyes became serious. Making a budget only involves the issue of spending money, and the next thing involves making money. What are you going to do? Chen Mmo tapped the table with his fingers and looked at Main Show Home with the same seriousness. The future development of the cannery must be taken seriously. Main Show Home adjusted her sitting position slightly when she heard Mr. Chen's question, that I think the biggest problem facing our cannery is the reputation problem, that if we don't solve this problem, then our cannery will have a big problem. This matter must be solved as soon as possible. And the solution is to make a new publicity for our cannery after the renovation of the cannery and send the renovated environment of the cannery to internet to let those netizens know what we have done. There is also the issue of price. Now ours and Howkins have been affected by the reputation. Even if we do publicity and improve the environment of our factory, we still have to do something to attract customers. I think after solving the reputation problem, we can make some preferential activities on cans, so that's in how cans will become more favorable than before. Of course, this discount cannot make us lose money. All discounts are within our tolerance range. The Main Show Home patiently talked about the future planning and development of the cannery in detail. Obviously, she had made sufficient preparations before coming. Chen Mo was shocked when he heard Main Show Home's words, solve the problem of the cannery's reputation. How can this be possible? Chapter 579 Time is the best weapon. Chun Mo's chest rose and fell. If the reputation problem of the cannery was solved, it would be a big trouble. The most important thing for him to take over this cannery was the reputation of the cannery. Only if the reputation was maintained could he guarantee that he would not lose money. If the reputation problem was solved, who knew whether it would be profitable in the future? No, the reputation problem must not be solved. Chen Mo thought about it in his heart and then looked up at Main Show Home. I think it is inappropriate to solve the reputation problem by propaganda. Why is Mr. Chen? Main Show Home was puzzled. The publicity problem was a more reliable method she had thought about for a long time and finally chose. Chen Mo tapped the table lightly with his fingers and his expression began to become serious. First, the reputation of Zenhaken Food has been seriously damaged. Looking at the videos forwarded on the internet, Zenhaken Food exposed such videos when there were many food safety problems. The first impression given to customers is that this Zenhaken Food has problems and cannot be eaten. And at this cusp of the storm, you release a video promotion off the Zenhaken Food Workshop getting better. What will those customers who see it think? What do you think their first thought is when they see the videos of the renovated workshops? Will it be that there is no problem with the canned food produced by Zenhaken Food? Main Show Home's eyes were thoughtful, but before she could figure it out, Mr. Chen continued to speak. No, that's impossible. His first thought is that Zenhaken's has no problem. The most common idea may be that Zenhaken's has to renovate the workshop in order to retain its reputation. Or Zenhaken's is promoting it for show or some other negative ideas. All these ideas have one thing in common, that is, the quality of Zenhaken's is still problematic and cannot be purchased. Once suspicion arises, the charge is already established. Trust collapse cannot be solved by a video. You said that using video promotion to solve the reputation problem is useless, that on the contrary, it may expand the negative impact of Zenhaken's. Chima picked up the water cup beside him and drank it slowly. The Main Show Home listened to Mr. Chen's words and her expression became ashamed. What Mr. Chen said is really reasonable, especially the sentence. Once suspicion arises, the charge is already established. This sentence is really reasonable and full of certain philosophy. As expected of Mr. Chun as the president of the group, he sees things differently. She was amazed and looked up at Chenma. Then, Mr. Chun, if you don't promote it, how can you solve the reputation problem? Solve it? Why should you solve it? Chenma glanced at Main Show Home indifferently. Don't solve it. Main Show Home also became confused. Yes, just don't solve it. Now the reputation of Zenhaken Food has been damaged, and no matter what you do, it will be useless. The best way is to do nothing, and time is the best weapon. It will make people forget slowly. Chima's mouth corner slightly curved. He still wanted to solve the reputation problem, but there was no way. Time is the best weapon. Main Show Home whispered softly, not understanding what Mr. Chen meant. Letting time forget isn't the meaning of doing nothing. There's also the issue of price. Discounts are definitely not an option. I think the materials we use in our workshop now are not very bad, but they're just qualified products. From now on, all the raw materials for making canned food will be the best, and all the fruits and meat will be fresh. Mr. Chun, if all the fruits and meat are fresh, then the cost will increase a lot. According to the current selling price of Zenhaken food, we will not have much profit. Main Show Home hurriedly spoke up. Zenhaken food is not a big brand at present. It was accepted by customers before because the price was cheaper than those big brands of canned food. And if it is cheaper, they want to make more money, so they need to save on raw materials. Now that the consumption of raw materials has been raised, if the price remains unchanged, the profit will definitely be greatly reduced. How can there be no profit? We use the best raw materials, so it would be better to increase the price. You can increase it by 50% according to the current price of mass-market canned food. Chinemo smiled. He had planned this decision long ago. Improving the quality of raw materials will further increase the consumption of funds. As the price increases, even if there is no reputation problem, sales will definitely decrease. After all, Zenhaken food is just a niche brand, and it is not even sold nationwide. The reason for the good sales before was entirely due to the price war. At this time, the price suddenly increased to 50% higher than the price of mass-market canned food. Will anyone buy it? The reputation problem, plus the price increase, double insurance that he just doesn't believe that Zenhaken food can still be sold in this way. Are there any other problems? If not, just deal with them. When the next budget report is ready, just send the file directly, and you don't have to deliver it in person. Seeing Meng Shihong's thoughtful expression, Chen Mo hurriedly spoke. Okay, Mr. Chun. Meng Shihong nodded in confusion. Although she didn't understand what Mr. Chen did, she must have some deep meaning. Otherwise, how could he say such a philosophical sentence? Once the suspicion arises, the crime is established. This sentence really makes sense. There is also the issue of price. If the price is really raised that much, will customers really accept it? The good sales before were entirely due to the price advantage. Now there is no price advantage. Can the canned food still be sold? Chun Mo nodded slightly when saw this. Meng Shihong was quite obedient, and then he called Chinro over. Mr. Chin, what do you want? Chinro came up and smiled at Meng Shihong first, and her eyes fell on Mr. Chen. Take Manager Meng to get the elevator card of the group company. Chin Mo spoke softly. Now that the transfer procedures of the canning factory have been completed, the Zenhakening factory is already a company under the Tomorrow Group, and Meng Shihong, as the person in charge of the Zenhakening factory, naturally has to serve as the manager. Okay, Mr. Chen. Chinro nodded and turned to look at Meng Shihong. Manager Meng, please follow me. She turned and walked out of the office. Seeing this, Meng Shihong said hello to Mr. Chen and hurriedly followed him. Thank you, Assistant Chun, for taking care of me these 2 days. When she came out of the office, Meng Shihong said politely, This Chinro is Mr. Chen's full-time assistant. Even though she is now the manager of a company under the Tomorrow Group, she still has to be polite to the full-time assistant of the president. Manager Meng is polite that I do everything according to Mr. Chen's wishes. How can I take care of him? Chinro's expression was serious. She had always acted according to Mr. Chen's arrangements, and the same was true for Meng Shihong. She had never taken care of him at all. Seeing Chinro's serious expression, Meng Shihong knew that she had said the wrong thing and hurriedly smiled. Assistant Chun misunderstood. I didn't mean anything else. It's okay. I'll add you to a manager group later. There are managers of companies under the Tomorrow Group. You can get to know them. Chinro waved her hand indifferently and then looked at the time. It's almost 12 o'clock in the afternoon. After you get the elevator card, I'll take you to the Tomorrow Canteen for lunch. I can introduce you to a manager who is already a veteran of the company. If you don't understand anything about Mr. Chen's arrangement, you can go to him for consultation. Chapter 5, 80 Wu Hui and #039S invitation. Okay, let me trouble Assistant Shun. Meng Shihong did not refuse. First, she was curious about what the canteen of Tomorrow Group was like. After all, she heard that the food in the employee canteen at Chongfeng Garment Factory was very good, and it was even said that the chefs there were recruited from star-rated hotels. She was a little skeptical about this. It was unrealistic to think off-poaching star chefs from star hotels just to make staff meals for employees. But it is definitely delicious, but not to the level of a star chef. While chatting, the two entered the elevator, arrived at the 17th floor, and took out the elevator card. The two of them continued down the stairs and headed straight to the canteen tomorrow. This is it. Chinro pointed to the store in front. The plaque above the store read the four characters, Tomorrow Canteen. Let's go in. With that said, he took Meng Shihong and walked in. Enter tomorrow's cafeteria. Shinro briefly introduced the environment of the cafeteria and then took Meng Shihong directly to the place where meals were served. Manager Meng, the food is here. There are plates in the disinfection cabinet over there. You can choose what you want to eat. Be careful not to waste it. There are various drinks in the refrigerators on both sides. You can get what you want to eat. Meng Shihong nodded when she heard this, but she was once again shocked by the work of the Tomorrow Group. Meals like this are definitely made by star chefs. Because she saw the carving of a vegetarian dish and the craftsmanship was definitely not something that ordinary chefs could achieve, that I looked around the Tomorrow Canteen, with bright decorations, refrigerators every 5 meters, and 8 kinds of meat and vegetable dishes in front of me, that I in such an environment. Even a hotel cannot meet this requirement. Just as I was holding the train preparing to order the food, 3 people came in from the door of the canteen again and walked straight to the side to order the food. Wait until the 3 of them approach. Shinro said hello and then pointed to Meng Shihong beside her. This is Meng Shihong, the manager of Jinhaokon. It is now a company under our Tomorrow Group. These 3 are Wei Yin, Fong Cheng, and Zhao Bowen from Sengshui Games. After introducing each other, they waved. I still have something to talk about. With that said, she walked toward the cafeteria. It was already noon, and she had to go get Mr. Chen's lunch. As the president of a company, the food is definitely different from the canteen. Although Mr. Chun has not said these things, as employees, they will naturally take the initiative to do these things. Canteen table. Manager Meng, since you are already the manager of Tomorrow Group, we can be considered colleagues. If you encounter any difficulties or problems in a company, you can come to us at any time. Wei Yin put down his plate, looked at Meng Shihong sitting opposite, and smiled. Thank you, Manager Wei. Meng Shihong nodded, suddenly thinking of what Assistant Shun said to her. If you have any doubts about Mr. Chen's arrangements, you can ask Wei Yin. In the office, just now, I couldn't figure out why Mr. Chen didn't come out to have a good reputation. You might as well ask Wei Yin in front of you what is the reason. Thinking of this, he looked up at Wei Yin. Manager Wei, I do have a question here that I would like to ask. Please tell me. Wei Yin put down the piece of meat he had just picked up and looked at Meng Shihong seriously. Here's the thing, we're really good at canning. Meng Shihong briefly told the whole story, and then looked at Wei Yin in confusion. What is the purpose of Mr. Chen's indifferent solution? So that's it. The thing is very simple, but you think of it as too complicated. Wei Yin's eyes flickered. It had been really peaceful during this period. Sengshui Games had been developing steadily without any major changes. Luo Xiao and Wang Bin also went out to shoot movies, and Wei Shun and Wei Yu were also sent to pick up poor elderly people. Recently, he, Fong Shihong, and Shihong Zhao Bowen were the only 3 people who came to the cafeteria to eat so much so that no one comes to him for consultation these days that I finally met one today. So naturally I had to talk about it. He reached out and picked up the mineral water beside him and took a sip. First point, there is no problem in letting customers forget about this matter through time. After all, the current can matter, coupled with the food safety matter. This time, ice in the cusp of. The storm, no matter what you do, it will not how many people believe in. What Mr. Chen said about not solving the problem does not mean doing nothing. Renovate the workshop, acquire new land, improve the quality of raw materials, etc. Many things require you to complete them over time. All these things show that Mr. Chen's potential intention is to re-establish the positioning of Xinhao, came from a small brand of cans that needs to compete on price to create a high-end can brand. But this is a long process that it's not about raising raw materials, but just raising prices. You also need to constantly improve the formula of your cans to ensure the quality of the raw materials and the taste of the cans. So during this period, Mr. Chin meant that you should not think too much. The most important thing at present is the construction of the canning factory and the improvement of canned food. And after the land next to the canning factory is acquired, it will definitely involve expansion, which requires you to prepare in advance that in the future, when the canning factory grows bigger, there will be no problems with quality and quality that time. Do you think it will be difficult to solve the reputation problem? Meng Shilhong listened to Wei Yan's explanation and nodded slightly, with approval in her eyes. Thank you, Manager Wei. I will definitely improve the canned food and develop the construction of the canning factory when I go back. And no need to thank me. I in the Tomorrow Group. It is right for us to help each other among our companies. When you enter the manager group, you will slowly understand it. Wei Yin smiled and then began to eat with his head down. Nana Coffee, Brick and Stone Store. Please sit down. Wu Hui looked at Yang Yao and Lu Wei Wei, who entered the coffee shop, and pointed enthusiastically at the chairs in front of the coffee table. I am our Wu. If the conditions are still the same as before, I think there is no need to talk. Yang Yao did not sit down directly and looked at Wu Hui. Seriously. The last time the two sides negotiated, they did not reach an agreement. Originally, she planned to negotiate it over the phone this time and then come to meet and discuss in detail. But the other party insisted on a face-to-face meeting, so she had no choice but to come. However, in order to save time, she still asked directly. Before coming, she had already consulted Mr. Li Shun for his opinion. This time, wanting exclusive sales rights is not as simple as before. At least the price must be increased several times. Chapter 581 Negotiation. Don't worry. This time I come here with sincerity. Wu Hui had a smile on her face, but there was some slander in her heart that I thought it was a short video app with not much traffic, that if it weren't for the high purchase rate of those who watch the subject live broadcast, they wouldn't come to talk. But just after they failed to reach an agreement last time, the boring short video suddenly became popular because of Professor Yuan's promotion. This was something she didn't expect. Today, the traffic of boring short videos is growing every day, and the number of people watching subject live broadcasts is also growing rapidly. Coupled with a high purchase rate, this is definitely a business opportunity that I don't know what Mr. Wu's sincerity is. Yang Yao Yao and Lu Weiwei looked at each other and sat down one after another, seeing the two of them taking their seats. Wu Hui breathed a sigh of relief and sat down as well. The last time Director Yang gave us an exclusive authorization of 80 million. We have thought about what we can accept, that if there are no problems, we can sign the contract directly today. It seems that Mr. Wu is not sincere. Yang Yao Yao glanced at Wu Hui lightly, stood up, and prepared to walk outside with Lu Weiwei. After the boring short video was promoted by Professor Yuan in the past few days, the number of people watching subject live broadcasts every day has reached 2.4 million, and the number of viewers is still growing. According to previous calculations, the average purchasing power of people who watch subject-based live broadcasts is about 70 per person per month. 2.4 million people, so that's 160 million a month. With a monthly revenue of 160 million, Review Young only gave 80 million in exclusive sales rights. Do you think she doesn't count, or that she is a fool? If this is the case, there is absolutely no need for her to continue talking to the other party. When Wu Jing saw Yang Yao and Lu Weiwei getting up and leaving her, expression changed and she quickly got up to stop them. Director Yang, if the price is not suitable, can we talk about it slowly? Don't you have to leave directly? Yang Yao Yao paused and looked at Wu Jing seriously. First, there is no need for exclusive licensing of our boring short videos and no matter which brand of review questions we sell, we can still make profits from them. The exclusive authorization undoubtedly puts shackles on ourselves. There is no need for us to do a thankless thing. Also, even if your review gang does not have specific data on the boring short video subject-based live broadcasts, we can still judge the number of people watching the subject-based live broadcast. Say.s.a. Hold a do you think the 80 million exclusive sales rights are appropriate? Lu Weiwei stood aside and couldn't help but speak. Mr. Wu, please don't treat us as fools. Since we are negotiating, we must show sincerity. Calm down, I didn't mean that. Since 80 million authorized funds are not enough, can we continue to talk? Wu Hui laughed dryly. She just wanted to give it a try to see if she could win 80 million. That after all, the last price the other party asked for was 8,000. If the other party really agreed, that would be a good thing. That I just didn't expect that after finishing speaking, the other party's reaction would be so big. But at this time, she also understood that if she wanted to win the exclusive sales rights off boring short videos this time, it would be impossible without some bloodshed. Then I wonder how sincere Mr. Wu is this time. Yang Yao Yao did not sit down, but asked Wu Hui directly, as if he would just leave if was not satisfied with the answer. That Wu Hui was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. The price of 80 million is doubled to 160 million, and the sales share is 55%. That I don't know if Director Yang is satisfied with this price, that it's not enough. But this price is a little more sincere, that we can continue to talk. Yang Yao Yao looked at Wu Hui and shook her head slightly, then sat back on her seat. That Wu Hui breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Yang Yao and Lu Wei Wei sitting down again. She pondered for a moment before speaking. That I in that case, how about Director Yang offering a price? Yang Yao Yao smiled when he heard this, and without any hesitation, he spoke directly. The exclusive licensing fee is 300 million, and the sales will be divided into 6 and 4, 6 for us and 4 for you. These are our conditions. That if we cannot give these, there is no need to continue the negotiation. Director Yang, isn't 300 million a bit too much? How about 200 million? We can accept 64%. That will we bargain? Yang Yao Yao shook his head slightly. Our Wu may not understand what I mean. That price is our final price. That we do not accept bargaining. That if we cannot accept it, then there is no need for us to continue the negotiation. Director Yang. This. That Wu Hui was speechless for a moment, but looking at Yang Yao Yao's serious expression, she knew that the other party was not joking. But it was precisely this that made her feel a little aggrieved. That I even have some regrets that if she had directly agreed to 80 million last time, there would still be so many things happening now. Now the price is more than tripled. That Mr. Wu, if you find it difficult to handle, then our discussion will end here. Yang Yao Yao smiled and spoke, ready to get up and leave. Again, upon seeing this, Wu Hui quickly stretched out her hand to stop him. Wait a minute, I need to think about it. And I also want to know how many people are currently watching subject live broadcasts of boring short videos. When Yang Yao Yao heard this, he did not hide at present. The number of people who watch the subject live broadcast of boring short video every day is more than 2.4 million. But boring short video is still on the hot search, and the number of people watching subject live broadcast will definitely increase. You should know this. 2.4 million people. Wu Hui looked surprised. They had previously estimated the number of people to be within 2 million, and they did not expect to see 2.4 million. If it is 2.4 million people, then according to the average consumption of 70 per person, it will be 160 million per month. If they divide it by 40%, it will be 64 million. That is more than 700 million in revenue per year. After deducting the 300 million licensing expenses, they will still get more than 400 million in revenue. And 240 people are definitely not the current number, and it will increase in the future. Wu Hui picked up her phone and calculated it, and then sent the message back to the headquarters. The transaction amount given to her by the headquarters was 200 million, and she cannot make the decision on 300 million now. After sending the message, she looked up at Yang Yao Yao and Lu Wei Wei. You too, the 300 million yuan licensing price is no longer something I can decide. That I need to ask for instructions. Okay. Yang Yao Yao nodded and did not make any move to leave. That if the 300 million yuan can really be signed for boring short video, it will be an extra 300 million yuan in revenue. Yao Yao, do you think they will agree to this price? Lu Wei Wei sent a message to Yang Yao Yao through her mobile phone. Yang Yao Yao took a look and replied in the same way. If they are smart people, they will basically agree. Now boring short video has been promoted by Professor Yuan and is still on the hot search, so there is no need to talk about its potential. Moreover, the 300 million yuan licensing price is not a loss for them, but just a little less profit. Yang Yao Yao thought to herself with a slight curl of the corners of her mouth. This is probably the biggest project she has discussed since joining boring short video. Chapter 582 Conditions. After a while, Wu Hui put down her phone again and looked up at Yang Yao Yao and Lu Wei Wei. Both of you, we have agreed to an exclusive license of 300 million yuan and a revenue share of 40 to 60 million yuan for us and 6 for you. The only problem is that we want to sign the contract for a few more years. What do you think? Our contract is only for 1 year at most and needs to be renewed in the second year. However, we will give you a reassurance that if the price is comparable, your review gang will have priority. Yang Yao Yao picked up the coffee and took a sip. Nowadays, the popularity of boring short videos is still on the rise. Who knows what the number of downloads of boring short videos will reach in a year? How much will the number of people watching subject live broadcasts increase? So, boring short videos will definitely not sign a long-term contract. That Wu Hui smiled bitterly and shook her head when she heard this, secretly thinking that she really couldn't take any advantage here. There is no problem for 1 year. This is the contract I prepared. You can take a look at it and make coordinated changes if there are problems, saying. From the briefcase, he took out a contract and handed it over. Yang Yao Yao reached out to take the contract and read it with Lu Wei Wei. After a while, Duddy looked up at Wu Hui. There is nothing wrong with the contract as a whole, but one piece of content needs to be added. That is our boring short video that we will always pay attention to the review materials posted by Review Help. That if there are any quality problems, we will not allow them to be removed. That if there is an error, if the number of times is too frequent, we will determine that you do not have the ability to review the materials and have the right to terminate the contract. This is a very critical issue, that if after signing the contract, the review materials produced by the review gang become worse and worse, this will be a serious blow to their reputation for boring short videos. Also, those parents of students who buy those wrong review questions will have a negative impact on their children. Learning also has a great impact. Therefore, this matter must be clearly written in the contract. Director Yang, you can rest assured that there will be no mistakes in the quality of the review materials. Wu Hui was smiling, and she was very confident in the strength of her review gang, that I think it's better to implement it in writing. And since Mr. Wu is so confident in his review team, adding this extra line will not have any impact. Yang Yao Yao shook his head slightly and insisted on his idea. Okay, then I will revise the contract when I go back today, and we will sign the contract tomorrow. Wu Hui hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Okay, you can go to boring video to sign the contract tomorrow. We can just sign it at the company. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. After Yang Yao Yao finished speaking, he stood up and left. Recently, the boring short video has become popular. Few managers, Li Shun and Wu Yu, are still picking up poor elderly people outside. Therefore, a lot of the work of boring short video currently falls on her and Lu Wei Wei, especially the agricultural live broadcast sector. Now, thanks to Professor Yuan's promotion, the number of people following the agricultural live broadcast section has reached over 4.1 million, that with so many followers and no way to monetize it. Why aren't they in a hurry? Nowadays, various agricultural products are still under investigation. Before the quality is guaranteed, they have no way to put boring short videos on the shelves. So these days, they have been busy working on agricultural products, and the number of followers of the intersection live broadcast has exceeded 1 million, that they went to other provinces to find teams to cooperate with interest classes. Recently, because of the popularity of boring short videos, there are also achieved great results. After a while, after the foundation of interest in live broadcasting is solid, you can start monetizing it. Of course, there are some other live broadcasts. Once the traffic increases to a certain level, you can start monetizing them. At this moment, boring short video finally completed its reversal and turned losses into profits. Arriving outside the coffee shop, Yang Yao and Lu Wei Wei finally couldn't help laughing. On the second day, Tomorrow Group. During short video, happy to work with. Yang Yao Yao read the contract carefully and signed it directly after confirming that there were no problems. Happy cooperation. We will pay the 300 million licensing fee to the company's account within 5 working days. Wu Hui also showed a smile. After negotiating the contract yesterday, even though it cost a lot of money, the review gang headquarters was still very satisfied with their completion of the negotiation and said it after the contract act was officially signed. Finally, a certain bonus will be distributed. The two shook hands with each other. Director Yang, your boring short video decoration is pretty good. After signing the contract, Wu Hui also relaxed, thinking that she had just entered boring short video and looked at the decoration and layout of boring short video and couldn't help but sigh on Mr. Wu. Our boring short video is affiliated to the Tomorrow Group. The top 10 floors of this building belong to the Tomorrow Group. Let me take Mr. Wu to visit it. Yang Yao Yao suggested that it was necessary to take the partners to visit the group and show how powerful the group was. Then I'll trouble you, Manager Yang, that I'm really curious. That Wu Hui smiled, that I'll sort out the information and report the matter. Liu Weiwei on the side slowly spoke up. Now that the contract has been signed, the exclusive licensing fee of 300 million is no small amount. Such a good thing must be reported as soon as possible. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Yang Yao Yao nodded after hearing this. Then he took Wu Hui out of the office. That Mr. Wu, let me take you to visit our fitness floor. Tomorrow grouped at President's office. Chinemo stretched out from the room inside. That I just finished lunch and felt a little sleepy, so I went to the lounge inside to take a nap. That I took out my mobile phone and looked at the time. That it was already 2 o'clock. Have you slept too much? Chinemo whispered softly, but as the president of the group, he still has the right to sleep a little longer. He sat in the boss chair in front of the desk, touched the cup of coffee on the table, and the temperature was just right. So he took a sip of coffee. That he looked at the documents on the desk, and it seemed that there was nothing to see. Forget it. Let's go back to the game. Soon. In the office, there was a sound of keyboard tapping. But not long after, the tapping stopped at Emmer Chun. This is the information sent by Boring Short Video this morning. Please take a look. Shinro handed the information over with a smile and was very happy in her heart that another industry of Tomorrow Group had turned losses into profits. Yeah, Boring Short Video. When Chinemo heard this, he quickly thought of Professor Yuan's promotion of Boring Short Video, but he had been tracking the data of Boring Short Video all the time these days, and he had just finished reading it this morning. That didn't you read the information of Boring Short Video this morning? Chinemo looked up at Shinro in confusion. Mr. Chun, this is not the information for recording data, but new information. Shinro smiled happily and pushed the information in front of Chinemo. Chapter 583. A prophecy comes true. Other information. Chinemo was stunned for a moment, then looked at Shinro's smile that couldn't be concealed, and his heart skipped a beat. Slowly picked up the information on the desktop, opened it, and looked at it. Soon his body trembled uncontrollably and his lips wriggled slightly. That an exclusive licensing fee of 300 million. That Boring Short Video has completely turned a profit. 300 million. That he gained 300 million more funds for nothing. The joy of finally finding a money-losing industry completely disappeared at this moment. That it's really okay that I have already sent Li Shun and Wu Yu to pick up poor elderly people, but this Boring Short Video can still cause such a big stir that let's not talk about Professor Yuan's matter for now. It's something Li Shun did before. But this 300 million exclusive sales right was definitely signed because of the popularity of the Boring Short Video that in the past few days, Li Shun and Wu Yu have been outside, and it is impossible for the two of them to do this. Thinking of this, he looked up at Shinro. After Li Shun and Wu Yu left, who was in charge of the Boring Short Video, Mr. Chun, Yang Yao Yao, and Liu Weiwei are responsible for most of the recent Boring Short Videos. By the way, the review gang was completed by the two of them. Shinro smiled and spoke. Yang Yao Yao, and Liu Weiwei lived across the street from each other. They commuted to get off work together every day and sometimes had meals together. After being together for so long, we are already friends. Now that the two of them had signed such a big contract, she couldn't help but be happy for them. That I understand, you go back first. Chinemo waved his hand and looked at the information in his hand, feeling a little dull. Yang Yao Yao and Liu Weiwei, he had an impression of these two people. These two people were recruited by him by name. Say the other person is a talent that I didn't expect. That my words really came true. Not long after I was responsible for the Boring Short Video, I got a business of 300 million yuan, which is really incredible. Yang Yao Yao, Liu Weiwei. Whispering softly, he opened the drawer and took out his notebook. Since then, there are 2 more names on the notebook. By the way, Yang Yao Yao is Yang Dahai's daughter. Yang Dahai, you really gave birth to a good daughter. He sighed helplessly and sat quietly on the boss's chair. After a while, just now he came back to his senses and slowly sat up from his seat. That I looked at the date. That I found that it was already October 26th, and the day after tomorrow was the time for the BL Game Club and that team to compete. Never mind that it's not interesting to stay in the group. Watching those industries turn losses into profits one by one makes me feel uneasy. That let's go out and relax. Just in time to watch the game. That a team formed by retired players will definitely not have much strength. Going there to see your club team lose will make you feel better. The match location of Fire Dragon Island is not in Jiangkim, but in Swang City. So the club will lead the team to set off tomorrow. That he might as well go over and watch the game tomorrow. That AS for the company. Let Shinro handle it. Nowadays, there is no way to change the boring short video thing. We can only let it develop while other industries are basically under construction or preparation. And nothing will go wrong in a will. That now let Shinro manage it. So you won't have too much to worry about. Thinking of this, Chinemo took out his cell phone and called yababwa.blgameclub.in the conference room. Everyone, please have a good rest today and don't stay up late. The day after tomorrow is the competition time. Tomorrow we will fly to Suzhou and Hangzhou. They have already booked a hotel near the competition venue and have all their computers and other things that it's been arranged, so just bring your familiar keyboard and mouse. In addition, the team uniforms for the competition have also been prepared for everyone. You can try them on later and choose the size that fits you. Don't take more than 5 sets per person. If they are damaged in the future, you can go to the logistics department to replace them. And here is the itinerary. You can take a look. Yababwa looked at several participating team members in the room and sent several schedules at the same time. If you have any other ideas, you can tell me. Lin Guangqing and the other 4 picked up their schedules and looked at them carefully. After a while, the 4 of them put down the schedules in their hands and looked at each other with wonder in their eyes. This schedule had already arranged everything for them. When they go out at 8 o'clock in the morning, the company's commercial vehicle will take them to the airport. After getting off the plane, there will also be a commercial vehicle that will take them to the hotel where they are staying. The hotel rooms have been reserved, so they can check in directly, and the computers there are also arranged. They want to train and maintain their field without any problems. Not to mention eating, there will be nutritionists following them to match their meals. And there is only one thing they need to do, and that is to play well. Mr. Yeah, don't worry, we will definitely compete hard and strive to win the championship. Lin Guangqing and the 4 others said in unison. They are still very confident about this. Not only have their tactics become more and more proficient recently, but they have also figured out the players of the other teams, which player likes to do what, which player has what habits in the G.aim, which player is prone to get carried away, etc. They have studied them thoroughly through the previous game videos. They just need to make more conservative responses to different players on the field and reduce their error rate to the lowest. Well, don't have too much pressure, friendship first, competition second, as long as you play seriously. Yao Bagua looked at the 4 players and smiled that he didn't take this game too seriously. After all, it is still very difficult for 4 retired champions to get a good ranking. The most important thing is to hype the comeback of several retired champions in the early stage of the game, thereby increasing the popularity of the BL Game Club. Now this matter has been done. The final result is somewhat mixed. Many people saw their hype behavior and felt disgusted with it, so they were very disgusted, and then a group of black fans were born. There is another group of people, that is, the fans of the 4 retired champion players, who are looking forward to the comeback of the 4 retired champion players. So they still like the behavior O.F the BL Game Club. Of course, there are also some passers-by who just want to see how far the 4 retired champion players can go in the game. These people did not attack the BL Game Club, nor did they support the BL Game Club. But they have become curious and concerned about the BL Game Club. In any case, the BL Game Club has gained some popularity in the esports circle. This hype is basically successful. His goal has been achieved, and he did not make too many demands on these 4 retired champion players. After all, it is too difficult for a team composed of retired players to compete with those young professional players for the championship. Chapter 584 Watching the game. Don't worry, Mr. Yao, we will. Lin Guangqing and the others nodded. Well, there's nothing to do. You can get your clothes and rest early today. Yao Bagua looked at the 4 players and pointed to the uniforms in the distance. Soon, the 4 players found the uniforms of their own sizes and changed in the conference room. Not long after, the 4 players stood in the conference room wearing the same uniforms. Yao Bagua carefully looked at the clothes on the players and couldn't help but admire them. They were indeed designed by professional designers. Both the style and the color matching were very fashionable. They were much better looking than those uniforms that looked like sportswear. This uniform is very good looking, that it's also very comfortable to wear. Well, it's much better looking than the uniforms I wore in the club before. I can wear this clothes out. Lin Guangqing and the other 4 looked at their uniforms and couldn't help but sigh. Buzz, 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 Yao. Bagua was about to say a few words when he suddenly felt the phone in his pocket vibrate. That he took out his phone and looked at the caller ID. Emerchun. Seeing this, he quickly answered the phone. Yes, we'll leave tomorrow, Dunham Chin. I want to go too, okay. However, our tickets and hotels have been booked, Mr. Chin Yu. Okay, I got it, after a while. Yao Bagua put away his phone and looked at the players who were still in the meeting room with a smile on his face. That Emmer Chin will also watch the game today. After tomorrow, when you see him, you should be respectful and don't talk back. Our BL Game Club can have such good treatment because Mr. Chin gave us this that we know, Mr. Yao. Lin Guangqing and others nodded, and everyone's eyes were full of curiosity. They haven't met Mr. Chin of Tomorrow Group yet. Well, the clothes have been chosen, so I'll go back to prepare. The game will be held in the next few days, so don't eat snacks secretly. Yao Bagua glanced at a few people and turned to leave the meeting room. Tomorrow Group. President's office at Emmer Chun. You're going to Suzhou and Hangzhou to watch the game. So what should the company do? Chinro couldn't help but explain when she heard what Mr. Chin said. There is nothing important in the company recently, so you will handle it. Chin Imo looked at Chinro and said lightly. But Mr. Chun, no buts, you have been my assistant for such a long time, and you have already learned how to handle some official business that if you still have questions, it means that you are not qualified as an assistant. You know, the group will involve more and more industries in the future, and I will definitely not be able to handle it alone. At that time, many things will definitely be handed over to you. Chinmo's eyes suddenly became serious. That I understand, Mr. Chun, I will work hard. Chinro nodded seriously when she heard it. She was not worried that she could not handle official business, and recently boring short videos were popular, and many things would definitely happen. She was worried that she could not make up her mind. But after listening to what Mr. Chin just said, she suddenly realized that she couldn't ask Mr. Chun for all the decisions. She also had to make her own judgment. Of course, she still had to report some major things. That I asked that right. Go and book a flight to Suzhou and Hangzhou tomorrow. First class. That I asked for the hotel. You can ask Yao Bagua of BL Game Club to see which hotel they booked. Just book a hotel. Chinmo patted Chinro's shoulder gently. BL Game Club had already booked it, so he could only book it himself. And watching the game to inspect his own team, there was no problem with using system funds. Since it was system funds, he would not be polite. Okay, Mr. Chin. Chinro nodded, quickly returned to her office, and began to deal with the tasks that Mr. Chin had just arranged. The next day, afternoon, Suzhou and Hangzhou City, Suzhou and Hangzhou Airport. Chinmo walked out of the airport slowly, and soon a black business car stopped in front of him. The door opened, and Yao Bagua got out of the CA or Chun. Let's get in the car. Yao Bagua stood at the door and pointed inside the car. Yes. Chinmo nodded and got into the business car. When Mr. Chin took his seat, Yao Bagua followed him and said he could drive. How is the arrangement of the competition going? Chinmo asked casually while sitting in the CA or Chun. Don't worry, everything has been arranged. The official Fire Dragon Island competition will officially start at 6 p.m. Tomorrow. We can arrive at the venue at 5:30. What about the competition? What rank do you think you can get? Mr. Chun, it's hard to say. After all, he is a retired champion player. With his rich experience, he may win a few games, but it is still difficult to get a good ranking. Yao Bagua said truthfully without exaggerating. Yes. Chinmo nodded with relief that he came here to watch his team lose. After getting confirmation from Yao Bagua, he was relieved. Well, since the competition is tomorrow, there is still some time in the afternoon, so we can organize the participating members to go out and have some fun. The competition is coming soon, so the time can't be too tight. You tell them now to meet in the hotel lobby later. Since you are in Suzhou and Hangzhou, why don't you miss the Westlake and Swang? Let's go to the Westlake together later and relax. Emmer Chun, this is not good. Yao Bagua spoke hesitantly. Although he was not very optimistic about this team organized by retired players going toth. Scenic spot the day before the game would not take the game seriously. At least you should have an attitude, isn't it? What's wrong? You have to balance work and rest at all times, especially in this kind of competition. Even if you train more before the competition, will there be any improvement? It's impossible that it will make the mental state of the contestants tense. This will lead to nervousness during the game due to mental tension, which will lead to mistakes in the game. It's better to go out and relax. Suzhou and Hangzhou are a good place. Let's have a game at 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Then we can also make a plan to have fun in the morning. Chinmo waved his hand indifferently that he came here not to watch the esports team win, but to watch the esports team lose. How can it be interfered with? Seeing out a play can not only consume system funds, but also consume the esports status off esports players, which is the best of both worlds. Okay, Mr. Chin. Seeing Mr. Chin's firm attitude, Yao. Bagua agreed that I thought to myself that I didn't have much expectations for this competition anyway, so it would be nice to go out and have some fun. Saying that he took out his cell phone and dialed a number directly. Chapter 585 Play. Pada Hotel.in, a high-end suite. For computers or play side by side. Everyone, please relax and don't be too tense. From now on, everyone should stop focusing on training and have fun to maintain your feel. During this period of training, we have made the tactics and members of each team familiar to so there is no need to put too much pressure on yourself before the game. Only in a relaxed state can you perform better in the game. He Pengfei looked at Lin Guanqing and the others and spoke slowly. Brother Fei, we know. Lin Guanqing smiled and said, as a retired champion player, he naturally knows the importance of relaxation. For the veteran players who have participated in many competitions, there is no problem. That's good that Pengfei nodded and said nothing more. After all, these people were all veteran players, and they all understood what he wanted to see. Suddenly, there was a knock on the room door suddenly. Pengfei heard the sound, walked over, and opened the door to Mr. Tao. Looking at the person at the door of the room, Pengfei said hello. Well, call the other 3 people, change your clothes, and gather in the lobby. Mr. Chen will be here soon and wants to take everyone to the West Lake to relax. Taoja looked at Pengfei and spoke quickly, playing at this time. Pengfei looked at Taoja doubtfully. Yes, Mr. Chen will be here soon. Please hurry up and get ready don't keep Mr. Chen waiting. Want to wear a team uniform? No need for that. Just go out and have fun and wear what you like. After Taoja finished speaking, he left quickly. He also wanted to inform other staff. Mr. Chen expressed that he would take all the staff to play together. Although he didn't understand Mr. Chen's approach, the competition would start tomorrow and no matter whether the team could achieve good results or not, they should at least try hard. But since it is Mr. Chen's order, it must be carried out. Inside the room, Pengfei looked at Lin Guanqing and the others and recounted the news they had just received that it's not good to go out for fun and start the game tomorrow. Lin Guanqing was surprised when he heard this that he didn't understand what Mr. Chen was thinking. There was a competition tomorrow and he was taking the team out for fun today. Which team, at this time, is not studying tomorrow's opponents and arranging tactics? Mr. Chen has given the order, so go and pack up quickly. It's good to go out for fun and relax. We have already arranged how we will deal with tomorrow's opponents. When we come back from the trip, we will play 2 games and keep it up. It just feels good. Pengfei said calmly that he didn't think there was anything wrong with playing. Many players performed abnormally in the game. There were many reasons for them to pay attention to tomorrow's game and train crazy before the game, which led to mental tension before the game. Mistakes often occurred during matches. This is also the reason why some players who are very good at ordinary times often perform very averagely during competitions. It's not a bad thing to go out and have some fun. Soon, the 4 of them returned to their rooms, changed into their own clothes, and went to the hotel lobby to wait. Hotel lobby. Chinamo put the luggage he brought in his room and went to the rest area in the hotel lobby. Mr. Chen as soon as he reached the front of the rest area, AtoZ came up to him. Well, are everyone here and are the itineraries arranged? Chinemo glanced at the visitor quietly. He had only met AtoZ twice, so he had some impressions, but not many. Yao Bagua is usually found when arranging some tasks. Mr. Chen, everyone is here, just in the rest area of the lobby. The route has also been planned. Today we will go to the West Lake for fun, and tomorrow morning we can go to Linjin Temple. I heard that the temple over there is quite effective. AtoZ said quickly. Mr. Chen is the president of the group, so he naturally has to perform well. Okay, then get ready to go. Chinamo replied and walked directly into the rest area of the hotel. This time, the rest area in the hotel lobby was full of people. After seeing him coming, they all stood up. Hello, Mr. Chen. Everyone in the rest area shouted in unison. Everyone sit down. Chinamo looked at the people in the rest area. There were probably about a dozen people. If more than 10 people go out to play, they can spend some system funds. Then, get ready. The cars have been parked in front of the hotel. We are leaving now. AtoZ stepped forward and began to greet everyone in the rest area and walked out of the hotel lobby. Mr. Chun, your car has been arranged. Please come with me. Yao Bagua came to Mr. Chun and spoke in a low voice. Chinamo nodded when he heard this, turned around and walked outside. When we arrived outside, there were already 3 cars waiting at the door of the hotel. Chun, your car is here. Yao Beigua respectfully led Mr. Chun to a black high-end business car at the front. Chunamo took one look and sat directly in. He arranged to rent these cars. Although the BL Game Club also had its own commercial vehicles, it would take a long Tomato drive here from Jiangchun, so he gave up directly. Just arrange for Yao Beigua to rent a few cars here. Of course, the price must not be too cheap. Soon, all the people got on the bus. The bus started slowly and drove straight to the Westlake. About half an hour later, 3 cars were in the parking lot of the scenic spot, and everyone got off slowly. Chinamo walked to Yao Beigua, asked a few questions, and then walked straight to the 4 sports players. Hello, Mr. Chun. Lin Guangqing and others looked at Mr. Chun, who was walking over, and hurriedly greeted him. Well, we are going to participate in a competition tomorrow. Are you nervous? Chinamo looked at the 4 people in front of him and said lightly, Mr. Chun, if you say you are not nervous, you must be lying. I am still a little nervous, but we are all old players. This kind of nervousness is okay and will not affect you. So Mr. Chun, don't worry that we will definitely play the best game tomorrow and win the championship of this competition. He Pingfei said seriously. Champion. Chinemo was stunned for a moment when he heard He Pingfei's words, but then he smiled. It is basically impossible for a team organized by retired professional players to win the championship of the competition. Yao Beigua also said this. Champion. This is probably the obsession of every esports player, or the ultimate goal, that no matter who you are as long as you become an esports player, the champion is their goal. After all, in the esports circle, there is no second, only first. Only by stepping on the highest podium can they be remembered by everyone. And the same is true for these 4 retired professional players. Even if their hand speed and reaction speed are not as fast as those of young professional players, they still have a dream of winning the championship in their hearts. Thinking of this, Chinemo suddenly thought of an ancient poem that an old horse in a stable is determined to run 1,000 miles. Chapter 586 Negative Comments. Although the 4 esports players in front of me are still very young in age, but in this professional arena, he is an old man. Chinemo was a little embarrassed and reached out to pat He Pingfei on the shoulder. The championship is not important. Friendship comes first and competition comes second. Don't put too much pressure on us and don't force yourself too much. We just need to play to our strengths. Finished. Chinemo turned around and walked away. Brother Fei is Mr. Chin comforting us. Lin Guangqing looked at Mr. Chin, who had walked away, and asked with some surprise. Well, so we should work harder. Although it is said that friendship comes first and competition comes second, but we must remember that esports only has first place and no second place. Since we once again set foot on the esports competition field, then we should try our best to win the championship. Also, we are not only fighting for the club, fighting for the group, fighting for Mr. Chun. I also have to fight for myself that if we can win the championship only once, then each of us has 2 skills that a champion. He Pingfei said seriously. Don't worry, Brother Fei. We have made such sufficient preparations and will definitely go out to win the championship in this competition. Lin Guangqing and the 3 of them shouted together, and strong light burst out from everyone's eyes. Let's go. AtoZ looked at the 4 people who had not left and stretched out his hand to say hello. When He Pingfei heard the sound, he and the other 3 trotted after him. Not far from the parking lot, a man wearing a mask took a camera and took a few quick photos. After taking the photo, I looked at the photos in the camera, and the corners of my mouth curved slightly. For former champion players, after reforming the team, did not train properly and even went to Westlake to play on the day before the competition. This is not taking the competition seriously at all. The man looked excited. Now the 4 retired champion players are quite popular in this competition. Whether it's a hater, a fan, or a curious person, these people are all paying attention to this team, and they all want to see how far this team formed by retired champion players will go in the END.AT this time. He announced that this team went out to play the day before the game.IT will definitely attract a lot of popularity in the esports circle. Westlake. People were walking in the alleys of the scenic spot, and some businesses nearby were selling local specialties. Chinemo looked around and found that the special souvenirs here looked really good. After thinking about it, he turned to AtoZ and said to him, "Tell everyone behind you that you can buy some souvenirs here, and the company will reimburse them." The reimbursement amount will be within 1,000. As for why there is a limit of 1,000, the system does not allow it to exceed 1,000. Mr. Chun this. AtoZ was stunned for a moment that he didn't expect to take company members out for fun, and Mr. Chun would reimburse them money for souvenirs. But I quickly realized that Mr. Chun is kind to the company's employees. Isn't that recognized? Then he hurriedly responded, "Okay, Mr. Chun," saying that he turned around and walked towards the back, and soon there were waves of exclamations from behind. Everyone looked at the souvenirs or Hangzhou specialty products sold on the roadside with excited expressions. From time to time, someone buys an item they like. Soon a group of people came to the edge of the West Lake. Looking at the West Lake in front of us, and the lotus is blooming inside, we can't help but be attracted by this scenery. Walk slowly to the wooden bridge and enjoy the beautiful scenery of the West Lake. Soon everyone came to a bridge and looked down from the bridge, taking in a panoramic view of the beautiful West Lake. Chunimo looked at such a beautiful scene with some emotion. He couldn't help but think of an ancient poem and couldn't help but murmur softly that if you want to compare the West Lake to the West, it is always better to wear light makeup and heavy makeup. Yao Bagua had always been walking beside Mr. Chun. When he heard the ancient poems uttered by Mr. Chun, he became confused that he seemed to have never heard of this poem. Thinking about it, I took out my phone and checked it, but found that I couldn't find the origin of this poem. Yao Bagua's eyes couldn't help but widen. He couldn't find the origin of this poem on the internet. Doesn't that mean that the ancient poem just now was written by Mr. Chun, or it was inspired by the beautiful scenery of the West Lake? Really? A person who can become the president of a group at such a young age has talents and abilities that are not comparable to those of them. Mr. Chun is indeed Mr. Chun. I sighed secretly in my heart and then silently recorded this poem on my phone. Although he didn't know whether the poem was good or bad, it still sounded good to him. After stepping off the bridge, people continued walking on the wooden bridge and enjoyed the beautiful scenery of the West Lake. However, what they didn't know was that a piece of information had already caused heated discussion in the esports circle, Meager. The Meager message that was just posted instantly attracted the attention of a large number of people in the esports circle. The 4 retired champion players came back and did not want to practice their hand speed and reflexes more. They went to the West Lake to play on the day before the game. This is simply not a competitive spirit. Below the text are several photos that Peng Fei and the others were clearly photographed, and judging from their posture, they were just out for fun. That I am so disappointed that I wanted to see what ranked this team of retired champion players could get in the esports competition. Now I see that they are so tolerant of the competition. They will be eliminated on the first day. That's right, the competition is tomorrow, and they are out for fun the day before the competition. They don't take the competition seriously. Because of their age, they can't compare with those young esports players in terms of hand speed and reaction speed. This time, shouldn't they stay in the hotel and train well? I understand that these 4 people didn't come back for the competition at all. They clearly reached an agreement with the club. They used the champion players come back to stir up the heat, and they didn't even look at the results of the competition. Being before the game, are they too confident in themselves, or are they giving up on themselves? Negative comments filled the comment area, and almost no one was optimistic about the team composed of retired champion players anymore. Even some of the fans of the 4 champions have become haters. 7 p.m. in a hotel restaurant. The sumptuous dinner has already filled the table. Everyone eat. The dishes are all served. Chunimo saw that everyone did not start eating after seeing the dishes were served, so he urged them. Mr. Chun, you eat first. Yao Bagua smiled and said. Chunimo smiled helplessly, knowing that if he did not eat first, these people would not eat. He had to pick up the chopsticks and eat the dishes. Seeing that Mr. Chun had already started eating, everyone present started eating. This moment, an employee suddenly ran over in a hurry. Mr. Yao, there is a problem. Chapter 587 Strength Speaks. Problem. What problem? Yao Bagua looked at the visitor with confusion. The BL Game Club has always been developing steadily. How could something happen? Mr. Yao looked at as the person spoke. He took out his mobile phone and handed it to Yao Bagua. Yao Bagua took the phone and looked at it doubtfully, but soon his brows furrowed. What happened? Chunimo sat aside and heard some of the content. There's something wrong with the club? Isn't this a good thing? Mr. Chun, someone sent us a message on Weibo about our outing in the afternoon. Yao Bagua spoke slowly. Isn't it just about going out for fun? What's the point of being posted online? Chinemo shook his head in disappointment. He thought something big was about to happen. Mr. Chin, you will know just by reading the comment section, Yao Bagua said as he put the phone in Mr. Chin's hand. Chinemo took the phone and glanced at the commentary below Weibo. The more I look at it, the happier I feel that he didn't expect that just because he was organizing an outing, someone would take photos and post them on Weibo, that it's nothing. What made him feel happy was the comment section. Those people were not optimistic about their team's good results in the game. More importantly, because they went out to play the day before the game. Many people had a very bad impression of their club, saying that their club only knew about hype and did not care about esports competitions at all. Lots of haters that it's true that willows planted unintentionally create shade, and flowers planted intentionally fail to bloom, that he just wanted to consume more system funds through playing games and affect the status off the 4 esports players that are. Chun, don't worry, I will solve this matter. Using Mr. Chin's silence, Yao Bagua hurriedly spoke to reassure him. This matter is no longer a trivial matter. If it is not handled properly, the reputation of BL Game Club will be completely ruined. That I've met a few public relations people here before, and they are quite capable that I'll go get in touch with them. AtoZ also spoke quickly that he knew the publicist when he used to work at the club, and he helped his club solve many problems at that time. Mr. Chin, let's send you a small message to explain this matter. He, Pingfei, and others who were sitting at the same table for dinner also hurriedly spoke. They have been professional players in the club for many years, and they also know the importance of reputation to the club. Well, why should we solve it? Chinemo came back to his senses after hearing this and looked at Yao Bagua, AtoZ, and others who looked anxious. Thought that I finally had an opportunity to cause harm to the club and ask you to solve it. How could that be done? It cannot be solved. It cannot be solved that if this is not resolved, the reputation of our club will be ruined. Yao Bagua opened his mouth to explain. Chinemo turned around and glanced at Yao Bagua lightly. Solve it? How to solve it? We are just going out to have fun and relax them. That we are worried about being too nervous during the game. That I asked there anything wrong with that. As he spoke, he turned to look at the 4 esports players. Our Chun. There is indeed nothing wrong with this approach, but the comments from the netizens and the club's reputation have been ruined. Yao Bagua looked helpless. Sometimes what you do is not wrong, but as long as it doesn't conform to the public's ideas, then in their eyes, you are wrong. The reputation is given by ourselves, not defined by them, but we have done nothing wrong. So why should we change for them? What is the purpose of establishing the club? It is the competitive spirit. Chinemo shook his head firmly. You don't have to worry about this matter, just be yourselves. Okay, Mr. Chin, we still want to continue tomorrow's trip. Seeing Mr. Chin's firm attitude, Yao Bagua nodded in agreement. However, there is still Linjin Temple scheduled for tomorrow morning. Under such public opinion, he doesn't know whether to continue to go out for fun. Continue? Why not continue? Chinemo answered without hesitation. Okay, Mr. Chin. Yao Bagua lowered his head worriedly. The dinner ended quickly. Chinemo returned to his presidential suite leisurely. Yao Bagua and AtoZ were sitting on the seats in the room with unconcealable worries in their faces. Brother Yao, are you really okay if you don't deal with it like this? I just took a look at Weibo. The reputation of our BL Game Club is already very bad. That if we continue to develop like this, it will have a great impact on our development. AtoZ reluctantly put his phone on the dining table. This time, the news that his club took the players out to play the day before the game had already spread in the esports circle. That if this fermentation continues, the reputation of BL Game Club will be completely ruined. That I don't know that Mr. Chin should have his own intentions, that we can just follow the orders. And Mr. Chin is right about one thing, that we didn't do anything wrong. We just did things that other game clubs didn't do. Yao Bagua shook his head. He didn't know how to deal with this matter, nor did he know what Mr. Chin was thinking. Okay, then I'll make arrangements for tomorrow's trip to Lingying Temple. I heard that it seems to be very spiritual. Let's make a wish together then. AtoZ sighed, then nodded slightly. Do you believe this? Yao Bagua looked at AtoZ in surprise. That I don't believe it, just for psychological comfort. AtoZ smiled, got up, and walked outside. Brother Fei, I just read the comments on Weibo. They're very unfriendly to our club. Yes, reputation has a great impact on the club. How about we do something? Ling Guangqing and others came to Pingfei and said worriedly. They were able to come back and become professional players again because of the BL Game Club. During their time in the club treated them very well, and they did not make any discriminatory remarks because they were retired professional players, and it has also found a destination for them in the future. Even if they retire again, they will be the coach of the club. No game club has ever been able to do this for them before. Basically, seeing that his skills have deteriorated and there is no price, they have to find a way to retire them. On the BL game club side, they didn't feel it at all. Here they found a sense of belonging, so after problems occurred in the BL game club, they hoped to contribute their own efforts. Hipengfei looked at the worried looks of the three people and shook his head slightly. We don't need to do anything extra. The only thing we have to do now is to maintain our esports status. And then win the championship in the field. As long as we win the championship, everything will be solved. So, go play 2 games for me, maintain your condition, and then go and rest. Those people on the internet now say so much. Don't they think that their strength has seriously declined? And then they still go out to play the day before the game, which is too degenerate and messy. It is not what a qualified club should do. But all these remarks will be dispelled as long as they win the championship. After all, esports competitions are all about strength, so it doesn't matter if I go out of play, I won't still win a championship. Chapter 588 Team Uniform. On the second day in the meager esports circle, another piece of news has once again detonated netizens in the esports circle. BL Game Club will go to Linjin Temple in the morning, and the game time is at 6 p.m. Attached is the news about BL Game Club playing in Linjin Temple. Comment section: this is really too much. This is making a mistake knowing it is wrong. Going out to play the day before the game is already too much. Now I'm playing in the afternoon and going out to play in the morning. This is because I really don't take the game into my heart. Are you going to Linjin Temple to pray for blessings because you know you are not strong enough? It's really funny. That is, if competition results could be obtained by praying, then the door of the temple would have been trampled long ago. Note how many times the BL Game Club can win this competition. 0 times, although I am a fan of Hipengfei. I do have some hope this time that if this is the case, I really don't want him to come back. Tada Hotel Chinamo got out of the car and returned to his room happily. I in the car. He checked the meager information and found out that their trip to Linjin Temple today had been photographed and posted to the esports circle. Looking at those negative remarks, it shows that the reputation of BL Game Club has declined again. Isn't this the result he wants? Sure enough. It is better to rely on yourself than to rely on anyone. As long as you take a little action, the club's reputation will be gone. Yao Baig and AtoZ already looked worried, even though they knew that if they went out for fun today, they would probably be posted online again. But when it happened, they became even more worried. But the 4 of them, Hipengfei and Lin Guangqing, looked different with unprecedented fighting spirit in their eyes. Inside the room, it's now 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's all take a good rest. Get up at 4 o'clock, play 2 games, get familiar with the game, and leave on time for the competition at 5 o'clock. By the way, remember to wear the team uniform. Hipengfei glanced at the time and made simple arrangements. Corner Pet Park Chishur walked outside the pet park and saw that the B/U0026B and farmhouse were already in the process of construction. Since it was an urgent project, 2/3 of the progress was already completed. The remaining 1/3 will basically be completed in half a month. In addition to some decoration matters, it should be completed by the end of the month. Soon we came to an open space, which was very large, about 2,000 square meters. Looking at the open space in front of him, Chishur's eyes showed excitement. This open space was the place left for him to build a pet hospital. After Mr. Peng and Mr. Su left, he has been dealing with the establishment of a pet hospital. Now that everything has been prepared, it is time to start construction. However, the establishment of a pet hospital is already considered a new industry. Mr. Peng said that he would write a report and send it to Tomorrow Group and make an application. He has already sent the application. Once approved by the Tomorrow Group, construction can begin directly. But he is not too worried about this. After all, he has written down all the benefits of establishing a pet hospital in his report that he believes that 1 point can be passed. Tomorrow Group. President's office, Shunro, carefully checked the company's documents today, but they were basically daily matters, and she was already familiar with them. But soon, she saw a different report that IT was uploaded from the Corner Pet Park. Click to view, Corner Pet Hospital Project. Looking at the name of the report, Shinro's expression became serious. Is this the usual document report? Read the contents of this report carefully. After a while, Shinro looked away from the report. She already understood the entire report. Basically, there are many pets in the pet park, and it's inevitable that they will get sick. The location of the corner pet park is also very far from the urban area. It will take a certain amount of time to send them to the urban pet hospital for treatment. For convenience and faster treatment, it is very important to set up a PET. It would be a bit wasteful to set up a pet hospital to only serve pets in pet parks. It would be better to just build the pet hospital larger, so that there will be more space and resources to accept foreign pets. After all, most of the people who can come to the corner pet park love pets and even keep pets themselves. If we pass the test in medical skills, we can gain their trust. Then we can also earn a good income from pet medical treatment. The Shinro carefully looked at the pet hospital's plan and found nothing bad about it, so she approved it without much thought. There is nothing to hesitate about. According to the current number of pets in the corner pet park, a pet hospital must be established. After establishing a pet hospital, you can also make some profits through the pet hospital, so why not do it? Shinro smiled slightly. Chin would definitely agree to this kind of thing. Chin had said before he left that if there was nothing important or difficult Toad's side, there was no need to report to him. The establishment of a pet hospital was not a big deal, and she did not feel embarrassed. Just approve it directly, Shinro thought confidently. And after approving this report, she began to look at the second report, Swang City, backstage of the Fire Dragon Island competition. Chin, sit here. Yao Bagua and Tao just stood up and took Mr. Chin to the sofa in the center of the lounge. Chin Mao sat on the sofa and looked around with a puzzled look. I remember our game was in the third game. Where are he, Ping Fei, and the others? Chin, there will be a team appearance session later, and each team will come to the Stagido show up. That is, come forward to introduce themselves. Yao Bagua sat aside, looking at the big screen in front of the lounge. When the game is played later, it will be watched through this big screen. Chin Mao nodded slightly when he heard it. Soon it was 6 o'clock. The big screen in the lounge had already shown the commentary interface. The two commentators sat in front of the camera, greeted each other, and then started talking. Not long after, it was time for the appearance. Before the game starts, we have a team appearance. Let's see which teams will participate in the game this time. As the commentator finished speaking, the camera switched directly to the top of the stage. One team, after another, came forward to introduce themselves, then bowed and walked off the stage. Chun, it's our team's turn. Yao Bagua reminded him. Chimao did not respond. His eyes quietly looked at the big screen in front of him, and soon 4 figures walked up from the bottom of the stage. When he saw the 4 figures, Chimao exclaimed. His eyes were fixed on the uniforms of the 4 professional players. He clearly recognized the logo on the uniforms, which was clearly the logo of Chongfang Clothing Factory. Chapter 589 logo. What's that about the clothes? Why is it the logo of Chongfang Garment Factory? Chimao turned to look at Yao Bagua beside him. Chin, wouldn't this help promote Chongfang clothing? So I talked with manager Jiang and asked the clothing designer there to design a few sets of team uniforms. When participating in the competition, wearing the team's uniforms can also promote some effect. Yao Bagua opened his mouth to explain, promote Chongfang clothing. Listening to Yao Bagua's words, Chimao couldn't help but clench his fists. Today, Chongfang Garment Factory is the most stable loss-making industry among all his industries. But why are all of these people so dishonest? Not only did the pet park come up with a pet costume, but the BL Game Club actually started promoting it. But fortunately, it was difficult for these 4 teams composed of retired professional players to get good results. So I felt a little relieved that if you don't get good grades, you won't gain any fame. Without fame, who will pay attention to the clothes you wear? Moreover, the reputation of BL Game Club is already bad, let alone buying it. There may be a boycott. And just when the BL team made its debut, the official live broadcast room exploded instantly, and the common area was scrolling crazily. I was still playing in the morning and came to compete in the afternoon. I didn't take the competition seriously at all. The first time I saw it, it was a club where we were competing and going out to play. Garbage Club. BL Club. Isn't it just a bad club? Upstairs, I discovered the bright spot. Isn't the abbreviation for bad things the same as BL? And what this club does is just bad things. The team uniforms are very nice, but it's a pity that such an attitude towards a sports is doomed to not achieve any good results. Good results, just kidding. For an elderly team, I think it would be great if they could win by chance. Yao Bigwa secretly took a look at the live broadcast room of the official match, looking at the comments inside. He became even more worried that he has seen teams that have been hacked, but those hackers are only part of the team, and some fans will help to speak. But at this time, the state of the BL Game Club is that almost 80% of the people in the live broadcast room are hacking. How could this not worry him? Before long, the 4 members of the BL team also returned to the lounge. Chinemo still had a headache when he looked at the uniforms worn by the 4 team members. That a team uniform is designed to look so good. Not knowing who designed it, Chinemo muttered secretly in his heart. And on the stage, the 2 teams have already reached their respective competition stages and started the first game of the day. After 20 minutes, the first game ended and then the second game started. You should start preparing, the next one will be yours. Yao Bigwa turned to look at the 4 team members. Soon the second game ended, and the third game began. The 4 of them, he Pengfei, also left the lounge to prepare for the competition. After all, they had to connect the keyboard and mouse they brought with them to the official computer to debug the equipment. Don't be nervous, everyone. From the past game videos, this team is all young players and they are easy to be impulsive, so we can just follow our own pace. But Li Chong, you have to be extremely careful. According to their fighting style, it is easy to target the location you are guarding, so be careful. And Lin Guangqing, your opponent is the most impulsive, so as long as you stay steady, he won't be able to help it. On the playing field that he Pengfei turned to look at his 3 teammates and briefly arrange the tactics for this game. The 3 team members nodded when they heard this, with some excitement in their eyes. After such a long time, they finally stood on the field again. Commentary desk. The 2 commentators were discussing with each other. This game is BL versus T. BL is a team composed of old professional champion players and happens to be a team formed by newcomers. Who will win in the end between old players versus new players? I support T.A. Team composed of new professional players will definitely be better than BL in terms of operation and reaction. Plus the BL team. I won't explain this clearly. You know just fine. Then I will support the BL team. Those 4 players were all my favorite players back then. Now that they are back on the stage, I'm still looking forward to it. Well, the game over there is ready. Let's switch the camera to the field. Let us look forward to seeing which team will win this time. Camera switch, the game between the 2 sides has begun. I in the lounge. Chinemo watched the game quietly. 5 minutes past, 10 minutes past. I in the game. Not a single battle broke out. The commentator constantly explains the situation of the game. It must be said that the veteran players have rich experience. There has not been a single battle, and the economy has increased by more than 3,000. If this continues, Team T will be exhausted sooner or later. Yes, T needs to find an opportunity to solve this embarrassing situation. I don't think T didn't look for opportunities. T had obviously launched several waves of attacks against Li Chong just now, but Li Chong was too cautious. Several collective attacks were all in vain, as expected of an old professional player. His perception of danger is simply too sharp, and oh no, there is another situation. One of the T players couldn't help it, that he went up and attacked. This is a one-on-one duel. Let's see who will win this one-on-one duel. T is very aggressive. He has already rushed into BL's territory. This is a bit irrational. BL's Lin Guangqing also started to fight back. It hurts. Just 2 skills directly took away half of BL's blood, and he was still in his own territory. T player is operating, but unfortunately, the opponent's damage is too high, and Hestel died. Let's take a look at the replay of this battle. So that's it. BL's Lin Guangqing is more than 1,000 economically ahead of T player. In addition to the territory advantage, how could he lose unless there is a major mistake? But there was no battle. How did they get the 1,000 plus economic lead? Oh, the director showed the camera. Let's take a closer look. So that's how it is. T's players have helped their teammates many times, but Lin Guangqing was frantically taking resources at this stage. This style of play has never been seen before. There is no chance. BL's advantage is already rolled up, and the economic gap is already 7-0-0-0. If T wants to turn the tables, it can only wait for BL players to make mistakes. In the lounge, Chinemo looked at the scene on the screen and blinked. He was almost sleepy just now, and there was no battle in 10 minutes. But after a battle finally broke out, his team won. Who can stand this? This rookie team is not good either. Chapter 590, sent away on the field. Brothers, don't relax, keep the advantage, or give the other side any chance. That he pinged, they saw that his team had already taken a great advantage. But his eyes were already extremely focused, controlling his character in the game, and not making any mistakes. That I know, Brother Fei. Lin Guangqing and others responded, and also focused all their attention on controlling the game character. On the commentary desk. The BL team is very stable, and they don't give the team any chance at all. The IT is worthy of being a team formed by retired champion players. They are experienced and know how to expand their advantages when they get the advantage. Indeed, the most critical point of this game is the impulse of the T player. After that, the advantage of the BL team is constantly expanding. Look, is the T team ready to give it a try? If they don't give it a try at this time, I'm afraid there will be no chance. The T team started to attack. Can they seize an opportunity? Dead, all dead. The disadvantage was too great, and the BL team was also cautious enough, not giving the T team a chance even at the last moment. Let us congratulate the BL team for winning this game. On the competition stage. After confirming the victory of the game, he pinged Fei, and Lin Guangqing finally relaxed, looked at each other, and laughed. After simply packing up the equipment, they walked to the T team, shook hands with each other in a friendly manner, and walked off the stage, back to the lounge. Congratulations, sure. Seeing he pinged Fei and his team coming back, Yao Beihua and Dao stood up and greeted them. They didn't have much hope for this team, but they were still very happy to win a game. Have a good rest, there are 2 more games tonight. Yao Beihua patted the shoulders of several people and walked back. Chinemo looked back at the 4 team members and retracted his gaze that he came to see his team lose. Not to see it that IT was really a bad start, winning the first game. That he sighed. Helplessly. Time passed slowly. Soon the BL team started the second game, and this game seemed to have received the script of the previous game. The first 10 minutes, there was no battle, and a player of the opposing team could not help but make mistakes and finally lost. After the BL team got the advantage, it began to snowball and expand the advantage, and finally won the game. The time has come to 9 o'clock in the evening. The BL team ushered in the last game of the day. BL team versus TB team. Come on, come on. The people in the lounge looked at the 4 players who left and raised their fists. Tosher. Chinemo looked at this scene indifferently and remained silent on the commentary desk. This time the team is BL versus TB. This time it is very interesting. Both teams have won 2 games today. This time, no matter which team wins, they will win all the games today. Which of these 2 teams do you prefer? TB. Through the previous 2 games, TB fully demonstrated his dominance on the field and did not make any mistakes. On the other hand, although BL team won the previous 2 games, it did not achieve any eye-catching operations. Even the expansion of the advantage was due to the opponent's mistakes. But TB team is already very mature and rarely makes mistakes. Then I support BL team, a team reformed by retired champion players that I still look forward to where it will go in the end. The 2 commentators discussed with each other, and soon the screen switched to the game field. The game has begun. The game has begun. Let's see the choices of both teams. IT is a normal start. Both sides are focusing on development. Time passed quickly. 10 minutes have passed, and there has been no fighting between the 2 sides. IT seems that TB team is ready to keep consuming with BL team. But if so, when will this game end? It has been 15 minutes, and there is still no fighting. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation when commentating on the Fire Dragon Island game. Something is not right. Team BL has started to move. What should they do? Their goal is the treasure chest, which is refreshed every 15 minutes. How should Team TB respond? What's going on? The health of Team TB's players is too unhealthy that if they try to stop them, they will definitely face disadvantages. What should they choose? Team TB is already moved. They chose to take the risk to stop them. Yes, if they give the treasure chest to Team BL, they will instantly fall into a huge disadvantageous situation. IT seems that a fight is about to break out between the 2 sides. Sure enough, Team BL has also formed a formation, opening the treasure chest while defending against Team TB. What should Team TB do? If they continue to waste time like this, Team BL will get the treasure chest. Look, Team TB has moved and started to attack. How should Team BL respond? Team BL directly gave up the treasure chest. What a correct decision. They turned all their targets into Team TB's players. The battle has begun. One of the TB team members has fallen down, and the second has also fallen down. The other two members saw that things were not going well and retreated directly. The formation of the BL team was very stable, and the TB team was not in good condition to begin with, so they did not give the TB team any chance at all. The TB team members have already escaped. Did the BL team want to chase them? They did not. They chose to go back to get the treasure chest. They were very disciplined. It was obvious that one of the TB team members was in a very bad condition and would definitely die if they chased him. They actually gave up, but I have a question. Why didn't the battle break out for 15 minutes? The condition of the TB team members was so bad that the director still understands us and cuts us a few pictures that let's see what's going on. So that's it. Although there was no battle, the TB team members frequently launched tentative attacks during the development period. Unfortunately, the BL team members have been developing within their own territory as long as the TB team members make tentative attacks. They will enter the BL team's territory. The members of the BL team have the territory buff bonus in their own territory, which means that every time the TB team makes a tentative attack, they will end up losing more health. The root of the disaster was planted 15 minutes before the 15-minute treasure chest battle in the lounge. The Albawa watched the BL team win the treasure chest battle and couldn't help but stand up and raise his fist. Beautiful. Chinemo listened to Albawa shout and turned his head to look over. Chapter 591 commentaried, as a manager of a club, you have to be cautious. Chinemo watched Albawa speak calmly, but his heart was extremely depressed. He came here to watch the team lose the game, that if they win the current game, they will have won 3 games in a row. With this result, they will be directly promoted that we can play the semifinals tomorrow on the big screen in the lounge. The BL team took advantage of the treasure box and began to continuously expand its advantage. Commentary desk. What a terrifying discipline. When you get an advantage, you don't give the opponent a chance at all. This is the first time I've seen this style of play. There is no chance anymore. Congratulations to the BL team for winning the 3rd game. Winning the 3rd game today and getting tickets to the semifinals in advance. Official live broadcast room. What a wretched style of play. Battle breaks out for more than 10 minutes that it's really boring to watch. The purpose of esports is to win, not to fight. Only the winner is qualified to speak. That is expected of a former champion player. My youth is back. I used to like Pengfei the most. Now he is back on the court and leading the team to 3 consecutive victories. It is really incredible. The game does not only require hand speed and reaction speed, but also requires brains. The BL team's play style is very smart, taking advantage of their strengths and avoiding weaknesses to the extreme. They know that their operations and reactions may be a little worse, but they perfectly pass the early avoidance. Fight and bury your shortcomings. What about those people who expose that BL teams went out to play and didn't take the game to heart? What about these 3 wins? If this doesn't count as not taking the game to heart, then what do those teams that lost the game count? It's just relying on other teams' mistakes to win the game. What's there to brag about? When we enter the semifinals, there will be strong teams there, so there won't be so many mistakes. Yes, I think the BL team should have stopped in the semifinals. Yes, I have figured out the BL team's playing style. Isn't it just to wait for the opponent to make mistakes in the early stage? I believe that tonight, other teams will soon be able to develop strategies to deal with it. In the lounge, Pengfei and Lin Guanqing walked in with joy on their faces. Well done. Yao Beigua and Tao Zhe came forward and gave each other a big hug. Now that the 3 games have ended, the remaining games are played by other teams. There is no need for them to continue watching. They can go back and watch their replays. Moreover, they have won 3 games in a row and have already locked in the semifinals in advance, so they don't need to compete for a spot in the semifinals tomorrow morning. They can just go directly to the semifinals at 6 p.m. Everyone pack up. Let's go back to the hotel for dinner. Yao Beigua waved to everyone in the lounge and then walked to Mr. Chen. Chun. We can leave. Chun. Mo nodded lightly, stood up and walked out of the lounge. Back to the hotel. After taking a bite of dinner, he returned to his presidential suite and sat on the sofa, his mind filled with questions. Isn't it because I am older and my operation and reaction speed cannot keep up, so it is difficult to win the game? Then what is the reason for winning 3 games in a row today? It shouldn't be like this. Chinemo still didn't understand why this happened, so he immediately picked up his phone and entered the official event live broadcast room. This time, All the games had ended, but the live broadcast room was not closed. Several commentators were discussing today's game, and the BL team happened to be mentioned at this time. One of the commentators asked casually, "What do you think of the BL team's 3 games won today? Do you think they have the potential to win the championship?" I was surprised by the performance of the BL team today. They fully utilized the experience of the old support players to the extreme. However, I think it is still a bit difficult to win the championship. Why do you say that? It's just that the BL team's playstyle is too single that if you think about it carefully, for the entire 3 games, the BL game team only used that playstyle and no other playstyles. That today's game was the first time those teams encountered a BL team. They had no preparation for this style of play and no countermeasures. But tomorrow will be different. People from those clubs today have probably figured out the BL team strategies and will find ways to deal with them. That is, tomorrow. It will probably be very difficult for the BL team to use this method to win a game. Listening to the discussions of several commentators in the live broadcast room, Chin Mo gradually relaxed, and he still fully agreed with the comments of the commentators. The BL team should lose the game tomorrow. Chin Mo nodded with satisfaction, got up, and entered the bathroom to take a shower and rest. Tata Hotel.in another suite that he Ping Fei and Lin Guanqing were sitting around a computer which was playing replays off today's games for each team. Tomorrow our opponents are TTG and NRG. The strength of these 2 teams is stronger than the team I faced today, and there are ice and old players sitting in both teams, so we have to be extra careful in tomorrow's game. Also, the way we played in today's game will definitely be analyzed thoroughly by those clubs tonight, and they will find a suitable response strategy. Tomorrow we will be under great pressure, but the plan remains unchanged. But this time, we should not do things with the mentality that the other party will make mistakes, and put all our time on operations. Of course, if they make mistakes, we still have to catch them in time. That he Ping Fei looked at the game replay on the computer and said with a very serious expression that "Don't worry, brother Fei. I know what to do." That we have also analyzed the 2 teams TTG and NRG. As long as we are cautious, there will be no problem. Lin Guanqing smiled, and the others nodded confidently. "Okay, then we will continue to work hard. Everyone performed well today. That I hope we can continue to maintain it tomorrow and enter the finals." That he Ping Fei also laughed. The second day, 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The official match of Pitaya has officially begun. Commentary desk. The 2 commentators greeted each other and started talking. After yesterday's match and this morning's elimination match, we have selected 6 teams to enter the semifinals. Today we will select the top 2 teams to enter the finals. Let's see today's first match, BL team versus NRG team. Both teams are ready. Let's focus on the game. Chapter 592, the script shouldn't be like this. The director's camera switched and came directly to the game scene. This time, both teams have just entered the game. The game has started, everyone has found their place. According to what we know from yesterday's game, the BL team is a very cautious team and will not take the initiative to attack in the early stages of the game. But NRG is different. They are good at fighting in the early stage and attack very frequently. What kind of sparks will be created when 2 teams with very different styles collide? Look, what is the NRG team going to do? All 4 of them are gathered together. Are they going to focus on one person in the early stage? I remember that the NRG team used this tactic once and achieved good results. That I didn't expect to use it again today. This idea is very good. That if you really kill the opponent once at the beginning of the game, it is tantamount to establishing a certain advantage in the early stage. Then it will be very difficult for the BL team to use yesterday's tactics. But this tactic also has a drawback. That is, if the BL team members are not killed, they will fall into a disadvantageous situation. With the BL team's ability to snowball, it is difficult for the NRG team to have a Shansito resist. And on the playing field, that he Peng saw that no one from the NRG team had shown up yet, and he felt alert and spoke quickly. Be careful of the opponent's concentrated fire tactics and don't leave your territory. Wait until the enemy shows up. Okay, brother Fei. I end the microphone. The voices of Lin Guanqing and 3 others came. Then everyone controls their own character and develops in their own territory. About 2 minutes later, 4 NRG people appeared in the field of vision at the same time. Lin Guanqing couldn't help laughing when he saw this. Brother Fei is awesome. He can guess the opponent's concentrated fire tactics. The other 2 team members couldn't help but praise. Just this morning during the video replay of NRG's Previous game, they saw NRG using this tactic once. Pink said at that time that the NRG team might use this tactic to deal with them. Both didn't expect that to be the case. Pink couldn't help but smile when he heard the team members' praise. He just saw that that tactic was a threat to their tactics. And since no member of the NRG team showed up just now, he thought of the possibility of that tactic. So he gave a warning that I didn't expect it to actually hit the mark. And he also knew the disadvantages of that tactic, so he spoke quickly. Lin Guanqing, you two, quickly eat up all the resources before they return to defense. Don't worry, Brother Fei. We are already doing it. That we will pluck the geese and feed them cleanly. That we will ensure that they will have nothing when they come back. Lin Guanqing laughed and said that when the 4 NRG members showed up, he had already begun to take advantage of each other's resources. Commentary desk incredible. This BL's command is really too strong. That IT can predict such tactical attacks. At the beginning, for people were developing at the same time as their leader, without giving NRG any chance to take action. That if it wasn't on the playing field, I would have started to wonder if the fluoroscope eye function was turned on. NRG's concentrated fire strategy this time was considered a failure, and the people in the BL team began to eat up the NRG team's resources crazily. How should the NRG team respond this time? BL has never gained such a big advantage in the early stages of the game. That I in the lounge, Yao Bagua clenched his hands and looked nervous when he saw the NRG team using concentrated fire tactics. That AS for the other people in the lounge. They basically all had the same expression. Chinemo glanced at the people in the lounge and kept muttering in his heart. Quick, quick, kill one. To half a while passed, until the 4 NRG people appeared in sight. That I in the lounge, there was another round of cheers. Chinemo looked around and felt unhappy. That isn't it. Just that the strategy of focusing fire failed, which makes you happy. Time passed little by little. Commentary desk, the snowballing ability of this BL team is really terrifying. Just relying on the advantage at the beginning, it has expanded its economic advantage to 8,000 inches just 10 minutes. The next attack is probably the last wave. That IT seems that when fighting against the BL team, it is best not to fall into a disadvantageous situation. The BL team has entered NRG's base with the extremely high economic gap. The NRG team has no room for resistance. The game ended in 13 minutes. This will probably be the shortest game in this tournament. Let us congratulate the BL team for winning the first game. That I in the lounge heard the voice shouting again. Chinemo suddenly felt a little harsh. The script shouldn't be like this. That shouldn't it be that the BL team was pushed off the base by the NRG team in 13 minutes? Mr. Chun, today's game is a best-of-3 game. As long as the team wins another game, our BL team will be one step closer to entering a finals. Yao Bagua said with excitement. He originally didn't have much hope for the BL team, but these consecutive victories gave him hope. Maybe their BL team could try to win the championship. Yeah. Chinemo nodded expressionlessly, hoping that the BL team would lose all the next games. But things did not go as he wished. As time went by, until today. The BL team's game ended. The BL entered the finals of this session of Fire Dragon Island with a perfect record. Looking at the cheering people in the lounge, Chinemo rubbed his head and found that it was a wrong decision to come here, that he didn't come here to relax, but to make himself uncomfortable. And tomorrow is the final. That it was hard for him to imagine what the BL game club would become after the BL team won the championship. Back to the hotel suite. Turn on the phone and enter the official game live broadcast room again. This time, the 4 commentators from yesterday were still discussing. There, have you ever thought that the BL team could reach the finals? No, but I have observed it these 2 days. The current version of Fire Dragon Island is very suitable for the BL team's play. The version is important sometimes, but the rich experience of the 4 veteran professional champion players is also very important. That's right, in terms of operations alone. I'm afraid that none of the current teams can compare to the BL team. So which team do you think has a greater chance of winning? Tomorrow, BL versus YNG? I still think that the YNG team has a greater chance of winning. Through today's game, I found that the YNG team is also trying the BL team's playstyle, and the effect is quite good. That if both teams use this tactic tomorrow, then the strength of the YNG team's players will be a little stronger. So I think the YNG team still has a greater chance of winning. That I also think it's the YNG team. Not only did the YNG team try the BL team's playstyle, I simply have more confidence in the strength of the YNG team. You know, the YNG team also entered the finals with a perfect record, and it was played out in a real way. Chapter 593, Mr. Chun, and hashtag 039's persuasion. Listening to the words of several commentators in the live broadcast room, Chinemo felt that they made some sense, but he still felt a little uneasy. Yesterday, these commentators said that the BL team had a high chance of losing. But what about the results? Winning and entering the finals, that he came here just to see the BL team lose a game and feel happy. However, from the day before yesterday to now, he has not seen a single lost game that I thought to. Myself that I couldn't sit still and wait for death, that if BL Club really wins the championship tomorrow, then BL Game Club will become famous. When a club becomes famous, it will naturally bring profits. After thinking about it, he got up and left his presidential suite, heading straight toward the rooms of the four esports players. Brother Fei, should we maintain our original tactics tomorrow? Lin Guanqing sat on a gaming chair and turned to look at He Ping Fei with a slightly worried expression there. Tactics and style of play have been almost figured out that I end today's game alone. Although they want a complete victory, it was not easy to win. The strength of tomorrow's Yinji club cannot be underestimated, and they also tried their style of play in today's game. And the results were very good that if they all use the same tactics tomorrow, they will most likely lose the game in the end. Well, there is no other way but to keep going that if the Yinji team uses the same tactics as us tomorrow, then we need to compete in Operations to see who is better. He Ping Fei rubbed his brows helplessly. They knew the staffing of the Yinji team very well, including one experienced veteran player and 3 strong novice players. And their veteran players are not old players like them, whose hand speed and reaction speed have declined. They have been professional for 4 or 5 years, which is when their reaction speed, hand speed, and experience are at their peak. And the 3 new players are not newcomers who have just joined the team. They have been playing professionally for 1 to 2 years and have some experience in the game. Facing such a team, he didn't have much confidence in just one tacticdom. Lin Guanqing nodded, feeling worried about this competition. Now it has reached the final moment that as long as they win tomorrow, they will stand on the championship podium again. How can they not make them look forward to and nervous? Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Coming. Lin Guanqing responded, quickly walked to the door, opened the door, and made a sound off surprise when he saw the person coming at the door. Amr Chun. Well, are you training? Chinemo looked inside and found that the other 3 players were also in the room, and they were all sitting in front of the computer. There is no training. I just play a few games to keep my hand feeling good. To be by the way, we will discuss the countermeasures for tomorrow. Lin Guanqing spoke quickly and then got out of the way. Amr Chun, please. Come in. Chinemo nodded and walked directly into the room. Hello, Mr. Chin. Just as he entered the living room, the other 3 players in the living room also stood up and said hello. Sit down, everyone. Don't be so formal. I'm here today just to chat with you. Chinemo found a seat and sat down directly. Upon seeing this, Lin Guanqing quickly took a bottle of mineral water and placed it on the table in front of Mr. Chin. Amr Chun, we currently only have mineral water here. Chinemo nodded and did not go to drink water. Instead, he looked at the 4 players and spoke calmly. I have also watched the games in the past 2 days. It is already great to enter the finals with a complete victory. To achieve this result, I believe you must have worked several times harder than other professional players. To be honest, I'm surprised you made it to the finals. But I am here today not to encourage you to keep working hard and win the championship. I am telling you that winning is important in the competition. But a wonderful game is also important. Although you have won the 2 days of competition, it is indeed rated as the most boring competition in the esports circle. Basically, in the first 10 minutes to the first 15 minutes, even the battle will not break out. Some people almost fall asleep watching it. Having said this, he quietly looked at the expressions of the 4 professional players and took a sip of the mineral water on the table. Of course, what he said is not random fabrication, but there are indeed many such drills in the official game live broadcast room. Of course, I am not saying this to blame your game for not being interesting. What I want to say is this kind of game what you want, and is it something you enjoy? Think about the hardy battles on the field when you were young. Don't you like that feeling? Don't you want to compete with your opponents and defeat them through real battles? Returning to Mr. Chin's words, the expressions of the 4 professional players gradually became excited, with a trace of memories in their eyes. Mr. Chin, we also want to defeat our opponents with fighting, but you also know our situation. Because of our age, Our hand speed and reaction speed are indeed different from those young professional players, that if you fight with the opponent, the risk will be very high and you will easily lose the game. He pink face showed a wry smile. Why didn't he want to fight? But esports is different. During the live broadcast, he can attack and fight at will, but in the game, he has to consider victory and the team that he can't care about everything for the sake of fighting. And the club also wants results. Lin Guanqing and the other two also show a helpless expression. Risk, the worst result is to lose. What's the problem? If you lose, you lose. I hope you can show your passion tomorrow and fight a real battle. Use fighting to win the last game, give an account of your youth, give the audience a wonderful game, and play the style of our BL team. Don't think about the final result. We will bear the win or loss together. Chinemo stood up and patted the shoulders of the four people, and then walked out of the room. When he came outside, Chinemo smiled slightly. In the past 2 days, the BL team has been using a tactic to win the game. So he will not let them use the previous tactics. Let's see how they can win this time. If the hand speed and reaction speed are not as good as those young players, then under the same conditions, they will definitely be at a disadvantage as long as the BL team doesn't win the championship tomorrow. He will be relieved. Although the runner-up can also get some traffic, it is a world of difference compared to the champion. In esports, only the champion will be remembered. In the room, Peng Fei and his friends looked quietly at the door. This time, Mr. Chen had left. After a while, Peng Fei came back to his senses and turned to look at his teammates. With a strong fighting spirit in his eyes, brothers, change the strategy. Let's try a different way tomorrow. Chapter 594 BL Team and hashtag 039. Yes, official benefits. Peng Fei quickly sat in front of the computer and opened the game map. Upon seeing this, Lin Guanqing and the other three quickly surrounded him. Once we won't use our original style of play tomorrow, we can't blindly attack and fight. Our strength has declined. This is a non-committal matter, but we can complete the situation of using more to defeat fewer through operations. The first point is our advantage. We have been using the same tactic in the past 2 days, which will leave an impression in the Yinji team. That is, we will use the same tactic in tomorrow's game. This is our advantage. We can use this to catch the opponent off guard. Another point is that Yinji tried our tactics today, so in tomorrow's battlefield, the opponent will most likely use our tactics, and we can use another tactic in the first game. What tactic? Lin Guanqing asked doubtfully. NRG's concentrated fire tactic was used against us last time. Because of our vigilance, it neutralized the opponent's tactics. But for Yinji, they would not have thought that we would use this tactic, and basically there would be no use of it. Therefore, we can use this tactic as a plan. Ping spoke quickly, and they enter the finals with a tactic. As long as they change their tactics, it will be an unknown for the Yinji team. As long as it is unknown, it will catch the opponent off guard. I think it can be implemented. Lin Guanqing nodded slowly. In the room, for professional players kept discussing, and this time everyone had a strong fighting spirit in their eyes. Winning through fighting is naturally what they want. Okay. This is our current tactic that we will adapt accordingly tomorrow. Amr Chun, we said we will fight together whether we win or lose. This is Mr. Chun relieving our pressure, so we can give full play to our passion tomorrow. But don't get carried away. The ultimate goal is to win a championship. He Ping stood up and said solemnly. Don't worry. Brother Fei, we have come this far, and we all want that championship. Lin Guanqing said seriously. The other two people also nodded seriously. Let us work together to become the champion of tomorrow. And in another suite, Yao Beihua and AtoZ were also discussing something. Brother Yao, now that the BL team has reached the finals, it's time for us to do something for this finals. AtoZ sat on the seat with an excited expression that he didn't expect that the BL team could reach the finals, so he didn't prepare anything for it. What are you going to do? Yao Beihua looked up at AtoZ. Now that our BL team has reached the finals, we have basically put aside the matter of going out to play before the game. It's not that we don't take the game seriously. It's just that we use fun to relax before the game. Some of the original anti-fans have turned into our fans. Even if they are not fans, they still maintain a friendly attitude towards us. For these people, we need to increase the sincerity of our club and let them know that our club can also bring some benefits to those fans. AtoZ said excitedly that since the club has added so many fans, it is natural to do some maintenance with the fans to increase the fans' stickiness to the club. What benefits are you going to give out? Yao Beihua asked. Of course, it's the figures we customized before. and of course the uniforms of our BL team. Once our BL team participated in the competition, our uniforms have become a hot topic. Nowadays, many people want to buy our team uniforms. That is, oh, we can do a lottery on the official Weibo, and those figures and team uniforms are the prizes. For example, tonight we can send a small note to express that in order to celebrate the BL team's successful entry into the finals, 20 lucky viewers will be drawn below the commentary tomorrow morning. In our club's prizes will be distributed to AT the same time. Put the photos of those prizes on Weibo. Tao Zai kept talking. Yao Beiguan nodded slightly as he listened to Tao Zai's story. Tao Zai's approach is also done by other clubs. It is the most basic way to maintain fans. Then this matter will be arranged for you to do. I'm just waiting for your words. Brother Yao, I'm ready. As he spoke, Tao Zai took out his mobile phone and entered WeChat and sent the Weibo had edited long ago to BL's official WeChat account. After the BL team won the victory and entered the finals today, he began to prepare for this matter. First, he contacted the club, took photos of the completed figures and team uniforms and sent them to him. Come over. Then he quickly edited the paper and then discussed the matter with Yao Beigua. Yao Beigua looked at Tao Zai and smiled helplessly. But in his heart, he was even more convinced that recruiting Tao Zai here was a very correct decision. Sometimes the other party would take things into consideration that he could not think of to BL team official meager. After Tao Zai sent the meager sum, many comments quickly appeared below. Lottery in the comment area, I like it. Leave a message. What if I'm the lucky winner? Didn't you notice the prizes? There are figurines and uniforms that I like the uniform the most. That IT is so cool. Unfortunately, there is no way to buy it. I didn't expect that I could get it in the lottery. Please let me win. Didn't you notice those figurines? They're Tianlong figurines. They're all Tianlong characters and monsters. I play Tianlong every day. I have always wanted to buy a few Tianlong figurines and put them in front of the computer-ass decorations. Unfortunately, I have never bought them. By the way, are these Tianlong figurines genuine? You don't have to question it. The BL Game Club and Sanctuary Game are both affiliated with the same group. In addition, Sanctuary Game announced some time ago that their game figurines are sold by the BL Game Club. Wow, the figurine of the female mage is really beautiful. I like it very much. Old pervert, you saw that the figurine of the female mage has few clothes. The chance of winning is too low, so I can't buy it. I consulted the customer service. BL Game Club has not opened them all yet, but it will open them all later. At that time, the BL Club's peripherals will be sold in the mall. The next day, in the afternoon, the official lounge of Fire Dragon Island. Chinemo looked at the four players who were about to go out to prepare for the game and smiled. Enjoy the game. Don't worry about the results. Mr. Chun, we will work hard. As he said, the four of them left the lounge and went straight to the stadium. Seeing this, Chunmo returned to his seat, picked up the coffee on the table, and drank it leisurely. But the taste was much worse than his own coffee. But he was still in a good mood. After all, he was about to see his team lose the game. After 5.95, this is the quality a president should have. Commentary seat. The two commentators first introduced themselves. Today's game is Team BL versus ENG. Both teams have entered the finals with undefeated records, but today, one team is destined to lose the game. I told you something interesting. Yesterday, the official conducted a voting on the winning rate. The number of people who supported the victory of the ENG team was as high as 80%. I don't know whether today ENG can win the championship of this tournament as expected by most people, or whether the BL team still maintains its dark horse momentum and wins the championship of this tournament. Chapter 595. Well, the game has started. Let us wait and see. The director's screen switched, and the scene of the match between the two sides appeared on the big screen. Hey, something is wrong. What is the BL team doing? The four of them are gathered together. What do they want to do? No. Why is this scene so familiar? This is a concentrated fire tactic. This is the focus fire tactic used by the NRG team against the BL team yesterday. Today, the BL team actually changed their previous playstyle, but the concentrated fire tactic is a very risky tactic. Just like yesterday, if ENG was more cautious and only developed in its own territory, then a BL team would collapse. No, the BL team only used one tactic in these 2 days of competition, so the ENG team might not have thought that the BL team would use a focus fire tactic. The coach of this BL team is really good that I asked this a psychological game. Almost everyone, including the two of us, almost believed that the BL team would continue to maintain its previous tactics. But the BL team just didn't follow common sense and changed their tactics in the most critical finals. Look, the members of the Yinji team are all out. They have never thought about focusing on fire tactics. Something is going to happen. Everyone from the BL team also moved. Point 4 people focused their fire on one person from the Yinji team. The Yinji team had no room for reaction at all. After Team BL kills one person, it seems they should retreat. No, the BL team has not retreated. They are invading the resources of the Yinji member. This is a rhythm that kills you while you are sick. Not only does the person die, but his resources are gone after resurrection. How can this be played? In the lounge, Yao Bigwa couldn't help but cheer when he saw that the BL team had the advantage. When the BL team chose the concentrated fire tactic, he was very nervous. After all, the NRG team had used this tactic before and failed. That he also thought that the BL team would continue the previous style of play. But he did not expect that the style of play suddenly changed, and the results obtained were also very good. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Mr. Chun and couldn't help but praise him. Dumber Chun, this BL team is really good. It's amazing how they suddenly changed their tactics in the finals and caught the opponent off guard. Chunimo listened to Yao Bigwa's words and unconsciously covered his chest. But sudden change in tactics was not the result of his previous conversation yesterday. But this is different from the picture he imagined. That shouldn't it be that the BL team suddenly changed their tactics, but because of their unskilled tactics, they were constantly suppressed by the Yinji team and finally lost the game. This kind of script is correct. Looking at the game on the big screen, the early advantages of the BL team once again started the snowballing ability. And before they disagree this time, they sometimes take the initiative to attack. The Yinji team was already at a disadvantage. Facing the BL team's attack, they had no room to fight back. Although several players have been working hard, the BL team is extremely cautious even when attacking and does not give the Yinji team a chance at all. The game came to 19 minutes. The BL team directly pushed away the Yinji team's base. Commentary desk. Let us congratulate the BL team for winning the first game and getting a good start in today's game. Now let's take a break, and the second game will start soon. Today's BL team really opened my eyes. The sudden change in fighting style really surprised me. This was completely using their own shortcomings to attack other people's strengths, but they succeeded on the playing field. The four of them, He Peng Fei, looked at each other and smiled in unison. We have won the first game, but they must have been on guard after we used the concentrated fire tactic, so we can't use it again. But in the second game, I can use the countermeasures we discussed last night. In short, just remember not to get ahead. Okay. Phineas, Lin Guanqing, and the other two nodded. Soon the second game started. The commentary box. Okay. The second game has begun. Let's see what kind of start the two sides will choose in today's second game. Well, everything is normal. The BL team no longer uses focus fire tactics. It seems that the BL team is going to resume its original style of play. Also, looking at the position of the Yinji team at this time, it is obvious that they are prepared for the focus fire tactics. If you want to use concentrated fire tactics again, I'm afraid it won't have any good results. Only 3 people from the BL team appeared. The other one did not go out but chose to develop in his own territory. What exactly does he want to do? He left his own territory. What is he going to do? Let's take a look at his movements. He went to the number 3 territory. He chose to help his teammates. Not good. The two sides of the number 3 base are fighting at this time. The health volume is already unhealthy. Although the members of the Yinji team are occupying the upper position, the support of the BL team is about to arrive. There is no chance. The members of the BL team have appeared. The members of the Yinji team can't run away. The health volume is too unhealthy. I don't want to see the members of the BL team choose this kind of play. This is obviously sacrificing the development of their own members to help their teammates. The member of the BL team was not damaged. He was eating the resources in the territory of the dead Yinji member. In the end, only the development of the Yinji member was lost. How can this start be so similar to the previous game? Time passes. No chance. Let us congratulate the BL team for winning the second game and successfully entering the match point. As long as they win one more game, they will directly lock in the championship of the season. In the BL team lounge, everyone stood up and cheered. Yes, not everyone, Chinemo just looked at the big screen. In the lounge, quietly, without any expression on his face. After Yao Bagua waved his fist and shouted, "Nice," he turned around and found that Mr. Chen looked at the big screen calmly without any excitement, that I couldn't help but admire him in my heart, that Mr. Chen is Mr. Chen. No matter what happens, he is not happy or angry. Now, as long as the BL team wins one more game, they can win the championship of this event, that Mr. Chen did not show any excitement. Not even a trace of smile. This is probably the psychological quality that a president should have. Chapter 596 Popular Team Uniforms. Yao Bawa thought to himself, and then looked at the other people cheering, that a bunch of restless guys. Then he stopped smiling, sat back on his seat, and turned to look at Mr. Chen aside, that Mr. Chen, as long as we win one more game, our BL team will win the championship this time. Isn't there another game? It happens from time to time that two teams chase three. Chen Mo turned his head and glanced at Yao Bagua. I couldn't help but wonder in my heart, should I really just win the third game and win the championship? I know, Mr. Chen, but I saw the performance of the four members of our team today, that IT was different from the past. They were very cautious in previous games, but because of their age and unable to keep up with their hand speed, there were still some problems. Not confident. But today it was completely different. They played confidently in these two games. This kind of confidence is very important, especially when playing. Yao Bagua looked at the replay of the game on the big screen and smiled unconsciously. After being exposed to esports for so long, this state of professional players is the peak state and the most suitable state for competition. 10 minutes later, the third game has begun. I in the lounge. Chen held their breath and watched the game on the big screen. Everyone was extremely nervous. After all, as long as they win this game, their BL team will win this game. Commentary's seat. Okay, the third game has begun. It's already match point. Let's see if the BL team wins this game and wins the championship, or if the Yinji team completes the feat of letting the second team chase the third team. IT is still a normal start. The BL team did not make any moves this time, but the Yinji team seems to have changed a lot more cautiously and is a little afraid to go out and play. IT seems that the pressure on the BL team in the first two games was too much. Now, as soon as the people on the BL team disappear from sight, the people on the Yinji team start to become cautious. How can they fight? 10 minutes passed. Yinji can't continue like this. You must change your mentality. In just 10 minutes, you have already opened up a 2,000 economic gap. There are many opportunities that you can obviously take, but you give up like that. IT is really too much. Be cautious. There is no way. In the previous two games, the members of the Yinji team have been stunned. If this continues, I am afraid there will be no chance. The BL team has entered the Yinji team's base. What are the people of the Yinji team doing? Why don't you go up and give it a try now? If you don't give it a try now, there will be no chance at all. The BL team is pushing the Yinji team's base and has no chance. Let us congratulate the BL team for winning this game and congratulate the BL team for winning this tournament. I really didn't expect it. Let's congratulate the BL team. The commentator was speaking excitedly in the commentary box. At the same time, the camera also turned to the members of the two teams. Team BL cheered and hugged each other, while Team Yinji packed up their keyboards in a depressed mood. Some people just laid down on the table and never got up. Lounged. Champions. We are champions. We won the championship. Waves of cheers rang out in the lounge. Chinemo felt bad as he listened to the cheers in the lounge. Won the championship. Team BL won the championship. How is this possible? The clenched fist turned a little white. Soon, for BL members walked into the center of the stage, and it was time for interviews. A host wearing a cheongsam came up. Congratulations to Team BL for winning the tournament. Let me interview you. The BL team's playing style in today's finals is obviously different from the previous playing style. Is this decision something you have thought about before? No, the style of play we originally chose was actually the same as before. The change to today's style of play was entirely due to the conversation between our boss and us. He Pingfei held the microphone and said, excitedly, this is the second time he has stood on the championship stage. The boss came to talk to you. Can we know what was said specifically? The host smiled and showed a hint of interest. No problem. The boss's main message is that we should enjoy the game instead of using a very single style of play in order to win the game. The boss said that it is important to win the championship, but it is also very important to present a wonderful game to the audience. Our boss is very good, he specially took us out to play so that we wouldn't be nervous during the competition. He is also very tolerant of our results, that I will remember one of your boss's words for the rest of my life. You go ahead and fight. We will win or lose together. It was this sentence that made us decide to change our style of play today. He Pingfei had gratitude in his eyes, that he was very lucky to be able to join the BL game club, that I in this club. He felt unprecedented warmth that as he Pingfei's words came out, the entire event site was filled with fierce applause. At the same time, in the official event live broadcast room, comments also quickly rolled out. Win or lose together. This sentence is really powerful. That it turns out that the BL team went out to play before the game, and they really just went out to play, not that they didn't take the game seriously. That must be the case, that if they didn't take it seriously, how could they win the championship? And even if they didn't take it seriously, it doesn't matter. They have the strength. Even if other teams took it seriously, they didn't win the championship. Love it, love it. Suddenly I like the BL team so much. Go and see the BL team posted on Weibo, saying that at 8 o'clock tomorrow night, there will be a lottery in the Weibo common area. 50 team uniforms and 150 T on long figures. That, oh my god, is there a lottery? I didn't draw anything this morning. This time I must draw a team uniform. I like that team uniform. I also like that uniform, but I can't buy it now. However, I check the brand of that uniform, Chongfeng Clothing, which has an official live broadcast room. The clothes there are also very beautiful, but the price is a little more expensive than normal brand clothes. I also went to see it. The style is really beautiful. As for the price, I think it's okay. I can afford it. I bought 2 sets yesterday to see how the quality is. If it's okay, I can buy more in the future. You are talking about Chongfeng Clothing. My current clothes are basically Chongfeng Clothing. This Isa brand that has been around for a year. I noticed it a long time ago. The style is very good and the quality is also very good. However, this brand is too niche and not many people know it, but it is really a treasure brand. Chapter 597 Focus on Training. In the BL Lounge. Listening to what He Pingfei said on the stage, everyone looked at Mr. Chun with expressions of respect. They didn't want to watch, and Mr. Chun, who usually didn't talk much and just watched the game quietly, said so much to the team members last night. And it was exactly those words that made the 4 players change their playing style today and win today's championship. It can be said that Mr. Chun plays a big factor in the BL team's championship. Chunemo sat on the sofa, listening to Pingfei's mouth twitching twice on the big screen. It was his words that made those 4 esports players change their playing style. At this moment, he wanted to give himself a slap in the face. It was nothing, so what should he say to those players? On stage, after the interview ended, it quickly entered the awards ceremony, and the club's coaches and members could also come on stage to hold the highest honor trophy together. Mr. Chun, let's go on stage. Yao Bagua looked at Mr. Chun sitting on the sofa and spoke softly. You go ahead, I won't go. Chunemo shook his head. With his current status, he didn't want to gout and show his face. The popularity of the BL team only affects one club, but I've comes forward. It may affect the entire Tomorrow group. Okay. After hearing this, Yao Bagua walked out of the lounge. Mr. Chun won't go. Arriving outside the lounge, AtoZ leaned over. Well, this is Mr. Chun. He pays silently and then leaves his reputation to us. Mr. Chun is so great. AtoZ sighed. The 2 of them walked towards the stage together. On stage, as everyone arrived, they held the championship trophy together and took photos. At the same time, he also received a 3 million championship reward. After all the procedures were completed, it was already 12 o'clock in the middle of the night when we returned to the hotel. But everyone was so excited that they didn't feel sleepy at all. Mr. Chun, the air tickets have been purchased. The flight will be at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yao Bagua found Mr. Chun and told him about tomorrow's air ticket. After all, today's game is over and it's time for them to return to Jiangchen. Well, you can just arrange it. Chunemo nodded. He just wanted to be quiet now and didn't want to worry about so many things. Okay, Mr. Chun, but how should we distribute the 3 million championship bonus? Yao Bagua continued to ask. Now that the team has won the championship, it has received a bonus of 3 million. Although it is not as good as the bonus from the event held by Mr. Chun, it is still a lot bonus. When Shin Imo heard Yao Baghua's words, he finally had some thoughts in his originally irritable heart. Now that he has won the championship, he cannot change this fact, but he can use the title of championship to do some stop-loss actions. He also gives out bonuses. This is the first official event championship off the BL Game Club. This meaning is extraordinary. In order to celebrate the BL Game Club's first championship, it wouldn't be too much for him to give out a little bonus. Chinimo thought in his mind and already had an idea. The 3 million bonus can be divided equally among the 4 professional players. Mr. Chun. By there are only 4 team members who share the score equally. After that, there are other team members, including a life coach who is of great help to the team. Yao Bagua asked carefully, "Don't worry, I will distribute rewards to the others. The 3 million prize money will be divided equally among the 4 players." Chin Imo said calmly. As for how many rewards to give out, he would need to calculate it carefully when he goes back. "You must spend more system funds with the permission of the system." I know, Mr. Chen. I'll go talk to them about this later. But there is another thing here. After our BL team won the championship, several brands contacted me and wanted to invite team members to endorse advertisements. The endorsement fee was not bad. Can we accept a few endorsements? Yao Bagua continued to ask. Now that the BL team has won the championship, it has already gained ascertained reputation in the esports circle, especially at the moment when it just won the championship. The traffic must be the most. At this time, it is very normal for brands to seek endorsements from them. The reason why some clubs want to win the championship is not only to win the highest championship glory, but also to get a lot of attention by winning the championship. Flow. This is the most profitable time to do some commercial activities or do some endorsements. And this is also one of the club's sources of income, and no one will say anything if they do this. Endorsement fees. Listening to Yao Baghua's words, Chinimo narrowed his eyes slightly. This Yao Baghua is really good. The team just won the championship, and this Yao Baghua will make money for him. Endorsement. This is indeed one of the club's major revenue sources, that if I cut off this revenue channel, wouldn't it mean that the club would lose another revenue channel? Chinimo thought about it secretly and soon came up with an idea. Forget about the endorsements. In the future, if professional players are required to participate in endorsements or some commercial activities, just turn them down. Chun, the club's profits will be much less. Yao Baghua looked puzzled. Commercial advertising is one of the important sources of income for the club, especially after the club won the championship. The income from commercial advertising endorsements will be higher. No, we can't damage the training time off professional players for the sake of making money. And the club has just won the championship, and there will indeed be some commercial activities coming to us at this time, but our club cannot indulge in his. Don't be arrogant when you win, and don't be discouraged when you lose. At this time, we should pay more attention to the training of professional players. Chinimo had a serious expression on his face. But there is no but. Just do it according to what I say. Professional players are professional players, but they come here to take advertisements. Chinmo saw that Yao Baghua wanted to say something, so he interrupted Yao Baghua directly. "Okay, Mr. Chun, then I will turn down the invitations to those activities later." Seeing Mr. Chin's firm attitude, Yao Baghua didn't say anything else and turned his head to walk out of the room. Watching Yao Baghua leave, Chinemo fell into deep thought. Today he realized a problem. That is, if you want the club to have no results, it is not safe to just look for those retired or water players. Just like tonight, for retired champion players after returning, unexpectedly won the championship again. If you want the club to have no results, you still have to find other ways. You must interfere with those sports players from other places. Otherwise, it will be a problem if they win a few championships in the future. Chunemo rubbed his eyebrows with a headache that he didn't know what happened during this period. Various industries have changed one after another. Some good loss-making industries were suddenly made profitable by those old six. Chapter 598, Reducing Training Time. Now that the club has just won the Fire Dragon Island Tournament Championship, the only thing that gives him some comfort is that the Fire Dragon Island game has been somewhat declining, and the number of fans is not that large. If you operate it well, you can still make the BL game club lose money. The most basic way to reduce the income of a game club is to keep the game club from having any results in the game. If you want the club to have no results in the game, that is to reduce the competitive strength off professional players. Will it reduce the competitive strength off professional players? Chunemo smiled slightly. This was nothing more than a method. That is to reduce the training time off esports players. For the health of professional players, staying up late is definitely not allowed. Moreover, esports players are basically very young. Starting to stay up late at a young age can cause great harm to the body. Moreover, if the parents of the children leave their precious children to themselves, they must naturally bear responsible for these young children. That's right. That's it that he did this not to reduce the training time of esports players, but for the health of professional players. In this case, then customize a schedule. The sleeping time is from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. every day, and the bedtime should not exceed 12 p.m. at the latest. However, apart from sleeping time, there is also lunch break, which also requires at least 1 hour. Another point is that those professional players who enter the club are basically just adults, and some players even enter the esports industry before they are 18 years old. Entering the esports industry at this age basically means giving up their studies. How is this possible? Esports players are fed the food of youth. If they are not in good condition, they will retire early. So what should they do without any skills? This should be one of the reasons why parents are reluctant to let their children enter the esports industry. As the boss of the esports circle, he naturally wants to solve this worry. How to solve it? That is to arrange for those children who enter the club to study, and they must spend at least 3 hours studying every day. That's it. This can save another 3 hours of training time for professional players. After excluding breakfast and dinner time, there is not much training time left. In this case, how can those professional players compete with the professional players in other clubs who train all day long? Of course, Yao Bagua mentioned just now that accepting commercial endorsements and advertisements can also affect the training time of professional players, but accepting commercial advertisements and endorsements is a source of income, so it is definitely not allowed. Moreover, his previous plans were not to reduce the training time of professional players, but to consider the health and future of professional players. Chun Mo nodded secretly and wrote down the plan until he returned to Jiang. Chung, just hold a meeting for Yao Bagua and the others to decide the matter directly. By the way, for the BL team that won the event today, team bonuses also need to be distributed. How much can be distributed at most? Chinemo consciously put himself into the system in his mind and began to notice the maximum amount of bonus that could be given to the team this time. What? We share the 3 million bonus equally. What about the rest of the team? He Ping Fei and the 4 others were shocked, and they heard what Mr. Yao came over to say. Normally, after an esports team wins the championship, the coach and other members of the team can receive some rewards, but it is just a matter of more or less. But it is impossible to directly distribute all the event prize money to them. You don't have to worry about this matter. Our Chun has already said that he is responsible for the other members of the team. Yao Bagua looked at Ping Fei and the 4 of them and explained. Okay, let's have a good rest today. We will rush back to Jiangcheng tomorrow. That it's time to make plans for future team assignments. And since you have won the championship this time, it will be up to you to decide on your team's affairs. Just give me a plan when the time comes. If it is reasonable, I will agree. Saying, he turned around and left the room where Ping Fei and others were staying to arrange other things. On the second day, November 1st, morning, Chongfang Garment Factory. Live broadcast room. Don't ask anymore. The esports uniforms are indeed produced by Chongfang Clothing, but we don't sell them here. If you want to buy esports servers, you can wait until BL Game Club opens its own official mall. As for when BL Game Club will open its official mall, I don't know much about this. I don't know the specific time. Please pay attention to the official memo of BL Game Club. That if they open their own official mall, they will publish the meme. Or publish an announcement on their official website. The anchor in the live broadcast room looked at the common area in the live broadcast room and explained patiently. Since the day before yesterday, the number of people in their live broadcast room has increased. Of course, she also knew the reason. Professional players from the BL Game Club wore the esports uniforms they designed to participate in the competition. However, the number of people who came to the broadcast today was surprisingly large, but she also learned from the comments of some people in the live broadcast room that it turned out that the BL Game Club won the championship of the competition last night, which brought a large wave of traffic. This is a good thing for their live broadcast room. Although many people came here for the esports clothes, many people also bought the clothes in the live broadcast room through her live broadcast explanation. Thinking of this, the anchor smiled and hurriedly spoke. Family, although we don't sell esports clothes here, the clothes in our live broadcast room are all from the same design department, and the styles are also very different. You can take a look in them all. If you like it, you can type the serial number of the clothes in the comment area, and the anchor will let you try it on. I saw a baby in the comment area said that our clothes are a little expensive. This is indeed more expensive than some popular brands on the market, but we are expensive for a reason. First of all, the materials used in our clothes are all good materials, and the workmanship is very delicate. Look at the stitching of this clothes and you will know. Speaking. The anchor picked up a piece of clothing and displayed it in front of the camera in the live broadcast room, showing all the details and stitching of the clothes. That I can guarantee in the live broadcast that the quality of every piece of clothing you buy is the same as this one. And on my personal homepage, there is also a video of the workshop where our clothing factory produces clothes. Those who are worried can go and have a look. In addition, for those who are still worried, we also have offline stores. You can check more intuitively in the store and try them on. However, our brand's offline stores have not yet opened nationwide. Families who want to go to offline stores can first check whether there are stores of our brand in their city. Another point is that you have also noticed the text above the live broadcast room. It will be cheaper to buy in offline stores, and some stores will also have some offline activities. However, this is not unified, and the activities of each store may be different. Behind the camera of the live broadcast room, Luge looked at the situation in the live broadcast room, smiled, and turned to leave the live broadcast room. After leaving the live broadcast room, he went directly into the pet live broadcast room next to it and found the person in charge of the pet live broadcast inside. What's the result of today's pet clothing? Minister Liu, today's pet clothing is sold out. And it's not sold out this morning. It was sold out not long after it was put on the shelves last night. Chapter 599 Sales of Pet Clothing. It was sold out in one night again. Lugia nodded slightly. The latest pet fashion show started at the pet park yesterday, and the pet clothes that were put on the shelves in the evening were sold out. Of course, this situation has happened several times before, so he has been paying attention to it during this period. He is worried that the pet fashion has just been launched soon, and those customers are new to it for a while. After waiting for a long time, fewer people will buy it. But now it seems that is not the case. Lugia made a simple calculation. Each pet fashion show has a total of 20 categories, and each category contains 300 pieces. That's 6,000 pieces of pet clothing. The current price of pet clothing is about 30 to 60 yuan, and the average price of one piece is around 40 yuan. So the price last night was 240,000 yuan. And there are 2 shows a week, which is 8 times a month. Then the monthly income from pet clothing alone is about 2 million, which is already the largest source of income for the clothing factory. Lugia's eyes showed a hint of shock. He had not calculated it carefully before. This calculation was really not a small amount. Thinking in his mind, he turned on his phone and entered the pet live broadcast and looked at the comments in the live broadcast room. Why are there only 300 pieces? Can't we produce a few more pieces? My fruit set, I didn't get the banana costume this time. I feel so bad. That is, I bought banana clothing this time, but I didn't grab the apple clothing last time. At least you got it. I usually can't stay up late, so every time I get up, I want to buy some clothes for the cats at home, but you all snatch them away at night. There is nothing we could do about it. If I don't snatch it, it will be snatched away by others. Yes, there are only 300 pieces. I have 8 cats, and I have only grabbed 6 pieces of clothing, so at present. The cat clothes are not all available. I'm just thinking about how many more times I have to grab them. I will give all 8 of my cats costumes. Strong request to increase the number of pet costumes. After roughly reading the comments on the pet live broadcast, Lucia exited the live broadcast and turned to look at the person in charge of pet clothing on the side. You go back first. I'll go find Mr. Jiang to discuss this matter. Since there are no pet clothes for sale, let's live broadcast the interactions with those celebrity pets. After saying that, Lucia went straight to the manager's office. He originally wanted to report to Mr. Jiang. The good news that because the BL club won the championship, the number of people in the normal clothing live broadcast room has increased. But now there's one more good news for pet clothing. Arriving at the manager's office, he knocked on the door and walked in. Mr. Jiang, Minister Su is here too. Lucia walked into the office and said hello and found that the director of the design department, Suining, was also there. The two of them were sitting on the sofa in the reception area, apparently discussing things. Lucia, you came just in time. I was looking for you. Jiang Qing looked at Lucia, who came in and waved at Su Yining looked at Lucia, who came in and said hello with a smile. Mr. Jiang, what's the matter? Lucia came to the reception area and sat down on the sofa. There are some things. Now the construction of the clothing factory has been completed. There are 2 floors of the office building that are given to the design department. You see, your live broadcast department may not use 1 floor of the office building. Half of the floor will be allocated to other departments. This needs to be confirmed with you. Jiang Qing looked at Lucia. The current flat area of the office building was 1,500 square meters. The design department is the department that needs the most space. After all, there will be many areas of clothing involved in the future, so space needs to be reserved in advance. The live broadcast department does not need much space. For normal clothing live broadcast, there may be several live broadcast rooms, and the rest is the live broadcast room for pet clothing, which takes about 700 to 800 square meters, which is basically ENU.GH.NO problem. Lucia nodded in agreement without hesitation. They had discussed this matter once before the construction of the office building was completed, and it had basically been calculated. Then he changed his voice and looked up at Jiang Chung with a smile on his face. Mr. Jiang, I came here to report 2 pieces of good news. Well, what good news? Jiang Chung looked at Lucia in surprise. The garment factory has been losing money for so long. What good news can there be? And there are still 2 to Mr. Jiang. BL Game Club won the championship last night, which added a lot of popularity to our live broadcast room. The sales in the live broadcast room have obviously increased a lot in the past 2 days. Another good news is that for pet clothing, every time there is a pet fashion show at the pet park, the pet clothing on the shelves will be sold out that night. That I did a simple calculation, and if this keeps up, the pet clothing will be sold out that night. The monthly revenue, there is about 200 renminbi. Liu Jia quickly reported. The matter. When Jiang Qing heard this, a smile appeared on his face. These 2 pieces of news were indeed good news for the current clothing factory. Well, I know about this matter that I will write a report and report it to the Tomorrow Group. This is the best news for Chanfang Garment Factory, so FAR.M. Jiang. When you report, you can apply for an appropriate increase in the number of pet clothing, according to the current consumption trends of those customers. Even if you add 300 pieces of each pet clothing, it can still be sold. In that case, the monthly revenue of pet clothing reaches about 4 million. Liu Jia suggested. Well, I understand. Jiang Qing nodded. Afternoon.BL Game Club.in the conference room. Chinemo looked at everyone in the conference room and cleared his throat gently. After returning to Jiangcheng, he did not return to Tomorrow Group or go home, but went directly to the BL Game Club, that he wanted to implement what he planned yesterday as soon as possible. Turning to look at Yao. Bagua sighed. Is everyone here already? Everyone is here. Yao Bagua nodded. Chinemo nodded and looked at everyone in the conference room again. That today's meeting is mainly about 2 things. The first thing is that our BL team won the championship of the Fire Dragon Island official event last night. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of applause in the conference room. When Chinemo saw this, he raised his hand and pressed it down, secretly complaining in his heart that there was nothing to applaud. Wait until the applause fades and continue speaking. Since we have won the championship, we must be rewarded. The 3 million championship bonus has been evenly distributed among the 4 professional players, but this is the first event championship for our BL Game Club. Just a reward of 3 million is definitely not enough. And there are more than 4 professional players who went to participate in the competition, as well as other staff. These people must also be rewarded. SOI recreated a reward package that reads as follows. Chapter 600 Champion Prize. First, as 4 professional players who win the championship, each of them will share 3 million equally, which is only a reward of 750,000. This is too little. As a champion of the BL Club, this has symbolic significance and is also an example that our other gaming departments need to follow. SOI decided to award each professional player an additional 3 million on top of the 750,000 bonus. As the managers of the club, Yao Beigua and Tao Zai are very capable and worthy of reward for being able to cultivate such a team. Therefore, the two managers and deputy managers will each be awarded a bonus of 2 million that the remaining members who followed the team, as logistics staff, solved many trivial problems in life for the four professional players. The two heads of the logistics department were each awarded 500,000 yuan, and the other members were each rewarded 300,000 yuan. You have any questions about this reward? After the words fell, the conference room fell silent. Participating in this meeting were two team logistics leaders who were participating in the competition. They did not want to watch. They just arranged the daily meals of the professional players, maintained balanced nutrition, and paid attention to the status of the professional players at any time to prevent professional players. Sickness occurs that, of course, there are other trivial things. But just for these tasks, they actually received a bonus of 500,000 yuan, which was really beyond his expectation. As the two managers of the BL Game Club, they looked at each other with shocked expressions in their eyes that a bonus of 2 million, that although there are not as many as for professional players. After all, for professional players are the main ones who win the championship. But a bonus of 2 million is already a lot for them. After all, BL Game Club is not only a game department of Fire Dragon Island, but also has many other game departments. If these game departments also win championships in official competitions, then they will also receive championship rewards. If they really cultivate a few championship teams, their bonuses will be a lot of money. As for the other people in the conference room, they looked enviously. I wish they were the ones to follow him to the competition this time. They can't replace managers, but they can also do logistics, not to mention being the person in charge of logistics. Just being an ordinary logistics staff can also get a bonus of 300,000. This is simply too delicious that if no one has an opinion, then this matter is settled. Chinemo waited for a moment and saw that no one asked any questions, so he continued to speak. Then let's talk about the second thing, the club's reform. As Chinmo's words came out, everyone in the conference room recovered from their shocked expressions and their expressions became solemn. The reform of the club is a very important matter. The first thing to do in the reform is the physical health of professional players. Every professional player in the club is very young, but in order to improve their game skills, many professional players choose to stay up late to train, which is very unhealthy. Of course, that also includes staff working at the club. Staying up late is very harmful to the body, so starting from today, the resting time of BL Game Club is from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. The last resting time at night shall not exceed 1-2 p.m. In addition, the club also arranges lunch breaks. There is also the subsequent development of club professional players. Esports players eat youth food. Some esports players basically have to give up their studies in order to play esports. It is precisely this that makes it difficult for many parents of children to let their children enter the esports industry. Therefore, as a club, we cannot find ways to recruit this child into the club just because he is very talented. Ignore the child's future development. After all, when professional players retire, what should they do without any academic qualifications? In response to this, our club has taken some measures. Every Monday to Friday, there will be 3 hours of study time every day to teach some cultural knowledge. It is guaranteed that even professional players who retire will have their own knowledge reserves, that it's not too difficult to start studying again. Okay, that's it for the reform. You must implement the reform as soon as possible. After Chinemo finished speaking, he lightly tapped the table with his palms and looked at everyone in the conference room. Am or Chun. In this case, professional players may have a lot less time to train. Yao Bagua spoke appropriately. Although he didn't calculate it carefully, the 3 hours of study time alone reduced the team's training time by 3 hours. How much do you think the length of training can improve the strength of professional players? If training can improve the strength of players, then why bother looking for talented players? Why not just find a random player? And then, training? Chinemo looked at Yao Bagua and said seriously, this. Yao Bagua was stunned for a moment. That or Chin's theory did seem to make some sense, but he still felt that something was not right. Okay, that's it. You should prepare as soon as possible. The meeting is over. Chinemo tapped the table, then stood up and walked out of the conference room. After Yao Bagua and AtoZ saw this, they had no time to think about it and hurriedly got up and followed him. Or Chun, why don't you come sit in my office? Yao Bagua caught up and invited him. No, you guys go about your business. What I just said must be implemented as soon as possible. Chinemo shook his head. Everything had been arranged. There was no point in staying here any longer. Enter the elevator, go to the first floor, and go out of the BL Game Club to AT this time. A black G-Class had already stopped at the door of the club. When he got off the plane, he had already notified Yangtai. Opened the car door, and got in directly to go back to Shanbai Jingyuan.it. Was already afternoon. There was nothing to do when he returned to Tomorrow Group. It was better to go home and rest. Watching Mr. Chen leave. Yao Bagua and AtoZ also turned around and walked into the club. Do you think Mr. Chen's arrangement is right or wrong? Yao Bagua turned his head and looked at AtoZ. I don't know, but Mr. Chen has given the order, so we will do it. After all, when has Mr. Chen made a wrong decision? AtoZ thought about it, and thought of the comments of the managers and the manager. Group on Mr. Chen. That's right. Yao Bagua nodded and didn't think about it anymore. By the way, is the official store ready? It's ready. It will be online the day after tomorrow. Then we can sell those figures, esports uniforms, and the club's peripherals on the store. AtoZ smiled and said, now that President Chen has denied the club's advertising endorsement, they can only find other places to bring profits to the club. Chapter 601. Keep the wealth within the family. That's good. Let's go back and discuss how to implement the contents of President Chen's meeting. Yao Bagua nodded. Soon the two came to the office. Yao Bagua took out a piece of straw paper and started writing on it. After a while, a timetable was ready. Hand the straw paper to AtoZ, who was standing aside. This is the timetable. Take a look. AtoZ took the timetable and looked at it, then nodded. No problem. Then the schedule is set. Let's implement it. Tomorrow. Yao Bagua took back the straw paper and put it aside, preparing to print it out and distribute it to every game department in the club. Then the only thing left is the teacher. You can look for a teacher in the next few days. Since you have to teach, there may be a shortage of teachers. I have some ideas about this. Isn't there a subject-related live broadcast in the boring short video? We can look for it there. If we can recruit him to the club, he can teach for 3 hours a day. The rest of the time, the live broadcast can continue, and we can also provide food and accommodation here. I believe many people will be willing to come. AtoZ spoke quickly. Boring short video has been on the hot search list recently. He often follows the esports circle on Weibo, so he naturally knows about boring short video. That's okay. Also, Mr. Chen prohibits professional players from accepting commercial advertisements. I have an idea. Since other commercial endorsements are not allowed, then we will endorse the products of other companies under the Tomorrow Group, such as Chongfeng Clothing, Factory, Non-Hit Coffee, etc. for time. You can do it in your free time, and it will not affect the training time of professional players. Yao Bagua held his chin in his hand and spoke slowly. He had been thinking about these things after Mr. Chen banned accepting commercial endorsements. After all, the club has just won the championship, and the popularity is at its highest. It would be a waste if we did not take advantage of this popularity at this time. As the saying goes, the good news should not flow to outsiders. Since you can't accept external commercial endorsements, why not promote your own industry? And you don't need to care too much about time to promote your own industry. You can wait until professional players have free time, and it will not delay the training time of professional players. Brother Yao, this is okay. AtoZ's eyes lit up when he heard this. He felt very regretful when he heard Mr. Chen refuse commercial endorsement. The team had just won the championship, and when they went to accept some commercial endorsements, which was the most profitable time, Mr. Chen actually vetoed them. However, Yao Bagua's proposal just now made up for this regret. Chen by Jin Yuan. Shiro, BL won the championship yesterday. Or Chen should be back today. Zhanglan brought 2 cups of coffee, placed 1 cup on the coffee table in front of Shinro, and took the other cup and sat next to Shun. Ro. Well, I will arrive in Jiangxing in the afternoon, but I didn't go back to the group. I made some arrangements at the club and then went home directly. Shinro nodded. She received news from Mr. Chen this afternoon. Zhanglan took a sip of coffee and took a sip. Shinro also picked up the coffee on the coffee table, took a sip, and asked casually, how's your song going? It's basically finished. I've been preparing to put it on the shelves in the past 2 days, but the quality is definitely not as good as the songs Mr. Chen gave me. Zhanglan sighed. She had been struggling for a while if the quality of the songs she composed was not as good as the songs given by Mr. Chen, whether she should continue composing. But after thinking about it later, she felt that she was going too far. After all, Mr. Chen is Mr. Chen. He can be said to be a genius for being able to compose those classic songs. How can she compare with a genius? She just needs to compose her own songs. She thinks that as long as she keeps composing. One day she will be able to compose a classic song like Invisible Wings. Take your time, that I believe the next song will be better, Shinro encouraged. Yes, Zhanglan showed a confident smile. On the second day, Tomorrow Group. President's office. Chin Imo sat on the boss's chair, drinking the coffee that Shinro had just brewed, and felt a sense of emotion in his heart that I wanted to go out and watch the team lose the game and relax. But who would have thought that an elderly team actually won the championship? Relaxation is not relaxing, but it is a big gamble for yourself. Why? He sighed helplessly. He reached out and picked up the income report on the desktop and looked at IT. It was already November 2 ND, and Sun Shui Games income at the beginning of the month had another search. In just these 2 days, Tian Long and Extreme Production. It has brought more than 70 million yuan in revenue to Tomorrow Group, and this is just the income of Sun Shui Games. The licensing fee negotiated by Boring Short Video with Review Gang before has been paid to the company's account, which is 300 million. Also, after Demons Conquering was released on the film and television platform, it accumulated another 230 million yuan in revenue during this period. For some unknown reason, the daily traffic at the Corner Pet Park has increased a lot, and the daily revenue is more than 300,000. Finally, it is Chong Fong Garment Factory. Because of the appearance of pet clothing, it has also started to generate revenue. The original Good Garment Factory has been made into $1 million income every month by those old six. Fortunately, the Garment Factory is now consumed enough and is not profitable. Not to mention Non-Hit Coffee, which has long-term losses into profits, and with more and more stores, the number of stores opened is also increasing. According to last month's revenue, if you want to digest all the revenue, you need to open 13 Non-Hit Coffee to offset IT. In addition to the fixed 5 stores that can be opened every month. A total of 18 stores can be opened this month. In addition to the above industries, other company industries are still in a normal development stage. Although the BL Game Club has won a championship, commercial endorsements have been banned by him. At this stage, the club has no other profit points. In addition to the reform order issued by himself yesterday, I believe that the club will soon be back on track. Chinemo thought secretly in his heart, and his consciousness was invested in the system panel in his mind. This time, the system funds displayed on the system are 620 million. Looking at so much system funds, Chinemo had a headache. Where should the more than 600 million system funds be spent? He found his spending manual in the drawer, flipped through it casually, and finally fixed his eyes on the construction plan of the competition venue. Now only this place can be planned well and consume a certain amount of system funds. Let Yao Bagua handle it. Moreover, the club now rents an office building to build a club. When building the competition venue, you can build a game club of your own, which is also a big expense. Not bad. Chinemo thought in his heart, took out his mobile phone, and called Yao Bagua directly, asking Yao Bagua to come to Tomorrow Group to arrange the task. Just after hanging up the phone, he saw Chin Roll push open the door of the side office and walked in with a document in her hand. R. Chun. This is the report sent by the Garment Factory, please. Take a look. Chapter 602 Competition Base Report from the Clothing Factory. Chin Mo took the information handed over by Chun wrote out fully. What could the Clothing Factory have to report at this time? I casually opened the report and looked at it. After a while, the whole person collapsed directly on the seat. The content of the report was the last thing he wanted to read. Because of the BL Championship, the 4 members of the team wore esports uniforms designed by Chongfang Clothing, which still played a certain role in publicity, so much so that the current live broa castroom selling clothes at Chongfang Clothing Factory suddenly increased a lot of popularity. Although most people go there for esports clothes, there are still many people who buy the clothes in the live broadcast room. There are also pet clothes that he has limited them before, but every time the pet clothes are put on the shelves, those clothes will be sold out that night. At present, the monthly revenue of pet clothing has basically reached 2 million yuan. He also wants to apply for an increase in production quantity. How can this be done? If the production quantity is increased, wouldn't he make more profits? Absolutely not allowed. If it weren't for system restrictions, he could only reduce the number of pet clothing to 300 pieces. He would reduce it to 3 pieces, or even directly cancel the field of pet clothing. Why? Chun Mo let out a long sigh, stood up from his seat, and his eyes fell on the report from the Clothing Factory. The only Consolation he could find in this report was that the construction of the clothing factory had been completed, and he had a new place to spend money. After construction, it will definitely need to be renovated. The office building will be renovated, the staff dormitories will be renovated, the staff canteen will be renovated, and the workshops will be renovated. The overall renovation is a big number. Good. The system just now allows the maximum initial startup capital for the construction of competition. Venues is $450 million, and you can continue to invest in it later. Then, of the $620 million system funds, there is still $170 million left, which can be invested in the decoration of the clothing factory. Chinemo smiled relaxedly and finally allocated all the sudden extra funds. Moreover, the competition venue can continue to invest funds in the subsequent construction. So before the completion of the competition base, he will have a place where he can continue to invest funds. But even so, money losing. Industries are still not enough, that we still need to continue to look for industries that can make money. Nowadays, subject-based live broadcasts on boring short video have begun to gain momentum. Revenue is growing every day, and the trend of turning losses into profits cannot be stopped. Currently, boring short videos are still on the hot searches, and the number of users of boring short videos is increasing every day. According to the current development trend, the income of boring short videos is likely to surpass sanctuary games. Coupled with several other profitable industries, the current several money-losing industries cannot consume the revenue brought by those profitable industries. More money-losing industries must be added. Thinking of this, Chinemo rubbed his head with a headache. Isn't it easy to lose money? Why is it so difficult to get here? Time passes. There was a gentle knock on the office door, and soon Yao Bagua opened the door and walked in. Chin. What are your plans? Yao Bagua walked to the desk and asked respectfully. Sit down first. Have you arranged all the things you arranged yesterday? Chinemo pointed to the seat in front of the desk. The timetable has been implemented, but the teaching matter is still in the process of finding a teacher. Once the teacher is found, it can be implemented as for other arrangements. They are also being implemented step by step. Yao Bagua opened the seat and sat down carefully. That's good that I'll call you here today. That there's one more thing I need you to do. Chun. Just asked that aren't you guys always planning that Tianlong and extreme survival events? I thought about it. Renting the venue and setting up the event would be too time-consuming. So I thought about it. In order to avoid the trouble of holding events in the future, we will build an event base ourselves that we can use our own event base whenever we compete in the future. Then we will not have to go to great lengths to build an event stage. Our event base just get it done. Chinemo looked at Yao Bagua and spoke slowly. Chun, I'm afraid it will cost a lot of money to build a competition base. Yao Bagua reminded carefully that it doesn't matter. The budget I gave you is $450 million, that there will be continuous capital injection later. Just go and get it. Chinemo waved his hand indifferently. Thought that I just saw that it would cost a lot of money, so I did it. $450 million. Yao Bagua was stunned for a moment, but he suddenly realized that what he was talking about would probably cost a lot of money, which was not the same concept as what Mr. Chin understood. What he said would cost a lot of money in the order of tens of millions. And Mr. Chin's is $450 million, which is not a unit at all. He took a deep breath. Chun. If a tournament base is larger, it can be done with only 60 to 70 million, and it will not cost $450 million. No, it's useful. I also participated in a Fire Dragon Island event. The facilities inside were too poor. The lounge was so small and too shabby that I also stayed in a hotel and had to run back and forth every day. It was too time-consuming. So, the competition base I asked you to build is not just a simple competition base. That I have listed a few points and you can record them. Chinemo paused for a moment when he said this. After hearing this, Yao Bagua quickly took out a notebook and got ready to record it. The first point is that the size of the event base has a capacity of about 100,000 people. All configurations, such as the seats in the auditorium, must be comfortable. Simple hard seats are not needed. There are also large screens, it must be high definition, and the sound quality of the speakers must be acceptable. The second point is the lounge. The lounge must be big enough that it must not be too small like the lounge at the Fire Dragon Island event. That it must be equipped with air conditioning, multiple sofa seats, and a coffee machine. Wait. The third point is the computer and network. Since it is an esports competition, the computer must be high-end. You can just find professionals to configure it. There is also the network. The best network must be used for this. The fourth point is the issue of accommodation. For events like the Fire Dragon Island event, it is a waste of time to come back and forth every day, so a hotel needs to be built next to the event base to provide a place to stay for the teams that C.OM to compete. The place where you stay in the hotel must be good. For decoration, you can ask Wang Yang, he knows better. And since it is used to entertain event teams, each room must be equipped with computers and networks, just like the event base. The fifth point is the problem of the BL Game Club itself. Now it is a rented office building. Many layouts must be restricted by the office building. So, by the way, a BL Game Club is being built near the competition base. The last point is that the quality of all the above projects must meet my standards. That if you have any questions, you can go to Mei Yun of Unmanned Construction. Chapter 603 Wang Yang and hashtag 039 Best Decoration. Listening to Mr. Chen's story, Yao Bao's eyes gradually showed a shocked expression that if this event base is built according to Mr. Chen's requirements, the 400 million to 500 million event funds will definitely be available, and it may not be enough. And no wonder additional funds will be added in the future. And after this competition base is built, I am afraid it will become the largest competition base in the country. But a tournament base, that is. Built so luxuriously and consumes so much money just to provide a venue for one's own tournaments is too luxurious. Yao Bagua felt a little emotional. Okay, that's it. Have you recorded it all? After Chunimo finished speaking, he looked up at Yao Bagua at Mr. Chun. Everything has been recorded. Yao Bagua closed the notebook and carefully put it in his pocket. What was recorded in it was a project worth hundreds of millions. Well, do you have any questions? Chunimo nodded at Mr. Chun. There is no problem with building the competition base, but there are some problems with hosting the competition. Yao Bagua spoke carefully. What's the problem? Chunimo became interested. According to the logic, he concluded, if managers like Yao Bagua usually have problems, then it is not a problem for him. But it may be a good thing that Mr. Chun, our BL Game Club, was established relatively late. So we haven't recruited any suitable professional players for the two games, Dragon and Extreme Survival. Yet, other game clubs have long. Since we have also recruited professional players and have been training systematically for a period of time, so it may be difficult for our BL team to achieve any good result. T.S. In this professional competition, Yao Bagua lowered his head and said with a guilty conscience that Chunimo raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, and it was exactly as he expected. His team has no results. Isn't that what he expected? Wrong. When participating in the Fire Dragon Island event, Yao Bagua also said the same thing, that he said that the team was formed by 4 retired players. Their hand speed and reaction speed were not as good as those of the younger players, and they might not be able to achieve any good results. Although the words are different, the meaning expressed is basically the same. But what about the result? The senior team directly won the championship. No, he couldn't let the same thing happen to him again. So he thought for a while and looked up at Yao Bagua. Since there are no suitable professional players, there is no need to participate in this event. And in the future, as long as it is an event organized by ourselves, there is no need to participate. After all, if we participate in the event we organized ourselves and the results are not good, then what will happen if our team wins the championship? We took out so much event prize money, but in the end it was taken back by our own people. This can easily be misunderstood that we don't want to receive bonuses. So in order to avoid various misunderstandings, we should not participate in events organized by ourselves. Chunimo casually found a reason. Yao Bagua nodded when he heard this. What Mr. Chen said made sense, but he still felt a little regretful that it was a pity that the members of his club could not participate in a competition held by them. If there is nothing else, then make arrangements as soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Chen. Yao Bagua responded, stood up, and left the office quickly. Watch Yao Bagua leave. Chunimo began to think about the clothing factory. The remaining money would be used for decoration at the clothing factory, but this would require Wang Yang. For Wang Yang, he is extremely satisfied that he is much better than the 6th grade employees under him. After thinking about it, Shinro was directly arranged to contact Wang Yang and asked him to go to the clothing factory in the afternoon to discuss the decoration. It was almost noon now, and we could only wait until the afternoon passed. In a room in a community. The curtain box here must be done well, and a protective film must be put on the tiles to prevent scratches on the tiles. We need to build a vertical cabinet over there, and we need to reserve a space for it. We must pay attention to it. Wang Yang kept walking around the room, arranging some decoration matters that the decorator needed to pay attention to. Thank you. Without you, I wouldn't know what to pay attention to. Ji-Shui took a bottle of drink and handed it to Wang Yang with gratitude in her eyes. Thank you. This is the most skilled thing I've ever done. Wang Yang took the drink smoothly, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. And what he said was correct. This was indeed the most skilled thing he did. After all, Mr. Chen arranged the decoration work. In order to avoid any quality problems, he almost often went to the decoration site to inspect and supervise the work done over time. He has become very familiar with the areas that need attention and decoration that I still have to thank you. Wait, I'll treat you to dinner. Ji-Shui smiled slightly. She didn't worry about the current decoration of her house at all. Wang Yang basically took care of it. Then I won't be polite. Wang Yang did not refuse when he heard the words and immediately agreed. Just when he was about to continue saying something, the cell phone in his pocket rang. That I'll take a call. After saying this to Ji-Shui, she took out the phone and saw the caller ID. Assistant Chen. I quickly answered the phone. Hello, Assistant Chen. Yes, I have time. Afternoon, right? No problem. After a while. Wang Yang looked at Ji-Shui with an apologetic look. Sorry, I may not be able to eat your meal later. Did something happen? We asked doubtfully, feeling a little disappointed at Our Chen has a new decoration task, and I need to go there in the afternoon. Our Chen's business, don't delay it. Ji-Shui hurriedly spoke after hearing this, but then thought of something and looked up at Wang Yang. Can I go with him? Mr. Chen has helped me so much, and I want to thank him. This I can. Wang Yang thought about it and felt that there was no problem. After all, Ji-Shui was also a person who had received Mr. Chen's favor. Thank you so much. Ji-Shui looked excited, and her hands unconsciously grabbed Wang Yang's arm. When both of them reacted, they looked at each other unconsciously. Ji-Shui quickly let go of her hands and took 2 steps back. Sorry, I was a little emotional just now. It's okay. I don't mind. Wang Yang looked at his grabbed arm and smiled. Ji-Shui curled her lips at the sight, but then spoke with some embarrassment. Since it's a thank you, I have to bring some gifts, but Mr. Chen is the president of a group. What should I give him? Chapter 604, Give me a red envelope. Just give me a red envelope. Wang Yang blurted out after hearing the words. Sending a red envelope, will Mr. Chen like it? Ji-Shui was stunned at Our Chen was the CEO of a group. He was worth who knows how much. How could he be liked by someone who gave him a red envelope? The few times I've given out red envelopes before, I see that Mr. Chen's response has been pretty good, that I think giving red envelopes is the safest option. Wang Yang opened his mouth to explain. Through several previous experiences of sending red envelopes, he felt that Mr. Chen was still satisfied with his red envelopes. Otherwise, we would not continue to provide him with various decoration tasks that he didn't know why Mr. Chen liked red envelopes so much. The CEO of a group must not be short of money. The only explanation is that what Mr. Chen likes is not the money in the red envelope, but he simply likes the red envelope, that if so, it would make sense. This is the result he came up with, after careful consideration, but this is just his conjecture. But one thing is certain, and that is giving red envelopes. At least Mr. Chen will not dislike it. That a red envelope. The Ji-Shui looked at Wang Yang and saw the other person's serious expression and unconsciously believed it. Then he nodded. Okay, then I'll give you a red envelope. How big of a red envelope is appropriate? Just 10,000. Wang Yang thought that the first red envelope he gave to Mr. Chen was 10,000 yuan, so Ji-Shui also gave a 10,000 yuan red envelope first. There will be many opportunities to give gifts in the future, and the amount will gradually increase when the time comes. That Ji-Shui nodded, and then looked at the time that it's already noon. Let's get ready now. Good. Wang Yang nodded. The two of them left the room together. Tomorrow's canteen. Our way. Mr. Chen is really courageous that he actually invested hundreds of millions to build a competition base. Yao Baiwa briefly explained Mr. Chen's investment in the event base, as well as the requirements and scale of the event base. The tone was full of emotion. Do you think Mr. Chen invested hundreds of millions in building an event base just for his own use when hosting events? Wei Yin put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hands and looked up at Yao Baiwa. Does Mr. Chen have other purposes? Yao Baiwa raised his head and looked at Wei Yin doubtfully. Wei Yin smiled slightly when he saw this. When Mr. Chen arranged the construction of the competition base, he did not say that this competition base would only be used for hosting competitions at his home. and it's impossible to hold events at home all the time. There must be a lot of free time. During this free time, is the event base just idle like that? How is this possible? We can completely rent the tournament base to other clubs or game officials who want to host tournaments when it is idle. This is also an income for us. And we build it completely according to the event base. There is no need for them to arrange the stage and other things by themselves. It is much better than renting a stadium. I believe that as long as it is built, many people will come to hold it at our event base. Competition. Then there is the hotel where you stay. It's impossible to host teams from those events when events are held. Then when there are no events, the hotel cannot be idle. It has high-end computers and a fast network. Isn't this a proper esports room? When building, we can move closer to this aspect, including single esports rooms, couples, double esports rooms, and multi-person esports rooms. In this way, even when there are no events, the hotel can be used as an esports room for normal business operations. Also, the people watching the event are basically people who like games. Those people are potential customers who stay in the esports room. Also, a hotel is as big as a hotel. After receiving people from all the clubs, there will definitely be more people. There are other free rooms that can be used for those who come to watch the game. So, how could Mr. Chen simply invest so much money just to build a competition base? Wei Yin shook his head and smiled. In his understanding, Mr. Chen was a person who only took one step at a time. So how could he possibly make a loss-making business? Certainly. Except for doing charity work. Yao Big's eyes gradually changed as he listened to Wei Yan's words. He didn't expect Mr. Chen to have so many ideas that if Wei Yan hadn't given him the answer, he wouldn't have thought of it for a while. It would be perfect to rent the tournament base to other clubs or officials hosting tournaments. Yao Big sighed secretly and reflected on himself. It seemed that he should learn more from Wei. He must think more about the orders given by Mr. Chen. By the way, Mr. Wei, you have stayed in Jiangxing for a long time. Where do you think it is more suitable to build this competition base? Yao Big suddenly thought of the issue of site selection. Qingdong. Wei Yin said without raising his head while eating his meal. East of the city. Yao Big didn't expect Wei Yin to give him the answer so quickly, but what was there to attract him? Looking at Yao Big with confused eyes. Wei Yin took a sip of soup and then explained. Currently, the properties of tomorrow. Group there include corner pet parks, corner apartments, senior apartments, and the recently constructed Tomorrow community. These industries are currently in the east of the city. If the competition base, plus the BL Game Club, are all built in the east of the city, then as long as it develops slowly, the east of the city will become a huge industrial base. As long as the east of the city develops, it will be of great benefit to us. Thank you, Mr. Wei, for your guidance. Yao Big looked at Wei Yin with gratitude. He only had a general understanding of the industries of Tomorrow Group. As for where each industry was located and the details, he did not pay too much attention. Now it seems that I still need to learn more about IT. IT doesn't matter. By the way, how are your preparations for the competition going? Wei Yin smiled and suddenly thought of the competition. In the past few days, he has paid attention to the two games, Tian Long and Extreme Survival. Now that the channel for the online competition has been closed, it is obvious that the online selection has ended. Well, the online selection has ended, and each team will be awarded 40,000 yuan in prize money. A total of 30 teams will be selected, and these 30 teams will participate in the offline competition. For these 30 teams in the offline competition, we will divide them into 3 groups, ABC, with 10 teams in each group competing against each other. The competition time is divided into 3 days, and there will be 6 games every day. The top 8 in each game will get different points at the same time. During the game, every kill will also get 1 point. After the 3-day competition, the points will be counted and ranked according to the points. The top 10 in the standings will receive rewards. The first place in the standings will receive a reward of 3 million yuan. The second place will receive a reward of 1.5 million yuan. The third place will receive a reward of 1 million yuan. And the fourth place will receive a reward of 100,000 yuan. The 5th to 10th places will all receive a reward of 50,000 yuan. And the top 3 teams will have the opportunity to compete with those club teams for the final championship. Chapter 605, The Appeal of the Event. Yao Bagua took a sip of water mid-sentence and continued. The venue of the event is at Jiangxing Stadium. The competition venue there is almost ready. The competition will take place in 3 days from the 10th to the 12th. At the same time. During these 3 days, professional teams will also be selected and 27 professional teams will be selected. Finally, 3 passerby teams will be added for a total of 30 teams. These 30 teams will also be divided into ABC groups and will have 3 days of finals from the 13th to the 15th. Of course, in these 3 days of competition, the top 8 in each day will receive different amounts of bonuses. Also, after the 3 days of competition, the final points ranking will be carried out to select the winner of this event. That's it for the current competition process. After Yao Bagua finished speaking, he looked up at Wei Yin. Well, it seems you have arranged things. Wei Yin nodded slightly. The arrangements have been made, but I am thinking about how to make the event more interesting and attractive. Yao Bagua rubbed his eyebrows. Holding the event was very simple. Choose a venue, arrange a time, make some game rules, and you're basically done. But offline competitions also need to pay attention to an atmosphere. Nowadays, the number of players in Extreme Survival has exceeded 10 million. This official competition will definitely attract many people to come offline to watch the competition. Is it attractive? I have some ideas about this. Wei Yin touched his chin. Wei, please tell me. Yao Bagua spoke quickly. Speaking of games, they are inseparable from the two-dimensional aspect that we can arrange some people at the event site to wear some spy costumes to interact with those who come to watch the game. It will be very interesting to think about it. Non-Hit Coffee of the Tomorrow Group has a maid coffee shop. The clerks there are all wearing spy clothes. If you have any ideas, you could talk to them. Besides, we can also take the opportunity to promote Non-Hit Coffee, which will also be very helpful to Non-Hit Coffee's future external development. In addition to spying, we can also conduct on-site draws. We can conduct a draw during the break of each game. I remember that your figures have been processed, and you can select some small figures as prizes. This is also, it can greatly increase the audience's enthusiasm for watching offline. There's also the opening session. The finals in the last 3 days are very grand. You can do some warm-up programs during the opening game, such as singing. It just so happens that Blue Film and Television has established a music department. John Lon, her songs are currently very popular. It would be quite good to ask her to sing a few songs as an opening before the competition starts. Following Wei Yan's explanation, Yao Bagua looked at Wei Yin with admiration. He had been thinking about ways to increase the attractiveness of offline games for a long time, but he couldn't think of any good way. But in just a few words, Wei Yin solved the problem that he had been worrying about before. Wei Yan's ability was indeed extraordinary. He is indeed the person who understands Mr. Chen best. A quick lunch was finished. Several people walked outside the cafeteria together. Yao, come and sit in my office. Wei Yin opened his mouth to invite. No, I still have a lot of things to do. Thank you very much for today's things. Yao Bagua thanked him and walked straight to the parking lot. He does have a lot of things to do. Yesterday, Mr. Chen arranged things to be implemented. Today, Mr. Chen arranged to build a competition base. There's also the matter of hosting tournaments. There is also the method that Wei Yin just proposed to increase the attractiveness of offline events. He also wants to find John Lon from Non-Hit Coffee and Lampion Film and Television to discuss it. Chongfeng Garment Factory. A big black G waited for the railing to rise and slowly drove in. It just took 2 steps and then stopped again. Mr. Chun, there is a person waving in front of you. Yang Dae turned to look at Mr. Chen in the back seat. Chen Mo raised his head and looked forward and saw an acquaintance walking towards the side of the car. Li Maud. The manager of this industrial park had frequent exchanges with him when he was still at the garment factory. But after going to the Tomorrow Group building, there was no more communication. But I remember that I was very fat before, but now I seem to have lost a lot of weight, and my mental state has also deteriorated a lot. I don't know what happened. Soon Li Maud walked to the car. Chen Mo pressed down the car window and looked outside. Hello, Mr. Chen. Li Maud paid attention to Mr. Chen, who lowered the window and hurriedly said hello. Well, Manager Li, what's the matter? Chen Mo asked. Li Maud hesitated after hearing this and then slowly spoke. I have something to ask Mr. Chen, but Mr. Chen must be busy with something when he comes here today. Mr. Chen, please do yours first. After that, I will talk about mine. Chen Momo really looked at Li Maud and finally nodded. Get in the car. I came here today mainly to arrange decoration matters. It doesn't hurt if you follow me. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Li Maud's face lit up when he heard this, and he quickly opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. Yang Dahai restarted the vehicle and rushed towards the clothing factory. Soon we arrived downstairs of the office building. At the entrance of the office, building, 3 people were standing in a row. The one standing in the front was Jiang Cheng, the manager of the garment factory, and Wang Yang was standing next to him. There was also a girl who looked familiar that I don't know where I have seen her before. The car was parked. Li Maud hurriedly got out of the car and opened the back door. Chen Momo looked at Li Maud quietly, then got out of the car. "Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello, Mr. Chen." Jiang Chen came over with Wang Yang and Ji Xiaowei? Yeah. Chen Momo nodded slightly. His eyes swept over Jiang Cheng and Wang Yang and finally landed on Ji Xiaowei. "Who is this?" Ji Xiaowei felt a chill in her heart when she heard Mr. Chen's question. She didn't expect that Mr. Chen didn't recognize her. But she quickly came back to her senses and smiled at Mr. Chen. "I am Ji Xiaowei from Yangcheng 4 store that I came here with Wang Yang today just to thank you for taking care of me. Oh, it's you." Chen Momo suddenly realized and suddenly remembered what happened in the 4 store that time. "I saw that the other party was quite pitiful, and I thought that buying a car there was the same. So I left the other party's business card and told Chen Road that she could still find the other party for future purchases. Mr. Chen, can you please talk to me for a moment?" Ji Xiaowei looked at the people around her. Chen Momo frowned when he heard that. Mr. Chen, just say a few words. It will be done soon, and it won't waste time. Wang Yang smiled and said when he saw that. Chen Momo looked at Wang Yang, and he was still very tolerant of Wang Yang, in this case. He looked at Ji Xiaowei. "Let's go." He said that he turned around and walked to a corner, looking at Ji Xiaowei who followed him. "What's the matter?" Ji Xiaowei looked around and reached in her pocket after hearing that. Chapter 606 Couple and #039's room. Chen Momo looked at Ji Xiaowei's movements with more and more doubts in his eyes that I don't understand why Ji Xiaowei called him over. But soon he understood what Ji Xiaowei was going to do. He saw Ji Xiaowei slowly take out a red thing from her pocket. Red envelope. Looking at the familiar shape, Chen Momo recognized it at a glance. Mr. Chen, thank you for your help before that I didn't give you any gifts during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Please accept this red envelope that I know that this little money may not be much in Mr. Chen's eyes, but it is a little bit of my heart, that Ji Xiaowei said as she handed out the red envelope, her expression full of nervousness. Chen Momo looked at the red envelope, then at Ji Xiaowei, and then thought of Wang Yang, and he burst into laughter. He reached out and took the red envelope directly. "I accept your wishes." As he spoke, he naturally put the red envelope into his pocket, rubbed it unconsciously with his fingers, and felt the thickness of the red envelope, which was about 1 centimeter. $10,000 good. Although compared with his current net worth of 1 million, this 10,000 yuan is not a lot. But does a little add up to a lot? Isn't that how I accumulated my 1 million bit by bit? Moreover, this is Ji Xiaowei's first red envelope, and it only contains 10,000 yuan. If she pays more attention to it in the future, won't her future red envelopes be bigger? Just like Wang Yang. Last time, I gave him a red envelope worth 180,000 yuan, which had a very good meaning. Moreover, he guessed that Ji Xiaowei's act of sending him a red envelope was Wang Yang's idea. After all, it was only Wang Yang who could give red envelopes to the president of such a large group. Wang Yang is very good. Sure enough, compared to the 6 formers in the company, this Wang Yang is the one who understands him best. Is there anything else? Looking at Ji Xiaowei, who had no follow-up action, Chen Mo asked slowly. "There is none left." Ji Xiaowei quickly shook her head. "Then let's go back." Chen Mo nodded, walked out of the corner, and returned to the front of the office building. Mr. Chen. Seeing Mr. Chen come back, Jiang Cheng and others walked up again. Ji Xiaowei also walked to Wang Yang's side again and nodded to Wang Yang imperceptibly. Chen Mo looked at Jiang Cheng and the others. "There's nothing big going on here today. Since the new buildings of the garment factory have been built, it's time to arrange the decoration. Chongfeng Garment Factory is my first industry, and I have deep feelings for it. Whether it is the working environment of employees or welfare benefits, I don't want anything to go wrong. We must attach great importance to this renovation. While ensuring the production quality, I must also ensure the quality of life of the employees. Today's decoration requires configuration, which I will personally supervise." Jiang Cheng listened to Mr. Chen's words with a touch of emotion in his eyes. Mr. Chen is really nice to them. Wang Yang had some envy in his eyes that he must be very happy to work under such a boss, but he is also lucky. Everything he has now is given by Mr. Chen. To say that he has no sense of belonging to the decoration company. but for Mr. Chen. In the Tomorrow group, he is full of respect and gratitude. Li Mao Dao on the side showed a yearning expression, and at this moment he made a firm decision in his heart. Okay, let's go to the new office building first. Chen Nemo looked at the expressions of several people and couldn't help but murmur in his heart, were his words so lethal just now? Why were they always looking at him with such eyes? Okay, Mr. Chinda, A.S. the manager of the clothing factory, Jiang Chung took the lead in the forefront. The other people did not move. They waited for Mr. Chen to move before following Mr. Chen. Soon everyone arrived in front of the office building of the garment factory. This was a 10-story office building with an area of 1,500 meters that I don't know how many times it is bigger than the previous office building. M. or Chun. Please come in. Jiang Ching pointed at the door of the office building. Chen Nemo looked at the office building for a while and walked directly in. Then a group of people started walking around the office building. Chen Nemo kept talking about the configuration of the office building and Wang Yang kept recording it with a notebook. After all, this was not a small project, but he needed detailed records to completely decorate it according to Mr. Chen's requirements, that he didn't dare to be careless in decorating Mr. Chen. Air conditioners, tables, computers, and every room must be equipped with a T-bar machine. These daily necessities all need to be configured according to high standards. This is the lounge bar. Arrange some sofas, projectors, and other leisure and entertainment facilities. The corridors and other places are too empty. Put more green plants. Seeing these green plants every day at work will make you feel much better. Soon a group of people walked out of the office building. Chen Nemo rubbed his head. There were only so many places where the office could spend money in. There was no way to find any extra money. Let's go to the staff dormitory. Okay, Mr. Chen. Jiang Qing nodded and continued to lead the way. The staff dormitory is only about 50 meters away from the office building. Enter the staff dormitory. Chen Nemo opened the room and took a look. The new staff dormitory is larger than the previous one. It is still a double room, and each room has a small balcony. But this time, the new staff dormitory has been divided into areas. There are girls' dormitories, boys' dormitories, and couples' dormitories. After the separation, some unnecessary embarrassment can be avoided. The configuration of the dormitory should be the same as before, but the dormitory is so large, and there are so many people. We must choose the best network in terms of network. After get off work, all employees can use the network smoothly. Also, install electric curtains on the curtains of each balcony so that employees can save some energy. It is tiring enough to get off work every day and you have to draw the curtains by yourself, which is too inhumane. Also, put a sweeping robot in each room, and it should be a big brand. Also, the door locks of the room employees are in a hurry to get off work every day and it is easy to forget to bring keys. So all of them should be replaced with fingerprint password locks. By the way, the dormitory was originally too small, so there were not many electrical appliances. This time, we will add a dryer and a refrigerator. As for the room, how to arrange it will be more reasonable. Wang Yang, you need to design it well. Walking around the staff dormitory, he soon came to the area of the couple's dormitory. Chen Mo took a simple look. The layout of the couple's dormitory was basically the same as other dormitories and there was nothing to arrange. Just as he was about to leave, he stopped and turned to look at Wang Yang. During renovation, you can add a layer of soundproofing cotton on the walls, especially for this couple's dormitory, right? Chapter 607 Swimming Pool. I understand, Mr. Chen. Wang Yang understood instantly and smiled. Li Maud and Jiang Qing also smiled knowingly. Jishui looked at the people in confusion, wondering what the point of laughter was in adding a soundproof cotton. However, in order to avoid being unsociable, he also pursed his lips and smiled at Mr. Chen. Next to the staff dormitory is the staff activity building and staff canteen. After arranging the decoration of the dormitory, Jiang Chen came to Mr. Chen and said, well, let's go directly to the activity building. Okay, Mr. Chen. Jiang Chen nodded and once again led the way. The activity building is about 30 meters away from the staff dormitories and opposite the employee activity building is the staff canteen. Entering the employee activity building, you will see a very empty room, which is very large. Mr. Chun, the room on this floor is used as an indoor basketball court. According to the current flat area of the activity building, a total of 6 basketball courts can be placed 2 by 2. Jiang Qing opened his mouth and introduced. Well, since it's a basketball court, the ground must be well prepared. The wood surface must be of good quality. The basketball stand must also be branded that don't let the basketball stand break after just a few days of playing. Chen Nemo looked at Wang Yang and emphasized, "Okay, Mr. Chen." Wang Yang nodded and quickly recorded it in his notebook. There was a basketball court on the first floor, and there was nothing to arrange. Then a few people took the elevator to the second floor. Mr. Chen, this second floor is divided into two areas. Point one is the badminton court, and the other is the table tennis court. After making arrangements on the second floor, we went directly to the third floor. This third floor is a fitness floor where treadmills, fitness equipment, spinning bikes, and yoga rooms can be placed. The fourth floor is the leisure floor, which will have massage chairs, billiards, chess and card rooms, game consoles, and a small viewing room. From the second floor to the fourth floor, Jiang Chung kept explaining the purpose of each floor. Chen Nemo made different spending requirements for each floor. Soon, a group of people came to the top floor. Mr. Chun, this fifth floor is a swimming pool. Employees can come here to swim. Entering the fifth floor, Jiang Chung gave an introduction that in fact, Jiang Chung didn't need to introduce it. After seeing the structure of the fifth floor, several people knew that the fifth floor was a swimming pool. After all, there was a large swimming pool in the center of the floor, but it was still in rough shape at this time. Just from the shape, you can tell that this is a swimming pool. Chen Momo really looked at it and looked up at the roof. The roof of the building is not a normal cap. There is a large piece of glass in the center of the roof. The sun can fall directly on the swimming pool through the glass. When there is sunshine, swimming here is a proper sunbathing. Others also showed shocked expressions after seeing the swimming pool and the glass roof. This swimming pool is much better than some small swimming pools. Chinamo walked around the swimming pool and turned to look at Jiang Chung. After the swimming pool is built, the water must be changed every day and disinfected. I know, Mr. Chun, we will arrange professional people to manage it when the time comes. Jiang Chung nodded that he knew this, that if the quality of the water was not guaranteed, swimmers could easily get sick. Seeing Jiang Chung nodding, Chinamo turned to look at Wang Yang. The waterproofing of the swimming pool must be done well. Money is not an issue. You can hire the most professional people to do the waterproofing of this swimming pool. I will, Mr. Chen. Wang Yang nodded seriously. Yes, a 5-story swimming pool. He knew the importance of waterproofing. With the tour of the activity building completed, several people came to the new workshop to take a look. He could not think of any money requirements for the workshop. Just ask Wang Yang to decorate the workshop according to the highest standards. At the same time, Jiang Chung was required to purchase advanced automation machines according to the previous standards. When purchasing production machines, it doesn't matter if it's practical or not, as long as you can spend more money. Okay, that's all the decoration requirements. I won't go to the canteen. Just follow the original decoration standards. After leaving the workshop, Chinmo turned to look at Wang Yang. The cafeteria just got bigger. There was nothing interesting to see anymore, and after walking around for such a long time, he was a little tired. I know, Mr. Chun, that I will arrange for someone to come over as soon as possible in the next 2 days to take measurements and then make a decoration plan and budget. Wang Yang put away his notebook. Chinmo nodded. Then, Mr. Chin, let's go back first, Wang Yang said and left with Ji Xiaowei. Arriving at the parking lot of the clothing factory, Ji Xiaowei sat in the passenger seat and looked at Wang Yang, who started the car with shock in her eyes, that if all the decorations are completed according to Mr. Chin's requirements just now, it will cost a lot of money. At least hundreds of millions. Wang Yang started the vehicle and walked slowly outside the garment factory. Although he hasn't made a budget yet, but with so much experience in decorating Mr. Chun, he can be sure that this time's decoration will definitely cost hundreds of millions. But exactly how much he is not sure yet. Hundreds of millions. Hearing Wang Yang's answer, Ji Xiaowei exclaimed with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. Hundreds of millions. It was just the decoration, and the beneficiaries were basically the employees. There were only a few companies in China that could do that activity building. There were many companies with the capital, but few were willing to do it. Anyway, she had never heard of it in the circle she was in contact with. Wang Yang turned his head and looked at Ji Xiaowei's expression and smiled slightly. He remembered that he was also shocked. But now he was used to it, that he was not surprised by any decoration decision made by Mr. Chen. Because he was Mr. Chun, garment factory. Chun Mo watched Wang Yang leave, then turned and entered the office building and came to the office that he still had some things to arrange for the garment factory. Sitting on the sofa in the reception area of the office, he looked up at Jiang Chung, that I have seen your report on applying to increase the number of pet clothing production, that I think it is unreasonable. As I said before, we cannot focus on pet clothing just because it is profitable now. Besides, the current pet clothing has just been sold for a short time. How can you be sure that the current sales of pet clothing will continue? So there is no need to mention the increase in the production of pet clothing in the future. Focus more on normal clothing production. I understand, Mr. Chen. Jiang Qing nodded. That's good to know that I came here today to talk about pet clothing. There are some other things to arrange. Now the new factory has been built. Although we haven't purchased new machines and put them into production, we can put the recruitment of employees on the agenda. Now there are only more than 100 people in the workshops of our clothing factory. Now there are several more workshops, and they are all larger than the previous workshops. How many employees do you think are enough? After Chen Mo finished speaking, he looked up at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng thought for a while, then slowly spoke. According to the current workshop capacity, 1,000 employees are definitely enough, but the current sales of normal clothing are not optimistic, so I think we can recruit 500 employees. After the sales of the clothing factory have improved, we will appropriately recruit more employees. Chapter 608, Adding New Employees. Chen Mo heard Jiang Cheng's words and shook his head. No, since we are recruiting employees, we must recruit them all at once. Although the current sales situation of clothing factories, recruiting too many employees will cause the clothes produced to be sold directly. But since it is sales, who can guarantee future sales? It will remain this way. What if sales suddenly surge one day and there are not enough employees in the workshop to produce? So all employees must be recruited. Since the current workshop capacity is 1,000 employees, then 1,000 new employees will be recruited. However, since they are new employees, they must receive training. First, recruit 1,000 employees to the garment factory. Then do the training. In order to facilitate management, it is impossible for one employee to train these 1,000 new employees, so they have to be divided into groups. Then there are groups of 10, and the 1,000 new employees are divided into 100 groups. And our current number of people in the workshop is more than 120 people. Just 100 people can be selected for training. After these 100 people train employees, their positions will be directly promoted to team leaders, and the team members will be the 10 new employees they manage. Since they are promoted to team leaders, their positions will also be promoted accordingly, and each person's salary will be increased. 1,000 is enough. As new employees increase, the workload of the canteen will also increase dramatically, so the number of canteen chefs also needs to be increased. Chinimo slowly and carefully explained the details of recruiting new employees. He had already thought about recruiting new employees when he came to the garment factory. After all, including all the employees in the garment factory, there are only about 200 people. Taking into account all the current welfare subsidies for employees, basically the salary of the employees is more than 10,000. Of course, the salary of some individual positions, such as cleaning, still does not reach more than 10,000. But the salary basically reaches more than 6,000. According to the current wages in garment factories, they are already far higher than the wages of employees in other factories. But even so, not counting the cost of demolishing and rebuilding the garment factory only consumes more than 3.5 million yuan in salary, daily expenses, taxes, fabric supplies, etc. for 1 month. Currently, monthly sales of pet clothing alone have reached nearly 2 million. Coupled with normal clothing sales, the monthly revenue of the clothing factory has reached more than 2 million. If he does not make reforms, the clothing factory should also turn aprofit. Moreover, there are currently only about 200 employees, and the system funds consumed are too little. But just in time for the construction of the new workshop to be completed, he could take the opportunity to recruit more new employees. 1,000 new employees, based on the new employees' starting salary, plus various subsidies, can consume more than 8,000 in salary. So 1,000 new employees is 8 million. This does not include the food consumption in the canteen after the 1,000 new employees join the company, the increased water and electricity consumption in the workshop, and as the number of employees increases and the production volume increases, the consumption of raw materials will also increase accordingly. As long as these 1,000 new employees are recruited to the garment factory, the basic consumption of the garment factory will increase to more than 10 million. I know, Mr. Chun, about the recruitment of employees. I will talk to the Human Resources Department as soon as possible so that they can recruit all the employees as soon as possible. Jiang Cheng listened to Mr. Chen's words and nodded in response. Well, the employee issue is just one of them. Since the number of employees has increased, shuttle buses must also be increased in a timely manner. It is currently tentatively planned towed 10 buses to ensure that there will be enough shuttle buses to pick up and drop off every employee. By the way, all bus drivers must also be recruited together. Of course, in addition to the above, the electric vehicles in the park will definitely be insufficient in the future as the number of employees increases. In order to avoid this situation, you can purchase a batch of electric vehicles in advance and put them in the workshop among. Chinmo quickly stated some areas that needed improvement. 10 buses and a batch of electric vehicles can completely consume more than 10 million system funds. This is a place to spend money. How could you miss it? Speaking of buying a car, he thought of Ji Shui again, that AT this time. He still had a red envelope of 10,000 yuan in his pocket. Now that the Tomorrow Group has been developing for a period of time, the number of employees in each company has increased and 2 new industries have emerged. At IT is also time to purchase another batch of cars. Okay, that's what happened. Okay, Mr. Chen, I will implement the matter as soon as possible. Jiang Cheng quickly recorded what Mr. Chen just said in his notebook. Well, that's all for today. Chinamo got up and walked out of the office. Everything has been arranged, and there is no need for him to stay here anymore, Dadammer Chun. But just after taking 2 steps, he saw Li Mauda chasing after him, that he suddenly remembered that Li Mauda had something to ask him about, but he had forgotten it. Well, what's the matter with you? Mr. Chun, I want to join the Tomorrow Group. I don't have high requirements. I just need a small management position. Li Mauda took a deep breath and spoke slowly. You're doing a good job as a manager, but it's a bit awkward to be a small manager here. Chinemo looked at Li Maud in confusion. Li Maud was the manager of the industrial park. Even if his company had good benefits, the treatment of a small manager was not as good as that of a manager. Dadam or Chun. You may not be able to be a manager for long. Li Maud smiled bitterly. Why, did you make a mistake? That's not the case. The main reason is that the entire industrial park has been rented by Mr. Chun, and the contract is a long-term one, so there is no need to keep anyone here to manage IT.so. The headquarters wants to transfer me to another place, and the situation there is not good. But my home is in Jiangxing. If I go there, not only will the situation be bad, but I will also have to leave my hometown and may only come back once every 6 months. But if you don't agree, you can only be demoted to a supervisor in Jiangxing. But if I am a supervisor in Jiangxing, it is better to be a small manager here, Mr. Chen, Li Maud said truthfully. He watched Mr. Chen's garment factory grow up little by little, and he also communicated with the employees of the garment factory and understood the treatment of the garment factory very well. Although it is a small management, it is not as good as his current manager position. But the advantage is that the working hours are short and there are fewer things to do. Moreover, working for Mr. Chen, even if it is not a big leadership position, even if it is just a small employee, there is no need to worry about the salary. As long as you work hard and seriously, your heart will grow every once in a while. At least working for Mr. Chen in Jiangxing, there is absolutely no problem in supporting the family. Chapter 609, Lucky General. I'm afraid this won't work. The team structure here in the garment factory is already very complete. That if you want to be a leader here, even if you were just a team leader, you have to start from the grassroots level, so I will directly appoint you as a supervisor. Position is not acceptable. When Chinamo heard Li Maud's request, he shook his head. The promotion rules at the clothing factory have been set long ago, and he doesn't want to change them, and he is also very satisfied with this rule. After all, the garment factory is still under his control for now. He doesn't want to parachute a leader to help the garment factory turn losses into profits through reforms. When Li Mauda heard Mr. Chen's words, he felt a little disappointed at first. Then he thought of something and spoke carefully. Mr. Chun, I think the current team structure at the garment factory is still not perfect enough. Well, what should I say? Chinamo became interested when he heard this, in his understanding, all the departments in the garment factory have been fully deployed. How could it be incomplete? Li Mauda took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Chun, the garment factory is so big now, but there is not even a security department. The garment factory has not been completed yet, but when one day the entire garment factory is completed, there will be no decent security department. What happens in the garment factory at night? There are some things we don't know. Although the industrial park is also equipped with some security personnel, they are only responsible for the safety of the park. They're definitely not that concerned about the garment factory. Chunmo's eyes gradually lit up as he listened to Lee Maoda's story. Yes. How could the clothing factory not even have a decent security guard? There had been security in the park before, so he subconsciously ignored this matter. But now it seems that such a large garment factory doesn't even have its own security system. So how can it be possible? Moreover, the security department is not only needed by clothing factories, but also by other companies. The Tomorrow Group's building must also need some security personnel. Otherwise, what should we do if someone makes trouble? There are also game clubs. The professional players there are basically children who have just grown up, and they also need to be protected. There are also Jinhao Cannery and Nana Coffee. That is not too much to equip each Nana Coffee shop with 4 security guards. After all, they need to rest in shifts. If all companies are equipped with a corresponding number of security guards, then he will have a large number of additional employees, and then we'll have a large number of additional employees sell. RE expenses as a security guard for the Tomorrow Group, it is definitely not just a matter of recruiting anyone at random. Physical fitness and some hard conditions must also be passed. And you can't just catch a lot of such people. You can only recruit a group of people and then train them. In this case, instead, you can set up a security company that specializes in training security personnel, and then send a security personnel trained by the company to various companies. Of course, it can be sent to other companies, but he doesn't do publicity or marketing, so no one knows about his security company. Then other companies have no way to recruit security personnel from his security company. Good. Isn't this another money-losing industry? Training security personnel requires funds, and sending them to his various companies also requires paying salaries. And as long as he controls it well, he can create zero revenue. The more Chinemo thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible, and Heizi's on Lee Mauda couldn't help but become more friendly. This Lee Mauda is quite good. He even thought of an industry that could make him lose money. There was no problem in recruiting him to the company, and he looked at Lee Mauda. Well, your proposal is very good. Let's do this. You go to the Tomorrow Group to find me tomorrow. I will arrange the specific details. Then you will be in charge of the security team. Really, Mr. Chen? Lee Mauda felt happy when he heard Mr. Chen's words. When Mr. Chen rejected him just now, he had given up all hope. Telling him about the security issue was his last attempt. If he is in charge of the security team, he will be equivalent to the position of security captain. Since the garment factory is so big, there must be a lot of people to manage, which is similar to the position of small supervisor he needs. Yes. Chinemo nodded and continued walking outside the office. Lee Mauda and Jiang Chen hurriedly followed. Nana Coffee, maid shop. Mr. Yao, please take a seat. I don't know if there is anything weighing to discuss. Song Xiao brought a cup of coffee and placed it in front of Yao Baghua's table, then sat down opposite Yao Baghua. It's a collaboration. Yao Baghua spoke calmly. What kind of cooperation? If I remember correctly, Mr. Yao is in charge of the game club. There should be no chance of cooperation with our Nana Coffee. Song Xiao looked puzzled. In the afternoon, she received a call from Yao Baghua, saying that she had something to discuss. The agreed place was Nana Coffee maid shop, which made her even more strange. Indeed, there is indeed no chance of cooperation if we operate normally, but Mr. Song should not forget about the esports competition. Let me tell you about my cooperation plan. Starting from November 10, we will hold the T on long and extreme survival esports competitions. At that time, the game will be broadcast live on the entire network, and there will be many offline audiences because of the grandness of the game. Under this premise, we can promote Nana Coffee, for example, place our Nana Coffee on the commentary seat, and at the same time, the commentator will promote our Nana Coffee in his spare time. But as a condition of cooperation, I need to cooperate with the He Coffee Maid Shop. When the offline competition starts, I need the maid shop staff to wear game-related SY costumes and interact with those who come to watch the offline competition to make the offline competition more interesting. Yao Baghua simply recounted his plan. Because it was not long before the competition started, he needed to implement these things as soon as possible. So after coming out of the Tomorrow canteen, he directly contacted Song Sai and agreed to Oh, meet at the Nana Coffee Made shop. Your proposal is very good, but you should discuss the maid cafe with the store manager here. Song Sia listened to Yao Bagwa's plan, nodded slightly, and then waved to a girl in the distance. The overall plan is beneficial to both parties, and it is a win-win situation. And this BL Game Club is a company under the Tomorrow Group. Even if there is no win-win situation, as long as it does not harm the interests of Manhwa Coffee, she is willing to help. But she doesn't know much about the spy circle. If she wants to talk, she still needs to find someone who knows more. Chapter 6:10 Hostility. Mr. Song. Joe May walked over quickly. Mr. Yeah, I would like to ask the clerk of your store to help me. Song Sia opened the seat next to her in motion for Joe May to sit down. At the same time, she told Yao Bagwa's plan. Seeing this, Joe May sat on the seat, thought briefly, and looked at Yao Bagua. Mr. Yao, I understand the esports competition you're talking about, but according to the scale you mentioned, this esports competition is probably very big. But our maid cafe has limited staff. Even if all the staff are here, they will not be able to support the entire stadium. A demand. However, I have a few circles here that are all spy enthusiasts that I can invite them over, but they still need to pay a certain amount of compensation. Joe May briefly explained the situation. She was in contact with several spy circles, and she had organized them to go to comic expos or some spy activities in the past. And since the Nana Coffee Made shop was established, she also formed a spy herself and was the organizer of the circle. Most of the people inside have been to Manhwa Coffee Made shop and Kyoto Manhwa Coffee Made shop. She had only one purpose in forming the circle, and that was that Nana Coffee was constantly expanding. Nowadays, Nana Coffee branches in Kyoto are opening very quickly, that I'm afraid it won't be long before Nana Coffee in Kyoto will be close to saturation, that time, it will definitely develop to other places. According to Nana Coffee's development policy, every time it goes to a new city, it will be full of coffee. You can add a made coffee. And she established this spy circle to prepare for the new made coffee shop in the future. The spy lovers in her circle will all be the clerks of the made coffee shop in the future. She was sure of this because when joining her circle, she would personally review them and ask if they had the idea of becoming a Nana coffee shop assistant. Basically, those who can enter her circle, at least verbally, have the idea of joining a maid cafe. So for these people, as long as she posts news in the circle, basically many people will come over and spy on the esports competition. But after all, this spy serves other people, and most people come from all over the world, so they must pay some compensation. Don't worry about us as a reward. There won't be a penny less here, but I don't know much about the price of the spy. This requires Ms. Zhou to worry about it. When the time comes, give me a price list and I will pay. Yao Bi would nod it, as long as he could invite those spy people over. Money matters would not be a problem. If that's the case, then there won't be any problem. Probably tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, I will have all the people organized. Zhou Mei responded. Then this matter is settled. I still have things to do here, so I will stay here soon. Seeing that the matter had been discussed, Yao Bagua stood up and left directly. That he still has other things to deal with. But he still needs to go to the stadium today to check whether the preparations there are sufficient in case there is another accident when the real game starts. Mr. Yao, I'll give it to you. Song Xia stood up and sent Yao Bagua to the door. Zhou Mei also followed. The two watched Yao Bagua leave and returned to their seats. How's things going at the coffee shop these days? Song Xia picked up the coffee she had not finished drinking just now and looked up at Zhou Mei. Zhou Mei looked sad when she heard this. Well, are you encountering any difficulties at the coffee shop? Song Xia looked at Zhou Mei's expression and her eyes became serious. Yes, Sister Song Xia. Our maid coffee shop has another competition. Zhou Mei looked a little distressed. Don't we always have a lot of competitors in our coffee shop? Song Xia was a little dissatisfied. Ever since non-hit coffee reached saturation in Jiangxing City, many competitors have appeared, but those competitors have not had any impact on non-hit coffee status at all. After all, those newly opened non-hit coffees may appear to be on the high-end route, but their taste is still far inferior to non-hit coffees. The only advantage is the price, but it has Starbucks on the side. There is not much competitiveness at all, and non-hit coffee has already gained a good reputation in Jiangxing. Coupled with certain cooperation with clothing stores, many people have basically begun to recognize non-hit coffee. It's different, Song Xia thought. This time, the coffee is completely the benchmark for our coffee shop. The quality of the coffee, the service of the clerk, the layout of the store, and even the love seats at the entrance of the store are all the same. That we are the same. The only difference is that the price of coffee is cheaper than ours. Zhou said quickly, her tone a little unhappy. Song Xia let out a sigh. She seemed to have heard several other coffee shop managers mention this matter, but at the time she only thought it was a normal competitor and didn't take it to heart. But now it seems that this matter is a little different. Everything is comparable to their non-hit coffee, but the price is much cheaper. This is obviously because of their non-hit coffee. Thinking of this, he looked up at Zhou Mei. What's the name of that coffee shop? Have you tasted the coffee there? How does it compare with our coffee taste? The name of the coffee shop is Nari Coffee. I also tasted the coffee. The taste is worse than ours, but better than Starbucks. And the price is 5 to 10 yuan less than ours. We are the lowest 50 a cup. They're 45 a cup. We are 80 a cup. They only sell 70 a cup, but the pastry set is the same as ours. And do we have any welfare cooperation with Chongfang Clothing Store? Nari Coffee also has cooperation with a large shopping mall in Jiangxing. Zhou Mei pouted angrily. Song Xia frowned when she heard this. She sensed the fierceness of this competitor. Their non-hit coffee is accepted and liked by people in Jiangxing City, which is related to the charity they do at this time. Non-hit coffee has also done the same charity activities as their non-hit coffee, so their non-hit coffee has no competitive advantage. Not to mention, the price of non-hit coffee is still lower than that of their non-hit coffee. Although their non-hit coffee tastes better, in the eyes of ordinary consumers, price is their first choice. Sister Song Xia, what should we do about this matter? Zhou Mei asked worriedly. Well, I know about this matter, and I will get to know it. Just prepare the spy matter first. As for the Nari coffee matter, I will handle it. Song Xia said, got up and walked outside. She wanted to go back and learn more about Nari coffee. She had a hunch that this non-hit coffee was definitely for non-hit coffee. This was no longer an ordinary business competition. This should be the biggest crisis. Noni coffee fachis. Chapter 6:11 Regret Jiangxing City. In an office in a building that a young man was sitting on the boss's chair, with a plump woman sitting in his arms. The man was looking at the video on the computer in front of him, and his hands had gone somewhere that I just don't know how long it's been. The man's expression suddenly turned ferocious, and he cursed angrily. Trash. It's all trash at the same time. The woman in his arms exclaimed and struggled to stand up. You too, get out. The man looked at the woman who had broken free and waved her hand impatiently. Master Roy. The woman screamed softly, her expression very aggrieved. Go away. Didn't you hear me? I'm in a bad mood. I need money, right? Let's spend the 10,000 here. Chang Roy's tone became a little more serious, and he took out 10,000 yuan from the drawer and slapped it directly on the woman's face. The woman looked at Chang Roy and then at the 10,000 yuan on the ground. Then he slowly bent down, picked up the 10,000 yuan, and left the office. Wisely, watching the woman leave, Chang Roy continued to watch the video on the computer. What was playing in the video was the official game of Fire Dragon Island, the final of the BL team, DS and RG team. Chang Roy's expression became distorted as he watched his team being blocked. He had been dealing with things in the coffee shop recently and didn't pay much attention to the game. When he learned that his team was 0 blocked in the finals, he remembered to turn on the video and watch it. Originally, he wasn't that angry when he lost the game, but in the end he lost to an elderly team. Moreover, he was completely stunned by the opponent in the 3 games, which he did not expect at all. Although the game Fire Dragon Island is on the verge of decline, the number of people paying attention to this game has long since ceased. So this championship is not very important to him. But he is still a little unhappy about losing the game like this. BL Game Club. Looking at the name of this club, he actually felt a little familiar. Chang Roy curiously opened the computer to check and finally found something interesting, that he discovered that the BL Game team was actually owned by the Tomorrow Group, and the non-hit coffee he was targeting recently was also owned by the Tomorrow Group. No wonder he was familiar with it. When he was investigating the Tomorrow Group, he had seen the BL Game Club, but based on his understanding at the time, the BL Game Club had just been established not long ago, so he didn't pay a penny onto it anymore. Unexpectedly, it didn't take long. This team won a championship. Seeing this message, Chang Roy laughed unconsciously. It's really interesting. His family has long been paying attention to the Tomorrow Group. Their Ruishan Group has not had any competitors in Jiangxing City for a long time. But the rise of the Tomorrow Group has made their Rueishan Group feel pressure that in order to inhibit the development of Tomorrow Group, their first counterattack was to establish Nari Coffee, as the young master of the Tomorrow Group. He took over this job. Originally, he was doing well and running his own club, but suddenly he was asked by his family to run a coffee shop, which made him very unhappy. Now he saw that his team had lost to his opponent, which made him even more unhappy. After thinking about it, just pick up the phone next to you if the notice continues. 2 more non-Ru coffee stores will be open near non-Hakofi. In addition, the price of coffee will be reduced by another 10% at the same time. We will go to Kyoto to inspect and prepare to expand non-Ru coffee to Kyoto. Don't worry about whether you will lose money. Just do what you do. After issuing the order, he hung up the phone directly. A sneer appeared on Chan Roy's lips. If you dare to offend me, Chan Roy, I will stop your coffee shop from opening first. He believed that with the financial resources of his Rueishan Group and the newly emerging small Tomorrow Group, there would be no problems. At all at the same time, outside the office, Mengli looked at the 10,000 yuan in her hand and couldn't help feeling a little regretful. She abandoned her boyfriend and chose to be with Chan Roy, thinking that she was dating a rich second generation and that she could live the life of a rich wife in the future. She didn't think that she was favored by Chan Roy because her charm conquered him. But only now did she realize that she was just a plaything of the other party. Enough playing. Just throw her some money and send her away. I put the money in my satchel and walked out of the office building. It was already November and the weather outside was already very cold. But in order to win Chan Roy's favor, she didn't wear many clothes. A cold wind blew by, and Mengli couldn't help but hug her arms. This moment, she couldn't help but think of her abandoned ex-boyfriend AtoZ. If it was him, as early as when she goes out, remind her to wear more clothes. If she wears less, even chase her out with a piece of clothes. Sometimes she even lost her temper because AtoZ was too arrogant. But AtoZ didn't care. As long as she was willing to wear clothes, anything was fine. And eating whatever he wanted to eat, he would buy it for him or cook it himself. Even if she wanted to eat at 2 or 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, he would get it for her without any complaints. Every time she lost her temper, I would patiently make her happy. But she couldn't feel these things from Chan Roy. If she was unhappy, he would just go to the side and digest it himself, or throw her a stack of money and let her buy things by herself. The money he took out casually was much more than AtoZ's. She thought that Chan Roy would love her more than AtoZ if he could spend so much money on her, so she decisively gave up AtoZ. But now she understood that the money Chan Roy took out was just a drop in the bucket of his worth, and he didn't take it to heart at all. Although AtoZ didn't take out as much money as Chan Roy, AtoZ handed over all his salary, which was all he had to this moment. She suddenly realized that money couldn't measure love. All kinds of memories flashed through her mind. The beauty of the past made her a little sad, and she couldn't help but miss it. She suddenly wanted to find back what she had lost. Let the man who treated her wholeheartedly come back to her side. The cold wind blew through her body, and Mengli couldn't help shivering. Reaching out of her bag, she took out her cell phone, found the number she hadn't paid attention to for a long time, and clicked on the call. Watching the call go through normally, Mengli breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't block him, which meant that AtoZ still had her in his heart. Not long after, the call was connected, but no voice came. Silence for a moment. Mengli decided to break the deadlock and spoke slowly. "Where are you?" as the question was asked. The answer was still silence. "No sound. I want to see you," Mengli spoke again. This time, a hoarse voice finally came from the other end of the phone. "Okay. Location." Chapter 6, 12 AtoZ's choice. Manhwa coffee. AtoZ looked at the woman in front of him, and his heart still felt a little painful. After all, he had loved her before, so how could he forget her just like that? However, he knew that a broken mirror could not be mended, and the cracks that had been hurt could not be mended. He went to Mengli's appointment today, mainly to make a break, to completely cut off this relationship, and he wanted to withdraw and start his life again. "Sir, your coffee." A waiter brought a cup of coffee and put it on AtoZ's table. "Thank you." AtoZ picked up the coffee on the table, took a sip, and looked up at Mengli. "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Mengli did not answer AtoZ's words, but stared at the coffee in AtoZ's hand. "You have changed. You never ordered only 1 cup of coffee before. You always asked me what I wanted to drink. Did I it interesting to say this? You said it. That was in the past. AtoZ put down the coffee, his eyes indifferent. Then I want to go back. To the past. Is it okay? Like we did in the past. Mengli's tone was slightly high, and her words seemed a little excited. That no, Tao, as I shook his head firmly. Why? You can come to the appointment, which means you still have me in your heart. Why can't you go back to the past? Mengli's tone became more excited, even a little angry, because I hate you. Did I treat you badly at the beginning, and how did you treat me? You are using my love for you and ruthlessly trampling on my self-esteem. You said to break up and break up. You said to get back together. What do you think of me? You should know that the moment you betrayed me, we no longer had any possibility. You asked me why I went to the appointment. Then I will tell you, I just want to see if you will regret it and want to get back together with me. You regret it? Ha ha ha, you regret it. Seeing you regret it, I suddenly feel so happy. How come you still think I'm good after going out for a walk? But there is no possibility for us, no possibility yet. All that I am AtoZ, and you will never meet him in this life. Okay, the purpose of my coming here today has been achieved, and I should go too. AtoZ took the coffee on the table and took another sip, then put it down, got up and walked out. After walking 2 steps, he paused, turned around and smiled at Mengli. Finally, I wish you a bad life. Goodbye, no, never see you again. After saying that, he left the coffee shop without any regrets. The moment of leaving the coffee shop, AtoZ looked at the sky, and he was going to start his own life. For Mengli, for those who hurt him, he would not forgive that I end the coffee shop. Mengli looked at AtoZ leaving, and her regret was even greater. She knew that she had lost the man who once loved her the most. She stood up and wanted to catch up, but she was stopped by a clerk just after a few steps. Hello. The gentleman just left, but the coffee has not been paid yet. Chan by Jin Yuan. How is it? How do you feel? Zhang looked at Shinro, Yang Yao Yao, and Lu Wei Wei sitting in the room with expectation. Just this morning, she finally created her new song, and Shinro and others, as her friends, were naturally her first audience. Very nice. Yang Yao Yao nodded. Yes, it's really nice. That Lu Wei Wei nodded. That I like it very much. It's very nice. Shinro smiled. She was very happy that Zhang Lan could create a nice song. Zhang Lan listened to the praise from several friends and laughed, but she was not arrogant. The song she wrote was only good in quality, and it was not comparable to the songs given by Mr. Chun. But this was her current ability, and she was not discouraged. Sister Lan, when are you going to put this song on the shelves? Yang Yao Yao asked curiously. That I plan to put it on the shelves at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Zhang Lan said her plan. After all, this was a song she created, and she still wanted to see the audience's reaction as soon as possible. That if this song is put on the shelves, can't you also put on the shelves another song you and that netizen collaborated on? Yang Yao Yao was excited. Those 11 songs were all very nice. That if she put another song on the shelves, she would have one more song on her playlist. That's true. Zhang Lan nodded. According to Mr. Chen's rule, she could put another song of Mr. Chun on the shelves after her own song was put on the shelves. Of course, the 11 songs were given by Mr. Chen. Currently, Omishi and Shinran know about it. Yang Yao Yao and Lu Wei Wei still don't know, so the two of them usually call the person who gave the song a netizen. Sister Lan, which song are you going to put on the shelves? Lu Wei Wei also looked curious. This has not been determined yet. That I will think about it seriously in the next 2 days. Zhang Lan walked back to the sofa and sat down. The next day, tomorrow group that I in the president's office. Chin therefore, people who enter the security company must have undergone rigorous training. Since it is training, a venue is definitely needed, and the training is very hard, and the food and accommodation must be kept up. After all these things are built, a large amount of system funds can be consumed. The second point is .it is the training teacher. Since it is training, it is impossible to practice blindly. If you damage your body, it will be bad. You must hire more professional training teachers. Fighting skills, martial arts. In addition to these, where else can you spend money? Chun Mo rubbed his eyebrows and thought about setting up the security company. Where else can you spend money? Well, there must be a lot of people, so let's temporarily set 1,000 people. After all, I currently have a lot of industries. If I assign some security personnel to each company, I am afraid that 1,000 people will be divided. For example, the corner pet park, such a large park, parking lot, ticket office, and viewing areas inside. All need security that a pet park alone may use more than 100 security personnel. Chinmo thought in his heart, but soon his eyes lit up. There are many stray dogs in the pet park, but the security personnel can be equipped with a dog, so that when doing security work in the future, people and dogs can act together if that's right. And raising dogs is a high-risk profession. Who knows if the dog will have a bad temper and bite people? So the salary of those trained security personnel still needs to be raised. Chinemo quickly recorded in his notebook, and he had already thought of the scene of a security guard and a dog patrolling in his mind. Chapter 613 Security Company Plan. After a while, Chinemo looked at the plan he had written down to set up a security company. After confirming that it would not consume any more points, he took a sip of the coffee beside him. It seems that this security company can only consume so much money. Put down the coffee, that he pushed aside the security plan on the table, and then wanted to read about shall we? It has been some time since the last time Tomorrow Group purchased a car. During this time, the Tomorrow Group has also added several industries, such as Johan Agricultural Base, Jinhao Can, and a security company that will be established soon. Apart from these, the number of employees in some companies has also increased accordingly. For example, at the garment factory, a new workshop has been built and 1,000 new employees will be recruited soon. With so many employees, the number of vehicles at the clothing factory must also increase accordingly. Moreover, the Tomorrow Group has been established for such a long time. Although some supervisors have not made any achievements, they have not made any mistakes in a year, which is considered a great achievement. These people can also get a car, and the price can be set at 300,000. Chinemo quickly wrote down the car distribution on paper and then thought about transportation. Now, not all companies in the Tomorrow Group have shuttle buses. For example, here at the Tomorrow Group building, employees basically either drive themselves to, or from get off work, or walk to the subway entrance or bus station to go home. How is this possible? However, we can arrange a batch of electric vehicles here at Tomorrow Group so that employees do not need to walk to the subway entrance or bus station when commuting. You can definitely ride the electric bike provided by the company. This is a shared electric vehicle within the group. It is a pure consumption and has no income. It is good and can be implemented. It can also be implemented in non-coffee. Half a while passed. Chinemo looked at the spending plan written on a whole piece of paper, nodded with satisfaction, and directly pressed the call bell nearby, calling Chinro over. Chinro came in and whispered hello. This is my plan to make flowers, arrange cars and staff appear. You can take a look. Chinemo handed over the spending plan he had just written to Chinro. Regarding this plan, you need to go to the managers of each company to verify whether there are supervisors who are suitable for the company's car distribution and whether there is a change in the company pennies personnel, whether it is necessary to increase the number of cars for employee travel. Plans, you can investigate how many people in the group need to walk to the subway entrance and take the subway home, or perhaps take the bus home. Based on the number of these people, determine the number of electric vehicles to purchase. After finishing the statistics, just give me the collected information. Okay, Mr. Chin looked at the plan that Mr. Chin gave her. Although she already knew that Mr. Chun was very good to his employees, she still couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Taking the plan, he turned and returned to his office. Watching Chinro return to the office, Chinmolian on his office chair, and felt slightly relaxed. After a series of busy activities in the past 2 days, the system has finally been exhausted. And I also found a money-losing industry and a plan to spend money. Although this money-losing and spending plan is nothing compared to the income from all his current profitable industries. But it is somewhat of a consolation in the midst of all the bad news. During this time, that I thought about it in my mind. Just as he was about to play some games to relax, there was a sudden knock on the office door. Lee Maud carefully opened the office door and walked into. Mr. Chin quickly walked to the desk and looked at the layout of the office curiously, that he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that only more than a year had passed. This young Mr. Chin has changed from a small clothing factory office to such a big house that it's really awesome. Sit. Chinemo pointed at the seat in front of the desk. Thank you, Mr. Chin. Lee Maud pulled open the seat and sat down. His body couldn't help but feel a little restrained. Chinemo didn't say much when he saw this and just handed over the security plan that he had just pushed aside to Lee Maud. This is the plan for establishing a security company. You can take a look. Lee Maud took the plan, opened it, and looked at it carefully. After a while, He took a deep breath and looked up at Mr. Chinen. Mr. Chin's recruitment of 1,000 employees from the beginning is a bit too much, isn't it? Also, is the plan to raise dogs too ideal and the consumption is too high? Chinemo shook his head slightly when he heard this. 1,000 security personnel is not too much at all. We have many companies under the Tomorrow Group that need security, so you don't have to worry about the number of personnel. Also, the plan to raise a dog is easy to implement. You can discuss it with Manager Pang Tao of the Corner Pet Factory. He has contacts with many rescue stations there, and he will help you solve it. By the way, when choosing a dog, you must choose a puppy. Only when you are raised from a puppy will you be more loyal. And your current plan is not to choose a dog, but to register the security company first. In terms of registering the company, you can go to Tang Tao of Bishu Law Firm. As for the name of the security company, just called Fabu Security. After the security company is established, you will be the manager of the security company. Chun Mo explained the plan of the security company in detail. Mr. Chin, you said that after the security company is registered, I will be the manager of the security company. Limod looked at Mr. Chin in disbelief that he did not expect that. He just wanted a small supervisor position, but Mr. Chin actually arranged a manager position for him. This is something he has never thought of. The treatment of the manager of the company under the Tomorrow Group is not comparable to that of the manager of the industrial park. That's right, since you proposed this security company, then this will be left to you. Chinemo looked at Lee Maud and spoke lightly. After the establishment of this security company, he only needs to not promote it and use all the security personnel trained by the security company in his own company. Then there will be basically no profit. And at present, the security personnel of other companies are basically low-level employees, and the salaries given are very low. Then he only needs to raise the price of the security personnel trained by his company to a good price, so that many companies can reduce the number of companies hiring security personnel from their security company. Most companies on the market will not go to security companies to recruit security guards. It is a foregone conclusion that he will lose money if he sets up this security company. In this case, it doesn't matter who he lets be the head of this security company. Thank you, Mr. Chin. I will definitely make this security company a good one. Lee Maud couldn't help but get excited when he heard Mr. Chin's words. Well, then go and handle it as soon as possible, Chinemo said lightly. Okay, Mr. Chin. Lee Maud responded, then got up and opened the office. Watched Lee Maud leave. Chinemo sat back in his chair and relaxed. And suddenly the phone on the table flashed. He picked up the phone and took a look, and found that it was a message from Zhang Lan. Chapter 614 Opening Concert. Zhang Lan. What are you sending a message for? Looking at the name displayed on the message, Chinmo was confused. When he saw Zhang Lan, he felt extremely heartbroken. The 3 recently released songs have brought a lot of revenue to the group. All of that revenue was originally going to go into his pocket, but now only 1% has gone into his personal funds. In the account. Click on the phone to check the message Zhang Lan sent him. Mr. Chin, I have created a song, and it has been put on the shelves. The song is called Lotus. I will also start putting the songs you gave me on the shelves in the near future. After seeing Zhang Lan's news, Chinmo's hands shook slightly. A song was created so quickly. Thinking about the 11 songs of my own and putting one more on the shelves based on the quality of those songs, the exclusive license of 8 million will definitely be gone. Although he can get a 1% commission on the 8 million, which is 80,000 yuan. However, the system funds have actually increased by 7.92 million. He had just arranged the system funds and found several more ways to spend money. But he never expected that new funds would be coming in just after the money spending plan was P.Lan. Moreover, the song Zhang Lan is currently creating can also make money. Even if the quality is not as good as some of his songs, the licensing price should be 1 to 2 million. After all, Zhang Lan now has a certain degree of fame based on the 3 previous songs. As long as a song is not too bad, there is no problem in asking for an exclusive licensing fee of 1 to 200. More importantly, the income from the song Zhang Lan composed himself will not be divided into his personal account. Thinking of these, Chinemo rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. He originally wanted to use Zhang Lan to turn all 11 songs into his own personal assets. But due to these Lao Qing, not only the income from the songs shrank to 1%. This also gives the group a music segment with sustainable income. Wrong. What if the song composed by Zhang Lan is very bad? If it's bad, it shouldn't have much impact on him. Chun Mo's eyes lit up. He entered Cool Cat Music and searched for Lotus, and sure enough, he received this song. Click on the song and listen carefully. After a while, quit Cool Cat Music and sighed helplessly. I thought I was looking forward to it. But the song composed by Zhang Lan was a garbage song. But after listening to it, he knew that his expectations were disappointed. Although the song composed by Zhang Lan was not as good as the 11 songs he gave, it was already a rare and good song. Thinking of these, the relaxed mood just now completely disappeared at this moment that I picked up the coffee on the side and took a sip. The bitter taste seemed to be stronger, and it didn't have the sweetness it had before at the same time. Blue film and television. Music section in Zhang Lan's office.mr. Yao, what's the matter? Zhang Lan poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Yao Bega's table. Well, there are indeed some things that I need to discuss with you. Yao Bega picked up the tea and took a sip. What happened? Our BL Game Club will hold Extreme Survival and Dragon game competitions on November 15th because Mr. Chen has invested a lot of money in this event. After all, both Extreme Survival and Tianlong are the first official events in order to make the event more interesting and attract more attention. I would like to ask Ms. Zhang to sing a few songs at the beginning of the finals of the competition. Yao Begu briefly described the matter. Singing, no problem. When Zhang Lan heard that it was just singing, she agreed without even thinking about it. After all, this is equivalent to an event organized by Tomorrow Group, and Mr. Chen has invested so much money. So he must value this event very much in this case. How could she refuse when Yao Bega found her? Moreover, she has never sung in any large public place. This time, singing on stage in an offline competition could be considered an experience for her. Moreover, Yao Bega said that many people are paying attention to this competition, and it would be a lot of fun. This is also a resource for her who has just entered the music industry. Thank you so much, Ms. Zhang Lan, I'll make arrangements when I get back. You may need to rehearse a day in advance, that's no problem. Also, if you need to give me the title of the song, I'll do it in advance. Make arrangements. Yao Bega's face lit up. Now the spy side has reached an agreement and the same thing. Now the spy side has reached an agreement, and the singing Zhang Lan side has also reached an agreement. Then the rest of the time is just to concentrate on arranging the event as for the reforms and changes arranged by Mr. Chen. They have been handed over to AtoZ at this time. You're welcome, as a member of the Tomorrow Group. Isn't it the right thing to do things for the Tomorrow Group? Zhang Lan smiled slightly, if Mr. Chen hadn't been there, she didn't know what she would have done to that entertainment company. Maybe it would be like the song she put on the shelves today, if it weren't for the few songs Mr. Chen gave in to be put on the shelves, they would bring her a lot of fans. Even if the current song is played by any entertainment company behind the scenes, it will not have any impact. Moreover, she also signed an exclusive licensing contract with Cool Cat Music, which is linked to the interests of the Cool Cat platform, if someone wants to use her songs, the Cool Cat Music platform will not agree. And if it weren't for the 11 songs given by Mr. Chen, which greatly increased her number of fans, then the songs she released would still have to face trouble from some entertainment company, resulting in her songs not being able to appear on the CH Arts. Therefore, one must be grateful as a person. She had been looking for ways to thank Mr. Chen before, and joining the Tomorrow Group was like this. However, after joining the Tomorrow Group, she gradually discovered that this was not a thank you to Mr. Chen, but that she was further enjoying the benefits brought by the group. And this time, singing in the BL Game Club's offline competition can be regarded as a way to express gratitude for what songs to sing. Zhang Lan's eyes lit up slightly. She was suddenly able to sing a song given by Mr. Chen, and among the 11 songs given by Mr. Chen, there is a song that is very suitable for the game Extreme Survival. Although she does not play Extreme Survival, as it is a game developed by Sanctuary Games under the Tomorrow Group, she naturally went out of her way to learn about it, and also saw some anchors playing it on the live broadcast platform .so. She was convinced that song was very suitable for singing in this offline competition. Chapter 615 Lishan returns. Zhang Lan thought for a while and looked up at Yao Bagua.mr. Yao, it's okay for me to sing a new song. How is the quality of the new songs? I think the 10 Years Invisible Wings and later you released a while ago are quite good. Yao Bagua spoke subconsciously. These 3 songs have become the most popular songs during this period. Sometimes when I go shopping, I can hear someone playing them in the store next to me. This new song is very suitable for our offline competition this time, and the quality is not bad that I want to sing this song in the offline competition. It is very suitable for this competition. Zhang Lan opened his mouth to explain that if Ms. Zhang says so, then follow what Ms. Zhang said, and it won't just be one song, that's all for today, that I'll leave it to Ms. Zhang to worry about the song, that I have other things to be busy with here, so I won't stay here soon. Yao Bagua nodded slightly when he heard this, and didn't think too much about the song. After all, he is not a professional singer. Since Zhang Lan said that the new song will be more suitable for this offline competition, it must be suitable, saying, "Get up and walk outside the office." Zhang Lan sent Yao Bagua to the elevator, then turned back to the office and sat on the office chair. Thinking of the new song, I hummed a few lines unconsciously that I in this turbulent battlefield, the storm boy appears. Even though she doesn't play games, just humming this song can give her a passionate feeling. There are only a few days left before the competition that I in these few days, she needs to practice this song carefully. Zhang Lan was thinking in his mind and got up and walked out of the office and came to a singing practice room. Zhangcheng railway station. A group of old people slowly walked out of the station, and there were two people in front of the old people leading the way and two people behind them, fearing that some old people would fall behind. Zhangcheng, I'm finally back. Will you look at the familiar scene and take a deep breath? Well, I'm back. That Elishan also nodded with emotion in his eyes that he had gained something this time, that he was born in a rural area, and he already felt that his hometown was already backward enough, but during this period, everywhere he walked was more backward than his village. That it was also at this moment that I realized that there are still so many backward places in the country, and there are so many people who even have problems eating. Turning to look at the poor old people behind him, Li Shin couldn't help but have a hint of admiration in his eyes that if all the poor elderly and children across the country were really gathered together and fed, Mr. Chin would be nothing short of a saint, and he could be considered a disciple of a saint to some extent. Thinking of these, that Elishan couldn't help but smile. His original ideal was to work hard and make money, but this time when he went out to pick up poor elderly people, he found that his mood had changed slightly. Work hard and make money, but how much you earn is more than you can earn. Human desires are unlimited. When you earn 10,000 yuan, you want to earn 20,000 yuan. And this desire often causes people to lose their true intentions and do something immoral or harmful to society for the sake of profit. This trip made him understand that desires need to be restrained. Just like Mr. Chen, he is already the president of a group that wouldn't it be easy to change to a better place. Even if it were to buy a large villa with Mr. Chen's worth, there would be no problem that our Chen has only moved to a relatively better neighborhood and is still renting a house. For such a group president to still live in such a house is obviously not in line with Mr. Chen's identity. But Mr. Chen still lives there, obviously to save more money and do charity work. Although he can't do what Mr. Chen does, he can do some corresponding things within his own abilities. Just like Song Sia and Sudan provided loving chairs and loving drinking fountains in front of various non-coffee stores after picking up poor elderly people, that he could totally do something similar, that he had already thought about these things on the road. Although boring short videos can't do things like non-coffee, but he can do some charity work elsewhere. Nowadays, because of Professor Yuan's promotion, boring short video has gained a large number of users. Although boring short video has not yet reached the level of popularity, there is definitely no problem in turning losses into profits. That this time, the agricultural sector has been fully completed, but the promotion of agricultural knowledge can be considered to be of great help to agriculture. However, there is still a big problem in agriculture, which is the problem of sales in some remote areas. He had seen a lot of similar news. For some reason, some crops could not be sold, or no one bought them, so that all the crops rotted in the fields. The crops are the farmer's harvest, that if they are all rotten in the ground, it means that the farmers here have no harvest this year. Then he can create a public welfare section on boring short video to specifically help these people and sell on boring short video. Certainly.to help with publicity. It is also necessary to set up an investigation team to investigate the real situation before helping. He wants to ensure that the people this charity section helps are all the people who should be helped soon. The group of people came to the roadside outside the train station. This time, a bus was parked on the roadside. Mr. Mr. Wu, leave the rest of the journey to us, that we will take these old people to their homes in the corner. Hang Tao stepped forward and spoke slowly. When they returned to the corner pet park, they passed by the corner home. Then I'll trouble Mr. Pang and Mr. Su that I'll leave these poor old people to you. Li Shun was not polite when he heard this and directly thanked him that don't worry. Pang Tao patted Li Shun on the shoulder and then organized the poor elderly people to get into the bus on the roadside step by step. Soon, all the elderly people got into the bus and the bus started slowly, heading home in the corner that let's go back to. Watching the bus gradually disappear from sight, Li Shun called to Wu Yu beside him, stopped the taxi and got in. After a while, the taxi stopped in front of Tomorrow Building. Li Shun and Wu Yuba got out of the car and walked straight into the building. Enter the elevator. When they arrived on the floor of Boring Short Video, the two of them did not go directly back to their offices, but went straight to the conference room of Boring Short Video. When he was about to arrive at Tomorrow Building, he had already informed Yang Yao Yao to call all the management to the conference room for a meeting. Now that the agricultural sector has been completed and agricultural-related sales items have been tested, it is time to hold a meeting to monetize the agricultural sector. Of course, I'm also interested in the live broadcast section. Chapter 616, The Change of Boring Short Videos, that he opened the door and entered the conference room, but it was already full of people. Li Shun's eyes fell on Yang Yao Yao in front. Is everyone here? Mr. Li, everyone is here, we can start. Yang Yao Yao nodded. After hearing this, Li Shun sat directly in front of the conference room and glanced at everyone in the conference room. Now, thanks to Professor Yuan's promotion, our Boring Short Video has initially entered the public eye. Just relying on the live broadcast of the subject section can already turn our Boring Short Video from a loss to a profit. Of course, all of this is inseparable from your continuous efforts. Thank you for your unremitting efforts from the establishment of Boring Short Video to now. I also hope that everyone will continue to maintain your enthusiasm and hard work attitude and continue to make Boring Short Video bigger and stronger. Bang, 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 bang. A burst of applause sounded in the conference room. Li Shun smiled slightly when he saw this and waited until the applause dissipated before continuing to speak. Today, the number of users of our Boring Short Video is about to exceed 10 million, which is a milestone progress. However, our Boring Short Video only has the ability to monetize subject-based live broadcasts, which is undoubtedly a waste of very few user resources. The next policy is to increase the monetization capabilities of other live broadcast sectors that we have also made plans for this. The first is the agricultural live broadcast sector and the interest teaching live broadcast sector. Now I have done quality checks on some agricultural items and confirmed that there are no problems. Then it is time to put them on the shelves in various agricultural live broadcast rooms. There is also the interest teaching section live broadcast, which can put corresponding items for sale according to each interest live broadcast room. For example, a live broadcast room teaching guitar can sell guitars of various prices as well as some related guitar parts, strings, adjusters, etc. Fitness live broadcast. Some fitness equipment can be sold. Of course, all items for sale must go through quality inspection. There can be no shoddy goods or fakes. This requires the quality inspection department to pay more attention. With the increase of the two live broadcast sections, if the number of people in the quality inspection department is not enough, just let me know and I can recruit. Corresponding quality inspection fake. Years for you. Li Shun looked at the person in charge of the quality inspection department in the conference room. Don't worry, Mr. Li. The person in charge of the quality inspection department nodded confidently. Li Shun looked at the other party's confident eyes and did not give up. Instead, he looked at the other party seriously. Confidence is a good thing, but I don't want you to be careless that if there are any quality problems with the items on the shelves, and this problem is caused by your quality inspection department not detecting it properly, then you, the minister, will be replaced by someone else. I understand, Mr. Li. The person in charge of the quality inspection department also put away his relaxed demeanor and became serious. Li Shun nodded slightly when he saw this. The matter of live broadcast detection has been settled in this way. The next step is for the technical department to develop a public welfare section in Boring Short Video, which can put some public welfare information or some public welfare live broadcasts. As for how to do it specifically, it can be improved little by little. You develop this section first. Okay, Mr. Li. The person in charge of the technical department nodded in response that's all there is to it. The current review questions for subject-based live broadcasts are exclusively authorized to review help that don't be careless about the quality of the review questions. You must hurry up. Okay, let's break up the meeting. After Li Shin finished speaking, he stood up and left the conference room. Wei Yu followed closely behind. The two of them entered the office together, and not long after, Yang Yao knocked on the door and walked in, holding a stack of information in her hands that Mr. Li, Mr. Wu. This is the information for a boring short video. Okay, thank you for your hard work during this time. Li Shin took the information sent by Yang Yao and thanked him to Mr. Li. Is this all for the development of the company? The most important thing is that everyone works together, that IT won't be troublesome. Yang Yao shook his head, that in terms of her sense of belonging to Tomorrow Group, she should have a much greater sense of belonging than other employees. After all, her parents both worked at the Tomorrow Group, and when their parents were at their lowest, it was only because of Mr. Chin's presence that the situation at home changed. Even her sister Yang Duo would often go to Mr. Chin's room to play and seemed to like Mr. Chin very much. That in addition, she also joined the Tomorrow Group. That it can be said that their family relies on the Tomorrow Group, so she naturally has to run the company well. That if the Tomorrow Group suddenly collapses one day, their whole family will be unemployed. After briefly talking about the recent situation in some boring short videos, he left the office directly. Wait until Yang Yao leaves. That Li Shin looked at the information in his hand, and Wu Yu also leaned over curiously. Outside, they only knew that boring short video had added nearly 10 million users, but they did not know the specific data in detail. That he looked carefully again. After a while, the two looked at each other inside. Today, the number of viewers of the boring short video subject live broadcast has reached 420, and the number of viewers of the agricultural live broadcast has exceeded 6.1 million. That the number of people watching interest-based live broadcasts also reached 3.1 million. That there are other live broadcast types that also have a lot of viewers. Of course, among these people, there are cases where one person pays attention to multiple live broadcast types. Let's not look at other live broadcasting sections. Just look at the subject live broadcasting that can be monetized at present based on the average consumption of 80 yuan per person per month. Then 4.2 million people. That's 336 million.336 million minus the 6.4 split with merchants. That's more than 200 million, minus the sales split with anchors. That's 180 million. That the monthly income of boring short video can currently reach 180 million. This financial income is comparable to the current Sanksuya game. There may even be more. After all, there will be some gift income from live broadcasting. Although each anchor does not earn much from this gift every day, the gift income of each anchor is not a small amount when added together. Counting the income from gifts, boring short videos' monthly revenue may be more. And this is just the subject live broadcasting section. When the agricultural live broadcasting section and the interest teaching live broadcasting section start to sell various items. Chapter 617. With the current reputation of boring short video, the revenue should not be a minority. Especially agricultural live broadcast, which was promoted by Professor Yuan himself, as long as their boring short video maintains the quality of the goods sold, the sales volume will definitely be not small. And there are more than 6.1 million people watching agricultural live broadcast at present. With so many people, if we don't count them, we will definitely have an income of 100 million after deducting various commissions. Li Shin thought confidently that by that time, their boring short video will be the company with the highest monthly profit under the Tomorrow Group. Brother Shin, our boring short video has completely stood up. Will you quickly calculate it with the computer on the side, with horror in his eyes? Yes, after so long, our boring short video has finally stood up and finally lived up to Mr. Chin's expectations. Li Shin smiled with relief. After 6.17, whoever does not get promoted will be embarrassed. Since the establishment of boring short video, it has always been in a state of loss. Although he has not changed much on the surface, he has always been in a state of tension in his heart. After all, here at Tomorrow Building, both Sanchua Games and Lampi Films are in a profitable state. That I won't go into detail about Sanchua Games, which now brings more than 100 million in revenue to the Tomorrow Group every month, while Lampi Film and Television's Demons Conquering directly has a box office of more than 3 billion. Plus, the recent launch of Banana TV has also generated hundreds of millions in revenue. Calculating it this way, Tomorrow Building is still in a state of loss for their boring short videos, and because there are so many anchors, the monthly loss is not a small amount. How could this not make him anxious? If it continued like this, what would Mr. Chen think of him? Do you think he is incompetent and regret letting him be the manager of boring short videos? But it's fine now. Boring short videos have finally turned a profit and may even become the most profitable industry under the Tomorrow Group. Yes, but we have to keep it up. That don't be careless. That I will handle the agricultural live broadcast, and you will handle the interest teaching live broadcast. There will be no problem. Lishan looked up at wu.no problem. Before I want to pick up poor elderly people, I have been exposed to interest-based teaching live broadcast. Will you show to confident? Smile.good.l. Ishan nodded. Besides, let's find some time to visit Professor Yuan together. Professor Yuan has helped us so much, so we must thank him. Changfeng Garment Factory, that it's approaching noon. Manager's office. Mr. Jiang, you are looking for me. He Ping carefully opened the door and walked into the office. Sit down, Minister He. Jiang Qing looked at the people who came in, smiled, and pointed to the seat in front of the desk. Since he was promoted to manager, this He Ping has assumed the position of director of the production department. Well, there is indeed something you need to do. What's the matter? Mr. Jiang, He Ping opened his seat and sat down slowly. Now the new workshop of the garment factory has been completed. When the machines are moved in, the original employees will have to work in the new workshop. However, according to the current number and size of the new workshop, the more than 120 employees in our workshop are simply not enough. In this regard, the garment factory will recruit 1,000 people as new employees of the garment factory. Since they are new employees, they naturally need people to take care of them. Mr. Chung has issued an order. There are 10 people in each group of 1,000 people. Each group needs an old employee to lead, and the old employee who leads the new employees will automatically be promoted to the position of team leader. The original position of team leader will be promoted to squad leader. Each squad leader can manage for groups, and so on. After employees are promoted, their salaries will be paid based on their post-promotion salaries. Jiang Qing looked at He Ping, who was sitting opposite, and briefly told the story. He Ping listened to Jiang Qing's story with a hint of shock in his eyes. Isn't this just a promotion in disguise? If 1,000 people form a group of 10, that's 100 groups. 100 groups require 100 old employees to lead them. When the old employees finish taking charge, it means that all 100 old employees will be promoted to team leaders. Of course, a more critical issue is that there are currently 122 workers in the workshop. After removing some positions such as team leaders and squad leaders, there are 106 ordinary employees, and 106 employees have to select 100 employees to lead new employees. That leaves only 6 employees. Thinking of this, He Ping couldn't help but smile. In other companies, for every position, there are many people competing for it. But it's different when it comes to the garment factory. There are 106 people, and 100 people have to be selected. This situation, he couldn't help but think that there was a situation like this once in the early days of the garment factory, but at that time there were relatively few people, more than 10 people, and only a few PLE were not promoted. But now there are more than 100 people, and 6 of them can't be chosen. Who will be among those 6 people? Isn't it embarrassing? Mr. Jiang, the selection method is still voting. He Ping asked. Okay, let's proceed according to the voting method. Jiang Qing nodded. The voting method is relatively fair, if selected in this way, the 6 unsuccessful people can also be convinced. I understand, Mr. Jiang. He Ping nodded, stood up, and left the office. Jiang Qing watched He Ping leave, glanced at the time, and found that it was already lunchtime. He also got up and left the office, heading straight towards the cafeteria. After lunch, we went directly back to the dormitory. The garment factory has a meal time every day at noon, with a total of 1.5 hours of rest time. Not long after returning to the dormitory door opened again, and Wang walked in from the outside. What are you doing if you don't rest? Wang saw Jiang Qing sitting at his desk checking information and asked casually that I was thinking about something. You said that the clothing factory is currently selling pet clothing very smoothly, but although the traffic of normal clothing has increased recently, there has not been much change yet. Moreover, Mr. Chun has restricted the production quantity of pet clothing, and the monthly sales quota is basically fixed. In addition, the new workshop has been built, and Mr. Chun requires us to recruit 1,000 new employees. The salary of these 1,000 new employees alone has added a lot of support. Moreover, 1,000 new employees will also lead to an increase in production, but sales will not go up. This faces another situation. That is, there will be more and more clothes piled up in the warehouse which cannot be sold, and there will be no funds to recover. The increase in productivity will also lead to a significant increase in the consumption of raw materials. Over time, the clothing factory will face a greater loss of money. Jiangqing rubbed his eyebrows with a headache, but he has been thinking about countermeasures for the past 2 days. But he has not thought of any good solutions. 11 frowns slightly when listening to Jiangqing's words. The current situation is basically a dead end in a cycle. The only way to change this situation is to increase the sales of clothing in the clothing factory. But since the clothing factory switched to brand clothing, the sales of the clothing factory have always been a problem. This is determined by the popularity and trust of a brand. Which of the popular brands on the market today has not been accumulated over many years? Changfeng Clothing wants to achieve the level of public acceptance of other brands, which is definitely not achieved in a short time. However, although it is not well known to the public at present, she still has ways to increase sales and reduce losses. One smiled slightly, came to Jiangqing, and spoke softly. Although it is impossible to turn the garment factory from loss to profit, it should be no problem to increase sales. Wife, do you have a way? Jiangqing turned his head and looked at his wife. That I do have an idea. That didn't you say that the pet clothing sold very well? Then why don't we link our normal clothing with pet clothing? Just like couples clothing and parent-child sets, we can also make a batch of normal clothing. Similar to pet clothing. That I end this way. The whole family, including pets, wear the same clothing. Isn't that a very interesting thing? In the recent pet clothing fashion show, aren't those who bring pets to the show also arranged to wear a clothing factory's brand clothing? Can they also wear the same set at that time? Jiangqing's eyes lit up when he heard his wife's words. Chapter 618 Ji Zaiwi and hashtag 039S colleague. Tomorrow grouped out President's Office Mr. Chun. The number of people who bought cars has been counted. Please take a look. Another point is that if we allocate cars to Yohan Agricultural Base, someone needs to drive the car over. What should we do? Should we arrange for Yohan Agricultural Base to buy it at a nearby car dealership? Shen Rui put a stack of sorted information on the desk in front of Mr. Chen. Yohan Agricultural Base. You can buy it here, and then spend more money to find a designated driver to drive over. Chen Nima thought about it and spoke directly that if he encountered the situation of buying a car a few days ago, he might directly transfer the money to the account of Yohan Agricultural Base and let Chen Hong buy it himself. But after Ji Zaiwi gave him a red envelope, it was another matter. Since Ji Zaiwi knew that she was going to give a red envelope, she should increase her business and make more money and strive to give him a bigger red envelope next time. Just like Wang Yang, he directly gave him a red envelope of 180,000 yuan. I see, Mr. Chen. Shinrui nodded. Chen Nimu took the data report on the table and took a quick look that he found that the number of cars purchased this time was more than before. Not bad. This is good news. That, of course, the data also counts the number of electric cars purchased. Basically, the data has listed all the information he needs. Well, not bad just by according to the data. By the way, it's better to find Ji Zaiwi before to buy a car. Chen Nimu returned the data to Shinrui and reminded her at the end. Okay, Mr. Chen. Shinrui took the data, turned back to her office, and started to deal with the car purchase. Yangxing 4S store. Ji Zaiwi bought a meal and ate it simply in a lounge. Other colleagues around her bypassed her seat and sat in other seats to eat. She has long been accustomed to this matter. Since she received 2 large orders from Mr. Chen twice, the colleagues in the sales department began to isolate her. They talked about her being a lucky girl behind her back. In this regard, she was quite concerned at the beginning, and a feeling of being isolated made her very sad. But as time went by, she gradually got used to it, and she gradually saw clearly the eyes of those colleagues, which were clearly jealous. Jealous that she was just a newcomer, but she took such a big order and twice. Since she knew this, she cared less about those eyes. Just then, 3 colleagues suddenly came over and sat on both sides of her dining table. The dining table was originally square, and these 3 people just sat on one side. Ji Zaiwi looked at the people in front of her in surprise. She had been eating alone at the table all this time. I don't know what these people are doing sitting next to her today. This time, someone suddenly spoke. Sister Luck, without the big orders this time. You can't do any orders. Why can't you do any orders? I remember that I took one order after so long. The orders I took, excluding the 2 big orders, only sold 1 car. Remember that luck orders are not long-lasting. The real order volume still depends on ability. Now that you don't have luck, it's hard for you to take an order. The 3 colleagues said sarcastically. G. Zaiwi felt very uncomfortable listening to the words of several people. What orders I take? What does it have to do with you? Besides, luck is also a part of strength. Good luck is also a part of strength. Where is your luck? Now, why don't you take another big order? A colleague retorted, at my luck lies in the first 2 big orders. You know, the sales of the first 2 big orders are more than your annual sales. Even if I do nothing this year, even if I hang around here, I will earn more than you. G. Zaiwi couldn't help but fight back. When she came here as a newcomer, she was always excluded by these old employees. Now they are bullying her in the face. Even if she has a good temper, she can't help it. Tisk, isn't it just luck that you got 2 big orders? Can you keep getting big orders? I see what you can do next year. What can you do to get orders? A colleague seemed to be angered by G. Zaiwi's words, and her tone couldn't help but becoming a little excited that G. Zaiwi didn't want to continue to entangle with them here and affect her appetite when she heard it. When she was about to get up and go to other tables to eat, the phone in her pocket suddenly rang. She took out her phone and looked at the caller ID and found that it was Assistant Shun who called. Assistant Shun. G. Zaiwi's eyes lit up, and she suddenly thought of a possibility, so she quickly answered the phone. Yes, Assistant Shun. Want to buy a car? Have you chosen the model? Do you want a lot of cars? I will come in person tomorrow. Okay, Assistant Shin, call me tomorrow and I will wait for you at the door of the store. After a while, G. Zaiwi hung up the phone with a happy face and turned to look at the 3 colleagues at the table. Sorry, I have another big order tomorrow. Well, I am so lucky. After saying that, he took his food to another table. Tisk, you're playing tricks. Big orders. I've been working in this 4S store for more than 2 years, and I've only seen big orders twice before. How come so many big orders fell on you? We probably broke your defense. I want to see if there will really be big orders tomorrow. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, G. Zaiwi arrived at the door of the 4S store early and waited. She had just talked to Assistant Shin on the phone and was almost at the 4S store. Oh, you're really waiting here. I want to see what big order it is. Several colleagues who had dinner yesterday came over. What does it have to do with you? G. Zaiwi looked at them speechlessly. What big order did she take? What did it have to do with them? How can it be irrelevant? Some people say they have received a big order for the sake of face. But who knows whether it is true or not? Don't come here just to take a look and then say that the deal was not concluded. Yes, we are doing this for your own good. It doesn't matter whether you receive a big order or not. The key is to exercise your ability. Even if there is no big order, you can still rely on your ability to sell a lot of vehicles. Seeing that the few people were talking endlessly, G. Zaiwi was too lazy to pay attention to them. She ignored their words and looked seriously outside the 4S store, hoping to see Assistant Shun as soon as possible. Soon a black G-Class stopped at the door of the 4S store, and a young woman got out of the car. Assistant Shun. Looking at the woman who got out of the car, G. Zaiwi recognized that the woman was Assistant Shun at a glance. So she hurried out of the 4S store to greet her. Chapter 619. How far have you progressed? Assistant Shun. Please follow me. G. Zaiwi stepped forward to say hello and took the lead towards the 4S store. Entering the 4S store, the salesmen who were there just now were still standing at the door. When they saw that the person who came in was Shinro, their eyes widened. Shinro and the others are familiar with each other. Isn't that the boss's assistant who placed the first big order? The big orders G. Zaiwi took were all from that boss. And now that boss's assistant is here again. This is obviously not the rhythm of wanting to buy a car again. Several people looked at each other. The previous ridicule and contempt were long gone, and what remained was unconcealable jealousy. Why? A new person can often take on this big order. Did I end the signing room? Assistant Shun. Please sit down. G. Zaiwi respectfully brought a glass of water and placed it in front of Shinro's table. Then she sat opposite and looked up at Shinro. I wonder what vehicles your company wants to buy this time. The vehicles you can buy are all here. You can take a look. After hearing this, Shinro took out a piece of information from her bag and pushed it to G. Zaiwi. Before coming, she had already found every manager who needed to buy a car or a supervisor who met the car purchase requirements and selected the car model she wanted according to the budget given by M. Archun. Finally, let's count the number of public buses needed by all the companies under the group. Finally, compile the Statistics that I end this way. She only needs to come and buy the car alone. Ji Zaiwi curiously took the information handed over by Shinro and picked it up to read. But after seeing the contents of the information clearly, everyone opened their mouths in surprise. She thought that even if the car purchased this time was a lot, it would not be as good as the previous two orders. After all, a group is so big. How could there be so much demand for cars? But after seeing the car purchase list clearly, she was stunned. The number of cars purchased this time far exceeded the previous two times. Pick up the calculator and start calculating quickly. After a while, looking at the last number displayed on the calculator, Ji Zaiwi took a deep breath. 21 million, that this amount is already comparable to the previous two times. After a while, still a little unsure, he looked up at Shinro. Assistant Shun, are you sure there are no errors in this purchase list? If you calculate the price to be around 20 million, then there is no mistake. Shinro looked at the calculator in Ji Zaiwi's hand. Before coming, she made a rough estimate of the price of the car. However, her estimate must be slightly different from that of the 4S store, but it probably won't be too different. Then there is no problem. The total price of this batch of car purchases is 21 million. However, there are some models in this car purchase list that our 4S store does not have. They need to be purchased from other places. When Ji Zaiwi heard this, she felt relaxed that it was probably a mistake, that at the same time, a trace of joy surged in her heart. She once again took a big order, and it was comparable to the previous two big orders. That's no problem, that I've already noted it on my information. Each car will have a corresponding person coming to pick it up, that if there is a supply of the car at that time, just call the corresponding phone number, and they will come and pick it up when they have time. Shinro nodded slightly. She had already made arrangements in advance to pick up the car before coming. Okay, Assistant Shin, then I will get the contract done. Ji Zaiwi nodded when she heard this, quickly took out the car purchase contract and started writing it. After a while, after the car purchase contract was completed, Shinro signed it and followed Ji Zaiwi to check out. Assistant Shin, everything has been taken care of. I will also complete some other procedures as soon as possible. I will notify the corresponding personnel to come and pick up the car. Ji Zaiwi will hand over the car purchase invoice and some certificates to Shinro. Well, I will follow up on your progress. There are still things in the company, so I will leave first. Shinro took the voucher handed over by Ji Zaiwi, turned around and left the 4S store. Assistant Shun, I'll see you off. Ji Zaiwi hurriedly followed behind. Present. Shinro got on the black Big G and left, and Ji Zaiwi also returned to her studio. Just as he sat down, he saw Huang Zaiwi walking in. Sisterly. Ji Zaiwi stood up and said hello, saying that in the sales department, there is still one person who can be talked to, and that is Huang Zaiwi. Congratulations. Another big order worth more than 20 million yuan has been signed. Huang Zaiwi looked at Ji Zaiwi and said with joy. Yesterday, she knew that the Tomorrow Group was looking for Ji Zaiwi to buy a car again. And she also knew that the number of cars purchased would not be small, but she never expected that the sales this time would be as high as more than 20 million. Originally, her promotion had been under the consideration of many leaders. But just now she submitted the news that Ji Zaiwi had signed another contract worth more than 20 million. Her promotion was approved immediately after she reported the news. She will be directly promoted from sales supervisor to sales manager next week. Thank you, sisterly. Ji Zaiwi smiled. Thank you. I should be the one to thank you. Because of your order, my promotion has been implemented. You will be the manager of the sales department next week. And I will also report your promotion to the head of the sales department. Once you go up, everyone above you is already familiar with your matter, and your promotion to department head is basically a certainty. Huang Zaiwi patted Ji Zaiwi's shoulder and said happily. This incident is a happy event for both people. She just wins by lying down. Ji Zaiwi is blessed with double happiness, that he signed a big deal worth 20 million and is about to be promoted to department head. Thank you, Zaiwi, for helping me get promoted to department manager. I'll treat you to a big dinner tonight. Sisterly, we can't shoot from the air tonight. Ji Zaiwi looked at Huang Zaiwi apologetically. I understand. It's that boy Wang Yang. Huang Zaiwi understood instantly when she heard this and looked at Ji Zaiwi with a half-smile. Sisterly, don't think too much. We just want to discuss the decoration. Ji Zaiwi's face turned a little red. Really? This is the first time I've seen such a responsible designer. The house has already been decorated, but he still wants to discuss the decoration. I'm still Zaiwi. You and I have already talked to each other 2 or 3 times now. and we don't understand anything. However, when it comes to falling in love, you must first understand who the other person is and what their personality is, and you need to have more contact with them. Don't give everything away just by getting involved. You know that the matter between men and women will have to be discussed for half a year at the earliest before you consider it. After Wang Xiaoyi finished speaking, she saw Ji Xiaoyi blushing and lowering her head. That I have a bad feeling in my heart. Maybe. How far have you and Huang Yang developed? Chapter 6 20 BL Game Club Death Schedule. The Ji Xiaoyi's face turned even redder when she heard Huang Xiaoyi's question. Along while he spoke in a weak tone. Wang Yang and I have already held hands. Pull hand. When Huang Xiaoyi heard Ji Xiaoyi's answer, she was stunned, and then the corners of her mouth twitched. You said you would just hold hands. Are you so shy? It made me think you had already given yourself away. Huang Xiaoyi thought speechlessly, but she also breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, since I don't have time tonight, I'll treat you to dinner another day. Okay, thank you, sisterly. Ji Xiaoyi gradually recovered a little. November 9. Zhongqing Airport. Chen Song and Du Xing walked out of the airport with a group of professional team members participating in the competition. Tell me, is it appropriate to take the team members to the BL Game Club? Du Xing turned to look at Chen Song. There is no problem with this, that we can just take our team to compete with the people of the BL Game Club. Just at the beginning of the month, the BL Game Club won the championship of the Fire Dragon Island event, so its strength should not be bad. Also, let's take a look at how the BL Game Club is managed and learn from each other's strengths. Can we learn from it? Chen Song is smiling. Before coming over, he had a phone call with Yao Bagua from the BL Game Club. After a discussion, he finally decided to rest at the BL Game Club. When the game comes, the BL Club will provide them with vehicles to transport our team to the stadium. That's fine. I'd also like to see what the club established by Mr. Chen looks like. Du Xing nodded slightly, that he knows very well that Tomorrow Group treats its employees well. Not to mention anything else, he often goes to Non-Hit Coffee in Kyoto. I also learned about the treatment of the employees inside from the side. The clerks in the coffee shop alone are better than those ordinary white-collar workers. There is also the Kyoto Film and Television City. They also visited it and even participated in a role. Our Chen's crew members, from the actors to the grassroots employees, all live in the hotel. This aspect alone is unmatched by other crews, so he wanted to see what Mr. Chen's game club looked like. The group of people arrived outside the station and soon saw a sign held next to a commercial vehicle in the distance, with the words, Tange Game Club, clearly written on it. It's over there. Chen Zong saw the sign held in the distance and pointed in a business car. Yao Bagua watched a group of people approaching in the distance, and at the same time saw the team uniforms worn by several young people. He knew that the people waiting had arrived, so he opened the car door and walked out. Welcome, Mr. Chen and Mr. Du to Jiangcheng. Yao Bagua greeted him warmly. Yao, I've kept you waiting for a long time. Chen Zong looked at Yao Bagua, who was coming towards him, and responded with a smile. We have just arrived. Let's all get in the car. The 3 commercial vehicles behind are all ours. Let's go to the club to chat. Yao Bagua pointed to the business car behind him. Then I'll trouble Mr. Yao. Chen Zong thanked him and then directed the club members behind him to get in the car. Finally, Du Xing and Yao Bagua sat in the front commercial car. The vehicle started slowly and headed straight for the BL Game Club. Are Yao. When will Mr. Wei and Mr. Fong come over? In the car, Du Xing looked at Yao Bagua, who was sitting aside, and asked slowly. Before they came over, they had contacted Wei Yin. After all, they are cooperating with Sangshui Games. In the entire Tomorrow Group, the ones they are most familiar with are Luo Zio and Wang Bin from Lampede Film and Television, and Wei Yin and Fong Chong from Sangshui Games. Luo Zio and Wang Bin are currently filming in Kyoto, and the only people they can contact and they come to Jiangcheng are Wei Yin and Fong Chong. After he contacted Wei Yin, it was Wei Yin who introduced Yao Bagua. So what happened today? But Wei Yin and Fong Chong also said that they would come over to entertain them today and of course discuss some cooperation matters. R. Wei and Mr. Fong. They will wait for us at the pet park later. Don't you want to see the pet park? When we return to the BL Game Club, we will also go to the corner pet park. Yao Bagua explained. Okay. Du Xing nodded when he heard this. The vehicle moved slowly. Half an hour later, he stopped in front of an office building. Directly above the office building, there is a huge sign horizontally. It says BL Game Club. Or Chun, Mr. Du has arrived. When the vehicle stopped, Yao Bagua turned to look at Du Xing and Chun Song beside him. Du Xing and Chun Song nodded and stepped out of the vehicle together at the same time. Other members of the club also got out of the commercial vehicle. Shall we go in? Yao Bagua looked at a few people and took the lead into the club building. Du Xing and Chun Song looked at each other and followed him. They didn't see much outside the club. Soon, a group of people walked into the club building. There was a spacious hall at the entrance. There were many exhibition seats around, but those seats were empty at this time. Only in the center, there was a championship trophy that Du Xing and Chun Song took a look and knew that this was the championship trophy of Fire Dragon Island. Overall, the hall of this club is decorated very brightly and luxuriously, which is much better than most clubs. The two continued to walk into the club, but soon they noticed a sign in the distance. Looking at the content on it, it should be the club's work and rest schedule. Seeing this, the two walked over curiously. Each club has a different work and rest schedule for the members in the club. They were very curious about what kind of work and rest schedule the BL Game Club has. 23 to 8 o'clock sleep and rest time. The latest time to go to bed should not exceed 2,400 hours. 8 to 9 o'clock car. Wash and eat. 9 to 12 o'clock. Training. 12 to 1,400 hours. Eat and rest. 14 to 1,800 hours. Study. 18 to 1,900 hours. Eat and rest. 19 to 2,300 hours. Free training. Looking at the training schedule in front of him, Duzideng looked at Yao Bagua beside him in confusion. Boss Yao, this sleeping and resting time is fixed. Yes, Boss Chen said the professional players are too young and need to get enough sleep to ensure a healthy body. Therefore, it is necessary to fall asleep during the period from 23 to 8 o'clock. The latest rest time should not exceed 12 o'clock, Yao Bagua explained after. Hearing this, since Boss Chen issued the order, this system has been implemented for a few days. Hearing Yao Bagua's answer, Chen Seong and Duzidang showed a look of surprise that in other clubs, which club manager does not want their players to train longer. But it is good here, instead limiting the training time of club members. Thinking of this, the two of them looked at Jiang Jio behind the team at the same time. Chapter 621. What are they listening to? Jiang Jio is a famous night owl in Tange Club. Since he joined the Tange Game Club, he seems to have never slept before 12 o'clock, that if you let him go to bed early, it will be more uncomfortable than killing him. In other clubs, there seems to be no special rule that you must go to bed before 12 o'clock every day. The rules of most game clubs are that as long as you do not affect the training matches, it is fine. After all, esports players in most clubs rarely have the habit of going to bed late. Unique, the club established by Mr. Chun is indeed different. Duzidang and Chun Seong sighed secretly. The accommodation I have arranged for you is on the 3rd floor. I'll take the elevator up. Yao Bagua continued to take the lead. Enter the elevator. Because there were so many people, we had to take the elevator upstairs. Come to the 3rd floor. Yao Bagua started to introduce the layout of the 3rd floor. This is the lounge. IT has a snack cabinet, a drink cabinet, a coffee machine. You can eat whatever you want in it, but you can't take it away. You can only eat it in the club. Take as much as you like and don't waste it. This is the esports room. Your esports members can train here in the past few days. This is the discussion room, where you can discuss tactics and review games. The innermost is the dormitory. IT is currently empty. Each room has 2 beds and an independent bathroom. You can allocate the room yourself. Yao Bagua took the lead and walked to the innermost part, opening the dormitory door as he spoke. Chun Seong and Duzidang looked in through the open dormitory door and saw 2 single beds placed against the wall and a projector on the wall opposite the bed. On the right side is the bathroom. The door of the bathroom is open at this time, and the washing machine and water heater inside are complete. Watch this scene. Chun Seong and Duzidang finally showed surprised expressions. This kind of dormitory is much better than those single rooms in hotels. Their dormitories are not so well decorated. Each room has 2 bunk beds, accommodating a total of 4 people. There is only a small bathroom with a water heater. As for the washing machines, there are several public washing machines in their club. Before coming, he originally thought that his dormitory for esports players was good enough, but now that he saw the dormitory of the BL Game Club, he realized that his club's dormitory was completely inferior to MR. We can arrange dormitories. I will show you the location of the cafeteria later, and then we can go to the corner pet park. Seeing that Chen Seong and Du Zedang were stunned, Yao Beiguo reminded them. Okay, Mr. Yao. Chen Seong came to his senses after hearing this and hurriedly called the members of the Tanj Game Club behind him to allocate rooms in pairs that as Chen Seong finished speaking. All members began to take action. Brother Zhou, this dormitory is really good, and this mattress is so comfortable to lie on. Suiba sat on the bed and sighed. Well, it's better than our dormitory. Jiang Zhou nodded. By the way, Brother Zhou, have you seen the work and rest schedule on the first floor? It's such a devil to go to bed before 12 o'clock that do you think we have to be accurate during the few days we live here? Keep it that a trace of worry flashed in Suiba's eyes. They are here to participate in the competition, and they will definitely need to strengthen their training in the past few days. I don't know. Let's ask later. Jiang Zhou thought about it after hearing this, that he didn't want to go to bed before 12 o'clock, that he still wants to live broadcast, that I in another dormitory, that we will stay here to cause you trouble. Chen Seong and Du Zedong took the luggage they brought to the dormitory and sorted it out. There is a total of 6 days of competition, 3 days of trials, and 3 days of finals. Including today, they will have to stay here for at least 7 days. They brought a lot of changes. Of clothes. By the way, Mr. Yao, are our esports uniforms ready? After packing his luggage, Chen Seong suddenly raised his head and looked at Yao Bagua, that is early as when the BL Game Club was playing on Fire Dragon Island. He noticed that the BL team's uniforms were very beautiful, both in color and style. I contacted the clothing factory through Wei Yin and customized a batch of esports uniforms. Esports uniforms, that they're all ready, that they're in the warehouse downstairs, that I'll have someone pick them up later. Yao Bagua spoke quickly after hearing this. The esports uniforms were sent from the clothing factory after confirming that Tanj Club was coming. He is also willing to see Tanj Club ask Chun Fong Garment Factory to design esports uniforms. After all, members of the Tanj Club were esports uniforms designed by Chun Fong Clothing Factory. The esports uniforms will also have Chun Fong Clothing's logo, which is also a publicity for Chun Fong Clothing. Moreover, Mr. Jiang mentioned that the Tanj Game Club paid a large amount of design fees, that IT can not only make money, but also help promote publicity. This is a double-edged sword. That's good. Chen Seong nodded. Soon. The members of the Tanj Club have already chosen their rooms and packed their luggage. Now that everyone is packed up, I will take you to get familiar with the cafeteria. You can all go to the cafeteria to eat in a few days from today. Yao Bagua saw that everyone had packed their luggage and walked out of the dormitory, so took the lead to walk to the elevator. Our club's cafeteria is on the 6th floor. The meal time is based on the schedule on the 1st floor. You can eat during that time, that it's already after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and there is no food in the cafeteria. Arrived at the 6th floor, Yao Bagua took the lead to walk inside. Chen Seong and Du Zedong followed Yao Bagua, looking at the layout of the 6th floor. The entire decoration style is very modern, and the details of the decoration are also varying. Place full of esports style. Just a few steps, the two of them were attracted by a room similar to a conference room. Looking through the glass of the room, I saw that the room was full of people, and in front of the room, there was a middle-aged man explaining something, that he thought he was explaining some game planning. But what the middle-aged man wrote on the whiteboard made him a little suspicious. 2x squared plus 3x equals 16. What kind of game would talk about this? And even if they were explaining the content of the game, they wouldn't just explain it like this. They would basically discuss it together. The scene in the room in front of them felt more like a class, and the content written on the whiteboard was also very consistent. But this is in the club. How could it be a class? Chinzung shook his head and quickly threw away the thought in his mind and walked to Yao Big with sighed. Yao, are they talking about the strategy in the game in the room? Chapter 622, he sports as a job for the young as Chinzung asked. Duzidin also looked over with curiosity, that he was also very curious about what was going on in the room. This was the first time he had seen game strategies being discussed like this, as if it was a class that, they are in class. After hearing Chinzung's inquiry, Yao Big did not hide anything but a 10th class. Chinzung was stunned for a moment and could not react for a moment. Seeing this, Yao Big looked carefully inside the room, and after noticing the content on the whiteboard, he spoke again. Their class is math. Hearing Yao Big's serious answer, Chinzung and Duzin showed puzzled expressions as they gave math lessons to esports players in the game club. Why does this sound so inconsistent? At the same time, The esports players following Chinzung also heard Yao Bei's words and opened their mouths in surprise. Then they began to discuss quietly that I'm going to give math lessons to esports players at the esports club. Did I hear that right? This is too explosive. Those who know it is an esports club, but those who don't know it may think it is a cram school, that it's hard to understand why this club gives lessons to esports players, that I don't understand the rule that you must rest before 12 o'clock at night. Which esports player doesn't stay up late? This esports club is so interesting that I can't believe why this club does this. That doesn't it affect training time? Mr. Yao, won't this class affect training time? Moreover, this class will not help professional players improve their esports skills. Chinzung came back to his senses and looked at Yao Bei with a puzzled expression, that it's hard to understand what the significance of a gaming club giving cultural lessons to professional players is. That if you have seen the luxurious decoration of the club and the atmosphere of the dormitory before, you can understand that Mr. Chin treats the company's employees very well. But he couldn't figure out the matter of giving cultural lessons to professional players, that he didn't understand what Mr. Chin wanted to do. That IT does affect training time. Yao Bei nodded and then changed his tone. But it doesn't mean it can't improve the training effect. Why? Chinzung's eyes became even more curious. How could the training effect not be improved if the training time was reduced? This is Mr. Chin's brilliance, that we only considered the issue of training time, but did not consider the age of the professional players. The professional players in the club are basically just adults, and they are good at playing games. That is so good. They're basically internet-addicted teenagers. Think about it, what would an internet-addicted teenager do if he only had so much time to play games every day? He would cherish the time he has to play games every day, and he would be more serious about it than he was when he could play games all day long. The level is much higher, which results in their progress in the game being very rapid, even faster than when they could play the game for a day. Yao Bei looked at the teaching in the room and couldn't help but sigh that Mr. Chin is indeed Mr. Chin. When there was no reform, professional players in those clubs played games all day long, but they were not very serious about it. Sometimes they even stayed up late at night and had no energy to play games or train the next day. After the reform, every professional player has a good sleep and cherishes the time to play games every day. This was something he never thought of before the reform. Chinzung opened his mouth in shock. He did not expect that things would be like this. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that this is really the case. There are also many young professional players in his club. They play games in the esports room every day in a very casual manner. Even when playing training matches, he always looked confused. That IT seems that when I go back, I can try the BL game club method. Yao Bagva looked at Chinzung's shocked expression, smiled slightly, and continued to speak. Of course, getting cultural lessons to these esports players is not simply to let these esports players cherish their training time. Part of the reason is that Mr. Chinzung is considering the future of these employees. This is Mr. Chin's real pattern, that it's a well-known fact that esports thrives on youth. But when they get older, what will those professional players do? They entered the club at a young age, and they definitely didn't take into consideration their studies. Let them look for you. Definitely can't find it in an industry other than esports. Mr. Chinzung is thinking about the future of those esports players. And these 3 to 4 cultural classes every day are just for these esports players to make plans for the future. After retiring, they can return to school to continue studying. And the current the purpose of teaching is to prevent them from forgetting too many cultural lessons, which will make it difficult for them to get into a learning state when they return to school. Of course, besides returning to school, we have other options. You can stay in the club or work for other companies in the Tomorrow Group. Of course, when every professional player makes a choice, corresponding training will also be provided. Listen to Yao Bagwa's words. Chinzung and Duzedong looked at each other, their eyes full of shock and admiration. They have established the Tang Club for so long, but they have never considered what those professional players should do after they retire. And this situation is not limited to their Tang Club. That he believes that most gaming clubs will not consider what happens after professional players retire. That IT can be seen from this. What Mr. Chinzung did was beyond their imagination. That let's go, the cafeteria is inside. Yao Bagwa looked at Chinzung and Duzedong, then took the lead and continued walking inside. After a while, Chinzung took the club members downstairs to the BL Game Club and directed them to enter the commercial vehicle parked aside. Is everyone here? Yao Bagua walked to Chinzung's side and spoke slowly. Well, everyone is here, that I'm going to bother Mr. Yao today. Chinzung looked grateful. IT doesn't matter, that I heard Mr. Wei tell you that you have helped the Tomorrow group a lot. What I have done is nothing. Yao Bagua waved his hand indifferently. Let's go. Mr. Wei and his friends have just sent a message that they have arrived at the corner pet park. Yao Bei said and walked into the vehicle nearby. After hearing this, Chinzung and Duzedong also sat in directly. The vehicle drove slowly and headed straight for the corner pet park. Chapter 623. Go to the corner pet park. This is a corner apartment. Basically, the employees of Corner Park live here. There is a dedicated shuttle bus to and from get off work every day. The property in front is the property that Mr. Chin acquired some time ago. It was originally an unfinished building and is now under construction. According to Mr. Chin's plan, it will be a high-end community. There is also this piece of land, which was also taken over by Mr. Chin. In the future, this place will be a large-scale esports stadium with a capacity of 100,000 people. A BL game club will be rebuilt next to it. After the construction is completed, we will move here too. The vehicle moves slowly. Occasionally, when passing some places, Yao Bagua would reach out and introduce them. When Chinzung and Duzedong heard this, their eyes gradually changed. Chinzung took out his mobile phone and quickly edited a message for Duzedong and motioned to Duzedong with the phone. Duzedong understood Chinzung's words instantly and took out his phone to take a look. The east part of the city is very remote, but Mr. Chinzung has built many industries here, which is a bit unusual. After seeing Chinzung's message, he quickly replied that it's a little weird, but I don't see anything special here, and I don't know what Mr. Chin thinks that Mr. Chin's vision is definitely not comfortable 2 hours. But since Mr. Chinzung built many industries here, he must have some deep meaning that that's true. When we get to Corner Park, we can ask Wei Yin that he has followed Mr. Chin for the longest time and should know some inside information. After Chinzung sent the last message, he looked at Duzedong and put away his phone. After about half an hour, the vehicle stopped in a spacious parking lot. Mr. Chin's Mr. Du, the corner pet park has arrived. Let's get off the car. Yao Bagua opened the door and got out of the car. Chinzung and Duzedong also walked down, looking around, and soon noticed the ticket office in the distance and the green plants in the corner park. At the same time, other members of the Tang Club also got out of the commercial vehicle. Upon seeing this, Chinzung called them all over and gave instructions. The pet park is over there. You can do your own activities. The return time will be notified in the group. The meeting point is here. Remember to follow the group chat. After hearing this, many members of the Tang Club walked towards the corner pet park. Let's go to Mr. Wei, and the others are already waiting for us. Seeing that the members of the Tang Club had gone away, Yao Bagua also walked to Chinzung and Duzedong. Good. Chinzung and Duzedong nodded respectively. Corner Park. In the reception room. Mr. Chin, Mr. Du, long time no see. Wei Yin looked at Chinzung and Duzedong, who came in and greeted them warmly. Mr. Wei, Mr. Fong, long time no see. Chinzung and Duzedong looked at Wei Yin and Fong Chong and responded enthusiastically. Let me introduce. This is Mr. Pang Tao and Mr. Su Jingming of the Corner Pet Park. This is Mr. Chinzung and Mr. Duzedong from the Tang Game Club. Wei Yin extended his hand and introduced each other. The next few people were polite to each other. Okay, we all know each other. Let's go out for a walk. Mr. Chin, Mr. Du, time is limited, so I can only take you to have a look at the pet park. After your game is over, I will take you to Jiangchang. Go somewhere else for a walk. Wei Yin took the lead and walked in front, turned to Chinzung and Duzedong and said that he maintained a friendly relationship with these two people, not just the cooperative relationship between them. There is also the help of these two people to the Tomorrow group. The Hood Alive broadcast at Duzedong's home alone has brought great help to the Tomorrow group. For example, movie promotion, song promotion, pet park promotion. They did not ask for these things, but the other party took the initiative to do so. In this way, the other party was undoubtedly expressing their goodwill. Then he naturally wants to maintain goodwill towards the other party. Okay, we've heard about the corner pet park and wanted to check it out. Chinzung and Duzedong nodded. Several people walked towards the outside of the reception room together. Hang Tao was walking at the front, introducing as he walked. Now the entire large area has been planned for our corner pet park, and our corner pet park has also reached cooperation with the towns here to build a large scenic spot or resort here. Come outside. Hang Tao stretched out his hand and gestured to the land in the distance that he had already reached an agreement with the government on these lands. Now all the vacant land can be developed by them. Of course, they also pay certain benefits. This is basically a win-win situation because the existence of the Corner Pet Park has driven the economic development of this area. And because of the support of the government, their Corner Pet Park also ensures the future expansion of the Corner Pet Park. Du Zedong and Qinzeng looked at the area that Hang Tao stretched out his hand to draw, and coupled with Hang Tao's words just now, they were even more sure that Mr. Chun of Tomorrow Group had his own plans on the east side of the city, or was optimistic about the area on the east side of the city. Potential. The group of people continued walking forward and soon passed by a row of newly built houses. These houses are all three-story buildings with uniform specifications and also have a small courtyard that I end the courtyard. There is a curved pool with various fish in it. Occasionally, a man wearing a chef's hat comes out and fishes a fish out of the pool with a fishing net. It didn't take much to figure out that this fish was about to become a delicacy and end up on someone's dinner table. This row of three-story buildings are farmhouses and B/U0026BS, which are jointly operated by our Corner Pet Park and the villagers here that we help build the houses, and they are responsible for running them. And the income will be divided. Of course, because we paid for the construction of the house, I will take 70% of the profit at the beginning. When the construction cost is recovered to 50%, we will divide it into 64%. And when the cost is recovered to 8% at 10, we will split it 50 to 50. And when the construction costs are fully recovered, power. Corner Pet Park will only take 30% of the profits. Of course, at our Corner Pet Park, we will also randomly check the hygiene of the /U0026BS and farmhouses, as well as the prices of food and accommodation. Here, everything is not very expensive like other scenic spots. Here all prices will be the same as normal prices. The area that is still under construction here is the pet hospital. I am planning to build the best pet hospital in the city or even in the country. Every time he passed an area, Pang Tao would introduce it in detail that I see there's a large open space behind that farmhouse. What are you going to do? Wei Yin pointed at the open space in the distance. There it has always been planned. The edge of the open space is inside the pet park that we will wait until the Corner Pet Park expands before developing that area. There is no good expansion plan at the moment. Pang Tao opened his mouth to explain that I asked this so. Wei Yin looked at the open space, reached out, and touched his chin thoughtfully. Chapter 624. What is Mr. Wei's opinion? That I do have an expansion plan. Wei Yin looked at the open space in the distance and spoke slowly. Mr. Wei, do you have any suggestions? Pang Tao's face lit up. Among the managers who didn't know Wei Yin's ability, basically, every manager who joins the Tomorrow Group has received some advice from Wei Yin, and every time he was given advice, they would have a sudden enlightenment and benefit a lot. Now that Wei Yin has an idea, it must be a very good plan. Before this plan, I would like to ask how the traffic at the Corner Pet Park is now. Wei Yin turned to look at Pang Tao. Now that the construction of the farmhouse is completed, the daily passenger flow has basically stabilized to 20,000 to 30,000 people. Pang Tao didn't hide anything. Can these farmhouses and B/U0026BS now fully meet the requirements of these tourists? Wei Yin continued to ask. Not at all. Today there are 50 B/U0026BS and farmhouses in total, which simply cannot meet the needs of tourists. Pang Tao showed a wry smile. This was exactly what he was troubled by these days. During this period, farmhouses and B/U0026BS are always full, and many people still have to go to the city to stay in hotels. There are no more B/U0026BS and B/U0026BS, and there are not that many villagers willing to cooperate. Even if they spend their own money to build B/U0026BS and B/U0026BS, they will take up too much land, which will affect the Corner Pet Park in the future. Of expansion. If that's the case, then there is no problem with my plan. I think a resort hotel can be built on that vacant land. It is said to be a hotel, but the construction requirements cannot be designed according to the hotel. First point, based on the needs of tourists here, there are 2.1 is for short-term rental, for 1 or 2 days. The other is for permanent residence. You can stay here for 1 to 2 months or longer. For short-term stays, you can go to farmhouses and B/U0026BS. Therefore, this hotel should be built for the purpose of long-term stay. When designing the room type, you can consider adding a kitchen. It does not need to provide a place where you can cook by yourself like a hotel suite. That's fine. And the decoration layout of the room should be mainly for leisure, not too businesslike. You can consider adding a balcony. Also, people who can come here for vacation basically like cats and dogs and are likely to bring their own pets. You can add some pet rooms appropriately. For example, you can set up a small room for pets inside. In the room, set up some cat climbing frames, put some dog toys, and add safety nets to the windows to prevent pets from accidentally falling. If you have any questions about food and accommodation, you can refer to tomorrow's canteen. Wei Yin briefly talked about the design requirements of the hotel. Of course, his plan is not aimless, but has a basis that he usually watches the live broadcast of the pet park in his spare time and sees some comments about wanting to go on vacation here. And there are quite a few. That's why when Pang Tao talked about the open space, he made such a suggestion. Moreover, the current B/U0026BS and farmhouses are indeed unable to support the current needs of tourists. Pang Tao's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he looked at Su Jingming beside him, showing a hint of surprise. Mr. Wei, thank you very much. The plan we discussed before was to build 2 free-range gardens in that open space that we can select some docile cats and dogs and put them in 2 free-range gardens respectively. Then visitors can interact with pets while walking, but later I thought it was a bit monotonous, so I didn't consider it. But I think the hotel you mentioned can be combined with a free-range garden behind the hotel so that tourists can interact with the pets in the free-range garden during their leisure time. Well, the idea of a free-range park is good. Cats are okay, but dogs need to be careful to avoid incidents of dogs hurting people. Wei Yin thought for a moment and spoke slowly. Safety is indeed a problem, so build a free-range cat garden first. Pang Tao nodded and continued to lead the way. Come on, let's continue visiting. The group of people continued to walk forward and soon arrived at the ticket office. Of course, Pang Tao was leading the way. There was no need to buy tickets at all, and someone led the way in, just walked into the pet park. Chen, Song, and Du Xing were shocked by the greenery in front of them. The lush green plants basically covered the pet park, and the sunlight could only shine through the green leaves and cast spots on the ground. This kind of greening is comparable to a green ecological park. In the video, they also knew that the greening here was very good, but after experiencing it in person, they still had a different feeling. The group continued walking forward to see the layout of the corner pet park. That's the pet paradise over there. When he reached a fork in the road, Chun Song pointed to a place in the distance where there were a lot of people and asked, "Yes, that's the pet paradise. There happens to be a pet competition today. Let's go and have a look." Well, I saw the pet competition on the live broadcast, and I thought it was quite interesting. Chin Song smiled and nodded. The group of people walked towards the pet paradise. Mr. Pang, Mr. Su, just got closer. There was a shout not far away. "Xiao Xiao, it's still live broadcast." Pang Tao looked over and found that it was Du Xiao Xiao who was speaking. At this time, the other party was holding a mobile phone and pointing it in the direction of the pet competition in the distance. Well, live broadcast the pet competition. Du Xiao Xiao nodded. Du Xiao Xiao. Du Ziding looked at Du Xiao Xiao and called out that he was very familiar with Du Xiao Xiao because he arranged for the other party to live broadcast here. President Du Xiao Xiao turned around and looked, and when she saw the person clearly, she exclaimed, "Isn't this the boss behind her?" "You continue to live broadcast." Du Ziding spoke lightly, and his eyes turned to the pet competition in the pet park. 2 hours later. Parking lot. Today, I will trouble President Pang and President Su. Qin Sound and Du Ziding looked at Pang Tao and Su Jingming and thanked them. It doesn't matter. Whenever you want to come over, remember to call us that we will treat you well. Pang Tao smiled and waved his hand. Qin Sound smiled and turned to look at Yao Bagua. "Boss Yao, the club members are now in your hands that we need to discuss some matters with Boss Wei. Just go ahead that we will definitely arrange for your club members." Yao Bagua smiled and nodded that he knew that Chinda Club and Sanchua Games had a cooperation, and he didn't want to disturb them. That he then arranged a business car to take the people from Chinda Club away from the corner pet park. Let's go too. Watching the business car leave, Wei Yin turned to look at Chin Sound and Du Zidang on the side. "Hey, are you opening a new brand at Non-Hit Coffee?" At the entrance of Non-Hit Coffee, Du Zidang looked at Non-Hit Coffee opposite Non-Hit Coffee and asked with some confusion. It was not that he was making a random guess, but that the two coffee shops looked basically the same from the outside, except for the name. The color of the brand, the font of the coffee shop name, and the love chairs and love water dispensers outside the coffee shop were simply carved out of the same mold. Chapter 625 John Joe's live broadcast. Wei Yin looked at the coffee shop in the distance and frowned slightly that he hasn't paid much attention to non-hit coffee recently. He doesn't know what is going on with non-hit coffee. But what is certain is that this is definitely not their new brand of non-high coffee. It seems that non-hit coffee has encountered a competitor that I don't know much about it. But it's definitely not a new brand of non-hit coffee. That's a competitor that it seems like you, non-hit coffee, are in trouble. Duzidin also looked at Nari Coffee in the distance. This was no longer a competition, but a declaration of war. Let's go in and talk. The non-hit coffee matter will be handled by the manager of non-hit coffee. Wei Yin took one last look at non-hit coffee in the distance, then opened the door and walked into the coffee shop. I paid attention to the customer flow of the coffee shop at this time. It was much less than a while ago, but it seems that it has been affected by Nari Coffee opposite. We chose a corner seat in a coffee shop and a few people sat down. Wei Yin called the clerk, ordered 4 cups of coffee, and then looked up at Chin Sunjin Duzin. There's nothing to say about our cooperation. You two invited us here. There must be other things. The current cooperation between Sanctuary Games and Tang Club is nothing more than the Rido host exclusive events. With the help Shui and Duzidin have given to the Tomorrow Group, there will basically be no changes. It's Mr. Wei again. You guys have seen through our little thoughts that I invited Mr. Wei to come here today just to find out what Mr. Chin has planned for the east side of Jiangxing City. Cheng Sui directly asked his doubts. It seems that you also know that Tomorrow Group has properties in the east of the city. I don't know if Mr. Chin has any plans. But I do know that as long as the Tomorrow Group continues to develop the east of the city, sooner or later the east of the city will become prosperous. Wei Yin said with certainty. Cheng Sui nodded slightly when he heard this. Although he didn't ask Mr. Chin's plan, he knew that Tomorrow Group planned to continue investing in the east side of the city. If this is the case, it will indeed be a matter of time before the east side of the city becomes prosperous. In this case, should he invest in the east side of the city in advance and go back to persuade his father to build a Tianda Plaza in the east side of the city. When the east side of the city becomes prosperous, he can have a sip of soup. You can also show your vision to your DAD.MR Wei. I heard from Mr. Yao that the real estate invested by Mr. Chen plans to be a high-end community. Du Xing asked from the side that's right, it's a high-end community. The requirements of this community are very strict. The building materials are of high standards. There will be no safety and quality issues at all. Upon hearing this, Wei Yin told all the construction requirements for tomorrow's community. Cheng Sui and Du Xing's eyes lit up when they heard this. Nowadays, it is difficult to find a reliable house. But Mr. Chin of Tomorrow Group is different. Since Wei Yin can say this, it must not be too bad. And if it is really built according to what Wei Yin said, it will definitely be a high-end real estate. Du Xing thought for a while and asked again I wonder how much Mr. Chen will price this property. For such a good property, the price must not be cheap. Mr. Chen's average price is 50,000 per square meter. Depending on the floor, the price will fluctuate differently. Wei Yin opened his mouth to answer. Only 50,000 per square meter. Cheng Sui looked shocked when he heard this. Such a good construction standard was only 50,000 per square meter. There was no problem in buying a building with their family's assets. MR Wei, when will the pre-sale of this house start? I think this house is very good, and I want to buy 1 or 2 when I come to Jiangxing in the future. I can have a place to live. Me too. Du Xing agreed. A house of 50,001 square meters was nothing to them. This property is not for pre-sale. You need to wait until the construction is completed before you can buy it. If you two really want to buy it, I will recommend a designer to you. You can communicate with him about the decoration first. When the property, the decoration can be completely according to your decoration requirements. In this way, after buying the house, you can basically move in, and you don't have to worry at all if the house you buy is not in the decoration style you like. As Wei Yin spoke, he pushed Wang Yang's contact information to the two of them. Since these two people are well off, there is no pressure at all to buy Mr. Chen's house. It would be nice to drink coffee and help Mr. Chen sell 2 houses at the same time. BL Game Club. Zhang Zhou and Sui Ba found Yao Bagua. MR Yao, please ask, do we need to follow the time schedule prescribed by your club? That's not necessary, but after 12 o'clock, the people in our club will rest, so you Don't need to disturb them. Of course, if you are in the esports room, we have made soundproofing that as long as you don't dance, you can play games normally. Communicating or shouting will not disturb you. Yao Bagua heard Jiang Zhou's question and answered. After all, the Tang Game Club is not their BL Game Club, so there is no need to ask the people of the Tang Club to follow their work and rest system. I understand. Mr. Yao, I will start a live broadcast later. I wonder if I can live broadcast your club? Jiang Zhou thought for a while and asked again. His fans all know that he will participate in the competition tomorrow, and he will live broadcast it today at the base of the BL Game Club, the organizer of the event. I believe his fans will like it very much. It's live broadcast, no problem. Yao Bagua nodded. Their club didn't have much visibility, and the live broadcast could also increase the reputation of their BL Game Club, so there was no reason to refuse. Thank you very much, Mr. Yao. Jiang Zhou thanked him and left with Swayball. Afterwards, he told the other members of the club about his schedule, entered his dormitory, sent a message to the fan group to start the broadcast, and took out his mobile phone to start the live broadcast. Soon many people came into the live broadcast room I went to Brother Zhou to start the broadcast. I thought there would be no live broadcast for the game tomorrow. Brother Zhou is dedicated to his work. Today, Brother Zhou is holding a live broadcast on his mobile phone. Where is this? A hotel. It seems that Brother Zhou has arrived in Jiangcheng. He's staying in a hotel in Jiangcheng. Jiang Zhou looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room and smiled. Brothers, the place I am in is not a hotel, but the dormitory of the BL Game Club. I will start a live broadcast today, mainly to show you around the BL Game Club. Chapter 626 Wei Yan's arrangement at BL Game Club. Isn't this the organizer of this event? I didn't expect Brother Zhou to come directly to the organizer of the event. Awesome. Let me go. This is the dormitory of BL Game Club. I thought it was a standard room in the hotel. This is the first time I have seen such a luxurious dormitory. This BL Game Club is really wealthy. BL Game Club. I know this. The championship in the Fire Dragon Island competition a while ago was won by BL Game Club. If I hadn't heard this news, I wouldn't have associated the two clubs together. I also watched the game on Fire Dragon Island, and it was really awesome. In the early games, they always use one tactic, but in the final, they changed their tactics and caught the opponent off guard. I like the team uniforms of the BL Game Club, but the official BL store now only has 30 pieces on the shelves each time, so I can't get them every time. Brother Zhou, can you help me get a set of BL Club uniforms? I really like it. It's too late to BUY.AT first. The team uniforms were sold in unlimited quantities. I bought 3 sets directly at that time. One set cost $799 for a jacket. An AT- shirt. IT was a bit expensive, but I like the game Fire Dragon Island very much. Nowadays, there is not much popularity, and there are not as many players as before. I want to buy a few sets to commemorate it. But a few days ago, someone bought a set from me for $1,500, and there were even people who wanted to buy it. But I was a little reluctant to part with the remaining 2 sets. If I had known that there was no limit, I would have bought a few more sets, and I might not have paid them back. Can make money. Jiang Zhou looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room and walked out of the room. Brothers, I will ask about the team uniforms when the time comes. If I can get some, I will hold a lottery in the live broadcast room. Now let me show you the layout of the BL Game Club. Jiang Zhou said as he took the elevator to the first floor. This is the lobby of the BL Game Club. The trophy in the center is the championship trophy of the Dragon Fruit competition. And here is the esports room. I looked at the configuration of the computers in the esports room and found that none of the computers cost less than 80,000 yuan. The computers here have almost all the games in the world that IT can be moved. There was a hint of emotion in Jiang Zhou's tone. Before he joined Brother Zhou's club, he had always dreamed of having a computer like this. Although I have it now, I spend my own money to configure it. The number of computers provided by the club is around 10,000. At the BL Game Club, he looked around and found that basically all computers had this configuration. Take your mobile phone and continue to visit inside the club. The next place is the club's lounge. There are drinks in the refrigerator and snacks in the snack cabinet. In the BL Game Club, you can eat whatever you want. There is also a viewing room here for rest. You can watch a movie here sometimes. There's also a video game console here, which is very nostalgic. It's good to play it occasionally. Half an hour later, Jiang Zhou returned to his dormitory. Brothers, we have basically finished visiting the BL Game Club. This time, because the BL Game Club as the organizer did not send its own game battles to participate in the competition. You can already see the pattern of the BL Game Club, that if you like the BL Game Club, you can pay attention to the official Weibo of the BL Game Club. Some figures and team uniforms will be drawn from time to time on the Weibo. Jiang Zhou held her cell phone and spoke slowly. After broadcasting live for so long, she naturally wanted to promote the BL Game Club and increase the popularity of the BL Game Club. The BL Game Club did have a pattern that IT spent tens of millions in event prizes, but in the end its own team did not participate. This is obviously because they don't want to compete with other teams for the tens of millions of tournament prizes. Live broadcast room common area. Let me go. This BL Game Club is really heroic that I took a look at the official account of the BL Game Club, and there was really a lottery and all the figures and team uniforms were included. The team uniforms are okay, that I really want that figure. It's Qianlong's figure that I like it so much. Why didn't I know about it earlier? Yes, I really like those figures that if I had known about them, I would have followed BL Game Club earlier. You all don't know I followed the BL Game Club during the Fire Dragon Island game. Not many people followed it at that time, but I got a figure in a team uniform. But now there are more people following it, and the chance of winning is it's dropped a lot. If you really like Dragon and Extreme Survival figures, you can go to the BL Game Club's official website mall, where they are sold, and the lottery prizes are basically small figures. You can buy large figures there, but the price is much higher. I really like the BL Game Club. The free snacks, free drinks, and the food menu in the cafeteria are so enviable. Jiang Zhou looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room and smiled. Brothers, that's it for today's live broadcast. You can watch our game tomorrow. While talking, Jiang Zhou immediately hung up the live broadcast that he would have to play a game tomorrow. Although it was only a knockout round, he still needed to be mentally prepared to cope with it with all his strength. On the second day, tomorrow Group Sun, Shuei a game. Wei Yin walked directly into the conference room. At this time, the conference room was full of people. These people were all members of the Freedom War Project. Today's meeting is mainly to summarize the progress of the Freedom War. Some time, AG.SU Yuan Lu Run, you guys start. Wei Yan's eyes fell on the two biggest people in charge of the Freedom War. Okay, Mr. WEI.SU Yuan nodded, walked to the podium in front with Lu Run, opened the computer at the same time, and projected a PPT onto the curtain in front. Lu Run was coordinating on the side, and Su Yuan began to explain slowly. Now, Freedom War is about halfway through. The basic gameplay and some rules have been perfected. The game's map modeling has been completed. 0.5 game characters have been completed, with the lowest 15 characters. The character is still 2/3 away. Next, our main focus is the design of game characters. But Hu Bian's game worldview has been improved by about 80%, and it involves many new races such as the dwarves, the wild race. With these background designs, the design of our new characters is much more convenient, that we can design some new characters according to the races of the background world. For example, for the dwarves, we can completely design the characters to be very short when modeling. The background of the Desolate tribe has always been invaded by foreign races. In addition, the Desolate tribe's lack of supplies has cultivated some savage, but powerful characters that we can use with this background. I designed some game characters of the Huang tribe. With the background worldview designed by Hu Bian, the difficulty of developing new characters has been reduced a lot. The only thing that needs to be done is to model the corresponding game character based on the worldview background. Then there is the design of some skills, and there are some parameters for debugging. Time passes slowly. Su Yuan picked up the mineral water on the table and took a quick sip before continuing to speak. This is the current progress of the game. If nothing unexpected happens, it will take about 9 to 10 months for the game to be released. Chapter 627 Hu Bian's work. As Su Yuan finished speaking, the conference room burst into applause. Thank you Su Yuan and Lu Run for your speeches. We have completed half of Freedom War, but I hope everyone will not be complacent. The further the game goes, the more difficult it will be. I hope everyone will continue to work hard and be more serious and responsible in the future game design. You should know that as long as our game is successfully developed and liked by many game players, Mr. Chen will never treat us unfairly. Some of you old employees know about the previous Tianlong and Extreme Survival. Wei Yin looked at all the employees in the conference room with a serious look. The closer the game design is to the final moment, the more you can't slack off, and verbally asking these employees to be serious is definitely not as realistic as the benefits. The previous project bonuses for Tian Long and Extreme Survival were not thousands or hundreds of thousands, but tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands that he didn't believe that these employees would not be tempted, that as long as they were tempted, they needed to complete their work carefully and seriously, that we will work hard. All the employees in the conference room spoke in unison. How could they not know about the project bonus? And if the game becomes popular, there will be game dividends every year, so even if it is for themselves, they will do their work well. Wei Yin looked at the mental state of everyone in the conference room and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, today's meeting is over, adjourn. After saying that, he stood up and walked out of the conference room. Back to the office. Not long after, the office door was knocked. Two figures opened the door and walked in. They were Hu Bian and Su Yuan. Sit down. Wei Yin looked at the two people who came in, pointed to the chair in front of the desk, and then his eyes fell on Hu Bian. How long will it take to complete the game Background of Freedom War? Well, Mr. Wei, according to my current progress, 90% has been completed, but then I thought that the background of this game should not be too limited. Although the worldview and background are already complete, I think the characters in the worldview can be enriched at so. If I really say how much of the background of this game I have completed, I'm not sure. For example, I have designed several characters for the current human race and the demon race, but maybe in the future, I will add some characters. In some storylines, such as the brother or sister of a certain character, Hu Bien briefly talked about his ideas. Okay, as long as you have your own ideas. Wei Yin nodded when he heard this. There was nothing wrong with what Hu Bian said, and this Hu Bian was not an employee of their Sanctua game, but a screenwriter of Lampion film and television. It was already very good to be able to help him improve the world background of Freedom War. At this time, thinking of this, he turned his head and looked at Su Yuan. If you have any problems with the design of Freedom War, you can always come to me. If there are insufficient staff or some technical deficiencies, you can report to me in time. I know. Mr. Wei. Su Yuan nodded. The design concept of Freedom War was provided by him, so he is very concerned about this game. In the office. Several people talked about the content of the game again. Okay, I called you to deal with these things at Wei. Then we will get busy. Yes. Wei Yin looked at Hu Bian and Su Yuan and nodded slowly. Watching the two leave the office, Wei Yin couldn't help but sigh. As the progress of the game got higher and higher, he began to feel a little nervous that he was uncertain about this game. Because there is no similar game on the market, he is not sure whether this game will be liked by players after it is launched. He is a little nervous about this. I hope it can be liked by players. Even if it can't reach the level of popularity of Extreme Survival, it can reach the popularity of Tian Long. Wei Yin thought secretly in his heart. Blue Film. Hu Bien went to the editing room first, took a look at the special effects editing, and after confirming that there was no problem, he returned to his office. As soon as he sat down at the desk, he couldn't wait to turn on the computer. During this period, he had three things in total. One was to check the editing of the movie's special effects, and the other was to build the background worldview of Freedom War. The third thing was something he found for himself because he had some free time during this period. Since joining Blue Film, his monthly salary has only increased, but his workload as the worldview of Freedom War is improved. The things he should do every day are getting less and less. This made him feel very uneasy about this job. After thinking about it, he simply made it up. The background worldview of Tian Long, but he was a screenwriter of Blue Film, and it was not good to make up the worldview of Tian Long. Moreover, Sanctua Games did not ask him to write. After thinking about it, he changed the half-made-up Tian Long game worldview into a novel script. The original martial arts world has now become a fairy world. Since it is a fairy world, flying with a sword is definitely the dream of most people. So he created this fairy world with the sword as the theme. So during this period of time, he has been fabricating the worldview of this fairy world, that he plans to complete the worldview of the world of Shinsha, and then write character relationships and stories based on the worldview of the world of Shinsha. Although I don't know if this script will be liked by Mr. Luo, but as a screenwriter for a film and television company, I always have to write scripts. Thinking in my heart, that Hu Bien opened Ord and started typing on the keyboard with concentration. Nana Coffee headquarters. In the conference room. The emergence of Nari Coffee has caused the number of customers of our Nana Coffee to drop a lot. And looking at the current posture of Nari Coffee, It is obviously targeting our Nana Coffee, so our Nana Coffee is facing a very severe test that if we are not careful at all, our Nana Coffee will fall into a loss-making state again. And today I have called everyone together to ask for your opinions and see if there are any good ways to deal with it. Song Sia stood in front of the conference table and looked at everyone in the conference room with serious eyes. After learning about Nari Coffee at Nana Coffee Made Shop, she and teacher Sudan did some research on Nari Coffee and found that Nari Coffee now has 6 stores in Jiangcheng, and there are 5 more in JAI.IT is under renovation. And depending on the progress of the renovation, it will be open for business in about half a month. Moreover, these stores have opened. If it continues, Nana Coffee is likely to return to a loss-making state, which makes her very anxious. After finally turning a profit, Nana Coffee was about to return to a loss-making state. That if Mr. Chen knew this, how would he look at her? Chapter 628, Crisis of Nana Coffee. The conference room was quiet. The store managers in all the stores looked at each other, but no one spoke. Nowadays, Nana Coffee is facing a really tricky situation. Nowadays, apart from the different names and different prices, the stores of both parties are basically the same. I imitated their public welfare, imitated their decoration style. And even the name was different, but it was only one word different. So there's really nothing they can do about it. Does anyone have an opinion? Don't worry. If you have anything to say, just say it. I called you here today just to discuss it. Everyone can speak freely and don't think that you will make mistakes. Song Sia looked at everyone in the conference room and said in a gentle tone. After a while, finally someone spoke. Or Song, the difference between our Nana Coffee and non-Ru Coffee is the price. Those customers who were pulled away were basically because the price of non-Ru Coffee is cheaper. I think we can lower the price. Let's fight and lower the price of coffee appropriately. Well, I understand this suggestion. Does anyone else want to comment? Song Sia nodded slightly. Lowering the price was not feasible for Mr. Chen. When the coffee shop was still losing money, Mr. Chen did not agree to lower the price of the coffee shop. Now it is obviously impossible to lower the price just when it encounters competitors. And since she became the manager of non-Ru Coffee, she has also looked at some business issues. And price wars are always the best choice, because price war means the need for abundant funds, and abundant funds means huge risks. Therefore, price war is basically untenable here. Can you please suggest some discounts in the store? I think it could use some more publicity. In the conference room, people would express their opinions from time to time. Listening to those suggestions, Song Sia frowned slightly. Based on the current situation faced by non-Ru Coffee, these opinions cannot solve the fundamental problem at all. He turned around and glanced at the Sultan at the conference table. The Sultan shook his head slightly. Seeing this, Song Sia sighed secretly and looked at everyone in the conference room. Today's meeting ends here. I will seriously consider your suggestions. As Song Sia's words fell, everyone in the conference room stood up and walked slowly outside the conference room. Wait until everyone leaves. Song Sia sat on the seat next to the Sultan, looking anxious. Teacher Su, things are a bit troublesome. The solutions provided by the store managers in the conference room just now are only treating the symptoms but not the root cause. There is no way. The other side has copied our successful routine and used low prices to compete with us for customers. IT is really difficult to deal with it without starting a price war. Sudan shook her head. She was currently confused about this matter and could not find any good solution. Then what should we do? If this continues, non-Ru Coffee may really return to its previous damaged state. Song Sia's tone was a little anxious. We can only slowly think of a solution. However, if this matter remains unresolved, we cannot keep it hidden. Sooner or later, it will be reported to the group. Sultan spoke slowly. Although she does not want to see such a situation, if non-Ru Coffee really returns to a loss-making state, it will definitely be reported. That's all it can do. Song Sia sighed. Non-Ru Coffee finally turned a profit, but now it is back to a loss-making state. After Mr. Chen found out, he didn't know what to think. But fortunately, currently, non-Ru Coffee only targets a Nana Coffee in Jiangxing City, and Nana Coffee in Kyoto is not affected. Jiangxing City, in an office building. Mr. Chen, this is the current information on non-Ru Coffee in Jiangxing City. Please take a look. A beautiful woman delivered a piece of information to Changru's desk. Seeing this, Changru reached out to take the information, opened it, and took a look. After a while, he burst into laughter. Well done. While talking, he pulled the woman onto his lap. The data just showed that Nari Coffee has recently taken away nearly 1/3 of Nana Coffee's customers. And because of the price advantage more, customers will eventually choose Nari Coffee. If you fight with me, you won't even know how you will die. Chong-ru sneered, moved his hands over the woman's body twice, and then left her go. After the notice is announced, there is no need to wait and see. For all the stores of Manhwa Coffee in Jiangxing City, a Chong-ru Coffee will be opened. By the way, we will arrange for a team of people to go to Kyoto for inspection. The next step is to open Chong-ru Coffee to Kyoto and follow the same method as. Now, okay, Mr. Chin. The woman nodded. He turned around and prepared to walk outside. Wait a moment. When Chong-ru saw the woman preparing to walk outside, he stretched out his hand to stop her. The woman paused and turned to look at Chong-ru. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Chong-ru said as he stood up and walked towards the woman and finally hugged the woman from behind. Why are you leaving in such a hurry, Mr. Chin? Well, 2 days later, Jiangxing Stadium. Zhanglan slowly walked off the stage and looked at Yao Bagua below the stage. How is it? No problem. I believe that the opening tomorrow will definitely boost the atmosphere of the scene. Yao Bagua said with a shocked look on his face that he originally just wanted to ask Zhanglan to sing those famous songs, but he didn't expect that the new song Zhanglan brought out would be so explosive. Both the lyrics and the momentum of singing are very suitable for the game. Extreme Survival, that he likes this song very much. Just listening to this song. In the audience, he feels that his blood is boiling and even has a feeling of going to the battlefield to fight immediately. In reality, he can't find someone to fight, but it's different in the game that he can take a gun and charge to the front of the battlefield, that he even wants to regard this song as the battle song of Extreme Survival. There is no way it is too suitable. After thinking about it, that he still can't help but speak. Ms. Zhanglan, your song, Reverse War, is very suitable for our game, Extreme Survival. Can I use this song as the battle song of Extreme Survival? Of course, it will not affect the operation of your song. Just nominally define it as the battle song of Extreme Survival. That's so? No problem. Zhanglan agreed without thinking much, regardless of whether it would affect the operation. This song was originally given to her by Mr. Chin. The BL Game Club belongs to Mr. Chin's group, so why would she disagree with Yao Bagua's request? Chapter 629, The Boiling Stage. Yao Bagua was also stunned for a moment that he didn't expect Zhanglan to agree so quickly, but he quickly reacted. Thank you, Ms. Zhang-Lan. Our Yao is too polite that we are all employees of Tomorrow Group. Helping you is equivalent to helping Tomorrow Group. Haha. Ms. Zhanglan is right that if Ms. Zhanglan encounters any problems in the future, just ask me, Yao Bagua, for help. Yao Bagua laughed heartily twice. Then I will remember it, but if there is no problem with my rehearsal, then I will go back first. Zhanglan spoke slowly. After singing this song tomorrow, she will start preparing to create a new song. The previous song received a good response, but it only ranked 46th on the new song list. And then it never moved again. It is already a good song to be able to enter the top 100 of the new song list. But she is not satisfied with just a good song. She wants to create a song that can compete with those of Mr. Chin. She knew it was difficult, but she believed that as long as she worked hard and made some progress with each song she created, sooner or later, she would create songs comparable to those of Mr. Chin. In the stadium, Yao Bagua watched Zhanglan leave and turned to walk to other places. Tomorrow is the final, and he needs to confirm the last things to ensure that there will be no problems when the final starts tomorrow. Mr. Yao, you are here. Zhomei looked at Yao Bagua, who rushed over. Well, how are your things arranged? Yao Bagua nodded and looked at Zhomei and some people behind him. Mr. Yao, everything has been arranged. Tomorrow, they will change into cost clothes before the spectators enter the stadium and stand in the positions arranged today. Zhomei spoke quickly. That's good. Thank you for your hard work today. Yao Bagua breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Now, all the things that can increase the atmosphere of the stadium have been confirmed to be fine. Then what needs to be confirmed next are some hardware facilities, such as computers, networks, etc. However, for these hardware problems, we can just arrange for people in a club to check them, and the computers in their club will basically not have any major problems. The next day, 6 p.m., Jiangxing Stadium, a group of spectators have lined up outside the stadium and walked in little by little. As soon as they walked into the stadium, They saw several spy girls entering the stadium gate and distributing some small props for watching the game, such as some fluorescent sticks, and those spy girls instantly attracted the attention of many people. Oh my god, this game is good. You can watch the game and see the spy girls. Not bad. It's not in vain. These spy girls are quite pleasing to the eye. The characters here are all from Tian Long in Extreme Survival. They are really good and good looking. I don't know if I can get a contact number or something. Yes, this organizer is really good. There are so many spy girls. A group of pedestrians quickly entered the stadium. Of course, some people's eyes have always stayed on several spy girls. Soon, as everyone entered the stadium, a host quickly walked to the stage built in front of the stadium, which was also the place where many teams would compete. The host held the microphone, looked at the crowd in the stadium, and spoke slowly. Welcome everyone to the scene of the Extreme Survival Finals. After 3 days of elimination matches, 30 teams were finally selected to enter the finals. The 30 teams were divided into 3 groups, A, B, C, with 10 people in each group. As for the other competition rules, they are the same as the elimination. The only difference is that this time, there are prizes for each stage, and the key to this competition is 20 million prizes. At the same time, today's competition will be broadcast live on the entire network. But before the competition starts, let's enjoy the song that John London brought me. As the host's voice fell, he quickly walked off the stage. Immediately afterwards, a cloud of smoke appeared on the stage, and in a hazy smoke, a figure slowly walked out. The smoke gradually dissipated that a woman in combat uniform slowly revealed her figure. The woman held the microphone and smiled and spoke. Hello, everyone. I'm John London. In the stands of the stadium, all eyes were focused on the figure on the stage. At the same time, in the live broadcast room, oh my god, John London. Is this the first time I see her in person? Did I hear it right? John London. Isn't this the singer who sang for 10 years? Really? I've read her profile. I like her songs so much. If I had known that John London would sing on stage in the game competition, would have gone there. What a loss. What a loss. I envy those who went to watch the competition live. What song are you going to sing today? It should be Invisible Wings, 10 Years, and later. I like to listen to all 3 songs. On the stage, John London began to sing the first song of the day, Invisible Wings. The second and third songs followed. 10 years later, as these 3 songs were sung, the entire stadium became hot in an instant, with many people waving their light sticks and shouting loudly. John London, John London. One more song. Backstage at the stadium, Yao Bagua and AtoZ looked at the stage and the audience's reaction through the big screen and smiled slightly. Mr. Yao, it seems that the decision to invite John London to sing here is very good. Just the opening has directly livened up the atmosphere of the competition. Well, but I still have to thank Mr. Wei for his advice. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of these, Yao Bagua sighed. That's right. Mr. Wei is worthy of being Mr. Chen's most respected person. AtoZ nodded in agreement. On the stage of the stadium, as the third song was sung, John London held the microphone and looked at the cheering people in the stadium. Her eyes were a little dazed. She suddenly felt like she was at a concert. Isn't this the scene in her dream? Standing under the stage lights, listening to the audience cheering for her singing. John London smiled slightly, but soon came back to her senses. Looking at the cheering audience, she slowly spoke. Thank you for your love. I have some 3 songs today. Next, I will give you a new song. I hope you like it. After that, she returned to the center of the stage. Chun by Jin Yuan. Chun Mo sat on the sofa, watching the live broadcast of the Extreme Survival event on the computer, and his brows couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect that John London would sing at the beginning of this competition. After singing 3 songs, she had to sing new songs. Chinemo quickly thought of the songs he had given to John London and couldn't help but have a bad premonition in his heart. Chapter 630 Sulei regrets that he knew what songs he gave John London, and one of them was very suitable for singing in this atmosphere, and John London had just created a song a few days ago. According to his rules, she could put a song he gave her on the shelves. Chinemo couldn't help but sigh, and his eyes were fixed on the live broadcast. At this time, the accompaniment of music had sounded in the stage. Listening to the accompaniment, there was no suspense. It was the song he thought of, Reverse War. This John London is really not honest at all. This Reverse War is sung here and broadcast live on the whole network. I don't know how many players will be brought to extreme survival. Thinking in his heart, he wanted to get up, and then he realized that he was at home now, not in the office. The notebook was in the drawer of the office, and there was no way to cross it today. Junshing Gymnasium. On the stage, John London had already picked up the microphone and sang that on this turbulent battlefield. The stormy youth appeared, in the roar of the flames of war, noisy the whole world. The song instantly spread to the entire stadium, and the originally chaotic stadium gradually quieted down. At the same time, the big screen behind John London played the battle scene in the game, Extreme Survival. Several figures holding guns, regardless of the smoke of war, fought against the enemy. One enemy after another fell under his gun. Grenade, stun bomb, Molotov cocktail filled every corner of the battlefield. The cruelty of war was vividly reflected. Until the end, only one team survived on the battlefield. At this time, the song also reached the climax. Dadion, the battle against the enemy is coming, comma. The ace must be wild that travel the universe and settle the world. The song continued. The atmosphere of the stadium gradually changed under the rendering of this song. Everyone's eyes were shining with excitement, and they became passionate. The comments in the live broadcast room were flipping rapidly. What a passionate song. I can't control myself. I can't wait to play a game right now. Me too. My blood is boiling when I listen to it. It's so good. I've already opened the game. I want to kill everyone in the game. What a passionate song. I became a fan. I will be a fan of John London in the future. I'm a fan of John London. I saw John London posted on Weibo that she was singing in an esports competition today, so I came to watch. What kind of game is this? I also want to play it. That's right, I don't play this game, but after listening to this song, I really want to play it. I really regret not going to the scene to see it. It must be more exciting to listen to this song in person. I like this song. I don't know when it will be available on the music platform. London is awesome. Xinhua Entertainment. INA Lounge. Su Lei, Li Xiaoxiao, and Wu Jia watched the live broadcast on the computer, their eyes full of jealousy and a trace of regret. If we had known it would be like this, we would not have left John London's studio. Maybe we would have sung these songs that Li Xiaoxiao couldn't help but mutter. It was Su Lei who instigated us. If it weren't for Su Lei, we wouldn't have left. Wu Jia looked at Su Lei's face and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed. That time, it was Su Lei who found the two of them and told them what benefits and prospects there would be if they joined the entertainment company. And studying in John London's studio, there is no traffic and no one pays attention. It takes time and luck to become famous. Su Lei listened to the words of the two and said nothing. At this time, these two people blamed her for all the mistakes. Did they really think she didn't know anything? When she went to find these two people, she knew that they had already negotiated with other entertainment companies. She went to find these two people, but just to pull them both to a company so that she could get more bargaining chips. But she didn't want to say much. It was nothing more than that they wanted better development, and finally found that the original place was better. There is Norbert Medicine in the world. They have now joined Xinhua Entertainment and have signed a contract. Before the contract expires, they can't do anything. If they want to terminate the contract, they have to pay a huge penalty. But if they don't terminate the contract, they will face being hidden by Xinhua Entertainment. After all, they have joined Xinhua Entertainment for such a long time, but they have not created a song that can be on the new song chart. At this time, the manager who signed them was very dissatisfied with their performance. If they can't come up with a good song, they will not allocate any resources to them. Not allocating resources means basically hiding them. When they signed them into the company before, they promised to give them various resources, but they never gave them. At this moment, she finally understood that giving them resources is when they can create a little value for the company. Thinking of this, a trace of regret flashed in Su Lei's eyes. If she had not joined Xinhua Entertainment, then Zhang Lan would have performed 10 years later in Invisible Wings during this period, plus today's Reverse War. Wouldn't it be her share? And will she also be singing on the stage today? Su Lei, please speak up. The company has already spoken that if we can't create another good song, they won't give us any more resources. Li Xiao looked anxious when she saw that Su Lei was silent. Create a good song. Su Lei turned around and looked at Li Xiao and Wu Jia. How could these two useless people create good songs? The only way right now is to Su Lei's eyes fell on Zhang Lan through the screen. She has also read several of Zhang Lan's current very good songs. They were not composed by Zhang Lan himself, but by a person named Xiao Jingku. She found Zhang Lan and tried to find out the contact information of the small treasury from Zhang Lan. Maybe she could also get a song similar to 10 years. In this case, her crisis with Xinhua Entertainment was completely resolved. Jiangqing Stadium. At this time, the singing was coming to an end. This battlefield is filled with thousands of hot-blooded warriors, speeding forward all the way. Warriors who defend the world. Fight another showdown. Singer introduction. Zhang Lan put down the microphone and stood on the stage, sweat dripping from her cheeks. The stadium was quiet at first, and then there was warm applause and shouts. Zhang Lan, Zhang Lan, Zhang Lan. It sounds great. Let's play one more song. One more song. Chapter 631, Another Traitor. Listening to the enthusiastic cheers in the stadium, Zhang Lan smiled slightly. Thank you for your love, but there is something more important today, that is the esports competition. If you really like to listen to it, this song will be put on the music platform, and you can listen to it on the music platform. There's also the game, Extreme Survival. I also play it. It is really good. If you want to play a gun battle game, you can download Extreme Survival to experience it. I won't delay the game time. Today's concert ends here. After Zhang Lan said this, she bent slightly and turned to the stage. And at the moment Zhang Lan walked off the stage, high platforms rose on both sides of the stage, and 4 computers were placed on each high platform. And teams of esports members slowly walked out from the back of the stage. Each team consisted of 4 people. They first walked to the center of the stage and greeted the audience, then came to the high platform, found the high platform belonging to their team, and sat down. After a while, a total of 20 teams were seated on the high platform. On the big screen just above the stage, the screen switched to the commentary desk. Welcome everyone to watch the official live broadcast of Extreme Survival. Hello everyone, I am the commentator Zhou Yin. Hello everyone, I am the commentator Xin Bao. Thank you Zhang Lan for singing for us. I was so excited when I just listened to the song. This song, Reverse War, is really so contagious. If I wasn't commentating now, I would like to play a game. I have planned it. After today's game is over, the first thing I will do when I get home is to play a game. Okay, let's get back to the topic. Let's talk about our final today. After 3 days of elimination rounds and 3 days of passerby selection, 3 teams have been selected and finally stood on the final stage. In the next 3 days, the champion of the final will compete and hold a championship trophy of the Extreme Survival official event, as well as a championship prize of 20 million. Let's look forward to who will get the first championship trophy in the end. Let's wait a little longer. The players are still debugging their equipment. The game will start soon. Well, before watching the game, if you are sleepy, you could choose to drink a cup of coffee. Yes, you can choose to drink a cup of coffee to refresh yourself. The non-hit coffee in my hand is a good choice. The 2 commentators picked up their non-hit coffees and drank them. After a while. Okay, the director has sent a message that the player's equipment has been debugged and the game has started. Let's give the screen to the game. As the host voice fell, the screen on the big screen switched again and came to the game screen. At this time, a plane has slowly flown across the screen. Let's take a look at the route. This is the route from the training base to Pingdingshan. It is a route that is Claserdo the middle. All teams basically have somewhere to go. Wow, there is something going on. 2 teams chose City A to parachute. Let's take a look at those 2 teams. They are Team C and Team TB. Team C was selected from the casual team, while Team TB was a trained team. Looking at the parachute situation of both sides, there is no intention to give in. This is the rhythm of landing steel guns. Now it's going to be interesting. Let's see whether the casual team can win this time or the professional team can show their professionalism. The players of the 2 teams are about to meet, and a battle has occurred. One of Team C fell. What? Another member of Team C, Ling Dang, directly killed 2 members of Team TB. What's going on? Oh, This is a replay. Let's see what's going on. This Ling Dang has a very fast reaction speed. After killing one person, he immediately pulled the gun line and killed another one. After a while, the battle ended. The battle for City A was finally won by Team C, a casual team, but it was also a tragic victory. There were only 2 players left in the team. This was because Ling Dang performed well. If it weren't for Ling Dang, this battle for City A would probably be won by TB. Well, what's going on? A series of kills flashed in the upper right corner, and another team was wiped out. What happened? The commentator explained. The director has replayed it. Let's see what happened. It turns out that Team C and Team TB have moved to the same point, and Team TG and Team NRG have also jumped to the school. However, the battle here is one-sided. Team TG directly destroyed Team NRG, and their own team did not suffer any casualties. The game is still going on. Zhang Shangyuan. Chinemo looked at Non-Hikofi on the commentary seat, and his face became even uglier. What's going on with Yobegwa? He invited Zhanglan to sing, and he even helped promote Non-Hikofi.is it because Non-Hikofi doesn't make enough money now? This is another traitor. Okay, you are all against me, right? Chinemo took another look and then exited the live broadcast. Out of sight, out of mind. The next day, Tomorrow Group, President's office. Sitting in front of the computer, Chinemo briefly paid attention to the situation of yesterday's extreme survival competition. Seeing that there were no other unexpected situations, he felt a little relieved. However, what gave him a headache was Zhang Lan. Just this morning, Zhang Lan was on Weibo because of her singing yesterday. The hot search brought by Professor Yuan just disappeared, and Zhang Lan was on the hot search again. A singer's popularity will undoubtedly increase a lot when he is on the hot search. Chinemo picked up the coffee and took a sip slowly. He couldn't help but pray in his heart that he hoped that this increase in popularity would not affect the Tomorrow Group. Dong dong dong. The door of the office was knocked slowly, and soon Limod slowly pushed the door and walked in. Looking at the figure coming in, Chinemo smiled slightly. This Limod has been running a non-military security company, which is a money-losing industry he personally chose. Sit down. He pointed to the chair in front of the desk. How is the matter going? Mr. Chun, the formalities of Fable Company have been handled. Now it's time to choose a venue. If we want to train, the venue must not be too small. Then there is the matter of each security guard being equipped with a dog. As you said, Mr. Chun, I have communicated with Mr. Pang of Zhao Zhao Pet Factory. He needs to communicate with other rescue stations. Limod sat on the chair and spoke quickly. Well, the next step is to find a venue and then recruit people. Chinemo nodded when he heard it. Both places can spend money, especially the venue. The larger the investment, the more money. Yes, Mr. Chun, but we are investing money in the employee training stage. How should we pay the trained employees? Limod was a little undecided. In his eyes, few of the security guards of those companies were trained. They were recruited and put on security uniforms to become security guards. Chapter 632. I understand. Salaries will be paid according to the normal salary standards of Tomorrow Group. Chinemo said, this Fei Wu Security Service Company is the best money-losing industry he has thought of recently. According to his current expectations, he will first recruit 1,000 security personnel. Since they are security personnel, they must undergo certain training and have certain skills. Just fighting ability. If you encounter a troublemaker in the company, even one of your security personnel can't beat the troublemaker. So how can you do that? And if you want to train a member with little combat effectiveness to a certain level of combat effectiveness, it will take 3 months anyway. So for these 3 months, the salary of 1,000 people, food and accommodation, and yes, the consumption of 1,000 dogs. This is all without compensation. And after he really has a certain degree of combat effectiveness, he can completely absorb these security personnel into various companies under the Tomorrow Group. And he can't take the opportunity to increase the salary of the security personnel by another 30%. As a result, his funds were consumed even more and the security company no longer made any profits. The security personnel in the company were also taken over by Tomorrow Group, so it was necessary to continue to recruit new security personnel and continue training. By the time the training is over, it will basically be another 3 months. Therefore, after recruiting security personnel, This security company will definitely have no income within half a year. And after half a year, the Tomorrow Group may expand again and continue to attract security personnel into the companies under the Tomorrow Group. Even the first batch of 1,000 security guards may not be enough for the current companies under the Tomorrow Group. By the way, the construction of a security company must be carefully planned. The security dormitory and canteen must be fully furnished. There are also arrangements for dogs. You can consider building a dog room. If you don't know the specific standards, you can refer to over there at the clothing factory. Chinemo reminded emphatically that in the final analysis, the biggest drain on the security company's funds is the construction of the security company. The consumption of employee salaries does not consume a large amount of funds at once, but is a continuous consumption. I understand, Mr. Chin. Lee Martin nodded, stood up, and walked out. Before joining the Tomorrow Group, he only knew that the Tomorrow Group treated its employees very well, including food, accommodation, and wages. As for the more specific situation, he did not know. But after joining the Tomorrow Group, he really understood it. I secretly sighed in my heart that my choice was indeed the right one, that now that the Feiwu Security Company has been completed, I am already the security manager. Not counting the company's benefits, my monthly salary at that time was 30,000 yuan. This has directly exceeded his previous salary. Leave the office and enter the elevator. However, he did not leave directly. Instead, he came to the floor of Sangshui Games. He contacted Wei Yin when he came over. The two of them still had some contacts when they were in Chongfang Garment Factory. Although they're not friends, they are still acquaintances. When I came to the office, I knocked on the door lightly and walked in. Mr. Wei, long time no see. Looking at Wei Yin in the office, Lee Martin smiled and said, "Come here and sit down. I should call you Mr. Lee." Wei Yin looked at Lee Martin, who came in, stood up and greeted him, took him to the reception area side and made a cup of tea and handed it to Lee Martin. He knew that the other party joined the Tomorrow Group and became the manager of a new company under the Tomorrow Group, though we still need more care from Mr. Wei in the future. Lee Martin took the tea carefully. It doesn't matter whether you care or not. As long as what you do is conducive to the development of Tomorrow Group, all company managers will help. We don't need any intrigues in our Tomorrow Group. We only have one common goal, which is to carry forward the Tomorrow Group, and this process requires the concerted efforts of all our company managers. Wei Yin smiled and waved his hand. Then he spoke as a reminder. He knows something about Lee Martin, that he is relatively tactful and likes to form small groups. This kind of thing is very common in other companies. And when Lee Martin came to see him today, he obviously wanted to use his acquaintance to unite. But in Tomorrow Group, he doesn't want this kind of thing to happen. Thank you, Mr. Wei, for your guidance. When Lee Martin heard Wei Yin's words, he knew that his mind had been seen through. But Wei Yin's words also told him that in the Tomorrow Group, he should not use his previous tricks anymore. It's good to know. You need to remember one thing when it comes to the Tomorrow Group. As long as you manage the company well and bring benefits to the Tomorrow Group, Mr. Chun will not treat you badly. Wei Yin picked up the tea and took a sip. By the way, the procedures for your security company have been completed. Yes, the procedures have been completed. Mr. Chun is here today mainly to arrange some construction matters for Feiwu Security Company. That's it. Have you found the location for the company's construction? Not yet. I have been going through the company's formalities during this period, so I haven't had time to find a location for the company. Lee Martin shook his head slightly. In this case, I can provide some suggestions. Nowadays, many of the industries of Tomorrow Group are in the east of the city, and the location of Feiwu Security Company can also be found there. Moreover, the east of the city has not been developed, and its development is relatively backward. There's a lot of land under bidding now. Wei Yin suggested. Some time ago, BL Game Club built in a sports competition base, and the final site was in the east of the city. And he also learned about the land situation in the east of the city. There are many lands that are buys during the bidding. So it is very easy to get a piece of land in the east of the city, and the price is much lower than that in the south of the city. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Wei. With this direction, the company's site selection can be much faster. Lee Martin thanked him. Nothing. You can ask Yao Bagua of BL Game Club for details about the land, and you will know more. Wei Yin waved his hand indifferently. Manhwa coffee. Do you have anything to say? Zhang Lan looked at the three people sitting opposite and said indifferently. Lon Lon, are you still holding a grudge against us? We also want a better development. Why can't you understand? Suliyai's tone was resentful, and her expression looked like she was about to cry. I understand. Zhang Lan looked at Suliyai and the others, picked up the coffee, and took a sip slowly. She understood this when it happened. She just hated herself for being too naive and thinking she had met a few like-minded friends. Suliyai listened to Zhang Lan's words, and her expression lit up. So, Lan Lan, you forgive us. Chapter 633 Finals Forgive. Forgive for nothing. We have nothing to do with each other anymore? How can we say sorry? Zhang Lan shook his head, with a slight smile on his lips. Then you still hold a grudge against us. Suliyai once again regained her aggrieved look that Wu Jia and Li Xiaoxiao, who were sitting aside, couldn't sit still anymore and spoke one after another. Sister Lan, you have to help us. After we joined Xinhua Entertainment, we have never created a good song. Now Xinhua Entertainment has spoken out that if we can't create another good song, it will be hidden. If we are hidden in the snow, our lives will be useless. Listening to the words of Wu Jia and Li Xiaoxiao, Zhang Lan was stunned for a moment. She did not expect that these three people had such a miserable life after joining the entertainment company. After carefully observing the condition of the two of them, I found that they were indeed much more haggard than before, but there's nothing I can do to help you. Zhang Lan shook his head slightly. Why is there no other way? You just need to ask Xiao Jinku to write another song and give it to us. This problem can be solved. Lan Lan, don't worry. As long as we resolve the crisis in Quezon, we will give you 70% of the income from the song of. Su Lei spoke quickly from the side. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan turned to look at Su Lei and blinked. After a while, he slowly spoke, "Do I look stupid?" She almost laughed at Su Lei's words. I will give you songs to help you resolve the crisis. In the end, I can only get 70% of the income. Is there any song that I can't sing well? Lan Lan, don't tell me you are stupid. Aren't we friends? Let's just help each other. Su Lei begged softly. Zhang Lan shook his head when he saw this. Friends? The moment you left the studio, we were no longer friends. I also know exactly what you did to me. I didn't come here to discuss things with you today. I just want to tell you not to bother me again in the future. Everyone must be responsible for their own choices. Goodbye. After saying that, Zhang Lan got up and walked outside the coffee shop. She didn't want to come over, but the other party kept calling her, and even after being blocked, they would call her from other numbers. It made her a little impatient, so she had no choice but to come over. After leaving the coffee shop, she went straight to the direction of Tomorrow Group. Just after singing at the esports event yesterday, she inexplicably became a hot search topic. There was a good business call today, and she needed to handle it well if she wanted to invite her to come over for a business performance. 2 days later, 6 p.m. Jiangqing Stadium. Today is the last day of the Extreme Survival Finals. As long as today's game ends, the champion of the first official event of Extreme Survival will be born. With the warm-up and live broadcast of the game in the previous 2 days, today's game was already full of people, and all the seats in the entire Jiangqing Stadium were filled. On stage, all the contestants are ready, and the big screen at the top jumps to the commentary booth. Welcome to the 3rd day of the official Extreme Survival Event Finals. I am explaining Zhou Yin. I am explaining New Bus. After 2 days off competition, the A, B, and AC groups have finished competing. Today is the match between the BC group. According to the current standings, the top 3 teams are YinTA and Y. However, the 3 teams have already played 2 games. Whether they can keep their rankings depends on the performance of the 2 BC teams today. Yes, it is still unknown who can win the championship of this event. Everyone can participate in a guessing game in the official event live broadcast room. Those who guess correctly can get a small gift prepared by the official event. Everyone has also seen that these figures in front of the table are very cute and adorable. Zhou Yin picked up the figure and showed it in front of the camera. That's right, I've already finished the betting. If I can't get it, I'm already going to buy it on the official website. This row of small figures is placed in front of my desk, and it looks pretty good. Well, the director has sent a message saying that all the players are ready and the game is about Tojin. However, before watching the game, It is better to take a sip of non-hit coffee to refresh yourself and not miss every detail of the game. As the host finished speaking, the screen on the big screen switched to the game screen. The route this time is a route based on the training base. So how should the clubs in the top half choose to jump to their own jumping point? Should they choose to find vehicles to go to their own jumping point? Or should they choose to compete with other teams for the jumping point? Well, Team Seed directly chose to jump to the training base. This training group has always been the jumping point for the FM team. Now there is something good to see. Team Seed has been competing with Team TB for the jumping point of City A on the first day of the game. In the fourth game, Team TB finally gave up the jumping point of City A and chose other locations. There was no such thing as a dropped steel gun. Unexpectedly, in the first game on the third day, Team Seed chose to grab points. The strength of the C team is still good. It is currently ranked 20th in the standings, and its strength is still good. After all, on the first day of the game, Team C spent the first 4 games with its guns, which led to the team's attrition and a huge disadvantage in subsequent games. The fight has started. Team C fell down by 2 in an instant. The people from Team FM have already taken their positions and blocked all positions of Team C. Team C has some disadvantages this time. This FM is indeed the overlord of the training base and is very familiar with the terrain of the training base. Wow, what's going on? Team Bell, the director showed it to the screen. This is too outrageous. The machine site is 98K. This distance must be 400 meters away, that if this were not a competition, I would have thought it was turned on. Junqing Stadium. In a lounge backstage, Yao Bagua and AtoZ looked at the picture off the Bell machine, aiming at the team members on the screen, and their eyes lit up again. AtoZ, this bell is pretty good. Yao Bagua turned to look at AtoZ beside him. Since the beginning of the finals, they have been observing the situation of every game. Of course, they are not observing the playing style of each team, but the performance of the 3 passerby teams. After all, their BL game team has a decent professional team in the extreme survival game. They need to find some good players from these passerby teams and recruit them into their own team. It's really good. The reaction speed and judgment of the battlefield situation are also very good. AtoZ nodded. We can contact him and see if we can recruit him to our club. Chapter 634 TG wins the championship. Well, when the game is over, we need to be the first to contact you. We can't be the only ones to notice such outstanding players. Yao Begwa looked at Ling Dang, who was still fighting against the FM team on the screen with some worry in his eyes. Their club's extreme survival department has no decent professional players yet. This bell is definitely very outstanding in terms of strength, but other clubs will definitely take a fancy to this bell. With such competition, will Bell finally join their BL game club? He was not sure either. I have obtained the contact information, and there are several other passersby who have performed well, so I can contact them together. AtoZ said slowly. The screen returns to the game. The battle at the training base has ended, and it ended with FM's tragic victory. Commentary seat. Ling Dang is a passerby player who is very capable. First, he used the machine sight to knock down 1 in 98K seconds and made up for it. Then, in a 1-on-3 situation, he knocked down 2 and made up for 1. This was already his best effort. Yes, the operation just performed by the bell can enter its highlight moment. Time passes slowly. The game continues. Soon it was the last game of the day. Commentary seat. The 6th game is about to begin, but before the game starts, let's conduct the 6th live draw of today's game to see which 5 live audience members will be the lucky ones this time. The lottery has started. Okay. Congratulations to the 5 players with seat numbers on the screen. After the game, you can go to the backstage staff to claim your prizes. The prizes have been drawn. Let's take a look at the current standings. Now the standings have changed. The Yinti team is still first, but the second-place team has become the TG team and is only better than the Yinti team. The score is 2 points lower than AT this time. The TG team still has 1 game to play. As long as the TG team gets 3 points in the next game, it can surpass the Yinti battle. Of course, there are still 2 teams in the top 5 who have 1 game left and are only 8 points and 11 points away from the first Yint battle. If these 2 teams get first place with high kills in the next game, they will have a chance to win the championship of this event. That's right, until the last moment of the battle, we still don't know which team will be the champion. Well, The game has started. The big screen switched and turned into a game competition. On the competition stage, Brother Joe, how should we fight this time? Should we directly grab points? As long as we destroy that team, we can get 4 elimination points and directly surpass the Yeni team and become the first place. Sway Bha asked slowly into the microphone. No, the risk of grabbing points is too great, and the 4th and 5th ranked teams are also competing that if they win the first place through high elimination. Ours will also be endangered that is, we should continue to go to school and maintain the previous tactics. Zhang Jiao replied without hesitation that the risk of directly landing the steel gun was too great. As long as they were more prudent, the chance of winning this event was very high. There was no need to take that risk. Okay, Brother Joe. Sway Bha nodded. Commentary seat. Now that the second poisonous circle has been cleared, all teams are starting to think of ways to enter the circle, but there are only so many places to stay in the circle. After the circle, I believe many teams will meet together. Something happened. The TG team and the SSF team collided with the same room area. Now it's interesting. The TG team currently ranks 2nd in points, while the SSF team ranks 4th in points. If the TG team destroys the SSF team, it will directly receive 4 elimination points, and then it will directly surpass the Yenti team, which is 1st in the standings and become the 1st place in the standings. On the contrary, if the SSF team destroys the TG team, it will directly end the TG team's chance to win the championship. After gaining 4 elimination points, it will surpass the TA team and become 3rd, and it will only have 4 points left from the 1st place. The hope of winning the championship is even greater. Well, the battle has begun. Sway from the TG team took the lead in knocking down a member of the SS team, while another member of the TG team had already taken the lead in taking position. And there is another one who has already circled the flank of the SSF team that is proficient in tactics. This TG team has some good command, and they laid out the tactics as soon as they hit the point. In game, Brother Joe, I knocked down one. Next to the wall, I heard footsteps. There was someone on the 2nd floor of the house on the left. Sway Ba quickly reported the points. Xiao Bei, hold the 2nd floor window of the house on the left. Go east to the right and reverse the slope to the side of the enemy. Don't shoot yet. Wait until our side shoots, first toe tract attention, then shoot and hit their backs. Sway Ba, don't worry about the one who was knocked down by the wall. Use throwing objects to target the 2nd floor of the house on the left first. That if you are knocked down, don't hesitate and rush to the house immediately. I will follow you to replenish the shot. The moment the battle happened, Young Joe arranged the tactics, and the game has been on the shelves since then. He started playing when it wasn't on the shelves. To this day, he doesn't even know how many games he has played. He has already studied every terrain on the map. Therefore, at the moment of impact, he can arrange tactics based on his familiarity with the terrain. Soon, several projectiles were thrown to the 2nd floor of the house on the left. It blew up. I charged at Brother Joe. Sway Ba controlled the character and rushed into the room quickly. Young Joe followed closely behind. There was only one person in the room on the 2nd floor, and he was already knocked down at this time, so any risk was eliminated. Brother Joe, I knocked down one on the flank, and another entered the wall of the red house. The words from Dong Dong came over. Well, counting the throwing objects, the one Sway Ba I knocked down at the beginning has not yet jumped to kill, so he was helped up carefully. Young Joe heard this and quickly arranged the next response. After a while, the TG team was fully staffed with 4 members and began to lick the box left by the SSF team. Commentary seat. A good team style of play does not give the SSF team a chance to breathe at all. There is no way. The SSF team's road to competition is over. The points ranking is currently 4th, but the battle for 5th place is still alive. And if we can't keep the 4th place, it depends on the performance of the 5th place. And this TG team destroyed the SSF team, gained 4 elimination points, and directly reached the top of the standings. Not only did it also destroy the 4th place SF team, it lost a potential competitor. As long as it continues, if we keep it up, winning the championship is basically a sure thing. Backstage lounge. Chin Song looked at the scene on the big screen and couldn't help but waved his fist. Well done. All the TG club members behind him also cheered. Keep it up and we'll basically be the champions of this competition. Duzin also said with joy on his face, by the way, Our team uniforms have been very popular in the past 2 days of competition, that we are worthy of being the designer of the clothing factory owned by Mr. Chinsong Group, that if we win the championship, with the current number of players in Extreme Survival, we will need to customize a batch more. Chapter 635 Follow-up. That's for sure. As for those figures, we can also cooperate with the BL Club. We will also customize a batch of figures related to Tianlong and Extreme Survival and sell them on the TG official website, and then we will share the profits. Chinsong spoke excitedly. As long as their TG club wins this time, with the current popularity of Extreme Survival, their club's peripherals and figures will definitely sell well. As for the Dragon and Extreme Survival figures, if they want to manufacture them, they definitely need authorization. Currently, Santua Games is given the rights to produce figures of Dragon and Extreme Survival to the BL Game Club, so if they want this authorization, they must cooperate with the BL Game Club. The two were discussing while watching the game on the big screen. In the fourth circle, the fifth-ranked team was unlucky and was pushed out of the circle. When it entered the circle, the team was eliminated directly. Since then, no team can threaten the TG team. No matter how the TG team plays next, it will already be the first place in this Extreme Survival official competition. Commentary seat based on the current points ranking, we can congratulate the TG team in advance for winning the official first Extreme Survival event championship. However, the game is not over yet. The championship has been locked, but the other rankings have not yet been locked. As long as the remaining teams advance by one place, they may receive more event bonuses. But looking at this circle, it keeps slapping Team TG in the face. Is it possible that Team TG can still take first place in the last game? After about 10 minutes, the game is over. Congratulations to the TG team for winning first place in the last game, and also congratulations to the TG team for winning this event. At the same time, congratulations to the Yin team for winning the second place in this competition, and to the TA team for winning the third place in this competition. The game site. As the game ended, the four members of the TG team quickly rushed to the center of the stage. At the same time, large golden sequence fell from the stage like a golden rain. Brother Joe, we won the championship. The four team members were in the center of the stage, and everyone was filled with excitement. At the same time, all the members of the TG club backstage also rushed to the stage, and finally, together with four professional players, they won the championship trophy in the center of the stage. In the live broadcast room, congratulations to the TG team. Congratulations to the TG team. Is this the end of the game? I haven't seen enough. Why is it over? I also want to see Team C. Ling Dang is really too strong, that if he joins the club and undergoes systematic training, he will definitely be even more powerful. Every time, Ling Dang was held back by his teammates. That if he had replaced stronger players, he might have been able to win the championship. That it's useless to say so much. The current champion is the TG team. Brother Joe is awesome. Emperor Ganjo is awesome. I like the TG team's uniform, and one by one. Yes, I have long been attracted to the TG team's uniforms, which are as good looking as the BL team's uniforms when they played on Fire Dragon Island. They must look equally good. These two team uniforms are from the same brand. Haven't you noticed? Hey, if you didn't tell me, you really didn't pay attention. The logos are really the same. On stage, what followed was a series of interviews. By the time they were all finished, it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. Congratulations to Mr. Chun and Mr. Du for winning this competition. Yao Bagua found Mr. Chun and Mr. Du in the lounge and said with a smile, "Thank you very much." Chun Song had a smile on his face. Mr. Yao, haven't you rested yet? How can I rest? I'm the organizer of this event. After the game is over, I still have to prepare for the finishing touches. Yao Bagua shook his head. The game is over. The venue was set up, the stage was dismantled, and some equipment was moved away, such as computers. All these things need to be arranged by him. That's just right. We are going to celebrate. Mr. Yao and Mr. Tao should also go over. We also happen to have something to talk to you about. Chen Song opened his mouth to invite. Okay, but I still have some things to arrange here, and it will probably take about 20 minutes. Yao Bagua thought for a moment and did not refuse. It doesn't matter. We were all tired from the interview just now, so we can just take a rest. Chen Song waved his hand indifferently. 12 o'clock at night. In a barbecue shop. Mr. Chen, what do you want to discuss? Yao Bagua picked up a piece of roasted meat. threw it into his mouth, and looked up at Chin Song sitting opposite. Oh, here's the thing, we want the sales rights of Dragon and Extreme Survival figures. You also know that if our TG team wins the championship, we will definitely gain a group of fans, and with the current situation, the popularity of Extreme Survival is definitely huge, and I believe had as long as the figure is put on the official website of our club, many people will definitely buy it. Of course, the style of the figure must be different from the style on your club's official website. Chin Song made his purpose known that that's no problem. Yao Bagua looked at AtoZ beside him, then nodded slowly. Did Mr. Yao agree? Chin Song was pleasantly surprised. Now only the BL Club can make and sell the figures of Tian Long and Extreme Survival. That if their TG Game Club can obtain the sales rights, they can also gain a group of fans just from the figures. And as for the income, it goes without saying that no problem, but there are some restrictions. What are the conditions, Mr. Yao? Please tell me. Chin Song looked at Yao Bagua. Yao Bagua took a sip of beer beside him, then spoke with a serious expression. The first point is that the number of models produced by your Chinda Club needs to be limited. You also know that the reason why models are precious is related to the number. Also, the models you produce need to be connected with ours. If there is no problem, they can be produced and put on the shelves. If you think there is no problem, then we can cooperate. After hearing this, Chin Song turned around and discussed with Du Zedong in a low voice. After a while, he looked up at Yao Bagua. Then we will have a happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The two sides smile at each other and finally raise their glasses to toast. By the way, Mr. Yao, I also plan to sell the team uniforms for this competition on the official website. You are more familiar with the manager of Chongfeng Garment Factory. Can you help me ask if we can produce more team uniforms? I can pay the clothing fee in advance. Chin Song suddenly thought of the team uniforms, that he was not familiar with the manager of the garment factory. Even the previous team uniforms were contacted by Mr. Wei. Chapter 636 Song Shui Game and hashtag 039 sections. That's no problem, but I'll help you contact them when the time comes. Yao Bagua agreed to it immediately after hearing it. This matter has only benefits and no harm for Chongfeng Garment Factory. In terms of revenue alone, the batch of uniforms customized by Chinda Club is a considerable income. After all, with the current popularity of Extreme Survival, if the TG team wins the championship, the sales of team uniforms will definitely not be a small amount. For example, after their BL team won the official championship of Fire Dragon Island, the number of their team uniforms sold has reached 230,000 pieces. The current sales volume is still growing, but the sales speed is very slow, so they have begun to produce and sell in small quantities. Basically, they sell a few dozen pieces every few days. But you have to know that Fire Dragon Island is no longer a popular game. But Extreme Survival is different. After a year of fermentation, the number of players and users of Extreme Survival alone has reached more than 15 million. This does not count the number of cloud players. In the current domestic shooting game market, Extreme Survival has firmly occupied the first place and is already a very popular game. And if the Tinga Club wins the championship this time, the number of team uniforms sold will definitely reach a very terrifying number. In addition to the clothing, those who buy team uniforms will also indirectly know Chongfeng Clothing, which is also a kind of publicity for Chongfeng Clothing itself. He believes that as long as he talks to Mr. Jiang of the clothing factory about this matter, he will definitely agree. Thank you, Mr. Yao. Chin Song smiled and said, Thank you for what? After today, we are friends. We just help each other. Yao Bagua smiled. Let's not talk so much that we won't go home until we are drunk today. Chin Song raised his glass and said proudly, Mr. Chin, you can't drink too much of this wine if you're doing esports. Yao Bagua reminded him that it's okay to drink occasionally. Besides, we are managers and we don't play games. Those professional players can drink less. Yeah, then we won't go home until we are drunk today. The next day, early morning. In a room in a community living room. Messy wine bottles are scattered around the sofa. Chin Song slowly opened his eyes, and the strong smell of alcohol penetrated into his nostrils. He tried to move his body and found that his waist was bound by something. He turned his head and looked back, only to see a man hugging his waist from behind. He moved his head slightly and recognized him instantly. Club manager AtoZ. Looking around other places, he found that on one side of the sofa, there were also two men close together, holding a bottle of wine together. as if they were fighting for wine. It was Duzadang and Yao Bawada. What's going on? Chun Song slowly rubbed his swollen and painful head, and last night slowly emerged. It turned out that they felt unsatisfied after drinking at the barbecue restaurant last night. So they asked the people in their club to go back. Anyway, there was a business car to pick them up, so they were not worried. They came to the house rented by AtoZ and continued to drink. Finally, it developed to the current situation. An hour later, the four people sat neatly in the living room, which was cleaned up at this time. The four looked at each other and remained silent for a long time. Tomorrow group. Sanshui game. In the manager's office, the reception area. China Club won the championship. I think we can take this opportunity to do something. Zhao Bo sat on a sofa and spoke slowly. If it were in the past, we could have cooperated with the China Club and then sold a set of co-branded skins. With the current popularity of Extreme Survival, I believe this co-branded skin will definitely sell well and let Sanshui Games make a lot of money. Unfortunately, Mr. Chen stipulates that no additional charging items can be added to the current game, so this idea cannot be implemented at all. Fong Chong sat aside and said with some regret, now, Extreme Survival is already a very popular game. If they can add some charging items, the income of Extreme Survival can definitely be multiplied several times. Increasing the charge is impossible. Wei Yin sat aside and shook his head firmly. When Extreme Survival was launched, it only had one charging item, namely daily card, weekly card, and monthly card. All the skins in the game are obtained by relying on the number of free draws given every day and the number of draws given by 3 cards. If a set of clothes is suddenly added and can be purchased with money, it will undoubtedly break the persistence of Extreme Survival for a year. Although Extreme Survival is so popular and fun, most players will continue to play it even if it adds a fee, but they are definitely dissatisfied, which undoubtedly affects the reputation of Extreme Survival.at this time. If a similar game appears, it will definitely attract those dissatisfied players away. And this is not unreasonable, but similar games have begun to appear in the world. But in terms of quality, there is no way to compare with Extreme Survival, and there are many paid items. So for the current Extreme Survival has no impact. What should we do? If this is the case, if Tang Club wins this time, we won't be able to ride on the wave of enthusiasm. Zhao Bowen looked a little regretful. This time, the official competition was not only Extreme Survival, but also Jinlong. However, because Extreme Survival was so popular, not so many people paid attention to the Jinlong competition. But there is still a wave of popularity. If Extreme Survival cannot take advantage of this wave of competition, then Tianlong will have no choice. Why do we want to ride on this wave of popularity? I am the developer of this game, and I am the reason for the popularity. Why do we still want to ride on this wave of popularity? Wei Yin smiled and shook his head. Wei, there should be some good solution. Fong Chan looked at Wei Yin's expression and chuckled. Wei, is there any solution? Zhao Bowen also looked at Wei Yin with a surprised look on his face. I do have some ideas. Wei Yin nodded. Now we have enough game users for both Extreme Survival and Dragon, so we basically don't have to think about increasing game users. After all, when the number of game users increases to a certain number, even if we don't promote it, the players will do it themselves. So we need to focus on increasing players' play time and stickiness. Chapter 637 Wei Yin and #039 S-Game Reform Plan. But what exactly should we do? Fong Chan spoke in confusion. He had also considered this matter. Generally, the way to increase player activity is simply to increase gameplay or some activities. But in terms of gameplay, the current gameplay of Extreme Survival is the most popular gameplay. All they can do is make some minor adjustments. There are also very high restrictions on activities. The first point is to make a joint game costume with Tang Club. Of course, this game costume is not for sale, but also for lottery. Wei Yin said calmly. But this way, it's no different from having an extra set of clothes normally. Zhao Bowen looked puzzled. The skins currently produced by Extreme Survival were all obtained through draws. If the new skins do the same, there will be no change. There will undoubtedly be just one more co-branding. But it will not do much to increase the activity of gamers. I'm not finished yet. Wei Yin smiled lightly and continued. Nowadays, whether it is Extreme Survival or Dragon, A lot of skins have been released in more than a year, but the number of draws is still so many, which leads to the fact that there is often no prize pool for this skin. After the drawing, new skins will appear, but the number of draws for players, even counting the number of times the 3 cards are given away, is only that many. The limited number of draws and the increasing number of skins make it difficult for players to make choices in the skin draws. I have also been paying attention to the meager official information of Extreme Survival during this period, and many players are complaining about the draws. The problem of too few times. Well, I have also noticed this problem. I have been studying this aspect recently. The most reasonable method discussed so far is to increase the number of draws for the 3 cards. This can also increase the chance of players applying for the card. Fanchong nodded slightly. He had noticed this a long time ago. There were even many people in the common area calling for spending money to buy lottery draws. But this will definitely not work. If so, it will undoubtedly return to the way it was before. From a game of luck, it has returned to a game of money. Well, this is not very good. If you do this, what will those who have already bought the card think? It will increase the number of draws in their minds. So how will the cards purchased before eBay counted? Moreover, in addition to increasing players' enthusiasm for applying for cards, this will also increase the number of draws. It cannot increase player activity. Wei Yin shook his head slightly. We can start from other places, such as setting a level system for the player's account. Every time he plays a game, he will gain a certain amount of experience based on the performance of the game. And every time the game account increases by 10 levels, the game account will be able to get 1 more draw. There is also the length of the game. If the time in the game reaches 1 hour every day, the number of draws can be increased by 1. Of course, in order to prevent gamers from squandering the time and hanging up after entering the game, some monitoring and ways for players to report should also be done. Of course, how to do it can be left to the technical department to develop. The emergence of co-branded skins this time is just an opportunity. After all, with the increase in game skins, reforms will have to be made sooner or later. Fanchong and Zhao Bowen's eyes gradually brightened as they listened to Wei Yan's words. This can indeed increase player activity. As long as players want to get more skins, they need to get more draws. And if they want to get more draws, they need to play games that be wide the way. If this is a cooperation, what benefits should we give to the Tange Club? After all, it is a joint venture using their club's champion players. Although the current dual cooperation relationship is very good, since it is a cooperation, it requires mutual benefit. Win-win. After a while, Fanchong suddenly thought of a question. This is easy to solve. Cooperation is nothing more than a matter of profit. We don't sell skins here, but we can give a certain number of skins as remuneration. Since the skin is a joint name, then we will give a certain number of skins to Chingates up to the club to decide whether it's for sale or activities, and it's their own business. And since it is a co-branded skin, we can also make a limit. Only 1 million sets of skins will be distributed in total, and it will stop when the draws are finished. Wei Yin briefly expressed his thoughts that he believed that the Tange Club would definitely agree after knowing their conditions. With the current popularity of Extreme Survival, the price of an out-of-print skin is not cheap. The Tange Club has 100,000 units. Fanchong and Zhao Bowen thought for a while and didn't feel there was any problem, so they nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. Well, I'll make an appointment with the Tange Club. They just finished the game, and they probably haven't left Jiangqing yet. Chongfang Garment Factory. Jiangqing hung up the phone with a smile on his face. The Tange Club wants to order team uniforms in large quantities, which is a good thing. Although he doesn't understand games. Some time ago, the BL Game Club team won the championship and sold 230,000 sets of team uniforms. One set is 799 yuan, and the total sales of 230,000 setsies, more than 180 million. Of course, their clothing factory only charged a normal clothing fee of 399 yuan. Their clothing factory and BL Game Club each earned about 80 million yuan. Of course, the 80 million yuan of their clothing factory includes labor and raw materials. And the club made a profit of 80 million yuan. When Tange Club ordered team uniforms, he couldn't give 399 yuan for a set of clothing. The 399 yuan was because both companies belonged to the Tomorrow Group. Although Tange Club had a friendly relationship, it was impossible to calculate the price in the same way. But it also gave a friendly price, 9 yuan for a set of team uniforms. The price was agreed by Tange Club, and they would come to discuss the details and sign the contract later. Jianqing thought in his heart, got up and went to the reception area and prepared tea in advance. This is the largest business since the clothing factory became a brand clothing, and it must be taken seriously. About half an hour later, the manager of Tange Club had arrived at the clothing factory, and Jianqing personally went downstairs and took him to the office. Congratulations, Mr. Du, for winning the championship. Jianqing congratulated. Mr. Jiang, you're welcome. Let's talk about the uniforms. Du Qing smiled slightly. Okay, isn't Mr. Qing coming with you? Jianqing found that only Du Qing came. He heard from Yao Babua that Tange Club has 2 managers, and there is also Mr. Chin Song. Oh, Mr. Chin want to see Mr. Wei, that is Wei Yin from your Tsangshui game. He also has something to discuss. Du Qing responded. When he and Chin Song were preparing to come, they received a call from Wei Yin, and then Chin Song went to see Wei Yin. Chapter 638. 2 collaborations. Oh, Jianqing nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Soon the two walked to the office. Mr. Du, please sit down. Jianqing took Du's eating to the reception area, poured a cup of tea, and handed it over. By the way, he also poured himself a glass and sat across from Du's eating. Let's make a long story short. I don't know how many sets of team uniforms Mr. Du plans to customize this time. Based on the current situation, we plan to order 400,000 units first, and then wait for sales and then randomly increase the order quantity, that Du's eating said quickly. He had discussed this amount with Chin Song before coming over. The BL Club won the championship on Fire Dragon Island and sold 230,000 sets of team uniforms despite the decline of the game. And Extreme Survival is the most popular game at the moment, so they should have no problem selling 400,000 team uniforms. 400,000 units. There's no problem with that. Jianqing was delighted. There were 400,000 sets, and each set cost 9 yuan, so the total was about 190 million. With this income, excluding costs, their garment factory is already profitable. Of course, this profit does not include the cost of expansion of the garment factory, that if the cost of expansion is included, then the revenue of 190 million will definitely not be enough. After all, the expansion of the garment factory has cost hundreds of millions of dollars. Moreover, the expansion of the garment factory is only more than half completed. After the renovation of the employee dormitories here is completed and the employees move from the old dormitories to the new dormitories, the next half of the expansion of the garment factory will be EG.IN. Because Wang Yang and I are old partners, we are very attentive to the decoration. At this time, the decoration is already about half completed, and I believe it will be completed in a short time. Then it's a pleasure to cooperate. However, we are not sure what the specific sales volume of our team uniforms is. If there are enough, we will continue to order more team uniforms. I don't know whether the productivity of Mr. Zhang's side can keep up. The Du Xing expressed his worries. Their official mall will definitely do a pre-sale for the team uniforms, and the 400,000 pre-sale will be sold out soon, so they will definitely continue at a order. Mr. Du, just place an order. My productivity can definitely keep up. Mr. Jiang smiled and said, the current garment factory is least worried about productivity. The 1,000 new employees that Mr. Chen requested to recruit have already entered the training stage. They have been training for a while and are now ready to get started. Coupled with the leadership of veteran employees, there will be no problem even if team uniforms are worth hundreds of thousands, let alone hundreds of thousands. With President Zhang's words, I feel relieved. There is no problem. So let's sign the contract. As for the clothing payment, our club will pay it to the account of the clothing factory within 5 working days. Du Xing was relieved when he heard Mr. Zhang's answer. No problem. I don't know if Mr. Du has prepared the contract, that's not true. After all, we just won the championship yesterday, and we didn't consider these things. If that's the case, I'll have no problem finding someone to sign the contract with. Jianqing smiled and said, there is a law firm under the Tomorrow Group, and he also knows Tang Cho. Usually, he would ask Tang Cho for help when formulating some of the company's contracts. No problem. Then I'll trouble Mr. Jiang. Du Xing nodded. He still trusted Mr. Chen's company very much. And even after the contract is drawn up, he still wants to read it. Bishu Law Firm. In a conference room, Tang Cho sat in the center, with 2 groups of people sitting in front of him. At this time, Someone from the two teams stood up to speak. The posture was exactly the same as defending in court. Tang Cho sat in the center, observing everyone's speech and making notes in his notes from time to time. After a while, Tang Cho stood up and patted the table. Okay, this time the defense and the defendant won. After finishing speaking, he stood up and walked out of the conference room. With the continuous training of interns, we have now entered the second round of assessment, which is Court Simulation Defense Point 1 group is the plaintiff and the other group is the defendant. She will rate each person based on the defense performance of both parties. At the same time, those who perform too poorly will leave the law firm directly. Back to the office. Putting the information on the evaluation of all the interns' mock defenses on the table, she prepared to sort it out in detail and finally find out who needed to be eliminated. But as soon as he made any move, he found his cell phone ringing. After glancing at the caller ID, he answered the call directly. Okay, no problem, 20 minutes. Once I've drawn it up, I'll send it directly to your inbox. She quickly hung up the phone, turned on the computer nearby, and drew up a sales contract. Basically, there was a certain template, and she would just make detailed improvements based on certain requirements. Nana Coffee. Mr. Wei, we meet again. Chin Song looked at Wei Yin and spoke with a smile. Congratulations on winning. Wei Yin congratulated. Haha, it's just a fluke. I don't know if Mr. Wei has any cooperation to discuss. Chen Song chuckled twice, and then his expression became serious that we want to make a co-branded skin with the players who won the championship in your club, and then put it on the game. Wei Yin directly stated his purpose. Sure, no problem, Mr. Wei, it can't be just this problem, right? If it is just this matter, I think we can talk about it on the phone. Chen Song said without hesitation. Mr. Chen, I don't want to know what the conditions are. Wei Yin was a little surprised to hear Chen Song agreed so readily. It doesn't matter what the conditions are, as long as Mr. Wei doesn't sell us out, but I believe Mr. Wei won't do that. Chen Song smiled and said he has always maintained a friendly attitude towards Tomorrow Group. Including their Qingda club was able to rise. It was also because of the exclusive event rights given to them by Sangshui Game at the beginning. And this time when they came to participate in a competition, the BL Game Club also provided shuttle buses to pick up their club members every day and even provided them with nutritious meals to prevent them from eating bad things during the competition. Wei Yin was a little surprised when he heard Chun Song's answer. He didn't expect that the other party would trust them so much. After thinking about it, he still explained the specific details. You also know our game charging model. If we make your co-branded skins, the skin revenue will definitely not be included in the share. So we will use other conditions as compensation. Forget about compensation. Our relationship is just a co-branded income. Chen Song waved his hand indifferently and then looked at Wei Yin with a smile. However, you can give us a few full skin accounts of extreme survival. Chapter 639, Full Skin Account Mr. Chen, do you want a full skin account? Wei Yin asked subconsciously. He didn't expect that he only wanted a few full skin accounts without mentioning any conditions. That's for sure that I've discovered this game of yours. It's completely aimed at me. I've been trying out several good-looking skins in a game for half a month, but I still haven't gotten them that I want to spend money on them, but I still buy them. No, I simply can't spend it even if I have money. Chen Song couldn't help but complain. This was the first time he loved and hated a game that it's easy to talk about full skin accounts. I'll give you 6, 1 for you and Mr. Do, and the other 4 are rewards for the champion players. As for other conditions, you still have to have them. Cooperation is about mutual benefit and win-win results. If it is just one-sided benefit, it will not last long after all. Because of the restrictions on the acquisition of skins in our game, there is no way to share the income with you, so I will give you 100,000 sets of co-branded skins. Whether you sell these 100,000 sets of skins or provide benefits, we will not interfere. You can also set the price yourself. But I can remind you that this co-branded skin is a limited edition skin with only 1 million sets in total. You have 100,000 sets, and we will release 900,000 sets in the treasure chest lottery in the game. And then this skin will become an out-of-print skin. When Chen Song heard this, he immediately understood what Wei Yin meant. Limiting the skin means preserving its value. The longer the time goes on, the more valuable the skin may become. So these 100,000 sets of co-branded skins may not seem like much, but with the current popularity of the game, once the 900,000 sets of co-branded skins from Song Shui games are taken off the shelves, a price of their 100,000 sets of skins will immediately increase exponentially. In the eyes of wealthy people, it doesn't matter if they spend thousands or even thousands of dollars to buy something that is if they make good use of it. These 100,000 sets of co-branded skins can definitely bring them great benefits. Since Mr. Wei said this, I won't be polite. Then this condition is set that I wish our friendship will last forever. Friendship lasts forever, and cooperation is a pleasure. The two smiled and shook each other's hands. Kyoto, Film and Television City. Brother Xiao, there is news from Lampion Film and Television. After Jinlan sang on the final stage of the game competition organized by Mr. Chen, she became a hot search the next day. Now there are several variety shows that want to invite Jinlan participate. How should we choose? Wangbin walked to Luo Xiao and spoke slowly. Well, I know what Jinlan thinks about this matter. Luo Xiao nodded. He also received the news. However, before they make a decision, they must still look at Jinlan's own wishes. That Jinlan said that it's okay to participate in the program, but she hopes it would be a music-related program. There's no problem with this. Then it's easy to choose. There are only two that are related to music. Then how should we choose? Well, forget it. We are only responsible for making movies and to know much about music, so we will let Jinlan make his own choice. And currently, there is only Jinlan in the music department. This will not be the case if it continues. We can consider recruiting. There are a few people. Then it would be better to just let Jinlan be the person in charge of our Blue Film and Television music department. All developments and some decisions will be decided by her, that we can just make good movies here. Yes, it's settled then. Just wait until you convey the news. The filming here is about to begin. After Luo Xiao finished speaking, he quickly walked towards the distant shooting location. The actors filming the next scene are ready, and all the staff are moving. Filming will start immediately. At the same time, Blue Film and Television. Jinlan received the news from Wang Bin and felt a little emotional when looking at the content of the message. It's different in Mr. Chen's company, which directly delegates power to her. From now on, the Blue Film, Television, and Music section will be under her management, and she has the right to recruit and serve personnel. I thought about it in my mind. The first person to recruit should be an agent for herself. Nowadays, business calls will be made directly to her mobile phone, which greatly affects her creative time. After you find an agent, you can directly leave these things to the agent. And as her popularity grows, she will need to find an agent sooner or later. As for the recruitment of other personnel, it can be done bit by bit. In addition to the manager's affairs, there is also the choice of variety shows. This choice is now in her hands. Regarding invitations to variety shows, she has already had a preference in her mind, and that is The Voice of China. This is a new music variety show that has been aired for 2 episodes and is very popular. In this show, there are 4 well-known music instructors who choose the singers based on their voices. This is her favorite thing about it. Maybe it was because when she participated in the audition of a music program before, her appearance attracted the ill will of some people who wanted to hide her from her. So she has a good impression of this program that relies solely on voice, and the program is currently very popular. If she can achieve good results in this program, I believe she can gain even higher popularity. Nanikoff Diamond Store teacher Sue. This time the BL Game Club competition has indeed brought some popularity to our Nanikoff, and the passenger flow has also increased relatively, but this is only temporary. After the game, those who watched the game left Jiangqing City. The passenger flow is now on a downward trend. Also, several store managers at Nanikoff sent messages. There are also signs that Nanikoff will open a store near their coffee shop. With this trend, Nanikoff is preparing to open a store in all our Nanikoff stores. There is a Nanikoff nearby. What should we do? Song Xiao looked at Sudan worriedly. In the past few days, they have been paying attention to the movements of Nanikoff. I also made some corresponding adjustments to my Nanikoff, but still made no progress. There is no other way. I went to several Nanikoffs and made an observation about their customer flow. Basically, our 2 coffee shops divide the customers 50 to 50. There should be more customers at Nanikoff. A little bit, but the price of their coffee is a little cheaper, so the overall income is almost the same as ours. But in this case, ordinary customers cannot support Nanakoff's profitability. In other words, Nanakoff is also in a state of floss. I have already contacted the manager of the coffee shop over there and asked her to report it to the boss. This is not good for both parties. I hope it can be adjusted. After all, no one wants to lose money. Sudan showed a wry smile, hoping that Nari Koff would listen to her words. What if the other side doesn't agree? Song Xia asked worriedly. Then we can only report this matter to Mr. Chun. Sudan shook her head helplessly. The other coffee shop was losing money and had to continue to open the coffee shop next to Nanakoff. She had no choice. Chapter 640, Industrial Reorganization. 2 days later, Tomorrow Group. President's office. Chinimo sat in front of the computer, looking at the meager news, and rubbed his head with a headache. 3 days have passed since the extreme survival and tea on long competitions. At the beginning of the final music, John Lon sang Reverse War on the competition stage, and it was already a hot search. At the end of the game, this event once again became a hot search because of the high prize money and the popularity of the live broadcast on the entire network. As a result, the users of these two games have become known to more people, and some celebrities and actors have begun to play. It would be okay if they played silently, but some celebrities like to start live broadcasts while playing games that end this way. The number of users of the game has once again increased a lot, especially for extreme survival. In just these 2 days, the number of game users has increased to 17 million. 17 million people. Now, based on the ratio of the number of people who recharge monthly cards to 60%, which is 17 million people, the number of people who recharge monthly cards is 10.2 million. The ratio of people with weekly cards is 80%, so the number of people applying for weekly cards is 13.6 million, and the ratio of people with daily cards is 95%. Then the number of people applying for weekly cards is 16.15 million. For a monthly card of 10 yuan, 10.2 million people are equal to 102 million. With a weekly card of 2 yuan, 13.6 million people are equal to 27.2 million. But there are 4 weeks in a month, which is 108 million. The daily card is 1 cent, 16.15 million people is 1.615 million. And the average daily card is 30 days a month, so the monthly card is 4,845 yuan. Calculated in this way, Extreme Survival's monthly income has reached about 250 million. As for Tian Long, the game revenue has increased a lot due to the increase in the number of people. After calculation, the game revenue is 80 million yuan a month. Therefore, Sanctuary Games' monthly revenue is already 330 million yuan. Looking at the final calculation results, Chanimo sat weakly on the boss's chair. He was already trying his best to spend money, but why was he spending more and more money? Mr. Chen, this is the compiled information. Please take a look. After a while, Chanimo came over, put a stack of information on the desk, and pushed it in front of Mr. Chen. Well, go and do your work. Chanimo waved his hand weakly. He was a little tired. Okay, Mr. Chen. Chanimo couldn't help but feel a little distressed when she saw Mr. Chen sitting tiredly on his seat. Mr. Chen must have been busy with work during this period, which made him so tired. It seems that I have to work harder and not let Mr. Chen be so tired. Watching Chanimo return to his office, Chanimo sighed helplessly, slowly sat up from his seat and slowly picked up the information on the desktop. This is a data report on the income and expenses of various companies that he asked Chanimo to compile. He pays attention to this every month, but this time he wants to be more detailed, basically collecting all the companies under his banner. To do a sorting, he needs to have an understanding of the current income and expenses of the group. Turn to the first page. The first company is Chongfang Garment Factory. Now half of the Chongfang Garment Factory has been rebuilt, and the recruitment of 1,000 new employees has been completed, and they have begun to work normally. According to the data, there are already 1,180 employees in the garment factory at this time. The overall average salary, including various subsidies, is around 8,000 yuan. Of course, this average salary is affected by the 1,000 new employees. After all, even if he wants to spend money, the salary allowed by the system for a newly hired intern employee is still within a certain range. Without the addition of those 1,000 new employees, the salary of the garment factory would have reached more than 11,000 yuan. But it doesn't matter. As time goes by, the salaries of new employees will gradually increase. With 1,180 employees, the average salary is 8,000, so the monthly salary expenditure at the garment factory is 9.44 million. Then the clothing factory has other expenses, including water and electricity, food consumption, clothing raw materials, dog expenses, and taxes. After calculation, the total is about 12 million. See here. Chinemo smiled slightly. After calculating this, the expenditure of the clothing factory was 21.44 million. Turn to the next page. This page is about income. The first thing is the agency situation. According to the current situation in the business department and the situation in the garment factory, the agency situation is still not going well. But it's not impossible. Currently, there are an average of 5 agents per month that if an agent is 100,000, then the income from agency fees is 500,000. Then there is the sales revenue from clothing, which is divided into 2 types. Point 1 is pet clothing and the other is normal clothing. The monthly income from pet clothing is around 2 million. Normal clothing income is around 500,000, but due to the influence of this competition, Chongfeng Clothing's reputation has also increased, and clothing sales have also increased. According to the sales in the past 2 days, the daily sales are now about 70,000, which is 2.1 million in a month. Besides, after Chinemo looked at the income of the clothing factory, there was an income report at the back. What was going on? Just seeing. Because some time ago, after BL Game Club won the championship of Fire Dragon Island, BL Game Club opened the Club S Game Peripheral Mall and also put on the shelves the team uniforms worn by Professori Onal players during the game. After the sale, a total of 230,000 pieces, $7.99 each, and the final sales price was 160 million. The clothing side received 80 million. And this is nothing. There is actually more behind this income. That is, Chinemo Game Club directly ordered 400,000 sets of team uniforms from Chongfeng Garment Factory after winning the game championship of Extreme Survival. And the 400,000 team uniforms were sold out directly after 1 day of pre-sale on the official website. Then 600,000 sets of team uniforms were ordered on the official website. A total of 1 million sets of team uniforms. The price given by the clothing factory is 9 yuan. The income from the team uniforms alone is 479 million yuan. Chinemo was not feeling well when he saw the end. This clothing factory is a money-losing industry that he has been running for a long time. Now it is actually profitable. And it is not just a few hundred or tens of millions. It has reached 560 million in a flash. Good for you, China Game Club. Looking at the name of China Game Club, Chinmo's breathing is a little unsmooth. He doesn't know how many times this China Game Club has done this. When the blue film, The Legend of the Demon, was put on the shelves in the cinema, it was this China Club that made things happen, using Hutu Live to promote it. There was also the release of Pet Park, which was also promoted by Hutu Live. Then there was Zhonglan's new song, and Hutu Live bought the copyright of those songs as soon as possible. Now that it has come, even his clothing factory has not been spared. You can win the championship. You want to order team uniforms? There are so many famous clothing brands that you don't want. Why do you set your eyes on my clothing factory? Chapter 641 Losses in Various Industries. Chinemo looked at the income report of Changfeng Garment Factory, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help trembling. It took a long time for him to calm down. He kept persuading himself. The sales of this team uniform were just an accident. There was only this esports competition. There would be no more next month, so we could only wait until next year. And next year, it might not be that China Game Club won the championship. So apart from the income from the team uniforms, the garment factory as a whole is still in a state of loss. It can lose about 15 million yuan every month. Thinking of this, Chinemo gradually calmed down and started to look at the income report of the next company. It was Boring Short Video. This was an industry that turned losses into profit some time ago. According to the report, there are now 320 employees in Boring Short Video, with an average salary of 12,000 yuan per person and a monthly salary consumption of 3.84 million. However, there are still many part-time anchors in Boring Short Video, and the number of anchors today is about 30,000. This is the result of his order to expand recruitment after entering the hot search on Boring Short Video. The average income of each anchor is 12,000 yuan. So the anchor's expenditure is 360 million yuan per month. However, these anchors seem to have similar salaries to formal employees, but because they have not joined the company, they have no insurance. Water, electricity, and food are all paid from the account of the headquarters, so they are not calculated for the time being. As for taxes, it is about 40 million yuan. So the monthly expenditure of boring short video is more than 400 million yuan. Looking at this expenditure, Chen Mo sighed helplessly. If boring short video had not profit, it would be great. He could lose so much money. Why would he look for a losing industry everywhere? It's all Li Shun and Wu Yu. Chen Mo secretly complained and turned to the next page. The income of boring short video is recorded here. Now, boring short video has been on the hot search for a long time, coupled with its practicality in user self-promotion, and the number of download users has increased rapidly. Now, the number of viewers of academic live broadcasts has increased to 7.3 million. Based on the monthly income of 70 yuan per person, minus the share with merchants and the share of anchors, the income of Wuling is about 250 million yuan. 250 million. Seeing this income, Chen Mo was stunned. If so, then Wuling short video is still in a lost state. After all, the current expenditure of Wuling short video alone for anchors is more than 360 million yuan, which is more than 100 million yuan more than the profit. Chen Mo was delighted and then turned to the next page. When he saw the content of the next page, the joy that had just risen disappeared in an instant. Now the profit of Wuling short video is not only academic live broadcasts, but now the agricultural live broadcast has also begun to realize. Now in the agricultural live broadcast room, various agricultural products, various grain and vegetable seeds, agricultural tools, agricultural books, and even some large harvesters, seeders, etc. have been sold. Moreover, the price of agricultural sales items is much more expensive than student supplies. For example, the price of a bag of fertilizer is 100 to 200 yuan. In addition, because of the hot search on Professor Yuan's publicity, the number of people who follow the agricultural live broadcast section of boring short video has reached 11 million, and they also trust the anchors in the live broadcast room. So they are very confident in purchasing agricultural products, so that the average monthly per person consumption in the agricultural live broadcast sector on is about 300. However, the cost of some agricultural products is very high, so although the sales volume is high, the profit is not that much. After calculation, the income of the agricultural live broadcast section, boring short video, is also about 800 million. In addition to the agricultural live broadcast section, the live broadcast of the interest teaching section has also entered the monetization stage, with a monthly income of about 120 million. Looking at the income report behind, Chen Mo's eyes are slightly dark. According to the above data, the monthly revenue of boring short video is 1.17 billion, excluding the expenditure of 380 million. The monthly profit of boring short video is 770 million.770 million. After a while, Chen Mo continued to flip back. The third company is Manhwa Games. He has just calculated that the current income is 330 million, but the expenditure is not calculated. Now the number of employees of Manhwa Games has grown to about 410 people. Because there are more employees, the average salary is higher than that of other companies. Now the average salary of Manhwa Games is 15,000 yuan. The monthly expenditure is 6.15 million. The monthly tax is about 20 million. As for water, electricity, and food, they are all in a Tomorrow Group building, so they are all in the account of the group headquarters. So the current net profit of Manhwa Games is more than 300 million. After seeing the income of the boring short video, Chen Mo actually felt that it was a good thing that he didn't make much money when he looked at the income of Manhwa Games. After watching Manhwa Games, the next page is the corner pet park. This industry. Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh. This was the perfect money-losing industry head of at the beginning, but those old six made it directly enter the profitable state when the park opened. Today, the number of employees at Corner Pet Park has reached 420. However, since many of them are poor elderly people and the work is simple and does not require much physical strength, the salary he can offer is only 4,000 yuan. So the average salary at the Corner Pet Park is a bit lower, about 7,000 yuan. The monthly salary expenditure is 2.94 million. Then there are water and electricity, food, pet food, and taxes. Etc. The total expenditure is about 8 million. Of course, after the opening of the corner pet park, an additional investment of 20 million can be made every month. So the current expenditure off the corner pet park is 31 million. At present, the average number of visitors to the corner pet park has increased to 25,000 people per day. According to the current ticket price of 20 yuan per ticket, the daily income of the corner pet park is 500,000 and the monthly income is 15 million. But the profit of the corner pet park is no longer just the ticket. There are even homestays, farmhouses, and pet-related stores. The daily income of the corner pet park is about 500,000, which is about 15 million a month. So the overall monthly income of the corner pet park is around 30 million. Without the additional investment of 20 million, the corner pet park would have a profit of about 20 million per month. But with the additional investment of 20 million per month, the corner pet orchard has basically maintained a balance between income and expenditure. Seeing the final calculation result, Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, not a few hundred million in revenue. Then he turned to the company's report for the next month. Nana Coffee. This is also an industry that has turned losses into profits, but because of the opening of the store, the revenue can be invested in the new store, so he has not paid much attention to it recently. He looked at the information of Nana Coffee, and finally his eyes fixed on a report. Hey, Chapter 642, Overall Income. Nana Coffee has a competitor. Manhwa Coffee imitated Manhwa Coffee's business model and took away half of its customers. Now the other party is going to open a Manhwa Coffee near all Manhwa Coffee stores in Junction. Now Nana Coffee has returned from a profitable state to a loss-making state again. Seeing such news, Chen Mo was stunned and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. After confirming that Nana Coffee really returned to a loss-making state, he laughed directly. Great! This is a great thing. He never dreamed that Manhwa Coffee, which had turned losses into profits, would return to a loss-making state again. Manhwa Coffee. It's really a good helper. Not bad, not bad. This Manhwa Coffee is really good. But the only pity is that this Manhwa Coffee is opened in Junqing City. If the coffee shop returns to a loss-making state, the only one is Nonya Coffee in Junqing City. Nana Coffee in Kyoto was not affected at all. This is a pity. There are only 15 Nana Coffee shops in Junqing, but there are already 35 Nana Coffee shops in Kyoto, and 9 Nana Coffee shops are under renovation. If Manhwa Coffee opens a coffee shop in Kyoto, next to Nana Coffee, it will be perfect. At that time, both the coffee shops in Junqing and Kyoto will enter a state of loss. What a pity. Chen Mo sighed, but because of the emergence of Manhwa Coffee, customers have been lost now, and there are still several Manhwa Coffee shops under renovation and have not opened yet. So even if the current loss is calculated, it is unstable, so Nana Coffee will not do data statistics for the time being. After it stabilizes, we will see how much loss it will suffer. Chen Mo thought happily and turned to the next page. This page is the income and expenditure of the BL Game Club. At this time, the game club involved a total of 7 games. Because the strength of each professional player is different, the price is also different, so there is no record of the average. Only the current salary of each professional player is marked. After calculation, the current total of all professional players is 2,600 per month. Then the expenses for water, electricity, food, and taxes are 8 million, that the total expenditure is 34 million. The current profit is the income from selling team uniforms. After deducting the labor money paid to the clothing factory, the club has earned 80 million. In addition to the income from the team uniforms, there are also income from figures and some peripherals. According to the current income situation, the income from figures is about 18 million per month. As for the biggest head of income, endorsement fees, he has banned it. Seeing this, Chen Mo was glad that he had banned the endorsement in advance in his previous life. He knew that once each team had some fame, the endorsement advertising fee was one of the club's largest sources. So the club's current profit point is the peripherals. According to the current data, it is about 18 million per month. As for the uniforms, this is impossible to continue. After all, no one buys uniforms every day, And those who buy uniforms are basically the team that won the championship in the competition. It has a certain symbolic meaning, which will lead to many people buying. And the number of purchases is also related to the current popularity of the game. The Fire Dragon Island competition has been over for a while, and those who should buy uniforms have also bought them. So the current 80 million uniform income is basically over. If you still want to continue selling uniforms, then the BL game team can only win another championship in a certain game competition. So excluding the income from uniforms, the BL game club is currently losing money, with a loss of about 16 million per month. Not bad. Chin monoed slightly. As long as he controlled the BL game club to stop getting results on the field, he could basically maintain the club's loss. He has already compressed the training time of the club members to a very low level. Without too much time for training, it is basically impossible to get results on the field. After confirming the status of the BL game club, he continued to flip back to check the status of other companies. The funds for Blue Film have been invested, and the film is still being filmed. The profit and loss cannot be determined for the time being, so it is not considered for the time being. However, the songs that John Lon has put on the shelves and Demon Conqueror on the film and television platform will still have an irregular income. The same is true for the real estate and the event base. The money has been invested and is currently under construction. Before it is completed, it is impossible to confirm what the status is, and it is not considered. However, these two buildings still have a certain amount of operating space. He can make additional investments in them from time to time. As long as the system limit is not reached, he can keep investing money in them. The Bishu Law Firm and Johan Agricultural Base are in a different situation. Because of the cycle problem, there is currently no way to make a profit, so it is basically a loss-making state. According to current data, the monthly losses of these two industries total about 8 million, which is not a lot, but it is safer, and there is no need to worry about profitability. In addition, Jinhaokan Food has basically no income now because of its reputation. The current number of employees in the entire factory is 210, with an average salary of 8,000 yuan and a salary consumption of 1.68 million. But then there are rent, food, travel, water, and electricity, and taxes. The current monthly expenditure is about 2 million. This is basically all the expenses of Jinhao Cans, and the current loss is 3.68 million. However, Jinhao Cans has already acquired a large area of land next to it and can be expanded at any time, which is also a place to consume funds. The standard should be based on that of Chongfang Garment Factory. There is also the latest security company, but the site is still being selected and a large amount of funds can be invested here. Finally, there are the employees at the headquarters of Tomorrow Group. After reading all the data reports, Chima made a total of the overall loss status of Tomorrow Group. The total monthly profit of several industries is 1.07 billion and the loss is only about 43 million. This does not count the sudden income like team uniforms. If those are counted, the profit will be more. So the current net profit of Tomorrow Group is actually 1.027 billion. Looking at the final profit amount, Chima rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. The most profitable one is the boring short video, which is more than 700 million. Thinking of this, he wanted to send Li Shun and Wyo out to pick up the poor elderly. Originally, it was only the subject live broadcast that made money. It has not been long since the poor elderly came back. The agricultural sector and the interest teaching sector have also begun to make profits. Chapter 643, the hot cafeteria. Chima sat back in his seat, his consciousness immersed in a system panel in his mind. This time, the amount of system funds on the system panel is 760 million. Among them, there are more than 600 million yuan, including 160 million yuan for BL Game Clutocell team uniforms and 470 million yuan for Tange Club to order 1 million sets of team uniforms. Of course, there are also the songs released by Zhang Lan, Demons Conquering, released on the film and television platform, and the daily income of Sangshui Games. I haven't spent much money during this period, and the system funds have once again accumulated to this extent. 760 million. Chima took a look at the time, and it was already November 17, that there were only more than 10 days left before December. There would be new funds coming in by then. It would be better to spend these more than 700 million funds as soon as possible. The industries that can be further invested now are real estate and competition buildings. 1.7 billion was invested in the real estate, and the maximum investment restricted by the system is 2.5 billion. The tournament base invested 450 million yuan, and the largest investment there was 5 billion yuan. Looking at the two current places where additional investment can be made, Chima thought for a while and found that the current additional 760 million yuan for the project could not reach the maximum investment amount of the project. After the security company's site is selected, funds will definitely be invested in construction. The maximum investment limit for the construction of the security company is 600 million within the system's restrictions. So after some thinking, Chima finally decided to invest an additional 300 million in the real estate, 50 million in the event base, and the remaining 400 million can be invested in the initial construction of the security company. In this way, there is still an investment gap of 500 million renminbi in the real estate, and there is an investment gap of 4.5 billion renminbi in the event base. After the security company is built, there will also be an investment gap of 200 million renminbi. Calculated as a whole, the maximum amount of additional investment he can make is 5.2 billion. Seeing this amount, Chima felt slightly relaxed. His current profit from all industries was more than 1 billion, not counting the unexpected income. If calculated this way, he would basically be able to spend all the profit money regardless of it for half a year. Of course, he can't just ignore it for half a year. In these 2 months, he will try his best to find more places where he loses money or consumes funds. Only in this way will the chance of him converting the funds in full increase. After all, he has an investment gap of 5.2 billion. With such a large investment gap, as long as he continues to maintain it, he does not believe that he cannot fully convert the system funds. Thinking of this, Chima smiled slightly. When he calculated that he could already make more than 1 billion in profit in a month, he still had a headache. But now that there is such a place for additional investment, he is not so anxious. And he discovered that just relying on the money from the loss of employees' salaries would not be able to consume hundreds of millions of funds to make a profit. If you want to consume more funds, you still need to invest in buildings, such as building competition bases and taking over unfinished buildings. These can consume billions of funds at every turn. That's right. That's it. It would be better to invest in more physical industries in the future, so that he can invest in construction on the ground soft renovating the factory area. Just like Chongfeng Garment Factory and Jinhao, of these two industries. One is half expanded, and the other has only begun construction of employee dormitories, while the others have not yet begun construction. Funds can also be invested in these two industries. If all construction is completed, the approximate investment amount will be around 1 billion. So currently, the amount of money he can invest in himself is 6.2 billion yuan good. With this investment gap of 6.2 billion, even if Tomorrow Group can now make more than 1 billion in profits every month, he will not feel much pressure anymore. Chinemo happily pushed the information in his hand aside, and then made a few calls to talk to all the people in charge about the additional investment. After hanging up the phone, he started the dragon game. As for extreme survival, he discovered that his greatest pleasure in it was to show off his skin. To show off the skins, you need to show off the skins that have just come out. Many people have no chance to draw them. At that time, showing off is most effective. However, there have been no new skins in extreme survival recently, so he doesn't want to play in it. After all, he has to play as a courier every time, and the game experience is really bad that it's better to go to Tiamong and take advantage of the equipment to kill everyone. During the game, I picked up the coffee on the side and took a sip. After sorting out the situation of various industries and the situation of additional investment, the depression during this period also disappeared. Tomorrow's real estate. Mayan wore a safety helmet and walked around the construction site on the phone. For example, the traces of the unfinished building in the construction site had disappeared, and the foundation had been relayed at this time. That I understand, Mr. Chen, I strictly follow your requirements here. That IT will definitely not save costs on a project. Good. Hang up. Mayan couldn't help but admire. He thought that Mr. Chen's investment of 1.7 billion in this real estate was already a lot. He didn't expect that an additional investment of 300 million would be added. So the total investment here would be 2 billion. If the 2 billion yuan is built according to the construction standards of some small developers, it is estimated that 2 buildings can be built. Hello, Mr. May. Hello, Mr. May. Just passing by the foundation of a building, a few workers happened to climb up. Seeing Mayan passing by, he hurriedly greeted them with a very respectful tone. Well, how is the foundation of this building going? Mayan looked at the people who came up and asked casually. Don't worry, Mr. May, the foundation here has been built. The IT is being tested today, and it is all tested according to the highest standards. One of the employees said quickly. Well, it's best to do so. At that time, I will also bring people to retest it. If it is not qualified, everyone in charge of this building can leave. Here I will give you treatment for exceeding other construction sites. All you have to do is to ensure quality and quantity. Mayan looked at several employees with a very serious look. Mr. Chin invested so much money and repeatedly emphasized the use of the best materials and quality assurance, so he must be more serious in this regard. Don't worry, Mr. May, just take someone to check. Several workers answered in the same serious manner. They didn't want to work at other construction sites, but that's good. It's noon, you guys should go to eat. Mayan nodded, glanced at his phone, and found that it was already 12 o'clock noon. Yes, Mr. May. Let's go together. It just so happens that I haven't had lunch either. Okay, Mr. May, but we might go a little fast. That a worker spoke carefully, his eyes occasionally looking towards the construction site cafeteria. This conversation just now has been delayed for a minute. Chapter 644 Win-Win. You can do whatever you want. You don't have to wait for me. Mayan smiled and nodded. He guessed that these workers must not feel comfortable walking with him. Then, Mr. May, let's leave first. After several workers finished speaking, they ran quickly. Forehead. Mayan looked at this scene and was stunned for a moment. Did he run to eat? He remembered that this situation only happened when he was in school in order to avoid queuing. He rushed out of the classroom and ran to the cafeteria as soon as get out of class was over. But in the construction site, it seems that it is not needed. Mayan was confused. As he continued to approach the canteen, he saw more construction site workers running towards the canteen quickly. Are these people so hungry? Mayan looked at this scene blankly. Before, he basically dealt with some matters in the company in the morning and only came over to check the construction status of the construction site in the afternoon I don't know much about the lunch situation here. Hurry up! Our building is the farthest from the cafeteria. It's such a disadvantage. No, there must be no braised pork today. Not to mention braised pork, I didn't eat the chicken legs yesterday, either did I saw a guy hit 7 drumsticks by himself. From time to time, employees would run past, and sometimes there would be a burst of conversation. Braised pork, drumstick, too far away to eat. Listening to the conversations of the people who ran past, Mayan finally understood why these employees ran away. It was because they arrived late and the delicious food would be taken away by other workers. After about a few minutes, Mayan also walked to the canteen at the construction site and found that all the workers had already prepared their meals. After careful observation, he found that some people's entire dinner plates were filled with braised pork and no other cuisines. Some people's dinner plates didn't even have a piece of braised pork, which seemed like they were late. This is not possible. Mr. Chen arranged such a good meal for the sake of all the workers. Since the meal was uneven, it had to be carefully arranged. Hello, Mr. May. Hello, Mr. May. Some workers who were eating saw Mayan coming in and said hello one after another. Well, you guys eat? Mayan nodded, looked around, and found the person in charge of the canteen. Hello, Mr. May. The person in charge of the canteen said hello. Well, I just took a look and found that the food the workers prepare is a little uneven. This is not okay. Mayan looked at the person in charge of the canteen, frowned, and spoke. Mr. May, there's nothing I can do about this. These people prepare their own meals, and we can't stop them. What about you beating them? We have tried this, but we don't know how much each person eats. If we all eat according to the same standards, some people will not be able to eat at all. But if we eat more, some people will not be able to eat. And everyone wants to wait. If you want more good cuisine, give it to the people in the back. It's still not enough. The person in charge of the canteen said helplessly. After hearing this, Mayan thought for a moment and finally spoke slowly. That's it. There are a total of 9 buildings built now, one of which is a club in the park. Then you divide the current cuisine into 9 parts. The workers in each building correspond to 1 part. In this way, it is easy to distribute. In addition, the portions of dishes such as braised pork will be larger. These workers are doing physical work, and the appetite will definitely be large. Okay, Mr. May. The person in charge of the canteen nodded in response. Mayan nodded, looked at the few dishes that had been beaten, took out a dinner plate, picked some casually, and found a place to eat. Mr. May, how about I cook some more vegetables for you? The person in charge of the cafeteria saw that Mayan was just preparing some leftover dishes and hurriedly spoke. It doesn't matter, I'll just eat these and you can just go about your business. Mayan waved his hand. Just after eating for a while, the cell phone at the table rang. The phone was picked up easily. Hello. Soon a voice came from the phone. I'm Chin Kong. Mr. Wei Yin Wei must have mentioned me to you. Oh, it's Mr. Chin. Mr. Wei called me and said that you were planning to buy our property. Yes, I want to buy a total of 4 houses here, and I have already selected the floors that I hope they can be reserved for me when they are put on sale. Because they are reserved, I can pay more. For suites, that's no problem, but as you know, many people from our group have already reserved Mr. Chin's property. As long as the floor you choose does not collide with them, there will be no problem. Okay, no problem. That's good. By the way, did Mr. Wei tell you about the decoration? As I said, I have contacted Wang Yang, and he will help with the design. Well, that's no problem. I will send you the buildings that have been purchased later. Just see if you can hit them. Okay. After chatting, Mayan smiled and shook him that he was still worried about Mr. Chen's building before. Kyoto. Tang Game Club. Chun Song hung up the phone and looked up at Duzidam. We have already communicated. When General Manager May sends us the houses that have not been ordered, I can choose from them. That's good. Duzidam nodded. He and Chun Song had learned about General Manager Chen's real estate projects at Yao Bawa's place, and they also knew General Manager Chen's quality requirements for those real estate projects. In addition, they knew that General Manager Chun would never do anything with the real estate projects. So they were very confident in General Manager Chin's real estate projects. If they bought them now, they would be able to move in when they went to Jiangqing in the future. And with General Manager Chin's development, the place will definitely get better and better in the future. When they are old, it will be very good to live there for retirement. After all, it only takes 15 minutes to drive from General Manager Chun's real estate project to the pet park. Then the rest is to communicate with Wang Yang about the decoration design. That's right. Chun Song nodded with a happy expression on his face. With the end of the official competition of extreme survival, their China club won the championship and gained a large number of fans. For example, the official Weibo account of Chinga Game Club has more than 3 million fans at this time, and it is still growing. With this development, their China club has completely established itself. Now various business endorsements have come to them, and their income has soared. In addition, they also have the sales of team uniforms. They ordered 1 million sets of team uniforms from the clothing company. At the beginning, they only ordered 400,000 sets, but they didn't expect that the 400,000 sets of team uniforms would be sold out in one day of pre-sale. They immediately ordered another 600,000 sets of team uniforms. At this time, more than 800,000 sets have been pre-sold in the mall, and the number of pre-sales is increasing every day. It is only a matter of time before 1 million sets of team uniforms are sold out. This is undoubtedly a win-win situation for their China club and the clothing factory. Chapter 645 Follow Mr. Chin. The clothing factory makes a lot of money from the processing fees alone, and their sales-off team uniforms are also a kind of publicity for Chongfang clothing. And their Tange club wants to earn the price difference, and peripheral items like this basically have a certain premium. A set of 9 clothes is sold at the club's official store for 799 yuan, one piece. The income is 399 yuan. And after all 1 million sets of team uniforms are sold out, they will have an income of nearly 400 million. This is the biggest income they have ever seen since establishing the Tange Club. Sure enough, there are benefits to following Mr. Chin. Chin's own side. Of course, he was not the happiest to earn these 400 million, but he had a full skin game account for extreme survival. When he thought of that full skin game account, he couldn't wait to open the game and play it twice now. Yes, there are benefits to following Mr. Chin. Duzzy then also agreed, because the Tange Club's reputation has soared and it continues to make profits. He became tougher when he returned home. His parents also began to look at him with admiration. In the past, they only handed over to live broadcasting to him, but there were still certain rights restrictions. But now, to live broadcasting has been handed over directly to him. Whatever decision he makes, everyone in the family will be affected that I won't care anymore. Of course, this is only based on the decision of who to live broadcast. Now we have ordered 1 million sets of team uniforms from Chongfang Garment Factory. Judging from the current pre-orders, these 100 sets of team uniforms are definitely not the sales limit, but the subsequent sales speed will definitely slow down a lot. You can, and it's the same as the BL Game Club, where a certain number of team uniforms are put on the shelves every once in a while. This will not only ensure that we don't order too much, resulting in a backlog in the warehouse, but also create the appearance of a shortage of team uniforms and increase the determination of those who are wavering to buy. I've already discussed this matter with Mr. Jiang from the clothing factory. He will produce a batch of team uniforms from tomato time. There is also the matter of handmade figures. The styles have been finalized and production has begun. It will take more than half a month at the earliest to produce a batch.so. How should we plan our next development strategy? Chin Song briefly described the current club and then looked up at Duzidum. As for the development strategy, I think we should just follow Mr. Chen's pace. For example, Mr. Chun has already finished organizing the competition that IT will definitely be a year before the next official competition. Are we going to do it in half a year? Let's hold another competition. Didn't we also discuss this matter with Yao Bagua of the BL Game Club? They expressed great support. After all, their own teams cannot participate in the official events they hold, but if we hold the event, you can participate. Also, you can interact more with the professional players of the BL Game Club. For example, during the live broadcast, you can form a queue with the professional players of the BL Game Club. Duzidum said while I was thinking, okay, then do this, follow Mr. Chen's pace, and maintain a good relationship with Mr. Chen's companies. Chun Song nodded and then continued to speak, that I'm going home today, and I'll leave the club to you to take care of. Well, just don't worry here. Duzidum smiled and said he naturally knew what Chun Song would do. Because of the same thing, he had already done it at home yesterday. Then I'll leave first, Chun Song said, and quickly left the office. At the same time, in the esports room of Tanj Club. Brothers, I have got a total of 50 sets of BL Game Club uniforms that I will draw them out to everyone in a lottery later. Also, you can pay attention to Chongfang clothing. Although the clothes in it are more expensive than the current popular brand clothes, the quality and style are very good. I also bought a few pieces, including the one I am wearing. All of them are from Chongfang Clothing. Their clothing production process is very strict, and any defective clothes will not be allowed to appear. And the fabrics of the clothes are all high-quality fabrics. They feel very comfortable when worn. I sincerely recommend that you buy 1 or 2 pieces and wear them. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. In front of the computer, Zhang Zhou held the BL Game Club uniform and showed it in front of the camera in the live broadcast room. After winning the championship, he went to Yao Bagua to talk about the team uniforms that Our Yao was also very generous and directly gave him 50 sets of team uniforms that he was very grateful for this. So he decided to repay the favor by promoting Chongfang Clothing in the live broadcast room. With his current fan base, promoting a brand of clothes still has some effect. After all, after he won the championship of the Extreme Survival official event, his fans have successfully exceeded 10 million. In the live broadcast room, Brother Zhou is awesome. He actually got the uniforms of the BL team, but with so many people, the chance of drawing 50 uniforms is too small. Win for me, I want to win. This team uniform is really good looking. I like it. Unfortunately, it is currently sold in limited quantities in the BL official mall. Every time I want to buy it, I can't get it. Chongfang Clothing has never heard of the clothes from this brand before. Is the quality really good? What Zhou said is indeed true. The quality of Chongfang Clothing is indeed very good, and the styles of the clothes are also very beautiful. I have already bought several pieces, and I like them very much. Well, when the team uniforms of my BL Game Club were just put on the shelves in the mall, I bought a set of them directly. Although I don't know other clothes of this brand, the quality of that team uniform is really very good. In short, it is worth buying. Zhang Zhou smiled slightly at the barrage in the live broadcast room. Brothers, the first batch of lucky drawers has begun. As long as you have a fan card, you can participate in the lucky draw by sending Chongfang Clothing. The quality of clothes is good. I will draw a lucky draw every hour and draw 5 lucky viewers at a time. Okay, I'm going to play a game now, and I'll show you my new account at the same time. Zhang Zhou said as he opened the game and logged into the game with a new account. As for the new account, it is naturally the full skin account given by Sanctuary Game. New account? What new account? Joe, did you register a new account again? Why do you need to use a new account? The old account is pretty good. There is a set of Thunder suits that I like very much. I've been trying to draw for a long time, but have not been able to draw it. I don't like the Thunder suit, that I like the Ice suit. But I got the Thunder suit at once. I cried to death. Least you can draw the skin. I have very bad luck. I haven't drawn a complete set of clothes yet. Chapter 646 Recruiting Players Soon. Jung Jo logged into the new account. This account was given to him by Tseng Shua today, so it was his first time to log in. Thinking that this account was a full skin account, he couldn't help but get excited. Enter the game interface and then enter the skin library. Soon, all the skins in the skin library were displayed to everyone in the live broadcast room. Jung Jo manipulated the mouse to drag in the skin library and found that it was indeed full skin, that present. All the skins of Extreme Survival are in the skin library. And this scene instantly detonated the barrage in the live broadcast room. What's the situation? How come this account has all the skins? How lucky is it to be able to draw all the skins that have been released so far? I don't believe it. There's so many skins. Brother Jill, are you selling this account? I'll give you 500,000. This is a full skin account. It is estimated that there are not many players in the entire game. You want to buy it for 500,000? You are dreaming. That I'll give you 1 million. How about it, Brother Jill? Do you think that Yoga's current popularity would care about millions? Aren't you curious about how this full skin account came from? I don't believe that it was drawn in a lottery. Yes, how did this full skin account come from? Jilga, you are not hiding an identity. Are you Sungshua's biological son? That's right, I feel the same way. If you are not Sungshua's biological son, how can you have an account with full skins? Jungjio looked at the comments in the live broadcast room with a smile on his face, but gradually found that the style of the comment area had changed at Sungshua's biological son. The people in this live broadcast room have too much imagination. Even Sungshua's biological son was brought up in order to avoid misunderstandings. Jungjio hurriedly spoke that don't get me wrong, this full skin account was given to us by Sungshua Games after our Chinga team won the official championship of Extreme Survival, and all 4 of our contestants have won. So that's how it is. The champion not only gave out bonuses, but also full skin accounts. This is too good to be true. I want to play professionally, win a championship, and get a full skin account. Wake up, the guy above, you're dreaming. Can you get the championship if you want? I want that full skin account too. Brother Joe, I like that blood red suit so much. I'll wear that suit to play a game later. I like the Thunder suit. I want to see the Thunder suit. The Ice and Snow suit is the best looking. No objections. Jungjio looked at the bullet screen in the live broadcast room and said with a smile, since everyone wants to see me in a suit, I'll vote. I'll wear the suit with the highest number of votes. Then we'll have a friendly match that if you kill me, you can wear my clothes. Ha, this is fun. Honey Brother Joe. I like it. Hurry up and start. Jungjian City. BL Game Club. This is our BL Game Club. Taz looked at the group of people on his body and pointed at the door of the BL Game Club in front of him. This group of people is divided into 2 age groups. One part is older middle-aged people, and the other part is young people between 18 and 9. The young people are the players with good game skills that he is looking for. They are all discovered by him in the passerby game. And those middle-aged people are the parents of those young people. After all, these young people have just become adults, some are still in the 3rd year of high school, and some have just finished college. If these young people want to enter a sports and play professional games, they must temporarily give up their studies. And this decision must be made in consultation with the parents of these children in order to attract these talented players to his club. He has been running this matter all this time. After all, the players he can take a fancy to will definitely be discovered by people in other clubs. And the current people are gathered together by him with great difficulty, that he hopes that by visiting their clubs and providing some welfare benefits, those parents will agree to let their children join their BL Game Club. Of course, he is not sure how many of these people he can keep, so he can only do his best. Let's go in. Seeing that everyone has finished looking at the club, Taz took the lead and walked into the club and began to introduce as he walked. At present, our BL Game Club has just been established for more than half a year, so in terms of competition honors, there is only one official competition champion of Fire Dragon Island. This trophy, that is, the championship trophy, is also the first championship trophy of the BL Club. This is the work and rest schedule of our club. Now these children have just become adults, and staying up late is very harmful to the body. So in our club, the lights must be turned off and go to bed before 12 o'clock. AtoZ led everyone to the club's work and rest schedule. Some parents looked at the schedule and nodded secretly. Okay, these things are probably on the first floor. The extreme survival department is on the third floor. Let's go to the third floor and have a look that if your children join our club, this is where they will live most of their time. AtoZ glanced at the parents. He understood that these parents were the key factor in attracting young people to join the club. So we must try our best to give these parents a good impression. While talking, AtoZ took the lead to the elevator entrance, and everyone went to the third floor. There's a lounge on the third floor. There's some snacks, drinks, coffee, and a small viewing room, etc. Your children can come here to have some rest and entertainment when they are tired. This is the training room and studio, where players usually work. There are air conditioning and other facilities inside. Because these ports require sitting for a long time, the seats are all ergonomic chairs. Then here are the dormitories. Our dormitories are all two-person rooms with separate bathrooms and fully equipped with washing machines and other electrical appliances. AtoZ opened several dormitory doors and led a group of people around the dormitory. The parents looked at the environment of the dormitory, looked at each other, and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Some young people also looked excited after seeing such dormitories. AtoZ had been secretly observing the expressions of these people. Seeing that these people all showed expressions of surprise or joy, he felt somewhat relieved. Judging from the other party's expressions, these people are quite satisfied with the BL Club. Thinking of this, he continued to speak. The layout of the third floor is almost like this. Let me take you to see our club's canteen. The club's canteen is on the 6th floor. AtoZ said as he walked towards the elevator soon. A group of people arrived on the 6th floor, with AtoZ leading the way, but when they passed a room, everyone stopped and a middle-aged man was standing at the front of the room. His posture looked like a teacher giving a lecture.